Chapter 1 Manchester. After leaving the University of Manchester, Shao Ming and Li Long walked into a restaurant. The restaurant was not very large, and there was only a chubby owner inside, but because their Thai food was very delicious, it was deeply favored by many students. Fortunately, the two had few classes this morning, otherwise there would probably be no seats available in the restaurant. How did the financial risk exam go yesterday? As soon as he sat down, Li Long asked. No, Shao Ming threw his shoulder bag onto the table and said, I meant how well did you guess? Li Long chuckled, hearing you say that puts me at ease. I'll sit next to you for the makeup exam next week. The boss walked over to their table and placed the menu on it. Hi, Johnny. Li Long greeted the boss. Hi, Chinese boys. Shao Ming glanced at the menu and said, 1 cod and chips, 2 pork chops, a Thai-style stir-fried rice noodle, 2 fried eggs, and 2 glasses of orange juice. The usual, right? The boss picked up the menu. It'll be ready soon. Li Long looked at Shao Ming and said, your British accent is getting more and more authentic. Shao Ming raised his eyebrows, learn more from me. Get lost. Shao Ming tilted his head and glanced twice. Usually, this small restaurant is run by the couple together, but today he didn't see the owner's wife. Didn't see his wife today. Didn't I tell you? Li Long said, I heard that not long after his wife recovered, her condition worsened again. It was just last week, she was lying at home. Why not go to the hospital? Hospital? There have been quite a few people with severe aftereffects recently. You can't get in without waiting in line now. Shao Ming curled his lips, feeling lucky that he hadn't been infected during the initial outbreak. Li Long continued, it's really strange. It's been half a year since the last pandemic, so why are there aftereffects now? Then you better be careful, Shao Ming reminded him, recalling that Li Long had also been infected 6 months ago. Don't worry about me, Li Long patted his chest, look at my physique. Shao Ming looked at Li Long's build. This guy loved lifting weights and working out back home, with a strong physique. That's true. If you mutate, you'll definitely be an elite monster. A customer who was dining picked up the remote control and turned up the volume on the TV. 3 days ago, as more and more videos circulated online about the first severe post-virus infection sequelae, people began to suspect whether the aftereffects of the virus infection could turn people into a state resembling zombies. Currently, the authorities have not responded to the related videos, but rumors say that the virus's activity is not eliminated after the infection ends and further mutations occur within the infected individuals. The virus itself is already outrageous, and now it mutates into zombies. Here's your food. The owner placed the fried noodles and pork chop in front of the two, then turned around to pick up the remote and switched the TV to the sports channel. I think there's nothing much after infection. The two looked at each other but said nothing. After lunch, the two headed towards the apartment outside the school. Although it was outside the school, it was only separated by a street. Although the rent was a bit higher, it had 2 bedrooms and a living room, making it more comfortable to live in than the student dormitory. The apartment building had 6 floors in total, with only one old elevator going up and down. Around the elevator was a spiral staircase, and next to the stairs were the doors to each unit. It was said that this apartment was built before World War I and miraculously survived the bombing by the German army in World War II, remaining intact to this day. While going upstairs, Shao Ming asked Li Long, Wilson said he's going to the shooting range this weekend to have some fun. Are you going? You guys are going again? Li Long fumbled around in his bag for a long time and finally pulled out a set of keys. If I have that money, I'd rather go see my sister. Is there anything in your brain besides women? Working out. Arriving at the apartment door on the 3rd floor, Li Long was just about to insert the key into the lock when the two of them heard an annoying sound of footsteps coming from downstairs. Hurry up and open the door, Shao Ming urged. Li Long quickly opened the door, and the two entered the room. Before the door was fully closed, a man's roar came from the hallway. Asian, why haven't you gotten lost yet? Damn white pig. Li Long shouted back through the door. Hey! Hey! Open the door. The door was being violently pounded on, and Shao Ming was really afraid the door might be smashed off, not because he feared the person outside, but because he didn't want to add another expense to the bill. Outside the door was Bled Den, who lived opposite the two of them, a single, hot-tempered middle-aged white man who drank heavily at home all day and harbored severe racist tendencies. If this guy were in America, he'd be somewhat of a Texas redneck, which, for the two of them, was hardly what you'd call a good neighbor. Son of a bitch. Li Long grabbed the baseball bat by the door and was about to open it. Hey, Shao Ming quickly pulled Li Long back, is this your first day dealing with him? If you ignore him, he'll leave on his own. I told you from the start we should have moved somewhere else. Li Long threw the baseball bat aside, and the two could only pretend not to hear the sounds coming from the door. Within a couple of minutes, the noise outside the door indeed disappeared. Shao Ming lay on the sofa, took out his phone from his bag, and opened YouTube. The screen was flooded with news about post-infection sequelae. Some bloggers were explaining the virus's mutation mechanisms, some uploaded videos of people around them whose symptoms had worsened, and others were teaching how to prepare for a biochemical crisis. Why is this virus causing so much trouble? Shao Ming sighed. Li Long took a can of Coke from the fridge and said, the Americans did it. I said from the start it was a man-made virus. Shao Ming put down his phone and glanced at Li Long, then picked up his phone again and clicked on a video about how to deal with a biochemical crisis. In this episode, we have invited doomsday preparation expert Jack, who will introduce how to stockpile and organize, and survive during a zombie crisis. If there really was a biochemical crisis, Li Long threw the cola to Shao Ming, we wouldn't have to take exams. Just as the two were lying on the sofa playing with their phones, a loud banging sound came from downstairs. Chapter 2: The car accident downstairs. Damn! Li Long almost jumped up from the sofa and rushed to the window to look down. Shao Ming quickly followed Li Long to the window, wanting to see what had happened downstairs. Downstairs, a sedan had crashed into the rear compartment of a small truck. The entire hood was pressed down by the truck's compartment, the cab was completely deformed, and the two saw that the driver inside the cab looked as if half of his body was severed. My God! Li Long turned away, unable to bear looking any longer. The sudden impact startled everyone around. Some passers-by who had just reached a safe place were about to call the police, while a few strong men hurried over to check the situation. Quick, save him! Quick, save him! He's still moving. The driver is still moving. Move the small truck away quickly. The truck driver downstairs only came to his senses from the shock after being urged by bystanders, and moved the truck forward a little. Since the small car hit the right rear side of the truck, the cab was still relatively intact, but the front passenger seat was a bloody mess. Cough. Although Shao Ming had watched quite a few heavy-duty movies before, seeing such a scene in real life for the first time still made his stomach churn violently. Several passers-by downstairs began vomiting by the roadside. Shouts and cries filled the street, and some students from nearby schools stopped to watch. Several people were working together to try to rescue the driver from the car. There are still people in the back seat, one of the rescuers shouted, it's a child. It's a child. A few others ran over. Fortunately the rear car door was not deformed yet, and they quickly pulled the child out. Shao Ming looked over and saw a baby who appeared to be only a few months old, staring blankly to one side. There's a child, Shao Ming said, turning back. My God, said Li Long, who was standing inside the room, this child's psychological trauma will last a lifetime. Shao Ming was not someone who easily empathized, but he couldn't help but think that the people sitting in the front seats were likely the child's parents. Oh! Damn it, let go quickly. The shouting outside caught Shao Ming's attention. Unexpectedly, the child who had just been rescued bit the passerby holding him. The people around were clearly startled again. No one expected so many changes to happen in less than 10 minutes. Damn it, someone come quickly and pull him away. Seeing the baby about to tear a piece of flesh from the passerby's neck, a woman who appeared to be the passerby's girlfriend hurriedly rushed over to try to pull the baby down. Unexpectedly, this pull only helped the baby bite into the passerby's neck even more. The baby was dragged away, but upstairs, Shao Ming watched helplessly as he tore a piece of skin from the passerby's neck and chewed it in his mouth. Damn it, now it's really a biohazard crisis. The passerby's girlfriend was also stunned. She was so scared that she let go, and the baby fell to the ground. Oh my God. Unexpectedly, the baby rolled over on the ground and crawled toward the woman using all four limbs. Shao Ming, like the surrounding passers-by, was completely confused. On the left side of the road was a completely mangled car and a small truck with a blood-covered cargo bed. On the right side of the road was a strange baby chewing on human skin while crawling toward others. Zombie, zombie. Someone shouted, and the surrounding passers-by began to scatter and flee. Even the few people helping the driver immediately took off running. Except for a few brave ones inside the school and on the apartment windowsills, the once bustling street suddenly became deserted just a few minutes ago. However, quite a few onlookers had gathered at both ends of the street. Li Long also returned to the window at this moment. Although he felt nauseous inside, he was really curious about what was happening downstairs. The strange baby, seeing all its food running away in a swarm, let out a howl towards the sky. The baby's tender throat emitted such a strange cry that everyone present shuddered. "Where's my phone?" Li Long fumbled his phone out of his pocket and turned on the camera. The baby turned its head, saw the two people watching the commotion upstairs, and grinned at them. Normally, Shao Ming would tease Li Long a bit, saying, "You understand TikTok," but now Shao Ming was too shocked to say a word. Several patrol officers ran out from the crowd, and two police officers rushed toward the baby by the roadside. "Officer," several college students on campus shouted, "stay away from him. He will bite." The officers exchanged glances and frowned. "Officer, don't go over there." On the other side of the intersection, the injured man's girlfriend also shouted out. Shao Ming looked in the direction of the voice and then noticed that the passers-by around had consciously given the couple enough space, while the man was pressing on the wound with the help of another police officer. At that moment, the baby also noticed the police officers behind him. He opened his gaping mouth and crawled toward the two, but his once innocent eyes were now blood-red. Now, without anyone needing to point it out, the police officers could tell that something was wrong with this baby. The two police officers had never seen such a situation before, they didn't know how to handle it and could only retreat repeatedly. A few others who were rescuing the driver heard the commotion and sent one person over to surround the scene. Shao Ming saw the two police officers exchange a few simple words. One of them began to move to the right, and the three officers surrounded the strange baby in the middle. "Step back." The only officer still directly in front of the baby placed his hand on the taser at his waist, while another officer pulled out handcuffs. "Grab him." It was unclear which police officer shouted, but the one behind the baby took a quick step forward, grabbed the baby's clothes, and lifted him up. The baby kept screaming, his little hands covered in fresh blood waving wildly in the air. Calm down," another officer hurriedly stepped forward, handcuffing the baby's feet first, while the baby continued struggling, twisting his head, trying to bite the two officers behind him. The sound of sirens came from afar, and the surrounding crowd quickly made way to clear a path. The ambulance took away the injured, and with the assistance of the police, the mutated child was controlled. The onlookers gathered again at this moment, wanting to demand an explanation from the police. "This is just an isolated case," a police officer who looked to be of higher rank shouted to the crowd, "Everyone, don't panic, go home quickly." Chapter 3, Strange Events One After Another. Because an incredible scene happened downstairs at noon, Shao Ming and Li Long both skipped their afternoon classes. After talking with his family on the phone, Shao Ming spent the entire afternoon sitting on the sofa, browsing all the information about After Effects on the internet, his frown growing deeper the more he read. Meanwhile, Li Long started lifting weights frantically again, as if only working out could calm his mood. Gradually, Shao Ming not only looked up related information online, but also brought out several sheets of paper to start taking notes. After an hour or two, the streets began to grow noisy as many people stepped out of their homes and rushed to the supermarkets to stock up on daily necessities. Just as the two hesitated about whether to follow the crowd to grab some supplies, an old man suddenly collapsed on the street. The old man was already in poor condition. The old woman, who had planned to support her husband to the hospital, cried out helplessly, but no one around dared to approach. Instead, people kept their distance from the couple, and some even chose to take a detour to avoid that street altogether. Sure enough, before long, the lifelong companion suddenly bit the neck of the woman he had deeply loved all his life. But the riot did not last long, the public service system was still functioning, and the police and doctors quickly arrived at the scene, controlling another mutant. Such incidents have already occurred in most communities of the city, in most cities of the country, and in most countries of the world. However, this completely frightened the two brothers upstairs, and they unanimously agreed that it was better not to leave the apartment for the time being. Time moved to evening, and the afterglow of the setting sun outside the window poured into the room. Since this afternoon until now, the sirens outside have sounded a total of 48 times. Li Long put down the barbell in his hand and said, "Come look at this." Shao Ming stood up and dragged out the long-unused whiteboard from the corner of the living room. Placing the whiteboard in the middle of the living room, he wrote a date on it with a marker, 3.5. 3 days ago, that is, on March 5th, the first video circulated online. Shao Ming showed his phone to Li Long. In the video, a man with bloodshot eyes was frantically chasing his family inside a residence, with quite a bit of blood still around his mouth. When the video was first released, many people thought it was special effects or some kind of microfilm, Shao Ming said after the video finished playing, so it didn't cause much of a stir online. By yesterday, Shao Ming wrote 3.6 on the whiteboard, then said, "Similar videos have been popping up like mushrooms after rain, but yesterday we were all preparing for this morning's exam, staying in the library and hardly looking at our phones, so we actually missed this information. Li Long took the phone and flipped through it. Shao Ming's afternoon viewing history had at least hundreds of videos from different locations and different protagonists, but they all shared one common feature: their eyes were covered in blood red, with neither pupils nor sclera visible, just like the baby they saw this afternoon. And today, Shao Ming wrote today's date, there are already tens of thousands of related videos appearing all over the world. And the place with the most concentrated outbreak is the United Kingdom. Damn, are they really zombies? Li Long asked. Shao Ming shrugged and continued, the problem is that these people turn like this about half a month after the sudden infection's after effects. Of course, some, especially young people, mutate in a very short time. Li Long's face turned pale. If this was related to a pandemic, he couldn't escape either. Seeing Li Long's expression, Shao Ming comforted him, there's no direct evidence yet. What Shao Ming didn't say was that some bloggers had already organized the locations of various videos, which basically aligned with the major outbreak trends from half a year ago, and many people with recurring aftereffects would experience a rapid deterioration in the last few days or even hours, showing symptoms like blindness and internal bleeding. Although there is still no record of exactly how people transform into that terrifying state, these aftereffects clearly have something to do with turning into zombies. I hope so. Li Long slumped on the sofa, if it really is, I don't want to become like that. Don't think like that. Shao Ming patted Li Long's shoulder and said, right now, there's no saying that 100% of the people infected half a year ago will definitely have recurring aftereffects recently, nor that recurring aftereffects will definitely lead to mutation. Before Shao Ming could finish speaking, a roaring sound came from outside the window. The two looked in the direction of the sound and saw a dark shadow rapidly falling from the sky. A few seconds later, the two clearly saw that it was a large passenger plane. The passenger plane crashed into a skyscraper in the city center, followed immediately by a violent explosion. Oh my! The two exchanged a glance. It seemed the end of the world had truly come. Half an hour later, the two, gasping for breath, had gathered all the useful things in the apartment. 2 boxes of instant food, 2 barrels of bottled water, several apples, 16 bottles of beer, 6 bottles of cola, 1 frozen pork chop and 1 lamb chop, some vegetables, some seasonings, about 10 packs of various snacks, hundreds of masks and gloves hoarded during the big trend, a baseball bat, and a kitchen knife. Conservatively estimated, it was just enough for 2 people to eat for a week. Should we go out and take a look? Li Long asked, we don't have much left at home. Shao Ming wasn't sure if he should go out. Not to mention whether there was anything left to find in the supermarket now. If what those bloggers online said was true, then you wouldn't even know if the people outside had already relapsed with aftereffects, and they could turn into zombies at any moment. Shao Ming looked at Li Long beside him, at least this kid was still safe for now. But he was also afraid that his companion might turn into one of the zombies at any time. He knew, and Li Long knew too, that they were both just avoiding the topic. I should have listened to my mother from the start, Shao Ming said with a bitter smile. Half a year ago, when the pandemic was raging, his parents had warned him to keep some supplies at home. He didn't listen back then, suffered losses, and still didn't learn his lesson. The problem now is whether to starve to death at home or go out and risk being bitten randomly. Chapter 4, The Hardware Store. After much thought, the two decided to take advantage of the remaining daylight to go out and scavenge some leftovers. First, although the government is still functioning, whether it can truly control the situation as they claim remains a question. We cannot just sit and wait for death. Second, even if the government is still working now, it looks like it is about to collapse. If we wait until the military imposes a full lockdown on the city, we don't know if there will be any guarantee of living necessities. The various sirens in the city have never stopped, and after the plane crash, the city's rescue and security forces are on the verge of collapse. Just like at the beginning of the pandemic, within 72 hours, public order will be shattered. Unlike at the beginning of the pandemic, when people feared being infected by the virus, now people don't know if they will start experiencing a relapse of aftereffects in the next moment. If things continue this way, the number of mutated people will increase day by day, and the government will definitely lock down the cities, forcing the zombies to stay at home. Moreover, it is already close to evening, and many people who were looting supplies have returned home, allowing one to avoid those violent crowds. Each of the two carried a hiking backpack. Just before leaving, Li Long clenched a baseball bat in his hand, while Shao Ming tucked a kitchen knife behind his waist. Li Long glanced back at Shao Ming, opened the door, and walked out. Descending the stairs to the street, there were still some pedestrians hurriedly carrying large and small bags. Apart from the black smoke rising in the distance and a few bloodstains on the road that had not yet been cleaned up, the scene did not feel much different from usual. Not far from the apartment was a fresh food supermarket, and the two decided to try their luck there first. The supermarket was still open, but the shelves were already in disarray, and an employee was standing at the door sweeping the floor. Seeing the two of them approach, the clerk waved his hand and said, "There's nothing left." "Aren't you going home?" Shao Ming asked. "I'm working." The clerk looked up at Shao Ming briefly, then continued sweeping the floor. Shao Ming didn't know what to say and could only leave together with Li Long. Most of the shops downstairs were already empty, or their doors were tightly shut, so the two could only explore farther away. Roar. A roar came from the upper floor of a house by the roadside, followed immediately by a woman's scream and a child's crying. The healthy people downstairs holding supplies heard the noise and all avoided it, fleeing from the place as if escaping. Shao Ming glanced at Li Long, whose face looked frighteningly grim. "Are you okay?" Shao Ming asked. No, I'm fine." Li Long said, "I don't have any symptoms of aftereffects right now, I'm fine, really. If you have any symptoms, please tell me, okay?" Shao Ming said, placing his hand on Li Long's shoulder. "If I change, remember to hit me on the head." Li Long was almost in tears. "Tell my mom I love her." Shao Ming shook Li Long and said, "At least you're still alive now. Have you forgotten what you often tell me? Your attitude towards life. Even if you are going to die tomorrow, you must live well today." Li Long could hardly hide the fear in his heart, but he still nodded and said, "Okay, live well." Stepping out of the neighborhood onto the main road, the street was clogged with vehicles stranded due to traffic control. Many people had already abandoned their cars and were walking away instead. At least for now, it still looks like there are many living people. "If you go north along the main road, there is a commercial district," Shao Ming said. Li Long nodded. That area had quite a few bars and nightclubs, as well as many shops. "We better hurry." Li Long looked around. Many people carrying bags like them were heading toward the city center. The further they went, the more chaotic the streets became, people running, blaring horns, and shattered glass from smashed shop windows along the roadside. Arriving near the commercial district, chaos was no longer an adequate description. Hundreds, even thousands, were looting various shops, some even banging on police cars trying to maintain order, attempting to drag the officers out. The two circled around to the other side, planning to enter through a locked alleyway. This was the back alley of the commercial street, where shops received their deliveries. Most store warehouses were located in this direction. Shao Ming pulled on the iron gate. It was locked and wouldn't open. Li Long looked at both sides of the iron gate, estimating it to be about 1.9 meters high. He patted Shao Ming and said, "It's not too high, we should be able to climb over it." After a short search, the two saw a shop with the warehouse back door wide open. With a try-it-out attitude, the two walked into the warehouse of this shop. A few people were squatting beside the shelves, unpacking boxes and stuffing the packaged food inside into their own bags. Seeing the two walk in, those few people only glanced once before continuing to stuff things into their own bags. The two quickly joined the ranks collecting supplies, unpacking the large boxes on the shelves and stuffing them into their backpacks. A commotion came from outside the door near the storefront of the warehouse, followed by someone starting to bang on the warehouse door. Several people who came in first had already run off, and the rest were preparing to make a break for it. This warehouse wasn't very big, and if the people outside rushed in, it was uncertain whether they could hold on to the things in their bags. "How much have you taken?" Shao Ming asked. "Almost done." Li Long slung the backpack on his back and grabbed a box of biscuits from the shelf, holding it in his arms. Seeing this, Shao Ming also picked up the nearest box in front of him and held it in his arms. The two quickly left the store's warehouse, climbed over the iron gate, and returned to the main road. "Look over there." Shao Ming gestured to Li Long to look across the street, where there happened to be a hardware store. "Let's go get some weapons." Just as the two were about to walk over, they saw the hardware store owner pulling down the rolling shutter. Shao Ming hurried over, threw the box in his arms to the side, and used his hands to hold up the rolling shutter. "No, we're closed, not selling anything anymore," the owner said, trying to press the shutter down. Li Long arrived at that moment and together with Shao Ming, they held it up with all their strength. "We'll trade with you," Shao Ming said, "I want a chainsaw." The shop owner inside hesitated for a moment and asked, "What will you trade with me?" Shao Ming felt the owner close the door with less force, so he quickly joined forces with Li Long to push the rolling shutter door open about half a person's height and slipped inside. Shao Ming kicked his box of food in front of the owner and said, "Is this enough?" The boss looked at the two of them, then glanced at another box behind Li Long, and said, 300 pounds, give me both boxes, and I'll trade for a chainsaw. Shao Ming was about to turn back and ask Li Long's opinion, but all he saw was him raising the baseball bat. The next second, the boss was bleeding from a head wound, collapsed to the ground, and passed out. Chapter 5 Evacuation News. Blending into the crowd, the two returned home and placed the looted items together with what they already had. A box of biscuits, a box of instant fried chicken cutlets, some nuts, and quite a bit of bread. Of course, there was also a chainsaw and 2 barrels of mixed engine oil. Shao Ming put the last pack of biscuits into the cabinet and said, if we ration these, they should last about 2 weeks. Li Long tilted his head and leaned against the sofa. He didn't speak, just picked up the remote and turned on the TV. Since the first case of human mania syndrome appeared a few days ago, similar incidents have been reported in many parts of the world. As of the time of this report, more than 1 million such cases have been confirmed. Famous athlete Mei Dong has been reported to have a relapse of flu aftereffects and is now bedridden. In the United States, tens of thousands gathered in front of the White House, hoping the government would respond to the zombie incidents. During the rally, more than 100 people were arrested by the government. Switching through several channels in a row, all were news about zombies. Li Long switched to the local TV drama channel, but the station that was supposed to be airing a soap opera at this time only showed a line of blue background white text notice and a voiceover without any emotion. The Manchester city government announced that after the plane crashed this afternoon, a curfew will be implemented citywide starting at 10 p.m. tonight. Citizens are requested to stay at home and keep doors and windows closed. If your family members, friends, or neighbors show any of the following symptoms, including weakness in limbs, blurred vision, loss of taste, please isolate them promptly and contact the authorities. If high fever or bleeding symptoms appear, please seek medical treatment immediately. Please note, the situation is still under control. All patients will be properly handled. Everyone is urged not to panic excessively and not to enter supermarkets or other places to loot supplies. For more information, please log into Twitter and follow the official city account. Shao Ming sat down and happened to hear the TV report, then picked up his phone and glanced at Twitter. The comments under the city government post had completely exploded. Some said the government was outright lying, some said their family members had already mutated, some said they themselves were starting to show symptoms, some were praying for God's protection, and some said the end of the world had come. Putting aside all the nonsense, Shao Ming noticed someone had created a topic called Manchester Survivors for information exchange. With a try-it-out attitude, Shao Ming clicked in. The tweets with the most posts under this topic were all about describing their own or their close ones' symptoms. Shao Ming put down his phone, saw Li Long was also looking at his phone, and asked, any news? In the international students' WeChat group, someone said that there might be an evacuation organized in a couple of days. Not long after the last pandemic began, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs launched a large-scale evacuation operation. Shao Ming left the UK at that time, otherwise, he might have been infected. That's good news, Shao Ming sat up straight as soon as he heard about the evacuation. The sooner I go home, the better, Li Long nodded, his expression relaxing considerably. If these variants were really related to the major outbreak 6 months ago, whether or not there was good medical support back home, he didn't want to die far from his homeland. Make another call home. Li Long said as he stood up and walked into his bedroom. Shao Ming looked at Li Long's back, wanting to speak but not knowing what to say. After the video connected, Shao Ming saw his mother's anxious face. I was just about to call you. The internet said a plane crashed where you are. Are you okay? I'm doing fine, Shao Ming said, patting his chest. A plane did crash down, but at least it was more than 10 kilometers away from us, so the impact isn't that big. It's just that the city has started a curfew. Are you short of food, drink, or supplies over there? What about medicine? Do you still have any? If not, hurry up and buy some. Shao Ming gave a bitter smile. Under the current circumstances, it couldn't really be called buying, everyone on the street was getting things for 0 yuan. But there was no need to worry his mother. Shao Ming said, we still have enough stuff. Just today, I went out with Li Long and bought a bunch of things. Don't worry. That's good. I also saw some videos, those foreigners looked like monsters, just like what you told me this morning. We still don't know what exactly is going on, Shao Ming said, some say it's related to the pandemic, but no official statement has been made. After asking a few more questions about the situation at home, Shao Ming asked his mother, how is the situation back home? His mother said, I haven't heard any news, but since yesterday several cities have been locked down again. The country was the first to experience large-scale infections. If these mutations are really related to the pandemic, then it should have already started domestically about half a month ago. But thinking about it, about a week ago, it seemed that cities in the country started to be locked down again. The official explanation was that the second wave of infections had arrived. Shao Ming quickly opened Twitter to check the news about the country. Several cities that were the worst hit during the major outbreak had entered lockdown. Ambulances and police cars were constantly moving through the cities, but the daily lives of ordinary people didn't seem to be greatly affected. There was no other news besides that. The most severely affected cities in the country only had tens of thousands infected. In a city with a population of tens of millions, it really might not be as serious as it is abroad. What's wrong? His mother asked when she saw Shao Ming was silent. It's nothing, Shao Ming said, you should stock up more supplies at home too. After talking with his mother for a while longer, Shao Ming hung up the phone. Li Long was still in the bedroom and hadn't come out. Shao Ming wanted to go in and check, but then decided against it. Maybe spending more time with family would help him feel better. Shao Ming walked to the window, intending to get some fresh air, but he heard occasional roars and screams, along with the continuous sound of sirens, so he had no choice but to shut the window tightly again. He picked up his phone and entered the WeChat group, where the overseas students had already erupted into chaos over the possible news of evacuation. Li Long also came out at this moment, and he looked much better. Just as everyone in the group was chattering noisily about the evacuation, a message suddenly appeared, interrupting all the conversations. I think I'm starting to show symptoms of after effects. Shao Ming put down his phone and said to Li Long, who was also looking at the messages, stop looking, want to eat something. Chapter 6, Situation Deteriorates. Heating oil in the pan, Shao Ming tore open a bag of thawed frozen steak and threw it into the skillet. The sizzling sound from the pan drowned out the noise outside the window. Li Long started switching TV channels again, but after several rounds, he still couldn't find a satisfactory program. Let's watch a few episodes of a TV drama, Shao Ming said as he flipped the steak in the pan. If the world really ends in a couple of days, we should at least have some spiritual life. You're right. Li Long turned off the TV and went into the bedroom to take out his tablet. How about The Walking Dead? Come on, we might soon be playing the real-life version, so let's not bother with the fake one. The two of them laughed, and the aroma of the steak gradually spread throughout the room. Time quickly reached 10 o'clock, and with the police cars broadcast and sporadic gunshots, the outside gradually grew quiet. Shao Ming and Li Long looked at each other, trying their best not to imagine what was really happening outside. We should go to the pharmacy tomorrow, Shao Ming said. We still need to stock up on some common medicines. If the evacuation back home is successful, then we won't need to, Li Long said. Prepare for both possibilities, Shao Ming paused, then continued, at worst, we just open the door, and whoever searches it can take whatever they find. Hopefully, the evacuation will be successful. Li Long took out his phone again, the group chat for overseas students had also quieted down, with no new information. Go to sleep. Shao Ming stood up, patted Li Long, and walked into his bedroom. Shao Ming lay in bed, unable to fall asleep at all. So much had happened today, there was an exam in the morning, and by the afternoon the city had already descended into a state of riot. The monster, the car accident, the plane crash, that baby's blood-red eyes were deeply imprinted in Shao Ming's heart. Just like at the very beginning of the pandemic, it came so suddenly, even more so in fact, the pandemic at least gave a month before spreading worldwide. Could it be that the hospital received so many patients with after effects and yet there was no news? Is the government completely unaware, or are they suppressing information to avoid panic? Or rather, is there any connection between the after effects and mutations? Can the survivors of the Great Flu be lucky enough to escape this crisis once again? I don't know how long Shao Ming had been lost in wild thoughts before he finally fell asleep. After an unknown amount of time, Shao Ming was awakened by the noisy sounds outside the window. Groggily, he fumbled for his phone, it was already 9 in the morning. Opening the door, he saw Li Long, who also had dark circles under his eyes. The two of them came to the window and looked outside. Not far away on the main road, a grand parade was marching forward. Faintly, some people can be seen holding signs that read, "We want the truth," and, "What happened to my family," and the like. There are also some protesters carrying various weapons on their backs, ranging from sticks to firearms. Shao Ming tugged at his hair, left the window, and went to the cabinet to take out 2 bags of cookies. With cola and the noise from outside the window, the two sat down at the dining table and began to eat breakfast. Do we need to fill the water completely? Li Long asked. I don't know. Shao Ming shook his head. If the city had completely collapsed now, it would be to prevent a sudden water outage one day, but it seems the city's public services are still running. To be safe, the two of them filled all the containers at home that could hold water. Now we have food, water, basic medicine, and weapons, Shao Ming said, but we might still need some antibiotics and painkillers. It's still better not to go out in this situation. Li Long opened his phone and continued browsing the news about the evacuation. The two stayed inside for a while longer, originally planning to wait until the parade dispersed before going out to try their luck, but unexpectedly, the sound of the parade outside grew louder, followed immediately by a burst of gunfire. Now it's settled, the parade and protest have directly turned into a civil war. You know, this is actually a good thing, Shao Ming said to Li Long, at least there are still so many people who can come out to protest. Maybe. Li Long said, or you could say it proves the government is still functioning, and the police are still working. A few minutes ago on the street, protesters were throwing bricks and homemade Molotov cocktails at the riot police, who responded with beanbag guns and tear gas. Just as everyone's attention was focused on the street at the front of the crowd, a man sitting by the roadside suddenly collapsed to the ground in pain. There were already quite a few people hit by tear gas, so this man lying on the ground didn't attract anyone's attention at all. After several dozen seconds, the man got up, and his eyes had already turned blood red. The parade was being pushed back step by the police, but the man charged straight at the riot police forming the shield wall. "Engage," shouted a riot police officer. His teammates immediately extended their beanbag guns from behind the shield wall and fired at the man. However, the man who should have fallen instead charged even more wildly towards the police line. The man's body slammed hard into the riot shield wall, and several police officers rushed over and fired tasers at him. The man's muscles immediately convulsed all over, and he fell to the ground twitching uncontrollably. Seeing that the man had lost the ability to move, a police officer immediately pulled out handcuffs and pressed them onto the man. Unexpectedly, the man suddenly unleashed an unimaginable strength, breaking free from the police's restraint and turning around to bite the policeman's hand. "Ah, damn it, I've been bitten." The bitten policeman was pounding the man's head, but the man not only refused to let go, he bit down even harder. Seeing the situation getting out of control, a policeman in the back row raised his rifle and fired a shot at the man's head. This finally had some effect, the man fell to the ground with a thud and stopped moving. Several teammates quickly helped the bitten police officer to the back of the group. "The police are killing people," someone shouted. Someone in the parade, upon hearing this, immediately drew a pistol from their waist and fired at the police. The ordinary riot shield made of acrylic panels couldn't stop the bullet at all. The 9mm pistol round directly penetrated a riot police officer's shield and just happened to hit his neck. "Officer down. Someone's fallen, medical. Where are the doctors?" Immediately, another bullet was fired from the crowd. "Return fire. Return fire," shouted a senior officer. "Who are we shooting at?" asked an officer. Several more bullets were fired, and the two policemen in the front row fell down. "Everyone. Anyone who can see someone with a gun." Chapter 7, Pharmacy Horror. An hour later, the street gradually quieted down. The police began clearing the bodies on the ground. Since the hospital had become a hotspot for mutants, many of the gunshot victims received no treatment at all and could only lie by the roadside waiting for their blood to dry. The two people still hiding in the apartment learned about the situation on the street a few hundred meters away entirely through videos on the internet. If it were any other time, videos of the marching crowd and riot police shooting at each other with lethal firepower would definitely ignite global public opinion. But today, all the major social platforms are filled with videos of conflicts and riots from various places. Some people rushed to the streets because their family members nearby mutated, some hoped the government would reveal the truth. Some went out after experiencing after effects themselves, and others wanted to blend into the marching crowd to loot supplies. Shao Ming clicked on a video, in which a doctor was desperately hiding in an office, saying goodbye to his family. "I don't know what to do. All my patients have mutated, they've gone mad, please everyone, don't come to the hospital anymore. My colleagues and I have done our best. The after effects are related to the mutations, really related, but some people have shown symptoms and haven't mutated yet, though they were bitten to death, bitten alive. Some normal people have already gone crazy. Alexia, I'm sorry, Dad can't come home to celebrate your birthday." The doctor began to cry helplessly, and the video ended there. Shao Ming exited the video, his heart filled with mixed emotions. It wasn't until noon that the streets returned to their normal appearance. Some residents had already left their homes, going out to search for supplies. "It's time to leave." Li Long slung his backpack over his shoulder and handed the other bag to Shao Ming. The place with the most pharmacies was near the Royal Manchester Hospital in the UK, which was closest to the apartment. Although the situation inside the hospital was still unclear, through videos shared by others, the two saw that the police had taken control of the hospital. This hospital, established in the 18th century, was now completely sealed off by the police. Since all the patrol officers had been reassigned to maintain public order, the police blocking the hospital were all fully armed SWAT officers. Of course, it is also possible that the firepower of the ordinary police is completely insufficient to deal with the situation of the hospital being breached. Several armored vehicles surrounded the hospital gate, and the special police all aimed their guns inside the hospital. Some people who seemed to be relatives of patients gathered on one side, praying that the special police could rush in and rescue their loved ones, while others excitedly demanded that the special police immediately clear out the entire hospital. The commander of the special police could only keep explaining that this was the situation in most major hospitals across the country now, and the orders from above were only to seal off the hospital, with no further action permitted. Through the hospital's glass door, Shao Ming saw the horrific scene inside. Endless mutants were crowding at the door, trying to break out, and some doctors in white coats had already been torn to pieces. Fortunately, the hospital's main entrance had been reinforced with steel bars by the police, and for now, it seemed the mutants inside couldn't break out. "Let's go," Shao Ming said, "let's try our luck near the hospital." Arriving at the main road, the situation here was even more appalling than yesterday. Almost every few steps, there was a bloodstain to be seen, and the abandoned vehicles on the road were either smashed or had some slogan scattered on them. Crossing the street, the two finally reached the first pharmacy. From here, they could already see the main building of Manchester Royal Hospital. Through the tightly closed door, Shao Ming only saw empty shelves. The two had no choice but to continue approaching the hospital. Shao Ming felt uneasy. If the mutants had broken through the police blockade, it would be a loss not worth the risk to be bitten to death over a few bottles of antibiotics. "Let me take a look at the situation." Shao Ming signaled Li Long to stop, then jumped onto the roof of a small vehicle to look ahead. The police had indeed set up a cordon at the hospital entrance, and the hospital gates had been sealed shut. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief, for now, it seemed the problem wasn't too serious. Right next to the blood donation center, directly opposite the hospital entrance, there was a fairly large pharmacy. The two of them jogged over to the pharmacy. Maybe it was because of the riot in the morning, or perhaps because there were thousands of mutants in the hospital across the street, but there weren't many people in the pharmacy now. The order in the drugstore was still relatively normal, perhaps because the SWAT team was right across the street, and the customers were all quietly selecting and paying at the shelves. As soon as he walked into the store, Shao Ming saw the owner leaning on the counter with his head down. Shao Ming said to Li Ming in Chinese, "The owner doesn't look very well." Li Long nodded and pulled the baseball bat from the hiking backpack, gripping it in his hand. "I'll go find some medicine." Shao Ming opened the hiking backpack and went to the rear shelf to look for antibiotics. "Ming." Just as Shao Ming was stuffing the hard-to-find antibiotics into the bag, he heard Li Long calling him loudly. Shao Ming hurried back to the counter and saw that the shop owner had already collapsed unconscious on the counter. "He suddenly just collapsed," Li Long said to Shao Ming, who had rushed over. "Are you okay?" A bold black guy reached out and patted the shop owner, but unexpectedly, the shop owner suddenly opened his mouth and bit down on the black guy's hand. "Damn it, hit him." Before Shao Ming could even shout, Li Long's baseball bat had already come down on the mutated shop owner's head. The mutated shopkeeper seemed stunned, and He Gu quickly withdrew his hand, scrambling away from the pharmacy. The shopkeeper angrily roared at Li Long and Shao Ming, then pushed off with both hands and directly flipped over the counter. The fluidity of this movement was completely different from the zombies in movies and TV shows. Li Long took a quick step forward and struck the mutated shopkeeper's head hard with a stick. The latter staggered back 2 steps, then quickly caught up again. "Damn!" Li Long hurriedly swung the baseball bat across, and the mutated shopkeeper bit down hard on the bat. Shao Ming took a kitchen knife from his waist and circled behind the shopkeeper from behind the shelves. Li Long was forced to retreat step by the shopkeeper, and the medicines on the shelves on both sides were all knocked down by the baseball bat. Shao Ming slashed fiercely at the back of the shopkeeper's neck. This strike cut off half of the shopkeeper's neck. The shopkeeper's body lost control and, relying on inertia, took 2 steps forward before collapsing to the ground. Chapter 8, The Marquillo Defense Line. The mutated shopkeeper's head was still attached to the body by a small piece of flesh. His blood-red eyes stared at the ground, and his mouth was still weakly clenching. "You bastard!" Li Long raised the baseball bat and struck the shopkeeper's head hard. Again and again, the shopkeeper's forehead was smashed in. "Young man! Put down your weapons. Two SWAT officers appeared at the pharmacy entrance, shouting at Li Long and Shao Ming. Li Long did not stop, he used all his strength to deliver the final blow. Bang! The shopkeeper's head was directly smashed by Li Long, bursting open like a watermelon. Li Long finally stopped, holding the baseball bat and gasping for breath. The smell of blood irritated Shao Ming's nostrils. He hurriedly picked up the backpack on the ground but saw that two police officers had already raised their weapons. Hey, hey, Shao Ming quickly raised both hands, signaling Li Long to drop the bat. We need to arrest you, sir, one of the police officers said to Li Long. Shao Ming hurriedly stepped in front of Li Long and asked, why? What did he do? He killed someone. This answer was unexpected to Shao Ming. How could that thing lying on the ground still be considered a person? Those are monsters, don't you know? Shao Ming asked. No, the orders above are to treat them as patients. Like the way you treated the people you shot on the street today. The sound of breaking glass came from the direction of the hospital, interrupting the conversation among the few. The four looked toward the sound and were surprised to see the glass upstairs shattered by the mutants, and one mutant fell directly from the upper floor. Immediately after came the second one, then the third, and more mutants rushed out from the fourth floor. Some fell headfirst to their deaths, while many others staggered to their feet and headed toward the SWAT line. The steel bars sealing the door were now just for show. Fortunately, the fourth floor was high enough that many mutants broke their legs and could only hobble forward. Oh no, the SWAT captain hurriedly ordered, open fire at will. Stop them. In an instant, the sound of gunfire erupted all around. Those slow-moving mutants were no match for the submachine guns and rifles, the mutants rushing down fell in swathes like grass being cut. The two SWAT officers blocking Li Long and Shao Ming no longer paid attention to them and immediately returned to their battle positions. What are you still looking at? Run quickly. Shao Ming grabbed the stunned Li Long and took off running. Just as the two hadn't run far, a SWAT officer accidentally broke the glass of the main gate. Now it's all over, the mutants frantically squeezed through the steel bars and charged towards the SWAT officers. Several SWAT officers quickly turned their guns around, trying to block the gap in the gate. However, many mutants had already squeezed out of the gate and rushed towards the SWAT officers. Reload. The SWAT team fired alternately, yet an endless stream of mutants kept pouring out of the hospital. Block the main gate. Use vehicles, quickly use vehicles to block the main gate, the SWAT captain shouted. A SWAT member closest to the armored vehicle didn't hesitate, jumped onto the vehicle, started the engine, and charged straight at the main gate. The armored vehicle ran over several mutants and slammed hard against the main gate. The temporarily welded rebar was instantly bent by the impact, and two vertical rebars were directly broken, but this also successfully and temporarily blocked the main gate. The SWAT officer driving immediately crawled toward the back of the vehicle and opened the rear door, intending to jump out. However, as he pushed open the rear door, a mutant jumped down from upstairs and landed on the roof of the vehicle. The mutant flipped through the open firing port on the roof and grabbed the SWAT officer's foot. The officer pulled out his pistol and fired several shots at the mutant's head. Just as he turned around to escape, several mutants had already blocked the vehicle door. The pistol's magazine quickly ran dry, and several mutants climbed into the armored vehicle. The brave sacrifice of this team member seemed to have stopped the advance of the mutants. Many SWAT team members had already drawn their pistols and started shooting, while mutants kept pouring out continuously from upstairs. Before the large-scale mutation occurred, there were at least thousands of people piled up inside the hospital, and now most of them have mutated. In the midst of the fierce battle, no one noticed that the 9-ton armored vehicle was actually being pushed by hundreds of mutants piled up on the first floor. A mutant squeezed out from the gap that had been pushed open and charged towards the SWAT team members. I'm out of bullets. I still have 2. The SWAT team members watched the mutant getting closer and closer, and some had already drawn their batons and knives. Get in the car, retreat. Tell Team B and Team C, the main gate has been breached, retreat immediately. The SWAT captain jumped into the police car and shouted to the remaining team members, retreat quickly, contact headquarters, the Royal Hospital has been breached, lock down this area. The SWAT team members quickly got into the nearest police cars. The only remaining armored vehicle floored the accelerator, directly crashing through the vehicles blocking the road, and fled with the remaining police cars. Without the SWAT team's blockade, the mutants poured out of the hospital wildly, starting to sprint through the streets in search of food. Those who couldn't run fast enough all became a feast for the mutants. At that moment, Li Long and Shao Ming happened to run to the foot of the apartment building. Hearing the gunfire stop, Shao Ming could only think in the worst possible way, the hospital must have been breached. The two quickly ran back home and locked the door tightly. Shao Ming didn't even take off his bag and immediately ran to the window to look outside. About a dozen mutants ran down the street. One person happened to slip into the street below Shao Ming's apartment building. Seeing Shao Ming looking out, he hurriedly shouted to him, "Save me! Save me!" Shao Ming looked behind him, and several mutants were rushing after that person. Shao Ming didn't even think twice and directly closed the window. If he went to save him now, he was afraid he wouldn't be able to keep his own life. Shao Ming could only apologize to this person in his heart. I hope he wasn't just looking at me. Shao Ming thought. What's wrong? Li Long asked, seeing Shao Ming's expression. It's nothing. Shao Ming took off his backpack, feeling his hands trembling. Li Long threw his backpack onto the sofa and walked into the bathroom carrying a baseball bat covered in blood. Shao Ming looked at Li Long, who was now silent and taciturn, then glanced at his own hands. In just a day or two, it seemed both of them had been completely changed. Chapter 9, Missing the Evacuation. Due to an emergency at the pharmacy, the two only brought back a few bottles of antibiotics. Shao Ming returned to the window and saw several mutants crouched together, gnawing on a corpse. He wasn't sure if it was the person who had just called for his help. Shao Ming shook his head, hoping it wasn't. But he always felt a voice inside blaming himself. Perhaps after watching similar videos online, Shao Ming would have firmly believed that he would rush out to save people, but when the incident actually happened right before his eyes, he almost instinctively avoided it, both in action and mentally. Today was the first time the two had such close contact with the mutants. Unlike the zombies in traditional cultural works, these mutants were exceptionally agile and fast. In some aspects, they even slightly surpassed humans. Fortunately, there had been plenty of bloody scenes both in reality and online over the past 2 days, so Shao Ming didn't vomit in the pharmacy. Li Long sat on the sofa, staring blankly at his baseball bat. Shao Ming took a can of beer out of the fridge and handed it to Li Long, who took it and poured it straight into his mouth. Drink slower. Cough, cough. Li Long spat out a mouthful of beer and wiped his mouth. Neither of them said anything more. Shao Ming pulled out his phone and checked the messages in the international students group. The group chat for international students was flooded with countless messages again, but this time they were all about packing up and arranging transportation. Shao Ming hurriedly scrolled through the messages, and a piece of news that both of them had been eagerly awaiting appeared before his eyes. The embassy in the UK has announced that the evacuation plan will be launched soon to evacuate Chinese citizens in the shortest possible time. Look at this, Shao Ming said excitedly to Li Long, we can go home. What? Li Long hurriedly grabbed his phone and checked the message together with Shao Ming. Opening the embassy's tweet, the two searched for evacuation news about Manchester. Chinese citizens in Liverpool, Manchester, and Leeds are requested to go to Manchester Airport before 1 p.m. local time tomorrow. It's time to set off. Shao Ming could hardly contain his excitement as he said to Li Long, did you see? Be at the airport before 1 p.m. tomorrow. Li Long finally regained some of his spirit. He nodded happily, no matter when, going home was always something that made people feel joyful. Shao Ming glanced at the time, it was already 5 o'clock. We'll set off early tomorrow morning, Shao Ming said. The two quickly began packing. Shao Ming put some food and drinks into his backpack and lifted the chainsaw by the sofa. The distance from the apartment to Manchester Airport is about 15 kilometers, and no one can guarantee that we won't encounter other mutants along the way. Various messages online and what we saw with our own eyes today indicate that normal people and mutants are now mixed together in the city, and as time goes on, there are fewer normal people and more mutants. 15 kilometers, it will take at least 3 hours, Li Long said. If we leave at 7, we should definitely reach the airport before 12. Leave at 6 o'clock, Shao Ming said. The two spent the night with excited hearts, even preparing a feast. Going out to find medicine was really a wrong decision. Li Long said. Shao Ming recalled how Li Long had smashed the shop owner's head and could only say, we can go home soon. After a satisfying meal and a phone call with their family, the two went to bed early. It seemed as if everything that had happened in the past 2 days was just a dream, all the horror, panic, and anxiety would be cast aside. Shao Ming finally had a peaceful sleep, but in the night, faint sounds of rumbling and gunfire could be heard. Early the next morning, the two of them set out fully prepared. Shao Ming opened the window to take a look. Downstairs was only a mutilated corpse left, and the mutated creatures from yesterday had long since disappeared. The two cautiously walked onto the street. The entire street was very quiet, as if everyone was hiding at home, afraid to come out. However, when they stepped onto the main road, they witnessed a scene of despair. Hundreds of mutants were wandering the streets, obviously the batch that had broken through the street yesterday. Further ahead was a barricade made up of heavy truck containers and police buses. Because the Manchester Royal Hospital was breached yesterday, the entire neighborhood around the hospital has been completely sealed off. The police force is now insufficient to clear the numerous mutants. Not only have many officers died in riot control and lockdown duties, but many police themselves are experiencing relapses of their after-effects. The police can only isolate all the neighborhoods around large hospitals, as these large hospitals are concentrated areas of mutants. Since the lockdown was carried out at night, the two of them didn't check the news after waking up and had no idea they were already inside the lockdown zone. More importantly, the Manchester city government did not issue any notice before the lockdown. Only a few sleepless netizens and residents near the lockdown line saw the process and took photos to upload. The famished mutants saw the two fools walking onto the main street and all of them charged wildly towards the two. The two immediately turned and ran towards the apartment. They had no idea that the situation on the street had already deteriorated to this extent. The two rushed into the apartment and locked the front door on the first floor. A few of the fastest mutants directly slammed into the door, baring their bloodthirsty jaws and roaring at the two inside the stairwell. Seeing that the main gate temporarily blocked the mutants, the two hurriedly ran towards the house. Back home, the two pushed a lot of furniture against the main gate, while dozens of mutants had already gathered downstairs. Li Long said anxiously, "Quick, call the Ministry of Foreign Affairs." Shao Ming trembled as he fumbled for a long time before finally pulling his phone out of his pocket. After pressing several times in a row, Shao Ming finally dialed the correct phone number and connected to the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, but all he heard was a cold female voice. Shao Ming, in disbelief, hung up and dialed again, but no matter how many times he called, it was always that same cold female voice. "Always busy," Shao Ming said tremblingly. Li Long collapsed to the ground in despair and slowly said, "We can't leave anymore." Chapter 10 Neighbors. Shao Ming said, "Cheer up, it's still early, and it's not completely hopeless." Li Long almost shouted with a sob, "A way. Why don't you go ask the dozens of zombies downstairs if they have a way?" Shao Ming looked at the time. It was only 6:30. "Maybe they will disperse soon," Shao Ming said. "Impossible." Li Long murmured, "Head down, I don't want to die. We can't go back. I don't want to die. There are so many international students around the school, what about inside the school? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs wouldn't just ignore us, right? The embassy will find a way, won't they?" Li Long looked up and shouted at Shao Ming, "Don't you understand the situation? Even if the Ministry of Foreign Affairs had incredible power, could they send a whole division to escort us out? The Ministry of Foreign Affairs can't do anything, we have to rely on ourselves, there will always be a way." Li Long suddenly stood up and shouted at Shao Ming, "The police have already sealed off our entire area, you saw it too. Even if we can break through hundreds of zombies, how are you going to climb over the high wall built by the police?" Shao Ming was startled, but he continued, "There must be a gap, there must be a gap. There are so many alleys nearby, how could the police have sealed off every single one? One night? I don't believe it." Shao Ming went on, "If you don't want to die, find a way. If you want to go home, find a way. What's the use of being passive here?" Bang bang bang. The door was being hammered fiercely. The two immediately fell silent. Shao Ming cautiously approached the door, lying on the sofa blocking it, and peered outside through the peephole. It wasn't zombies outside the door, but Braden, who lived next door. "Asian pigs, open the door quickly. What good deed have you done? I know it was you." Braden angrily pounded on the door. Seeing him take 2 steps back, Shao Ming pulled a black object from his waist. Shao Ming took a closer look and found it was actually a handgun. "He has a gun," Shao Ming said to Li Long. Outside the door, Braden kept shouting, "Open the door, I know you're inside. Don't hide in there silently. If you have the ability to lure zombies, why can't you open the door?" Shao Ming saw Braden raise the gun in his hand, aiming at the main door. He quickly stepped back 2 paces, moving away from behind the door. "Open the door for me. I'm going to throw you down to feed the zombies." Bang! The gunshot rang out, a bullet piercing straight through the wooden door and into the house. Both of them were startled, they didn't expect Braden to actually shoot. "Calm down. Calm down." Shao Ming shouted outside the door, "If you have something to say, say it properly." "What did you say?" "I want both of you to go down now and clear out the zombies at the door." Braden responded, "Or I'll come in myself and force you down." Put your guns down first. Shao Ming shouted, put your guns down and then we'll talk. Open the door. Bryden knocked on the door again, if I don't force you with guns, you'll just keep hiding back here. Just as the words fell, another bullet was fired inside. Open the door and get out, or I guarantee I'll smash this rotten door of yours. Hey, I'm going to open the door, Shao Ming said to Li Long. Are you crazy? Li Long said to Shao Ming, open the door and let him in to kill us. If we don't open the door, are we just going to wait for him to keep shooting and attract more zombies? Shao Ming retorted, if we open the door, we still have a chance. If we don't, this madman will keep shooting inside. As if to confirm Shao Ming's words, 2 more bullets came flying in. Shao Ming now had only one thought in his mind, only face to face would there be a chance. What do you want to do? Li Long asked. I don't know, Shao Ming replied, but I don't think he means to kill us. How do you know? Li Long asked, if you open the door and he shoots, we're all done for. Listen, Shao Ming said, there's no other way now. Open the door, you hide in the shadows, and you can still take him out. If you don't open it, he'll break the door or attract more zombies, and everyone will be doomed. Li Long shook his head in disbelief, grabbed the baseball bat, and stood behind the door. Hey! Shao Ming shouted outside the door, don't shoot yet, I'll open the door, and we'll deal with the problem downstairs. Then hurry up and open it. Britton shouted, and then get the hell downstairs. Better yet, get out of the apartment after cleaning up. The gunfire outside did indeed stop. Shao Ming glanced at Li Long and pushed aside the sofa at the door. His mind was completely blank now, utterly unprepared for what was about to happen. Shao Ming held his breath and opened the door. Britton immediately raised the gun in his hand and aimed it at Shao Ming. Looking at the dark muzzle of the gun, Shao Ming felt his legs trembling. Now, Bryden waved the gun in his hand and said, go with your friends and take care of all the zombies downstairs. Okay, Shao Ming raised his hands and took 2 steps back, you have to let us grab some weapons, right? Seeing Shao Ming step back, Bryden also took 2 steps forward, where's your friend? Tell him to come out too. It was precisely because Britton took 2 steps forward that his hand just reached inside the door. Li Long seized the opportunity and struck down with a stick. Your father is here. Britton was hurt by this sudden blow, but since it hit his forearm, he did not let go of the gun in his hand. Countless action movie scenes flashed through Shao Ming's mind, and his instinctive reaction was not to dodge, but to rush forward and grab the gun in Britton's hand. Bryden was already dazed from the blow, and the distance between the two was not far. By the time he came to his senses, Shao Ming had already tossed the gun in his hand aside. Bryden gritted his teeth against the intense pain, holding tightly to the gun, but Shao Ming suddenly pulled back, dragging Bryden entirely into the room. Seeing this, Li Long raised his baseball bat and swung it toward Bryden's head. Bryden's head took a heavy blow, and he instinctively pulled the trigger, a bullet bursting out of the chamber. The bullet hit the ground, deflected at an angle, and struck straight into Li Long's inner thigh. Chapter 11, Gunshot Wound. Bryden covered his blood-soaked head, took 2 steps back, and fell to the ground. Dog Angsa. Li Long cursed, just about to step forward and kick Bryden on the ground, but his legs suddenly went weak and he collapsed. Shao Ming hurriedly supported Li Long and looked down, only to find that blood was flowing out of Li Long's leg. Due to the adrenaline surge, Li Long didn't even realize he had been shot. You've been shot, you've been shot. Shao Ming quickly helped Li Long sit down on a nearby sofa, blood had already soaked a large patch of Li Long's pants. You bastard, you actually hit me. Li Long said, a wave of pain surged up, and he felt that the left leg that was shot no longer belonged to him. Don't talk, lie still. Shao Ming hurriedly went to look for bandages. Fortunately, he had organized things these past 2 days, and the medicines were neatly placed in the cabinet. Shao Ming took out a roll of bandages from the cabinet, along with a bottle of alcohol and painkillers. Given the current situation, this was the best emergency treatment they could manage for now. Take off your pants. Shao Ming said to Li Long. Seeing Li Long in that state again, he had no choice but to do it himself. It hurts, it hurts. Hold on a bit. Shao Ming pulled down Li Long's pants slightly, and a conspicuous wound immediately appeared before Shao Ming's eyes. Bear with it, I'm going to disinfect the wound. Shao Ming glanced at Li Long, who was sweating profusely, picked up a pillow from the sofa and handed it to Li Long, saying, bite down if it hurts, it'll be over soon. Shao Ming opened the alcohol spray. He wasn't sure if this was the right way to treat it, but he thought it shouldn't be much different from how he usually handled injuries from playing ball. Moreover, he had no way to remove the bullet inside the wound. Shao Ming opened the alcohol spray and sprayed it onto the wound. The intense pain almost made Li Long faint, but fortunately, it only lasted a few seconds. Shao Ming then wetted a tissue with alcohol and cleaned around the wound. Lucky, it didn't hit the artery, Shao Ming said. Although the wound on Li Long's leg was gruesome, the amount of bleeding suggested the artery was not damaged. Shao Ming picked up the bandage and wrapped Li Long's wound. Fresh blood was still seeping out, but it seemed to have stopped. You lie still and don't move, keep an eye on the wound, Shao Ming said to Li Long. I'll go check the situation downstairs. Shao Ming came to the window and looked down. The number of mutants gathered together had increased again. It was all thanks to Bridan firing those few shots. Now, whether the door downstairs could hold was a problem. Shao Ming turned around again and found Bridan still lying at the door. That's true, after being hit on the head with a blunt weapon, he couldn't run anywhere. Almost forgot about you, Shao Ming said, walking over to Bridan and picking up the gun. Shao Ming immediately recognized this as a SIG Sauer P320 pistol, 9x19mm caliber with a standard 15-round magazine. Although Shao Ming had never played at a shooting range, the weight in his hand was still substantial. Shao Ming disengaged the safety and clipped the gun to his waist. He grabbed the already unconscious Bridan and dragged him into his own room. Shao Ming put Bridan down and looked around Bridan's room. His room was very messy, with clothes and empty bottles everywhere. The most eye-catching thing was a photo placed in the center of the room. In the photo, the young Bridan was hugging a black girl and smiling, and between them was a very young black child. All right, Shao Ming said to the still unconscious Bridan, it seems your ex-wife hurt you badly. Shao Ming looked at Bridan lying on the ground and decided to drag him into the bedroom. Moving an unconscious person was much harder than Shao Ming had imagined. After finally getting Bridan onto the bed, Shao Ming saw 2 magazines and a box of bullets by the head of the bed. All right, thank you, I'll take this as a reward, Shao Ming said, putting the magazine and bullets into his pocket. Before going home, Shao Ming held up his pistol and went down the hallway to the first floor. The main door was not completely sealed, the upper part was designed with hollow patterns. The mutants outside became even more agitated when they saw a living person approaching. Fortunately, the old building's main door was still sturdy and had not deformed under the pressure from the mutants. To be safe, Shao Ming dragged some nearby trash to block the doorway. After finishing all this, Shao Ming returned home and locked the door. Where did you go? Li Long asked. Brought back some gifts. Shao Ming threw the magazine and bullets from his bag onto the table and said to Li Long, go lie down on the bed. Shao Ming helped Li Long into the room and lay him down. Li Long wiped the sweat from his face and said to Shao Ming. Do you think I'm not far from death? Shao Ming sat down beside Li Long, took out the gun from his waist, held it in his hand, and replied, why are you saying such negative things again? You didn't even hit your heart, liver, spleen, stomach, or lungs. Shao Ming pulled the slide back and ejected the bullet inside. In this situation, let's not talk about whether I'll turn into one of those monsters outside. I can't even leave here with this leg, and I don't even know if I'll die because of this. This little injury, Shao Ming said with a smile, do you not trust my bandaging skills or don't you trust yourself? Li Long also laughed but said nothing. Shao Ming pulled back the quilt and took a look, the bleeding seemed to have stopped. I realize I can't let you be idle. Why do you like to overthink whenever you have nothing to do? Li Long chuckled twice and said, isn't everyone like this when they're bored? Shao Ming shook his head, took the bullets out of the bullet case, and stuffed them into the magazine. I want to make a call home, Li Long said. Shao Ming looked up at Li Long's pale face and said, I suggest you wait a while before calling, or should I make the call for you? Li Long shook his head. Although he hadn't seen his own complexion, it must have been terrible. It was better not to let his family worry too much. No need, let's talk about it later. Shao Ming nodded and said, the bullet is still in the leg. We have to remove it. Chapter 12, The Patient on the Rooftop. Shao Ming loaded the magazine with bullets and inserted it into the pistol. Now he had to think about what to do in the days ahead. Li Long had an injury on his leg, the block was sealed off again, there was a group of famished mutants downstairs, and across the street lived a not-so-friendly neighbor. We will go home, Shao Ming said to Li Long, there's always a way. You just rest well for now. Where are you going? Li Long asked when he saw Shao Ming trying to get up and leave. To check the situation, Shao Ming said, or to see if I can find a way to get you to the airport. Li Long didn't know what to say. He nodded and replied, I'll continue contacting the embassy to see if they have any solutions. All right. Shao Ming tucked his gun at his waist and said, I'll go check the main door first, then take a look at the rooftop. Shao Ming walked to the door, then turned back to Li Long and said, I'll have the key and we'll be back soon. If someone else knocks, send me a message. Be careful. Li Long said, I don't want you to die before I do. You won't die, and neither will I, Shao Ming said. We will go home together. Leaving Li Long's bedroom, Shao Ming took out his phone and checked the time. It was almost 7:30. He quickly thought about how to get to the airport. Given Li Long's current condition, a vehicle was definitely necessary. But even with a vehicle, was the road situation really suitable for driving? Secondly, I still need to figure out how to deal with the group of monsters downstairs. Should I lure them away? Or find a way to take them all out? More importantly, how to accomplish all this within the remaining 6 hours. Shao Ming felt like his head was about to explode. At the stair corner on the second floor, Shao Ming cautiously took a glance. The mutants were still gathered outside the main door, banging on it. Fortunately, the main gate was still the same, standing firm and unmoved. Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief and quickly pulled back to go upstairs. Upon reaching the top floor, he found that the door leading to the rooftop, which was usually tightly locked, was slightly ajar. The key to the rooftop door should be kept by the building manager, but since the manager was often absent, the rooftop key was always locked in the guard room on the first floor. If it were in normal times, he might not have cared about such a trivial matter at all, but in the current situation, he couldn't afford not to be more cautious. Shao Ming lowered his steps and drew the pistol at his waist. Although he was carrying Li Long's baseball bat, Shao Ming still felt that the thing in his hand was more effective. He held the baseball bat in his left hand and the pistol in his right, cautiously making his way toward the rooftop. Slowly pushing open the rooftop door, Shao Ming saw a scene that caught him completely off guard. A simple shed had been set up on the rooftop, and under the shed were some daily necessities such as pots, bowls, pans, and bedding. A man was kneeling beside the makeshift bed, tightly holding the hand of the woman lying on it. The man's attention seemed entirely focused on the woman in front of him, completely unaware of Shao Ming's arrival. Hey! Shao Ming spoke. The man was startled and quickly shielded the woman behind him, asking, Who are you? How did you get in? The man's face was full of exhaustion. Shao Ming glanced at the woman behind him. She seemed very ill, her face pale, lying on the bed struggling to breathe. Seeing Shao Ming looking at the woman behind him, the man quickly said, she's fine, she's just a little uncomfortable. Why are you here? Shao Ming asked. He had thought the two were homeless or something like that, but their clothes were fairly clean, and the things they used didn't seem to be picked up from the street. The man seemed a bit reluctant to speak. He changed the subject, answer my question first. Who are you, and how did you get up here? I live downstairs, why can't I come up? Shao Ming said, now it's your turn to answer me. The man saw the gun in Shao Ming's hand, stammered, and said softly, she is sick, we're kicked out. Roommate? Shao Ming asked. It was my parents. What's wrong with her? Shao Ming asked the man. The man hurriedly and anxiously explained, she's fine, nothing's wrong, really. Before Shao Ming could speak, the man suddenly knelt down. Please, don't kill her. I heard gunshots. Did you kill someone downstairs? Please, don't kill her. I'll give you anything. Shao Ming looked at the gun in his hand, realizing the man had misunderstood him. He paused for a moment and said to the man, I heard the gunshots too. I just came out to check and make sure everyone is okay. All right. The man said, all right. I hope everyone is fine. Do you mind if I take a look? Shao Ming asked. No. I don't mind. The man suddenly remembered something and added, just don't look at her. What exactly is wrong with her? Shao Ming asked. She's sick, I told you she's sick. The man shouted, then immediately lowered his voice, I'm sorry. She's just sick. Although he didn't know what illness the woman had, Shao Ming could only prepare for the worst, she was very likely suffering from after effects. A sudden thought flashed through his mind, take out the pistol and shoot the woman dead. Shao Ming shook his head, at least this woman was still alive for now. He ignored the man and walked straight toward the edge of the rooftop. Across the street, the once bustling campus was now completely silent, while the distant city was shrouded in thick smoke, with occasional gunshots echoing from time to time. However, Shao Ming discovered that from the rooftop terrace of their building, he could climb onto the roof, allowing him to directly walk to the roof of another building. Shao Ming thought that walking on the rooftops was at least safer than passing through the horde of zombies on the ground. Chapter 13 Console 1. Shao Ming threw the baseball bat onto the roof, clipped the pistol to his waist, and prepared to see if he could climb up onto the roof. He glanced back at the man, who then crouched down beside the woman again. After confirming that the man wouldn't suddenly jump up and stab him from behind, Shao Ming shook his head and grabbed the edge of the roof. He pulled himself up with force, stepping on the wall to climb onto the roof. Because the two buildings had different architectural styles, the roof was exactly level with the rooftop of the neighboring building. Shao Ming climbed onto the neighboring building, which was also the rooftop of an apartment. He walked to the edge of the rooftop, where only a 2-meter-wide alley separated it from the other building. If you keep walking forward along this road, you can also reach the edge of the street. However, the awkward part is that Shao Ming's row of apartment buildings is separated from the other apartment buildings. Even if you can walk to the road by the street, you still have to find a way to cross a road to get to the rooftop near the main road. Shao Ming shook his head. This way definitely won't work. He wandered around the rooftop again and suddenly discovered that the back street side of this building had an external fire escape ladder, which could lead directly down to the parking lot behind the building. After all, the apartment has only one entrance and exit. Going from the rooftop to the neighboring building and then down is also a viable escape route. The premise is how to carry Li Long, who has an injured leg, up here. Shao Ming returned to his own rooftop, picked up the baseball bat, and climbed down. The woman lying on the bed turned her head to look at Shao Ming, her eyes seemingly pleading as she said, "End my life." A thought flashed through Shao Ming's mind again, to take out this woman, and if necessary, take out the man as well. If the woman was a late-stage infection, it was very likely that there were 2 infected people on the rooftop when it was necessary to leave. But he couldn't do that, he didn't even know what disease the woman had, and he couldn't bring himself to harm a living person. Just as he opened the door, Li Long's voice came through. "Ming. Is that you? Come over and take a look at this." "It's me." Shao Ming turned around and locked the door, then pushed the sofa over to block the main entrance. In the bedroom, Li Long was tapping away on his laptop. "What's wrong?" Shao Ming asked. "There's news from the embassy." Shao Ming hurriedly asked, "Is there any news?" "What did they say?" "About 1/5 of the people trapped like us are in this situation. Today's flight will still take off on time, but they are contacting the British side to see how they can get us out." "I told you, there must be a way." Shao Ming said excitedly, "The embassy won't give up on us. There has to be some hope, right?" Li Long said, "I quite envy your mindset." "Jealous, huh?" Shao Ming said with a smile, "Learn from me. Get lost." Shao Ming glanced at the time. It was already 8 o'clock. "Want to eat something?" "Anything is fine, whatever to eat is okay." Shao Ming stirred the cod and chips in the pan. All he wanted now was to get home quickly. And no matter what, even if the embassy didn't come to pick them up, he was going home. After preparing breakfast, Shao Ming took out his phone and sent a few messages to his family. It was now midday Beijing time, but his family still hadn't replied. Maybe they didn't see it. Shao Ming comforted himself. Shao Ming brought the breakfast into Li Long's room and sat down beside him. "The embassy sent me a message." Li Long turned the computer around to show Shao Ming. "They told us to email Consul Wang at the Manchester consulate if we have any problems later on." "Consul Wang," Shao Ming said, "let's send him an email later and explain our situation in detail." Li Long nodded, set the computer aside, and started eating his breakfast. "Any other news?" Shao Ming asked. "There is indeed a lot of news, a whole bunch online, but it's all bad news." Li Long paused for a moment, then continued, "From what we can see, the order in the city has collapsed. There are only a few doctors left, many police and firefighters have started falling ill, and the government's call is for everyone to take up arms to protect themselves. The UK, France, Germany, the US, Russia, Canada, these countries are basically in the same situation." "What about domestically?" Shao Ming asked, "What's the situation at home?" "It's much better compared to us," Li Long said. "Most places have reported news of mutants, but they are basically under control. No matter what, we have to go back." Shao Ming sighed. "I haven't shown any symptoms of after effects yet," Li Long said, chewing on the fries. "Maybe the after effects don't affect everyone. There was never any evidence to fully prove a connection between the two, most of it is just speculation," Shao Ming said half reassuringly, not sure if he was comforting Li Long or himself. Shao Ming grabbed a piece of cod and stuffed it into his mouth, then pulled out his phone and opened the International Students Group chat. The number of people speaking in the group has decreased quite a bit compared to a few days ago, and most of those still speaking are the ones not in the lockdown zone, preparing to head to the airport. Several students are discussing how to get to the airport, though no one knows which area they live in. I really should have moved to a different apartment back then. After leaving the WeChat group, Shao Ming opened Twitter and clicked on the topic, Manchester survivors. The topic has become even more chaotic. It feels like after what happened these past 2 days, many people are facing a mental breakdown. Praying to God, those who say they have symptoms, wailing and crying in videos, and some even hosting naked parties on live streams. But the most popular post is one called, Survivor Today. Shao Ming took a closer look. It roughly says that those who are still alive and symptom-free should reply in the comments. Already 12,000 people have commented and replied below. Usually, having dozens of replies on topics related to the city is quite good, so it seems there are still quite a few survivors. Shao Ming thought for a moment and still pressed a 1 inside. Suddenly, the sound of glass breaking came from outside the window, sounding very close. Chapter 14 The Jumper. Shao Ming hurried to the window to check the situation and saw a person on the opposite building break the glass and stand on the windowsill. The person didn't look very old, just barely of age. Before Shao Ming could react, the person leapt directly, jumping down from the 7th floor. Bang, the person hit the ground with a dull thud, struggled a couple of times, and then went still. The woman's cries came from upstairs. Shao Ming followed the sound and saw a middle-aged couple crying and shouting in pain by the window. After a while, a group of mutants crawled out of the alley and pounced on the person, starting to gnaw on him. Shao Ming took 2 steps back. Although he had seen scenes like this in the past 2 days, seeing someone being devoured alive still made him feel sick. What's going on? Li Long asked. Someone jumped off a building. Shao Ming replied. Zombies? Li Long asked, recalling what he saw at the hospital yesterday. No. It seems the people are still normal. Shao Ming shook his head and said, I really don't know what exactly is going on. Maybe they couldn't take it anymore, feeling that all of this is unreal. Li Long said. Shao Ming looked out the window again. All of this truly felt so unreal. Upstairs across the street, the woman was still crying incessantly, while the man beside her was struggling to persuade her to go inside. Judging by their ages, these two were probably the parents of the person who had just jumped. The mutants downstairs were enjoying their feast, completely uninterested in the crying sounds from upstairs. That was probably the mother's woman sitting helplessly on the ground, while the man tightly held his wife in his arms beside her. However, the mother suddenly broke free from her husband's embrace and, without a second thought, jumped down the stairs. The mutants were feasting happily when another banquet was delivered from the sky. Oh my, Shao Ming was stunned. What's wrong now? Li Long asked. It seems, his wife also jumped down. Sigh. Li Long sighed, how did the world come to this? The man upstairs knelt down in despair. Shao Ming found it hard to imagine his feelings. Losing both his wife and child within minutes was utterly devastating. There have been far too many sudden partings between life and death these past 2 days. The man swayed as he stood up and turned to walk into the room. Shao Ming stood by the window, watching the mutants gnawing on the bodies of the mother and child. The bloody smell attracted even more mutants, and what Shao Ming hadn't expected was that some mutants even came out or climbed out from nearby buildings. However, in less than a minute, the man's figure appeared at the entrance of the stairwell. He held a wooden stick in his left hand and a kitchen knife in his right, roaring as he charged at the mutants gnawing on the corpses of his wife and children. He was like a war god, swinging the weapons in his hands. Seeing someone disturb their feast, the mutants all surged toward the man. With one strike, he sent a charging mutant flying. The kitchen knife in the man's hand landed directly on another mutant's head. The mutant struck had half its face blown off and collapsed to the ground, motionless. The man struck another mutant on the shoulder with his knife, but the blade got stuck in the mutant's flesh. As the man was about to pull the knife out, more mutants surged forward. Shao Ming closed the window, and the man's screams pierced through the glass into their ears. Li Long opened his mouth, but without asking, he could already guess what had happened. Switched to another one, Shao Ming said, not a bad trade to die for. Neither of them spoke again. 2 hours passed just like that. Shao Ming leaned back in his chair, refreshing Twitter over and over, hoping to find some useful information. I finished writing it, Li Long said, handing the computer to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took it and glanced over it. It was an email to Consul Wang. He skimmed through it briefly and found no major issues. Send it to the consulate. Shao Ming said, hopefully, there will be good news. Li Long took back the laptop, carefully double-checked the email address several times, and then clicked send. Outside the window, it had started to drizzle at some unknown time, and the weather gradually turned gloomy. Shao Ming stood up and went to the window. Downstairs in the building opposite, there was nothing left but a pile of bones and bloodstains. The mutants had wandered off somewhere unknown. Shao Ming walked over to the living room window and looked out at the street. Only 1 or 2 mutants were still roaming around outside. Maybe the mutants didn't like the rain very much. Shao Ming thought, well, then they had come to the wrong country. With nothing to do at home, Shao Ming started rummaging around the house again, hoping to find something useful. Li Long sat on the bed, browsing news online and occasionally checking if any emails had arrived. Outside the window, accompanied by the pattering of light rain, the mutants staggered into the shops along the street. From some buildings, gunshots, fighting, and cries could be heard from time to time. The survivors hid at home, praying that neither they nor their families would turn into monsters in the next moment. The city was desolate, the roads clogged with abandoned vehicles, and in some places, fires sent up thick smoke as no one was there to put them out. Shao Ming weighed the drying pole in his hand, pondering how to turn this thing into a usable weapon. He found a kitchen knife and compared it on top, but it didn't seem very easy to wield. Maybe this thing is best suited to be made into a spear. Shao Ming recalled that when he was a child, he liked to imitate a spear with the clothes drying pole at home. This clothes drying pole was sent from home by his mother. Although Shao Ming tried hard to stop it, firstly because very few people abroad hang clothes outside, and secondly because there is a dryer downstairs in the apartment building, so it was really unnecessary. But his mother had 2 reasons. First, the public dryer charges a fee and is not clean, and second, drying clothes doesn't have the smell of the sun. Although it was quite troublesome to send it over, his mother still sent this clothes drying rod to Shao Ming. Shao Ming turned this hometown clothes drying rod around and found that if the wooden handle was sharpened, it could also serve as a sharp long-handled weapon. Chapter 15, The Army Moves In. Before transforming the clothes drying rod into a spear, Shao Ming had to first tear off the drying head. After all, he didn't want to accidentally injure himself or Li Long before stabbing the mutant to death. Shao Ming recalled how his mother had even used water transport to send him this clothes drying rod. The shipping cost was several times higher than the rod itself. I wonder how things are going in the country today. Shao Ming took out his phone, but his mother still hadn't replied to his message. He put the clothes rod aside and called his mother. No answer. Shao Ming made several calls in a row, but all went unanswered. It had been more than 2 hours since he last sent a message to his mother, so why was no one answering? Shao Ming couldn't help but feel worried. He placed his phone on the table. It was already 7 p.m. Beijing time, and normally, his mother shouldn't have gone out at this hour. He picked up the clothes drying rod again and twisted the end of it forcefully. Fortunately, after more than 10 minutes, his mother's call finally came through. There was nothing wrong at home, they had all gone downstairs to collect living supplies. His mother's phone had just run out of battery and she hadn't taken it with her. Putting down his phone, Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief. He reached into the cabinet, pulled out a small knife, and began sharpening the clothes drying rod. Ming, take a look at this. Li Long's voice came from the room, and immediately Shao Ming's phone received a shared link. Clicking the link, it was a notice from the British government. To all citizens, we are experiencing an unimaginable disaster alongside other countries around the world. Basic living order has collapsed, and cities have suffered devastating blows. Parliament has passed a special bill authorizing the military to enter cities across our country. We will identify the cause of the illness and restore order in the shortest possible time. The entire announcement was very long, but in short, it said that the military was going to take over the city. What is this? Shao Ming walked into Li Long's bedroom. Is it good news or bad news? Li Long shrugged, I guess it's good news. Shao Ming clicked on the related news. Someone had filmed the first batch of troops entering the suburbs of Manchester on the south side of the city. I have a question, Shao Ming said. How many people are in the British Army? I don't know, 100,000. Li Long replied. 100,000 people can't manage all the cities in Britain. Even for big cities, London counts as one area, Birmingham as another, and we count Liverpool as one area. Each area can only have 30,000 people. Are you saying the army might not be able to control the situation? Reasonable guess. Shao Ming said, no one knows how many living people are outside. Li Long suddenly thought of something and said with a smile, Schrodinger's living person, you never know if it's a living person or a zombie inside until you open the door. Shao Ming also laughed, that's also a problem. Even if the army comes, how can they tell who will turn into a zombie and who won't? That's not what we should worry about, Li Long said. I'm more concerned about how the consul is going to pick us up. Any news yet? Shao Ming asked. Li Long shook his head and said, no, maybe they can't even handle the emails. It's time to change your bandage, Shao Ming said. Shao Ming's concerns about the British army were justified. The British forces couldn't even manage to blockade the city, let alone enter it to clear out the mutants and restore social order. The British army is assembling outside major cities, standing by, but the orders they received are not to enter the cities, rather, they are to move in and clear out only after the cities have completely fallen. The military cannot quickly distinguish between the uninfected and the infected. If infected individuals are rescued and mixed with other uninfected refugees, the consequences would be unimaginable. Therefore, they adopted the simplest and most direct approach: wait 1 or 2 months, and those still alive definitely will not mutate further. Although the mutants have lost their sense of pain, they are still flesh and blood. Not to mention a 105mm caliber howitzer, even a .50 caliber machine gun can mow down the mutants into a pile of rotten flesh. Not to mention those main battle tanks, infantry fighting vehicles, and armored vehicles clad in heavy armor. But all of this is predicated on the army not being affected by mutations. The situation within the army is not optimistic. Many soldiers and officers have begun to show symptoms of after-effects. Many soldiers are already on duty while ill, and only a few report to the officers, because many soldiers who reported were taken away and never seen again. Shao Ming changed Li Long's bandages, prepared lunch, and only then sat down to start watching videos. Actually, these past couple of days, apart from not going out, life doesn't seem to have changed much. TikTok is filled with the most abstract performance art that humans can come up with in the face of the apocalypse. Shao Ming didn't even feel sick looking at the corpses downstairs, but watching TikTok almost made him throw up. He came across some videos showing that the military had already entered the suburbs of major cities, but strangely, the military didn't seem to intend to advance further. Instead, after clearing a safe zone in the suburbs, they began to set up camp. Are there infected individuals within the military? What exactly is the military's objective? For a time, various conspiracy theories began to ferment in the comment section. Some people came out to explain that when the army was first infected, a large portion of the soldiers were still healthy, and others said they believed the army would not disobey military orders. But obviously, the current environment does not require such rational understanding. These people's responses not only received no likes but were also fiercely attacked. Shao Ming came across another video, in which the King of England was authorizing the British Army to bear the title Royal. It was truly baffling to Shao Ming that the king did not come out to comfort the people at such a critical moment, instead giving the British Army a name. Seeing how lively the comments section was, Shao Ming realized that there were still many survivors. Shao Ming scrolled down to the next video, where a soldier was hiding in a dilapidated wooden room, his young face full of fear. They are not here to save anyone at all, their plan is to slaughter everyone. Chapter 16 Going out again. The rain outside the window was getting heavier, and gloomy dark clouds covered the entire sky. Shao Ming finally carved a sharp tip on the clothes-drying rod. He tried swinging it, and it was pretty good for emergency use. After all, the chainsaw needs oil, the pistol needs bullets, and the baseball bat might not be able to kill with one blow. A long-handled sharp weapon is lethal and also has a certain margin for error. Shao Ming set aside the simple homemade spear, thinking how nice it would be to have an iron spearhead. Time passed idly by, and it was already 6 in the afternoon. The rain outside continued to fall, adding a touch of eerie atmosphere to the desolate city. Shao Ming stood by the window looking out. Quite a few homes still had their lights on. After dinner, the two of them really couldn't find anything to do. Shao Ming even cleaned the house once, intending to watch TV, but his mind was entirely waiting for news from the consulate, so he couldn't focus at all. The consulate has news. Li Long said, "You take a look yourself." Shao Ming took the computer, and judging by Li Long's expression, it was definitely not good news. Sure enough, the British side was unable to cooperate with the evacuation operation and also prohibited the Chinese side from organizing convoys into the lockdown area. The only somewhat good news was that the embassy and various consulates would not evacuate for the time being. "I'll ask in the group if anyone is in the same situation as us," Shao Ming said. "It's no use asking." Li Long said dejectedly, "Do they have any solutions if we ask? Besides, with this leg of mine, how am I supposed to get to the consulate? The consulate isn't far, just past those piled-up roadblocks." Shao Ming opened his phone, only to find that the situation in the student group was even worse than Li Long had imagined. The university students who hadn't left were in chaos in the group chat. "Forget it, I'll just rely on myself. I want to sleep for a while." Li Long said. Shao Ming helped Li Long lie down, then left the room and closed the door. Back in his own room, Shao Ming held his phone and looked at the map over and over again. He decided to go out tomorrow, firstly to see exactly where the roadblocks were, and secondly to check if there were any small alleys nearby that the police had missed when sealing off the area. Of course, if he could find any usable means of transportation, that would be an extra gain. He didn't believe it, with such a complex city road network, how could this area be sealed off so tightly? Shao Ming still wasn't sleepy until the early hours of the morning. Collapsing onto the bed and dozing off vaguely, Shao Ming was suddenly awakened by the sound of a gunshot. There have been sporadic gunshots at night these past 2 days, but this time it was clearly right downstairs. Shao Ming looked at the time, it was now 4 in the morning. Approaching the window, Shao Ming only saw a dark figure running into the neighboring building, followed by several mutants rushing in after. A few more gunshots rang out, immediately followed by a series of agonized screams. This scene made Shao Ming back down. Wandering the streets alone was not a very wise decision. But if he didn't go, what if the current gap was sealed in a couple of days? Or if there were more mutants in a few days, wouldn't that make it even harder to get home? Shao Ming comforted himself, thinking that as long as he could find a way out of the lockdown zone and reach the consulate, everything would get better. He decided to get a good night's sleep. He still had to go out and take a look tomorrow. At 8 in the morning, Shao Ming finished organizing all his things and was ready to go out. He tucked the gun at his waist, carried the baseball bat on his back, held the clothes-drying pole spear in his hand, and to be safe, he also slung the backpack over his shoulder. Shao Ming used tape to bind 2 thick textbooks together on his hand, making a simple arm guard. He never expected that the textbooks he hated most just a few days ago might now be something that could save his life. He didn't plan to wake Li Long. After sending him a message, Shao Ming moved away from the sofa and went out the door. The main door downstairs was blocked by Shao Ming himself with a pile of garbage, so the only way out was to go through the rooftop he discovered yesterday. Just in time to see how the couple on the rooftop was doing. Shao Ming carefully walked to the rooftop. This time the door was still ajar, but Shao Ming clearly remembered that he had closed the door when he went downstairs yesterday. Although he didn't have the key to lock it, it was indeed closed. He put down the spear in his hand and used it to push the door open. This time, what Shao Ming saw was even more shocking than the last time. The woman's headless corpse lay on the bed, while her head was held in the man's arms. The man was already demented. When he saw Shao Ming approaching, he just gave him a cold glance and then quietly spoke to the woman's head by himself. Heaven! Shao Ming didn't know what to say. Rainwater dripped onto the man's head as he shivered, tightly holding the woman in his arms. She was just sick. The man began, speaking slowly, she fainted, and then she bit me. The man spoke as he raised his arm. Just now, the woman's head had blocked Shao Ming's view, so he hadn't seen clearly. Now he could see clearly, although it had been simply bandaged, it was still easy to distinguish that a large chunk of flesh was missing from the man's arm. I had no choice. I could only use the knife. I didn't want to. Blood mixed with rainwater streamed down the man's face from his eyes. Shao Ming aimed his spear at the man. He had already been bitten, and Shao Ming didn't know how long it would be before he too would turn into a mutant. Seeing Shao Ming put down the spear and pointed at him, the man said nothing, only lowering his head and continuing to hold the woman while crying. My parents kicked me out, the woman I loved most has turned into a monster, please give me a quick end. The man said to Shao Ming. Shao Ming put away the spear and drew a pistol from his waist. He didn't dare to guarantee whether the spear or the baseball bat could take the man down in one blow, he didn't want to cause this man any more pain. Shao Ming held the gun in his hand, he had been to the shooting range many times, but today he felt like he couldn't hold the gun steady. Please. The man said. Shao Ming closed his eyes and pulled the trigger. The man fell to the ground in response, but he did not let go of his hands. Chapter 17, Heading to the Park. Shao Ming trembled as he put down the pistol and walked to the man's side. The bodies of the man and woman could not be left here, but Shao Ming also did not want to throw them down to feed the mutants. He suppressed the nausea in his heart, dismantled the makeshift canopy, and wrapped the 2 bodies together with a waterproof cloth. Shao Ming glanced at the woman's severed neck, the cut was uneven, and the man must have hacked at it many times. But that brief glance completely overwhelmed Shao Ming. Being so close to a headless corpse, especially one already marked with livor mortis, made his stomach churn, and he ran to the side to vomit violently. After readjusting his mindset, Shao Ming wrapped the 2 bodies in several layers of sheets and bedding, then tied them tightly with rope before dragging them aside. Just as Shao Ming was about to cover the two bodies, the howling of the mutant echoed over. Shao Ming quickly picked up a spear nearby and climbed onto the rooftop. The sound came from the next building. It was probably the mutant that ran into the building last night who heard the gunfire. Shao Ming arrived at the rooftop of the adjacent building and looked down along the edge of the terrace. Through the gap in the fire escape stairs, Shao Ming locked eyes with a mutant who was twisting its head upwards. The mutant immediately began to roar, flipping out the window and rushing up the fire escape stairs. Fortunately, Shao Ming was on the rooftop terrace, and the fire escape stairs did not lead directly to the terrace. Shao Ming set up his spear and took his stance. Sure enough, the first mutant that charged up couldn't climb onto the terrace and could only raise its hands, trying to drag Shao Ming down. Shao Ming thrust his spear straight in, piercing directly into the eye of the mutant. The mutant's body went limp and fell, but the makeshift spear that Shao Ming was gripping tightly did not come out. He lost his balance and fell onto the fire escape stairs. Fortunately, it was only 1 floor high, but Shao Ming still felt pain in his face. He quickly got up and pulled the spear out. The second mutant charged forward, but fortunately, the fire escape stairs were relatively narrow, allowing only one mutant to rush up at a time. Shao Ming thrust his spear before the mutant reached the top floor, but the spear did not pierce the mutant's brain as he had imagined. The spear tip was broken off. The hardness of the human skull exceeded Shao Ming's expectations, and the spear, which had been temporarily sharpened, obviously lacked sufficient penetrating power. The mutant staggered for a moment and then rushed up to the rooftop platform. Shao Ming threw away the clothes-drying rod in his hand, pulled out a baseball bat from behind him, and swung it horizontally at the mutant's head. The mutant's body tilted and leaned against the wall. But this strike did not completely incapacitate the mutant. Shao Ming quickly followed up with a kick, sending the mutant stumbling to the edge of the railing. He raised the baseball bat horizontally and delivered a heavy blow aimed at the mutant's head. The blow didn't smash the mutant's head, but the mutant lost balance and fell down the stairs. Shao Ming didn't have time to check if the mutant who fell down the stairs was dead because a third mutant charged at him. He didn't have time to change his grip and could only raise the baseball bat to strike. The third mutant rolled down from upstairs, and before he could get up, Shao Ming quickly grabbed the baseball bat. The mutant charged again, and Shao Ming swung the bat hard, hitting the mutant's head fiercely. The latter leaned against the railing, his face distorted from the blow. But this did not kill the mutant. It pounced and pinned Shao Ming to the ground. Seeing the mutant open its mouth to bite, Shao Ming hurriedly raised his left hand to block. The mutant bit down on the book tied to Shao Ming's hand. Although its bite force was astonishing, it couldn't pierce through the thick book. Shao Ming swung his right fist, continuously striking the mutant's head. Fortunately, the blow from earlier had shattered the mutant's skull, and with several heavy hits from Shao Ming, bone fragments pierced into the mutant's brain. The mutant's mouth gradually loosened and stopped moving. Shao Ming pushed aside the mutant's corpse, spat at it, then looked at the book in his hand that had been torn open in 2 places and said, "The power of knowledge, planted." Getting up from the ground, Shao Ming confirmed there were no other mutants nearby and began descending the fire escape stairs. Most of the windows in the neighboring building were tightly shut, the curtains drawn tightly, and one household on the 4th floor had even boarded up all their windows with wooden planks. Arriving at the 2nd floor, a window pane was broken, and a strong stench of blood wafted out from inside. Shao Ming looked in. Although it was raining and the lighting was poor, he could still see half a corpse lying inside. It seemed this must be the unlucky guy from last night. Shao Ming took out his phone and turned on the flashlight. The entire room was simply too gruesome to bear. By the light of the flashlight, Shao Ming saw a corpse with only the upper half of the body remaining. The room was covered in bloodstains, with some internal organs and severed limbs thrown to one side. Shao Ming gasped sharply, but it was clearly not a wise move to be in such a blood-soaked place. He held back the urge to vomit and pulled the curtains shut. Shao Ming put down the last section of the stairs, and the old fire escape creaked loudly. Shao Ming held his breath and pulled out his pistol. Fortunately, it seems that no mutants have been attracted here. Shao Ming carefully climbed down the stairs and reached the ground. He carefully searched the map in his mind. Going left onto the main road was not feasible, as the hospital and roadblocks were in that direction. However, if he continued forward, passing through the University of Manchester, he could reach the vicinity of Whitworth Park. The school should be safer than the streets. After the curfew, Shao Ming and the others received a notice to suspend classes, so most of the teaching buildings should be safe. After all, the mutation didn't happen in an instant. Many students should be locked inside their dormitories, and there should still be quite a few unmutated people hiding in the school now. After confirming the route, Shao Ming crossed the alley and arrived at the main street. There were basically no signs of mutants on the street, but he still saw a few swaying figures inside a shop across the street. Shao Ming quickly crouched down and, using the cover of vehicles by the roadside, reached the edge of the road. Chapter 18 Student Dormitory. Since many places inside and outside the school are connected, Shao Ming easily entered the campus. The school was quite deserted, but the bloodstains on the arcade floor still told of the bad things that had happened here. Shao Ming crouched as he crossed the square, staying close to several teaching buildings, hoping to quickly reach the road on the west side of the school. Just as Shao Ming thought, most of the teaching buildings were empty, with neither living people nor mutants inside. Arriving at the main road on the west side, the situation here was similar to that near the apartment. The road was filled with chaotic vehicles, and the mutants were nowhere to be seen. However, if you continue south along this road, you will still reach the area near the hospital. If you don't take this road, you will need to pass through the student dormitory buildings to get near the park. The situation in the student dormitory buildings is unclear, with a large number of students crowded inside. If there are any mutations, one can only imagine the tragic conditions within the dormitories. But the whereabouts of the thousands of mutants inside the hospital are now unknown. If they are still gathered near the hospital, it is obviously beyond what Shao Ming can handle. Shao Ming climbed onto a sedan and looked towards the hospital. There didn't seem to be any mutants on the road, but the situation inside the hospital was unclear. After much thought, Shao Ming decided to enter the park through the hospital's back door. First, many mutants inside the hospital had already been drawn out over the past 2 days. Second, at least he could move forward on the opposite side of the street. If 2 mutants suddenly appeared from the first floor of the student dormitory, there might not even be time to react. Shao Ming pressed himself against a vehicle by the roadside, cautiously feeling his way forward. He could already see the hospital, as well as the park opposite the hospital. Not far ahead, there was also a police car abandoned by the roadside. Shao Ming tightly gripped the baseball bat and reached the side of the police car. The police car's glass had been smashed, and the trunk and the front passenger door had been pried open. Shao Ming propped himself up and looked inside. Only a pool of blood remained on the seat. Looking forward through the car window, there seemed to be a few scattered mutants inside the hospital's back door. Shao Ming pulled his body back, slung the baseball bat behind his back, and tiptoed into the police car through the open door. The gun inside the police car had been taken, and the car was full of shell casings. He carefully opened the glove compartment on the passenger side, which contained only a pile of messy documents. Shao Ming took out the documents to examine them. Apart from a paper map, he didn't find anything useful. Unfolding the map, he saw several red circles drawn on it, and the Royal Manchester Hospital was within one of the red circles. There were 8 more red circles like this, all marking large hospitals within the city. Shao Ming opened the middle storage box again, and inside, besides some sundries, there was a pair of handcuffs. Taking advantage of the sound of the rain, Shao Ming slipped the handcuffs into his pocket. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave the police car, a collision sound came from behind the car in front of the police car. Shao Ming pulled out his pistol, watching outside the car warily. In front of the sedan, a mutant was gnawing on an arm, while another mutant was fighting with him over it. The 2 mutants collided with the nearby sedan during their struggle, causing a noise, and as they continued to fight, they had already reached the police car. Shao Ming quickly held his breath and aimed the gun at the head of one of the mutants. One mutant bit down hard on the severed arm, refusing to let go, while the other frantically reached out, trying to snatch the arm away. If it weren't for the human arms clenched in their mouths, they would look no different from 2 mental patients wearing hospital gowns. What surprised Shao Ming was that these 2 mutants did not roar loudly, as if they also didn't want to attract the attention of more mutants. But obviously, their intelligence was not that high. During the tugging, the 2 mutants collided with another car. However, immediately after, the alarm of that car went off. Shao Ming felt his vision go black, and he kicked open the car door, ready to escape. The mutant that had been unable to snatch an arm to eat saw a living person suddenly jump out nearby and lunged forward impatiently. Shao Ming instinctively reached out to block, and the power of knowledge saved his life once again. Although it didn't bite through the thick book, it still knocked Shao Ming down onto the car beside him. Shao Ming glanced over and saw that dozens of mutants were rushing out inside the hospital. With that sprinting speed, it would only take a dozen or so seconds to dash through the flower bed and reach the middle of the road. There was no time to think about that now. Shao Ming pulled out his pistol, pressed it against the mutant's temple, and fired. The mutant's brain matter and blood splattered out the other side. Shao Ming quickly pushed the mutant's corpse aside and turned to sprint wildly toward the student dormitory. What he didn't expect was that there really were mutants crawling out inside the student dormitory. Now it's worse, the two worst possibilities have piled up together. There's still some distance to the park, and besides, the park is wide open, so we have no choice but to grit our teeth and run back into the school. If we can find a building with fewer mutants, that would count as an escape. Shao Ming pulled the baseball bat from behind and clenched it in his hand, then raised his right hand holding the gun and fired at a mutant rushing at him. Although he had been to the shooting range a few times, Shao Ming had not undergone systematic shooting training, and his hit rate for moving targets at 10 meters with a pistol was basically zero. The bullet did not hit the mutant. Seeing it about to pounce on his face, Shao Ming swiftly dodged back, took aim at the mutant's head, and fired a shot. The roadblock tiger fell to the ground with a thud. Shao Ming had no time to think and kept running forward. The mutants behind were also sprinting at full speed, less than 50 meters away from Shao Ming. Another mutant appeared in front, but fortunately, Shao Ming had already run away before it could get up. At the end of this dormitory building, Shao Ming made a sharp turn into the road on the right, but this did not shake off the mutants, they also turned right after Shao Ming. Due to the noise along the way, more and more mutants climbed out from the windows or doorways on the first floor of the dormitory. Shao Ming could already see the highway at the end of the road, but even if he reached the highway, it was probably a place with nowhere to hide. Just as his footsteps gradually slowed down, the dormitory door on the left suddenly opened by someone. "Run over here quickly." Chapter 19 Survivors inside the dormitory building. Shao Ming rushed into the dormitory door, and the people behind quickly shut the main door. However, a mutated hand reached in and jammed the door. Shao Ming didn't even think twice and aimed a shot right at his head. The main door was finally closed. Shao Ming leaned against the wall, gasping heavily. He was just one step away from being caught by the mutants. He looked up, and there were still about 10 people standing on the stairs. "I told you not to let him in. Now look, hundreds of zombies are piled up at the door. If he doesn't help us, we're all doomed." One of them whispered to another who seemed to be the leader, then went upstairs. The one who looked like the leader asked, "Do you need anything?" "No. I don't need anything." Shao Ming adjusted his mindset, stood up, and said. Several people ran down the stairs, bustling about as they brought things to block the main door. "I'm Gary." The leader extended his hand to Shao Ming and said. Shao Ming tucked the pistol into his waist, reached out his hand to shake Gary's, but he found his hand trembling uncontrollably. "Shao Ming." Shao Ming gripped Gary's hand tightly, and only then did his hand stop shaking so much. "It's a matter of life and death speed," Gary said. "It's not a good idea for anyone to be wandering outside alone right now." Shao Ming curled his lips and said, "It's just, coming out to see if there's a way to get out of here." "From the hospital side?" Gary laughed. "Don't even think about it, this side is the most heavily sealed off. You should head north." "What about the park?" Shao Ming asked. "The park is no good either. A few of us came from the dormitories near the park. After the police fought fiercely with the zombies a couple of days ago, the other side of the park was sealed off." "How did they manage that?" Shao Ming asked. "There are still quite a few mutants that haven't gone to the other side of the park yet. The government has shown incredible efficiency, they used iron sheets to seal off the south side of the park." Garrison paused and said, "But I think it's a futile effort. That iron wall can't hold back hundreds of zombies, not even dozens." Garrison led Shao Ming to the second floor, but those dozen or so people were nowhere to be found. "So, you guys are students too?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course," Garrison replied, "otherwise, how would we be here?" "I thought the situation inside the dormitory would be terrible," Shao Ming said. "It is terrible. This building has the fewest mutations, which is why we are here," Gary replied. Since Shao Ming had only seen about a dozen people since he came in, he asked, "Why are there only this few of you?" More than 400 people lived in this building. Originally, there were over 90 who hadn't mutated, but more and more have mutated since then. Now, these dozen or so are still able to move, and over 30 have already shown symptoms. They are all locked up in the dormitory on the 4th floor now. What exactly is this after effect all about? / Did you lose internet connection? Everyone online says the after effect is related to mutation / Gary said, / and recently we found that the time it takes for the after effect to appear is getting shorter and shorter. Some people even show symptoms in the morning and mutate by night / Arriving on the 4th floor, Shao Ming could already hear the roars of the mutants. Several people were gathered at the door of a dormitory, holding various weapons and waiting. / We've discovered some more things / Gary continued, leading Shao Ming upward. / These zombies aren't perpetual motion machines, but they can enter a kind of dormant state at any time, lowering their metabolic rate to an extremely low level, /. Shao Ming asked, so theoretically, won't they starve to death before long? Do you know about dormice? Gary said, these animals spend half the year hibernating. You mean they can stay in hibernation for a long time? Shao Ming asked. Gary shook his head and replied, we don't have enough samples yet, and it's only been 2 days, so we can't conduct more research. What was your major before? Shao Ming asked. Biological science research. Arriving on the 5th floor, it actually looked quite lived in, there was even an induction cooker placed in the hallway. The person who didn't want Shao Ming to come in saw the two of them come up, then turned and went back into the dormitory. Please don't mind. Gary said, that's my boyfriend. Well, Shao Ming thought, no wonder he's a true old British Union Jack person. It's okay. Shao Ming said, living in the same dorm is actually quite convenient. What? Gary asked. It's nothing, really. Gary didn't press further and adjusted his attitude, saying, we want you to go to the experimental building. In laboratory No. 2, on the right-hand side of the table, there is a metallographic microscope with 2000x magnification. Next to it, in the cabinet, there are some petri dishes and reagents. Gary's request took Shao Ming by surprise. He had thought these students were just messing around, but he didn't expect them to actually want to study the mutants. Perhaps noticing Shao Ming's doubt, Gary said, it's simply incredible for humans that this kind of organism can maintain long-lasting life and mobility by consuming just a little. Moreover, it's hard to imagine that the virus left behind by the Great Infection could have such a profound impact on people. These people, at the brink of the apocalypse, aren't thinking about how to survive, instead, they're actually thinking about studying mutants, which truly impresses Shao Ming. However, Shao Ming also doubts that these people will even live long enough to achieve any meaningful research results. Besides, can anything really be studied in the environment of the dormitory building? Even if they do achieve results, does this world still need them? How do you want me to help you? Shao Ming asked. We saved you, Gary said, and you have a gun, we don't have any. What if I run away? Shao Ming asked. If you come back, we'll tell you how to get out, of course, on the condition that you have the ability to get out, Gary said, if you don't come back, then find your own way north. He continued, but next time, you might not be so lucky. Chapter 20 Passing through the teaching building. You can leave through the window on the other side, Gary said. When there were a lot of zombies in the school before, we used to go down that way, but only one person could go down at a time to look for supplies. Shao Ming couldn't help but ask, what can you study with just a microscope? A microscope can reveal a lot, Gary replied. Some basic tissue structures, how viruses operate, and so on. Besides, I can't exactly let you carry out those instruments in the lab that weigh hundreds of pounds or even tons. Gary's eyes literally lit up whenever research was mentioned. Then I wish you success, Shao Ming said. You better really know how to get out of the lockdown zone. He leaned close to Gary's ear and whispered, otherwise, what you get won't just be your microscope, maybe there'll be a bullet too. After saying that, Shao Ming felt like he was incredibly cool. However, Gary didn't seem to be threatened by Shao Ming. He replied, no, of course it's true, and it's absolutely 100 times safer than you looking for safety on your own. Take me down, Shao Ming said. Following Gary down to the 2nd floor, the howls of the mutants kept coming from downstairs. A few people were throwing things outside the main gate, and the loud noise made the mutants restless. Shao Ming took out his phone. It was 10 o'clock now, and Li Long still hadn't replied to his message. He guessed Li Long probably hadn't woken up yet. I'm at school. After sending the message, Shao Ming went to the windowsill. The two of them had already opened the window and lowered a rope made by tying together bedsheets and curtains. No matter what these students were thinking, if they really knew the way out, Shao Ming didn't care what they intended to take. He suddenly felt like a mercenary. After waiting for a few minutes and seeing that the mutants on this side had all been attracted to the front, Shao Ming grabbed the rope and climbed down. He cautiously came behind the wall and took a look. Hundreds of mutants were gathered in front of the main gate, and from above, things occasionally flew down to catch their attention. Taking advantage of the dormitory building's cover, Shao Ming quickly left the area. He looked back. Fortunately, no mutants were following him. Because the people in the dormitory made quite a bit of noise, many of the nearby mutants were attracted away, and Shao Ming safely reached near the road. The laboratory building is in the campus across the road. This side is an open campus, so to get to the laboratory building, you have to cross this road. Shao Ming prepared his baseball bat and crept behind a double-decker bus. The bus door was open, and there was a trail of dragged blood on the steps. He poked his head out and glanced around. 2 mutants were standing on the street. One of the mutants was right across from the bus, with his back to it, seemingly unaware of Shao Ming behind the bus. However, the mutant was standing right at the entrance of the teaching building, and to enter the campus where the laboratory building is located, one must go through this main gate and pass through the teaching building. Inside the teaching building across the street, a few mutants could be seen standing with their heads down. It looked like an office, and the mutants were probably the school's teachers. There weren't many cars on this road, so using so many abandoned cars to cross the main road wasn't realistic. Shao Ming was thinking of a way when he noticed a shoulder bag inside the bus. The shoulder bag's opening was unzipped, and some bottles and jars of cosmetics were scattered outside. Shao Ming had an idea. He reached out and grabbed a bottle of cosmetics, squeezing it in his hand. Then, he leaned forward and threw the bottle with all his strength. The cosmetic bottle hit the wall across the street, fell to the ground, and shattered. The mutant heard a noise, stood up, and walked toward the place where the cosmetics had fallen. Taking advantage of the mutant being attracted by the cosmetics, Shao Ming quietly crossed the street and arrived in front of the teaching building. The main door of the teaching building was ajar, and Shao Ming cautiously reached out and pushed it open. Unexpectedly, the ancient and heavy door immediately made a loud noise. Although it was drizzling, the sound of the rain clearly could not cover the noise from the door. The mutant who had been attracted by the cosmetics immediately turned around and saw Shao Ming sneaking outside the main gate. Shao Ming immediately pushed open the door and slipped into the teaching building, but before he could catch his breath, 2 more mutants rushed out from the office in front of him. Shao Ming swung the baseball bat and knocked one of the mutants coming straight at him to the ground. He lifted his leg and kicked another mutant behind, who took a few steps back and also fell to the ground. The first mutant who was knocked down rolled over and grabbed Shao Ming's leg. Shao Ming instinctively tried to pull his leg free, but the mutant's strength was astonishingly strong, holding onto Shao Ming's leg tightly. Seeing the mutant about to bite him, Shao Ming raised the baseball bat and swung it with all his might. The tremendous impact nearly cracked Shao Ming's tiger mouth, but the blow also shattered the mutant's head. Another mutant got up, and Shao Ming grabbed the leg that had been caught and kicked the other's chin. The mutant that had just gotten up was knocked down again. The gate behind was also broken open, and 2 mutants from the street rushed in. Shao Ming didn't have time to finish him off and rushed toward the exit ahead. Bursting out of the teaching building, he quickly turned around and closed the main door behind him. The mutant slammed into the door, but fortunately, the door opened inward, something the mutant's intelligence hadn't figured out yet. Safely passing through the teaching building, Shao Ming finally saw the laboratory building. Shao Ming originally majored in finance, so he wasn't very familiar with this area of the laboratory building. Lab number 2, Shao Ming was dumbfounded when he arrived near the laboratory buildings. There were several different lab buildings here, and who knew which one housed lab number 2? He really should have left a phone number just now he can't even ask Gary and his group. But the good news was that several lab buildings and teaching buildings surrounded this plaza in the middle, so the mutant still couldn't get in for the time being, giving him plenty of time to figure things out. Chapter 21 Experimental Building. Shao Ming leaned on the nearest window for a look. This one looked more like a chemistry lab. The instruments inside didn't seem suited for biological experiments. He reached the main entrance, and sure enough, the sign next to the door read Chemistry Experimental Building. In the next building, Shao Ming immediately spotted portraits of Newton and Galileo hanging inside. This was definitely the physics laboratory. After searching around several buildings, Shao Ming finally found the biological research building. The main door of this research building was tightly closed. Shao Ming tried to push it, but it wouldn't budge. He then went to the side and tried pushing the window, but the window also couldn't be opened. He couldn't just break the window. After all, the mutants might not know they were here. Shao Ming thought about what he might have on him that could be used to open the window or door, and suddenly remembered he had a few bank cards in his bag. The design of the school's windows was not complicated. These experimental buildings, expanded 20 years ago, were hardly anything new. Shao Ming took out a bank card, which still had 200 pounds of scholarship money left from last year. He found it quite funny that he had been reluctant to use the scholarship all along, and now it was completely useless. Shao Ming slipped the bank card into the gap of the window and tried moving it a few times. The window lock actually moved a bit. Seeing hope, Shao Ming quickly sped up his movements. With a click, the window really did open. Shao Ming grabbed the windowsill and climbed into the laboratory building. This room looked like an archive room. Shao Ming felt along the door and pushed open a small crack. The laboratory building had no lights on, the rain outside was hazy, and the hallway was pitch black, making it impossible to see anything clearly. By the emergency escape light, Shao Ming didn't see any movement in the corridor. He slowly pushed open the door of the archive room and came into the empty hallway. The emergency escape light emitted a faint green glow. Although it was broad daylight, Shao Ming felt it was very eerie and sinister. Shao Ming took out his phone, turned on the flashlight and approached the signboard beside the stairwell. Laboratory number 2. Shao Ming searched in front of the sign and finally found laboratory number 2 on the second floor. Using his phone to light the way, Shao Ming climbed the stairs to the second floor. He turned off the flashlight, poked his head out, and looked around left and right. Fortunately, this floor was relatively safe. However, as he passed by a laboratory, he saw a shadow through the window. He was a bit confused about these people. Why don't they go home after the curfew is announced? Going back to the dorm would be fine, but they insist on staying outside and turning into mutants, making it harder for others to survive. Shao Ming took a closer look and realized this was actually laboratory number 2. Alright, it seems that only the top contenders can get into this lab. As for me, the king of slacking off, today I'm going in to cause some trouble. Shao Ming got his baseball bat ready, took a deep breath, and pushed open the lab door. The mutant inside the room suddenly turned around and lunged at Shao Ming. To Shao Ming's surprise, the mutant was rushing at him wielding a small knife. No wonder it's a top-ranked university in the world, even the mutated students are holding scalpels. The mutant swung the scalpel in its hand and stabbed at Shao Ming, who quickly dodged to the side. Although he dodged the mutant's stabbing knife, he bumped into the table, causing the pile of bottles and jars, whose names Shao Ming couldn't recall, to clatter and fall all over the floor. Shao Ming was startled and quickly glanced at the microscope on the opposite table. Fortunately, he hadn't broken it. He hurriedly turned around and kicked the mutant that was lunging at his head to the ground. Shao Ming stepped forward and swung the baseball bat, smashing it toward the mutant's head. Just as he was about to finish it off, there was a noise behind him again. Shao Ming quickly turned his head and saw another mutant appearing behind him. Damn! Shao Ming thought to himself, this is bad. He hadn't realized there were actually 2 mutants inside when he came in. Since he had already knocked over so many bottles and made such a big noise, Shao Ming decided to go all out. He freed his right hand, pulled a pistol from his waist, and fired a shot. The mutant who came from behind was extremely unlucky, hitting his own head against the muzzle of the gun. The mutant holding the knife also got up from the ground at this moment, but Shao Ming wouldn't give him the chance to stand again. He kicked the former in the butt, sending him back to the ground. Shao Ming tucked the pistol back into his waist, then swung the baseball bat again, smashing it down onto the mutant on the ground. He struck the mutant's head repeatedly several times, only stopping when the mutant no longer moved. Shao Ming was panting as he held the baseball bat. He really needed a dagger and couldn't always use his pistol as a melee weapon. But there was no time to think further now, so he quickly opened his backpack and stuffed the microscope inside. Roar! The mutant's roar came from downstairs, and Shao Ming thought these damn things really had sharp hearing. Finally having the microscope, Shao Ming hurriedly slung his backpack over his shoulder and ran toward the door. Returning the same way was definitely not an option. The path they came from was still closed off with who knows how many mutants, and there were also many mutants gathered outside the window. Shao Ming could only run toward the end of the laboratory building. Descending the stairs from the end of the laboratory building to the first floor, Shao Ming was stunned. There was no way to get back to the plaza between the buildings here, only a door leading outside. Now there were only 2 options, bravely head onto the street, or return to the plaza and exit through another building. Shao Ming decided to take a bold chance. The mutants had been attracted to the middle of the laboratory building by the earlier noise, so now might be the perfect opportunity to escape through the side door. He came to the laboratory beside the side door and looked outside. A few mutants ran across the road. After waiting for a short while and seeing that most of the mutants on the street had gathered, Shao Ming prepared his pistol and pushed open the side door. As expected, most of the mutants were attracted to the middle of the laboratory building, although there seemed to be only about a dozen or so. After all, although this is a public road, it is still within the school, and not many people remained inside after the curfew was announced. Shao Ming hurried into action, running towards the dormitory building. Chapter 22 After Effects. Walking back along this road, after turning left, you reach the teaching building where Shao Ming entered the experimental building complex. The double-decker bus was still parked there, but the mutants all seem to be drawn into the teaching building. If there is a difficulty level, Shao Ming feels like he is currently in the newbie village. He quickly crossed the road. There were very few mutants inside the school. Shao Ming jogged all the way towards the apartment where Gary and the others were. As he got close, the roars of mutants came from the direction of the apartment. Shao Ming hid behind a dormitory building and peeked out. Now he knew why it just felt like being in the newbie village. The mutants gathered downstairs of the apartment building were more than twice as many as before. It seemed that all the mutants from the surrounding dormitory buildings had concentrated under the dormitory building where Gary and the others were. Shao Ming quickly pulled his head back. The number of mutants was really too many, probably around 600 or 700 surrounding the dormitory building. Shao Ming retreated along the dormitory building and returned to the double-decker bus. Compared to downstairs of the dormitory building, it was eerily quiet here. He crouched behind the bus and quickly made a decision. Forget it, he would find his own way out if necessary. Finding his own way might be dangerous, but handing the microscope over to Gary was like diving straight into the tide of corpses. Besides, no one knew if what Gary said was true. Although Shao Ming felt a bit guilty, Gary and the others had indeed just saved him, and most of the mutants downstairs were brought there by himself. But Shao Ming's body had already stood up, and his legs were stepping out toward the school's exit. Nonsense, going back is just asking for death. Gary and the others squatting in the dormitory building might not necessarily die, but going there myself is surely a death sentence. Shao Ming returned to the main road, and the mutants at the hospital entrance were gone. Shao Ming realized a basic truth: the more mutants gather in one place, the louder their howls, the louder the howls, the more mutants gather. Shao Ming passed through the abandoned vehicles and arrived at the hospital entrance. Taking advantage of the fact that the mutants had all been drawn away, he planned to check if there was anything useful on the police cars or ambulances at the entrance. On the sidewalk stood an armored vehicle, with some body fragments wrapped in police uniforms scattered nearby, emitting waves of foul stench. Shao Ming held his breath, stepped over the corpse pieces on the ground, and came to the open rear door of the police armored vehicle. Inside the vehicle was a long trail of dragged bloodstains. It seemed the owner of the blood had crawled into the armored vehicle but was then pulled out again, becoming part of the human tissue scattered on the ground. As for the other parts, they must be inside the mutant's belly. Shao Ming climbed onto the armored vehicle. Next to a row of seats was a cabinet, and the drawer of the cabinet was pulled open. He walked over and felt inside the drawer, pulling out a flashlight and 2 tourniquets. Shao Ming pressed against the door connecting the compartment and the front of the vehicle to look inside, and unexpectedly, there was a dead SWAT team member sitting in the driver's seat. It looked like he had shot himself. Shao Ming held back his nausea and tried to open the small door at the connection point. The stench of the corpse hit him in the face, and Shao Ming hurriedly pushed open the side door and vomited again. There was indeed nothing left in his stomach to vomit, so Shao Ming grabbed the corpse of the SWAT team member and dragged him from the driver's seat to the floor of the compartment. Looking at the corpse with a hole in its head, swollen and foul-smelling, Shao Ming quickly tore off his tactical vest and put it on himself. From the weight, there was a bulletproof plate inside the vest, and there was still a magazine of standard 5.56 by 45 NATO rounds left in the chest magazine pouch. Judging by its appearance, it was 100% a G-36 assault rifle. "Where's your rifle?" Shao Ming searched inside the vehicle. Since there was a magazine, there had to be a gun. The cabin was empty. Obviously, the SWAT team wouldn't keep the armory inside the vehicle. Shao Ming climbed into the driver's cabin, and a G-36 assault rifle was quietly lying on the floor of the cabin. Shao Ming was filled with great surprise. This was really a good thing. He picked up the G-36, took out the magazine, and glanced at it. There were still bullets. Shao Ming slung the rifle on his back and jumped off the armored vehicle through the side door. Fortunately, it was empty outside. The mutants probably hadn't returned to the hospital yet. It's just a pity that this armored vehicle doesn't have a key. Shao Ming was about to go check the ambulance parked nearby when he heard knocking sounds coming from inside the ambulance. Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and cautiously approached the back of the ambulance. He propped himself up and looked inside the ambulance through the window but didn't see anything inside. Shao Ming carefully pulled the door open. A mutant suddenly lunged out, biting Shao Ming's thigh. Although he was mentally prepared, Shao Ming was still scared and kept retreating, but this also allowed him to dodge the mutant's attack. This mutant that crawled out of the car was missing its lower half, with its spine and intestines exposed. The mutant dragged its intestines on the ground as it crawled, trying to grab the delicious meal in front of it. "You can't even eat shit hot," Shao Ming cursed, striking the mutant on the head with a stick. After dealing with the mutant, Shao Ming climbed into the ambulance compartment. After searching around, Shao Ming found nothing useful except a bunch of bandages and a defibrillator, or rather, he didn't know if those things were useful. Shao Ming didn't dare to explore deeper into the hospital. The rain hadn't stopped yet, and if there were a few mutants hiding inside the huge hospital, it would be quite dangerous. Taking advantage of the break while hiding in the ambulance, Shao Ming pulled out his phone to check the messages. It was already past 12 o'clock, and Li Long still hadn't replied. However, his parents had called him countless times with missed calls. Shao Ming quickly sent a message to his parents to let them know he was safe. Then he immediately called Li Long. Shao Ming thought, there must not be any trouble at home. The call connected, but Li Long's voice did not come through. Li Long. Hello? Shao Ming asked. There was silence on the other end for a few seconds, then Li Long's sobbing voice came through. What's wrong with you? Shao Ming asked, what happened? I have developed symptoms. Chapter 23 Returning to the apartment. Putting down the phone, Shao Ming couldn't accept the news for a moment. Although he kept telling himself, and also told Li Long, that there was no authoritative information indicating a direct link between the aftereffects and mutations, the facts seemed to be right before his eyes. He had always hoped Li Long was an accident, but he didn't expect that what was meant to come would still come. In any case, the urgent task was to rush back to the apartment first. Shao Ming jumped off the ambulance and headed in the direction of the apartment. The mutants on the main road had also decreased significantly. It seemed that the mutants I had just drawn away were indeed quite a few. On second thought, Shao Ming still felt a lingering fear. If that group of people hadn't been in the dormitory building, he would have lost his life. It seemed he must be even more cautious from now on. Speaking of which, I really owe them an apology. But there was no time to think much now. Shao Ming weaved through the abandoned vehicles on the main road. Returning to the apartment from here was only about a 10-minute walk. The sound of propellers came from the sky, and Shao Ming quickly stopped and looked back. A formation of several helicopters was approaching from the suburbs, flying towards the city center. 2 helicopters left the formation and began to slow down. Judging by their deceleration, the landing site seemed to be near the University of Manchester. Shao Ming hurriedly quickened his pace, heading towards the apartment building. Whether he intended to seek help from the helicopter or observe its purpose, the rooftop of the apartment building had an incomparable advantage over the roofs of cars on the main road. The sound of the helicopter undoubtedly provoked the anger of the mutants, and the roar of many mutants came from the buildings on both sides of the road. Just as initially guessed, most people mutated at home, which actually made the streets much safer. Shao Ming quickened his pace. It would be bad if 2 mutants fell from the sky and blocked the way. Taking advantage of abandoned cars to avoid several mutants, Shao Ming safely made his way back to the front of the apartment building. He quickly climbed up the fire escape stairs. Upon reaching the rooftop, the departing helicopters had already landed. Due to the obstruction of the building, Shao Ming could only hear the rotor sound of one helicopter and could not see where it had landed. The other helicopter was probably hovering on some rooftop, and judging by the direction, it seemed to be in the area where Gary and the others were. A burst of rapid gunfire came through. The helicopter was engaged in a firefight near the landing zone. What Shao Ming didn't expect was that the helicopter closer to him took off first, and there was black smoke coming from its body. This was obviously not done by the mutants, it was the effect of someone shooting the helicopter's engine with a gun. What exactly happened during the few minutes it took him to rush back to the rooftop? The helicopter that took off flew away with black smoke trailing, while fierce gunfire and the roars of mutants could still be heard on the ground. But soon the gunfire ceased, leaving only the sounds of the mutants. Another helicopter had not yet taken off. Shao Ming took down the rifle from his back and looked toward the helicopter using the scope on the gun. This G-36C was additionally equipped with an ACOG sight, which across the series can provide magnification from 1.5 to 6 times depending on the submodel. Shao Ming raised the rifle and aimed the scope in the direction from which the helicopter sounds came. Due to the obstruction of the building, Shao Ming could only see the main rotor of the helicopter and couldn't clearly see who boarded the helicopter. But from the paint scheme and outline, Shao Ming was still able to determine that this was a helicopter belonging to the British military. After a while, another helicopter also flew away. Shao Ming put down his rifle. He was about to return to the apartment rooftop when he heard people shouting from downstairs. Shao Ming hurriedly looked down. A woman was running wildly towards the helicopter. "Wait for me. Help. Wait for me," the woman shouted as she ran forward, but obviously, the helicopter could not hear her cries for help. However, the mutants by the roadside heard very clearly, and they swarmed over, tearing the woman to pieces. So foolish. Shao Ming thought. Shao Ming didn't look back. He jumped onto the rooftop and returned to his own apartment building. There was a noise in the hallway. Shao Ming held onto the stairs and glanced down. Someone was running up. He raised his rifle and confirmed that the safety was off. The person running up was none other than Bled Den, who lived opposite. And it was obvious that with bloodshot eyes and a gaping mouth, he had already mutated. The distance from the stair landing to the person rushing up was only a matter of seconds. Shao Ming didn't have time to aim and hurriedly pulled the trigger. Several bullets pierced Bleden's chest, but they did not stop him. Bled then lunged forward, and Shao Ming quickly swung his rifle across to block Bleden's attacking mouth. Shao Ming was pressed against the wall, watching as Bled then bit down hard on the rifle in his hands. His bite force was incredible, the rail at the front of the rifle was nearly cracked from the pressure. Shao Ming kicked repeatedly at Bleden's abdomen, finally managing to push him away. The latter stepped back, stepped on the edge of the stairs, and rolled down. Shao Ming didn't think twice and raised his rifle, shooting at Bleden's head. The shot hit his head accurately. Bled then, who had just gotten up, fell to the ground and no longer moved. Stepping over Bleden's body, Shao Ming quickly arrived at his own doorstep. Although he remained relatively calm inside, his adrenaline was surging, and after just experiencing a life-or-death moment, his hands were still trembling uncontrollably. After finally inserting the key and opening the door, Shao Ming finally returned to his own apartment. Even though he had only been out for a morning, it felt as if he hadn't been home for several days. Shao Ming locked the door and hurried into Li Long's room. Li Long lay on the bed, his face pale, his eyes red and swollen. It seemed he had been crying for a long time. "What's wrong with you?" Shao Ming put the rifle aside and came to Li Long's bedside to ask. "I feel terrible," Li Long said weakly. Shao Ming touched Li Long's forehead, it was burning hot. "You have a fever." Shao Ming stood up and was about to go outside to get the thermometer. "I feel so uncomfortable," Li Long said. "Don't worry." Shao Ming turned back to Li Long and said, "I remember the after effects don't include symptoms of fever." Chapter 24 Former Companions. After measuring the body temperature, Shao Ming found that Li Long's temperature was already close to 40 degrees Celsius. Was it a wound infection, sepsis, complications from a severe infection, or just a simple cold? Shao Ming was not a doctor, he could only try his best to find the cause of the illness. Unwrapping the bandage on Li Long's leg, there seemed to be no signs of infection or ulceration. If it were a wound infection, it should be suppurating, but the wound still looks relatively clean. If it were sepsis, I would have disinfected and bandaged Li Long with alcohol immediately, and changed the bandages these past 2 days, so bacteria shouldn't have entered the bloodstream. Shao Ming sighed and picked up the alcohol spray beside him. "Take it away, I don't want it," Li Long said hurriedly when he saw Shao Ming pick up the alcohol spray. "Don't make me suffer anymore." "Don't think like that," Shao Ming said, "I think it's most likely just a cold." "You don't understand," Li Long said softly, "they say people have a feeling before they die, and I felt it." Shao Ming really wanted to jump up and scold Li Long, not even knowing the cause of the illness yet talking about dying. "Take some fever medicine first," Shao Ming said, handing the fever medicine he had just brought in to Li Long. Li Long swallowed the pill, and Shao Ming re-bandaged the wound with a new dressing, then helped him lie down on the bed and covered him with a quilt. Li Long said nothing, he just stared blankly at the ceiling. Shao Ming didn't know what he was thinking. When a person knows their time is up, what would they think? If it were himself, it probably wouldn't be any better. Shao Ming shook his head. Li Long wasn't necessarily going to die, he couldn't think like that. "I'll go make something to eat," Shao Ming said. Shao Ming placed the prepared lunch by the bedside. Li Long didn't move, only glanced at him. Shao Ming said nothing, left the room, and closed the door. After moving all morning, now resting, he only felt soreness in all his muscles. The rain outside gradually stopped, and the dark clouds slowly receded. He was scrolling through his phone, there was still a network, and quite a few survivors were still uploading their current situations. Compared to the chaos and panic of a few days ago, all the photos and videos now gave a sense of desolation and despair. More and more people were turning into mutants, and those who hadn't mutated yet were barely surviving under the watchful eyes of the mutants. The army, which was supposed to enter the city to maintain order, had already begun to collapse from within. They hadn't even had time to fight before they themselves turned into mutants. From wealthy celebrities to beggars, this disaster was closely connected to everyone. He was browsing the news about after effects and mutations online again, which was no different from a few days ago, all just reasoning and speculation. Shao Ming didn't want to think about it, he hoped Li Long just had a cold. Carrying the cold medicine into the room, Li Long hadn't touched the lunch that was placed on the bedside at noon. "Take some medicine," Shao Ming said, handing the bowl of prepared cold medicine to Li Long, who took it and sipped a mouthful. The cold medicine, which was supposed to be bitter, had no taste at all when it reached Li Long's mouth. It was more like drinking a sip of plain water. Li Long realized that his sense of taste had also disappeared. I can't taste this anymore. Suddenly, as if very angry, Li Long smashed the bowl in his hand. Shao Ming tried to persuade him, don't be like this, it definitely isn't an after effect. Even a cold can cause a fever. Li Long interrupted Shao Ming, saying, you don't need to persuade me anymore. I can feel it, it's not a cold, it's different. He continued, if I'm going to mutate, kill me. I don't want to become a monster. Shao Ming shouted at Li Long, I won't kill you. You're still human now, you don't necessarily have to turn into a zombie. Li Long sobbed and said, I want to go home. This muscular young man in his 20s was, after all, still a child. He wanted his mother, he wanted his father. Everything he and Shao Ming did was not just to survive, but to be able to live and return home. Now, that wish was as difficult as reaching the sky. Shao Ming looked at this companion who had studied abroad with him for 2 years, and he suddenly realized that this person might really be leaving. Li Long might have been very strong, but when death truly descended upon him, his strength collapsed instantly. We will go home. Shao Ming couldn't bear to watch any longer and left the room. Shao Ming was reviewing all the relevant information in the living room, but the more he looked, the more certain he became that Li Long was suffering from aftereffects, even symptoms that were very complete aftereffects. Most mutants only showed 1 or 2 symptoms before mutating. Li Long in the room had calmed down again, he was just lying on the bed quietly crying. After an unknown amount of time, a noise came from Li Long's room. Shao Ming hurried in to check, but the scene before him shocked him. The room was filled with a foul stench, and Shao Ming was about to vomit immediately. This smell was even more unbearable to him than the odor of a corpse. In the room, Li Long was lying on the bed, barely clinging to life, looking even weaker than when Shao Ming had seen him a few hours earlier. Li Long had already lost control of his bowels and bladder, his face was pale, and he lay motionless on the bed. What Li Long had excreted was not normal waste at all, but blood. Shao Ming recalled what Gary told him this morning, the mutation time has now been shortened to 1 to 2 days. Seeing Shao Ming come in, Li Long reached out his hand to him and weakly said, home. Shao Ming grasped Li Long's hand and replied, home, home, we will go home. Li Long's eyes gradually closed, and his grip on Shao Ming's hand weakened. Shao Ming gently released Li Long's hand, took 2 steps back, and pulled out a pistol from his waist. He couldn't bring himself to act, he remembered the first day he met Li Long, how the kid came up and put his arm around him, as if they were old friends at first sight. He recalled attending classes together, experiencing the customs and culture of a foreign land, and complaining together about how truly awful British food was. He remembered that after the mutation outbreak, Li Long and he navigated through the chaotic crowd together, scavenged supplies from stores, and subdued Britain together. A tear slid from the corner of Shao Ming's eye as he aimed at Li Long's head and pulled the trigger. Chapter 25 Power Outage. Shao Ming wrapped Li Long's corpse in a clean bedsheet and dragged it to the rooftop, placing it alongside the bodies of the young couple. As for the dirty bedsheet, he simply threw it down from the building. He stood on the rooftop, gazing towards the distant city center. The fog had already cleared, and the visibility was good now, he could directly see near Manchester train station. The sun was slowly setting, and the city was still brilliantly lit up, though under the dazzling lights, it was uncertain whether those standing there were mutants or humans. Shao Ming raised the rifle in his hand and looked through the scope into the distance. Since there was a helicopter, there must still be military or other organized forces surviving. The apartment is in the city center, and it is still quite difficult to see what is happening outside the city. He didn't necessarily want to see anything, he just felt a mess inside. Putting down the rifle, Shao Ming forced himself not to look at Li Long's body. Regarding the departure of his roommate and friend of 2 years, Shao Ming felt more disbelief than sadness. Perhaps the inability to accept the fact of his death itself is a kind of sorrow. Shao Ming left the rooftop, and before closing the door, he took one last look at Li Long's corpse. While tidying up Li Long's room, Shao Ming found a will wrapped in an envelope in the bedside cabinet. It seemed to have been written a couple of days ago. Li Long probably wrote this will as soon as he realized that the aftereffects were related to the mutation. There was also a sentence written on the envelope. Ming, if I die, please deliver this to my parents. Shao Ming did not open the envelope but put it into his backpack. Looking at Li Long's empty bed, Shao Ming felt as if he were dreaming. Yesterday he was still lying in bed, full of life except for the injury on his leg. He was even talking to him this afternoon, but by nightfall he had become a corpse wrapped in a quilt. He must come back alive, at the very least to deliver Li Long's suicide note. Moreover, his own parents were still waiting for him to come home. Shao Ming took out his phone to report his safety to his family, but he did not mention anything about Li Long. Judging from the news from my parents, the country has also entered a period of turmoil, but overall it is still somewhat under control, completely different from the apocalyptic situation abroad. At present, it seems that only the domestic area is the safest sanctuary. Both emotionally and logically, I must find a way to go home. The sun outside the window had completely set, and Shao Ming had no appetite for dinner. He took out his phone and kept browsing online. Someone uploaded a video. The location was a military assembly point in the suburbs, where hundreds of mutants dressed in military uniforms were standing. The thick armored tanks hadn't even started moving before they turned into heaps of scrap metal. The number of replies to the topic, Manchester survivors, on Twitter has significantly decreased, with only a few hundred people still responding. Shao Ming took a look. These people seem to be trying to save themselves. A few who live in the Northenden area have already met up and are preparing transportation to escape to the suburbs. Meanwhile, in the Brindley area, dozens of survivors have cleared out a community. They are using debris and abandoned vehicles to block the roads and have started boarding up doors and windows with wooden planks. He now also has to prepare to leave here. Although Li Long has left and the food can last a few more days, staying holed up in the apartment is just waiting to die. But none of these places were Shao Ming's destination. He was going to the consulate first. If the consulate had fallen, he would find another means of transportation, plane, ship, car. There would be some way to get home. Shao Ming took Li Long's notebook and opened the email. The consulate had not replied yet. Given the current situation, the likelihood of the consulate surviving was slim. Nevertheless, he still decided to visit the consulate before leaving. Shao Ming glanced again at the international students group chat. Since yesterday, no one had spoken there. It was unclear whether they had all safely returned home or if they had all unfortunately transformed. Just as Shao Ming was about to plan his route, the light in the room suddenly went out. The power indicator on the laptop also lit up, showing that the power had been disconnected. Shao Ming put down his notebook and went to the window to check. It wasn't just his household, the entire city had fallen into endless darkness. The power was out. The blackout happened much earlier than Shao Ming had expected, but it wasn't entirely surprising. The mutation was accelerating, and it was hard to say how many people were still alive, let alone the power plant workers who had to maintain the electricity supply. In fact, the power plant workers fought until the very last moment. A small number of them never left their posts, perhaps because their families had all turned into mutants, or because their homes were within the quarantine zone. About a dozen workers stayed at the power plant, keeping the city's power running, hoping to buy more time for others, until they either turned into mutants themselves or were torn to pieces by them. Shao Ming took out his phone and checked. The network signal was still there. The power supply was interrupted, and it was uncertain how long the batteries in the signal base station could last. Shao Ming quickly took out his tablet and connected it to a power bank. He was about to start downloading electronic maps of the entire world. Electricity was easy to find. Starting a car could also power electronic devices, and diesel generators or wind turbines in some areas could maintain power supply. But without anyone to maintain them, how long could the internet hold on? Besides maps, he also downloaded several survival guides online. In addition to the basics of water collection and food, there were various books on vehicle repair, firearm maintenance, and many other topics. Li Long had already downloaded a TV series earlier, and Shao Ming continued to download several novels. Now Shao Ming is glad that he bought a tablet computer back then. Now it has finally come into play. However, for Shao Ming now, electricity has become an increasingly scarce resource. There are still a few problems. First, after a power outage, the electricity most likely won't come back, and if the frozen meat in the fridge isn't eaten within these 2 days, it will quickly spoil. Second, there are no emergency lighting tools like candles at home. The only flashlight was the one Shao Ming found this morning. Chapter 26: The End of the World. After the power supply was cut off, the city plunged into an unprecedented darkness. Perhaps for centuries or even over a millennium, this area had never been as dark at night as the wilderness. Until now. Darkness shrouds not only the city, and it is not only the lights within the city that have been extinguished. In the nights of the past, it was a time for family joy. Even the homeless on the streets would return to their little nests to count the spoils of their day. But now, the night feels more like a cruel joke played by death upon human civilization. The mutants pause to sense every rustle of the wind and grass around them, while the survivors hide at home, praying to stay alive. England, France, Germany, Russia, the United States, the same scenes are playing out in every country around the world. Perhaps the astronauts aboard the International Space Station can see that darkness is like the curtain falling on human civilization. Of course, that is, provided the astronaut hasn't been eaten by his mutated companions. Some national leaders were vaccinated early and did not get infected during the pandemic 6 months ago. Now they are hiding in doomsday bunkers, barely surviving. A small number of regional governments and militaries are still functioning. They have established safe zones, rallied survivors, and are doing their best to maintain the remaining social order. In a distant eastern great power, even though the major outbreak 6 months ago was fairly well controlled, over 10 million people still transformed into mutants. Although the situation is temporarily under control, it seems to be heading toward losing control. The survivors who did not turn into mutant food fled the city one after another, hoping to find a place to settle in areas rarely trodden by humans. If there is any country that has survived intact, it might be that mysterious nation in the northern part of the Korean peninsula. As a single player in the Earth game, the pandemic has caused them almost no harm. Now they are gathering their army, taking advantage of their southern neighbors who have all become mutants, to unify the peninsula. Shao Ming looked out the window, the moonlight scattered over the deserted streets of the city, and a wave of desolation surged in his heart. The ancients all said the bright moon evokes the strongest homesickness. Shao Ming now fully understands this. Without electricity, and afraid to use it again, Shao Ming lay in bed, drifting off to sleep in a daze. Early the next morning, Shao Ming woke up on his own. He had never woken up so early naturally, perhaps because he had never gone to bed so early when he had a phone before. The sun had already risen, and Shao Ming looked at his watch. It was just past 7 o'clock. Shao Ming couldn't fall back asleep, so he got up and started organizing the supplies at home. Although the refrigerator has no power, the ice in the freezer compartment has not yet melted. It looks like those chicken cutlets can still last for a while. There are still quite a few biscuits left, so rationing them for a month won't be a problem. All the containers at home that can hold water have been filled by Shao Ming. It's unknown when the tap water will stop. Even if the water pressure remains normal after a month or two, tap water without maintenance will become very dirty. Fortunately, this is the UK, so rainwater won't be lacking, and drinking water won't be a big problem. Rainwater, free from human industrial pollution, is still quite suitable for drinking. There are also quite a few medicines left. Although not much was brought back from the pharmacy, there is no shortage of external wound supplies like alcohol disinfectant and bandages. There is still a bottle of antibiotics and several boxes of commonly used cold and anti-inflammatory medicines. Shao Ming reorganized the magazines. The G36 rifle still had 46 rounds of ammunition across 2 magazines, the P320 was loaded with 2 full 30-round magazines, and there were an additional 58 rounds in the box. Li Long's baseball bat had been cleaned, and there was a fruit knife at home that could be used. Shao Ming picked out a book to use as an arm guard, replacing the one that had been chewed up by mutants. From the tactical vest taken off the SWAT member, there were several cable ties, 4 glow sticks, and a police radio. Shao Ming pulled out the bulletproof plate, thought for a moment, and then put it back in. It was wishful thinking to believe that this thing could block a mutant's mouth, but considering the zombie literature he had read. And the helicopter emitting black smoke yesterday, Shao Ming felt that defending against human black guns was equally important. Shao Ming pulled out the walkie-talkie and fiddled with it for a while. It did turn on, but it could only pick up static noise. He threw the walkie-talkie aside and looked at the neatly stacked supplies in front of him. If there was no plan to stay long-term, these supplies were more than enough. Shao Ming packed the food and water he could take with him, and also put the bullets, tablet, and power bank into his backpack. After packing his backpack, Shao Ming began planning the route to the consulate. Using the map he found in the police car, Shao Ming decided this time to head east in search of a way out. Following the main road east would also lead him out of the lockdown zone, and this area had more residential buildings, which might mean more possible exits. If what Gary and his group said is true, then the route from the school to the park is not to be relied upon. However, starting from the residential buildings, after leaving the lockdown zone, he would have to take a longer detour to get back to the consulate. Moreover, compared to leaving southward from the school, moving through the middle of the residential buildings carried greater risks. Shao Ming decided to have breakfast first and set off after the sun rose and it got a bit brighter. He definitely didn't want to be screwed over by some old 6 mutant. Shao Ming took 2 pieces of chicken cutlets out of the fridge and threw them into the frying pan. If nothing unexpected happens, this should be the last meal eaten in this small apartment. The taste of frozen chicken cutlets wasn't great, but thinking that in a few days he might not even be able to eat frozen chicken cutlets, Shao Ming swallowed it down with some beer. As for the remaining beer, Shao Ming had already found a good use for it. He would take a few and, if necessary, turn them into Molotov cocktails. Shao Ming took his last shower, the first one in days, put on a clean sweatshirt and work pants, donned a tactical vest, slung a backpack over his shoulders, stuck a baseball bat on his back, and holstered a pistol at his waist. Shao Ming picked up his rifle and pushed open the door. Now, it was time to head home. The sun rose, and sunlight poured over this lifeless land. Chapter 27. Leaving the apartment. Stepping out of the house, Shao Ming decided to leave the apartment from the first floor. Li Long's body was still lying on the rooftop, he couldn't bear to leave from there. Unexpectedly, as he reached the second floor, there was a sudden bang on the door to his left, immediately followed by the roar of a mutant. Shao Ming quickly slowed his pace, crouching low as he continued down to the first floor. He tiptoed down to the first floor and moved aside the trash piled up at the doorway. Peering cautiously through the upper half of the railing, Shao Ming carefully looked outside. Fortunately, the mutant's roar just now didn't attract more mutants, and there were no signs of mutants downstairs either. They were probably all drawn away by the helicopter from yesterday evening. Opening the door, the street was deathly silent. To avoid making too much noise, Shao Ming slung the rifle on his back and still chose to use the baseball bat as his main weapon. Unlike the directions taken on previous outings, this time Shao Ming chose to turn right upon leaving, walking along rows of apartment buildings away from the main road. The shops along the street were mostly empty, but they were all just coffee shops and grocery stores, and Shao Ming had no mood to rummage through them. The sooner I leave the city, the better. Not far ahead, Shao Ming saw containers piled up on the street. He couldn't help but marvel again at the city government's incredible execution ability. Why couldn't they achieve this kind of lockdown during the major outbreak 6 months ago? It's not very realistic to climb directly onto the shipping container, but if you can get into the residential buildings on both sides of the street, it's not impossible to jump over by climbing through a window upstairs. Of course, it would be best if the back of the residential building isn't sealed off. Behind the shipping containers blocking the street, there is a church. After passing the intersection where the church is located, you can head straight south toward the consulate. Turning right in front of the shipping containers, Shao Ming entered a cluster of residential buildings. This is an open space enclosed by buildings at the back, with some playground equipment for children placed in the middle, and a sandbox nearby. The exit on the left leads to the church, but it has been blocked off. However, it is unknown whether the entrance to the building ahead is locked or not. If you can get inside that building, you can jump from the upstairs window onto the container. On the backstreet side of the building, the window of a household on the first floor is wide open. Shao Ming saw through the window that 2 mutants were looking directly out. Shao Ming was startled. He froze in place, too afraid to move, feeling as if his heart was about to leap out. However, the mutants seemed not to have noticed him, and it was unclear whether these two had poor eyesight or no vision at all. Shao Ming cautiously took a step forward, but the 2 mutants still showed no reaction. Could this be the hibernation state that Gary mentioned? However, to be on the safe side, he still tried to stay close to the side of the opposite building, keeping a distance from the window. At this moment, Shao Ming's nerves were taut. He not only had to control himself from making too much noise and pay attention to any movement inside the window, but also constantly be on guard against any other mutants in the building. Shao Ming was cautiously inching forward when suddenly a muffled thud came from behind him. A mutant had crashed into the window behind Shao Ming. Already highly tense, he was startled and couldn't help but shout out loud. Holy shit! That shout immediately woke the surrounding sleeping mutants, and by the time Shao Ming wanted to stop, it was already too late. 2 mutants rushed out first from the building with the open window. Shao Ming swung his baseball bat to greet them, and the mutant running in front was hit so hard that it fell backward onto the ground. Before Shao Ming could get back into position, another mutant pounced. With no time to prepare, Shao Ming had to raise one hand to block. The mutant bit down on the book tied to Shao Ming's right hand, and the momentum caused Shao Ming to stagger backward repeatedly. He saw the mutant that had fallen first was already getting up, while he himself still couldn't break free. Shao Ming used his free left hand to pull a fruit knife from the side of his backpack and stabbed it into the head of the mutant in front of him. Although the fruit knife wasn't particularly sharp, Shao Ming found the right spot and precisely stabbed it into the mutant's temple. Seeing the blade had already pierced into the mutant's brain, Shao Ming twisted it forcefully, directly turning the mutant's brain into mush. Finally, one was dealt with, but figures of mutants appeared behind the windows of the surrounding residential buildings, banging on the glass. Shao Ming knew well that this place was not suitable for lingering. He pushed the corpse in front of him toward the mutant that had just arrived and turned to run. The mutant that had just climbed up hadn't rushed forward yet and crashed headfirst into the corpse of its own companion. Shao Ming ran to the entrance of the building ahead. Fortunately, the main door was not locked and could be opened with a twist. However, when he opened the door, the scene before Shao Ming made him gasp sharply. Dozens of mutants were crowded in the corridor of the house. These mutants had been awakened by the recent sounds of fighting and were searching for the source of the noise. Without a second thought, Shao Ming immediately pulled the door shut. Now it's settled, the only way is to go right through the alley into another residential area. Hopefully, there's a path over there. Shao Ming hurriedly ran into the alley, while the mutants behind him had already burst out from the windows on all sides. The alley was not long, and in the middle of it, a large trash bin had been pushed right under the fire escape, just enough for an adult to climb up. Shao Ming realized that someone had gone out from here. He quickly glanced back. Some mutants who had climbed out of the window might have broken their legs and were staggering towards him. Meanwhile, a few mutants seemed to have rushed out from the first floor, their bodies unharmed, charging at an extremely fast speed. Raising his rifle, Shao Ming quickly aimed at the mutants running at the front. Calm down, calm down. He told himself this in his heart while trying his best to steady the rifle in his hands. The opportunity to shoot was fleeting, and the mutants were not too far away. But the advantage was that their displacement distance was also not great. The basic training at the shooting range paid off. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, and the bullet flew out of the barrel. 2 mutants fell to the ground in response, and Shao Ming quickly turned the muzzle to aim at the 2 mutants behind and continued shooting. Seeing the fastest mutated creatures being taken down, Shao Ming quickly climbed onto the trash bin. Chapter 28, Climbing Over the Isolation Wall. Before more mutated creatures surged up, Shao Ming climbed upstairs along the fire escape. He looked back and saw that there were at least a dozen mutated creatures gathered at the bottom of the stairs beneath his feet. Some mutants had already started trying to climb onto the trash bins. Shao Ming was relieved that he had taken down the first few mutants with all 4 limbs intact. The ones coming up from the second and even third floors had either broken legs or broken arms. Shao Ming carefully recalled the height of the container. It seemed to be just a little shorter than the second floor windowsill. Although the police weren't stupid enough to place the container used as a partition wall directly below the window, it was still at a distance that could be cleared with a single jump. Reaching the second floor window, Shao Ming kicked at the glass, but to his surprise, the glass only wobbled slightly and did not shatter as he had imagined. Well, Shao Ming thought, pulling out the baseball bat from his back. How could a mutant just push the window open like that? With the impact of the baseball bat, the glass window shattered completely from the point of impact. Although Shao Ming was very anxious now, he still couldn't rush. After the glass window broke, some shards remained on the edges of the window frame. Shao Ming didn't want to scrape off chunks of flesh while climbing over. After simply clearing away the exposed sharp glass, Shao Ming climbed into the second floor corridor. Sounds of mutants also came from the rooms on both sides. The doors were being knocked on, and it seemed like a group of mutants could rush out from either side at any moment. Shao Ming ran toward the end of the corridor, with the street-facing window right ahead. He ran to the window and looked outside, but found that the distance here was still quite far from the container, about 5 or 6 meters away. If he could get inside the room and jump out from the room's window, it might still be worth a try. Shao Ming tried twisting the door next door, but it wouldn't open directly. He lifted his leg and kicked it, but the door didn't budge an inch. Damn it! Shao Ming cursed silently in his heart, wondering why his path to survival was different from others. In TV dramas, those doors would open with just one kick, wouldn't they? Shooting at the keyhole with a gun is the same principle. Not to mention whether wasting that bullet can break the lock, the ricochet from shooting at such close range could also be fatal. Shao Ming's mind was spinning rapidly. As usual, the storage room on the first floor would generally have spare keys for the entire building. If he didn't go to the first floor to find the keys, the only option was to climb over the wall on the street-facing side. The second method was obviously unrealistic, so Shao Ming quickly went to the first floor. The mutants inside the rooms kept pounding on the doors. Every time Shao Ming passed a doorway, he could hear the mutants inside hitting the doors even harder. He could only pray that the quality of these doors was decent enough not to be broken down by 1 or 2 mutants. This feeling is like running naked on the street without wearing pants. The main door on the first floor was tightly shut, but through the transparent window of the storage room, Shao Ming saw the already mutated administrator. And hanging from his waist was a bunch of keys. The door of the storage room was also locked, not because Shao Ming had sharp eyes, but mainly because there was a thick iron chain hanging on the door of the storage room. Seeing Shao Ming approaching, the keeper lunged at the glass, opening his bloodthirsty mouth as if to bite. Without a second thought, Shao Ming pulled out his pistol and fired 2 shots at the keeper's head. The first bullet shattered the glass and entered the keeper's skull through the forehead, the second shot went in through the chin. The keeper's body fell backward, no longer moving. Shao Ming climbed over the window and snatched the keyring from the keeper's waist. Returning to the second floor, Shao Ming inserted the key into the lock of the room at the end of the corridor. Although there was no sound coming from inside, just to be safe, Shao Ming pulled out his pistol and got ready. Turning the key, the door was gently pushed open. Shao Ming took out a fruit knife with his left hand and rested his pistol on his left hand with his right. Fortunately, the room was relatively quiet, and there were no mutants inside. Shao Ming quickly came to the window. From the windowsill of this unit, he could jump directly onto the container. The distance was not too far. He first took off his backpack and threw it over. The backpack rolled twice and landed accurately on the container. Shao Ming climbed onto the windowsill and made a vigorous leap. Fortunately, a distance of just over 2 meters was not too far, and Shao Ming landed steadily on the container. Picking up his backpack, Shao Ming looked out beyond the isolation wall. Next to the church was parked an 8-wheeled Scania truck cab, and like a gift falling from the sky, although inside sat a mutated driver. Shao Ming was about to jump down from the container and rush toward the truck cab, but unexpectedly, the mutated truck driver gripped the steering wheel tightly, shouting angrily at Shao Ming while stepping on the accelerator. Thanks to the system startup, the driver floored the accelerator and restarted the engine. What the hell? Before Shao Ming could react, the truck had already rushed right in front of him. Shao Ming quickly dropped down and grabbed the edge of the container. The big truck slammed hard into the container, pushing it and causing it to deform. Fortunately, the police had placed a lot of heavy objects inside the container, which prevented it from tipping over completely. The violent impact almost threw Shao Ming off. He tightly grabbed the edge of the container to steady himself. The truck pushed the container open and charged forward, knocking over several cars in succession before finally crashing into a building and coming to a stop. And the already mutated driver was still flooring the accelerator. Shao Ming stood up, his soul nearly scared out of him. How could a zombie still drive? Shao Ming quickly climbed down from the container. The noise made by the truck was just too loud, and Shao Ming had already seen quite a few mutants climbing out from the windows on both sides of the street. If you keep walking past the church, you can reach another main road, from which you can also detour to the consulate. Taking advantage of the mutants being attracted by the truck's impact, Shao Ming quickly retreated along the road in the opposite direction of the quarantine zone. Although it's called a quarantine zone, there isn't much difference between inside and outside the walls. If anything, there might be fewer mutants on the roads outside the quarantine zone. After all, the reason for the quarantine was because the mutants in the hospital broke out. Shao Ming quickened his pace, jogging towards the consulate. Chapter 29, The Consulate. Shao Ming moved towards the consulate as quickly as possible without making too much noise. As expected, since the mutation had lasted for quite some time, there weren't many mutants on the street. Most people either have symptoms themselves and can't go out, or they hide at home out of fear. Half an hour later, Shao Ming finally made his way to the front of the consulate. The consulate is located in a traditional European-style building, and the national flag flying at the entrance gave Shao Ming a slight sense of belonging. However, the scene under the national flag was not so pleasant. The entrance of the consulate was piled high with luggage, and bloodstains and body parts were everywhere. 2 buses were still parked on the road beside the consulate. It seemed the consulate had organized an evacuation, but before they could leave, they were attacked. A strong stench of blood filled the air, but Shao Ming had smelled so much of it these past few days that he had become numb to it. What was strange was that no mutated creatures were seen near the consulate. Shao Ming looked back toward the buses again, and apart from the empty street, he still saw no mutated creatures. Logically speaking, I could still see scattered mutants on the streets a couple of days ago. Could it be that the number of mutants outside is really this low? Shao Ming looked at the tragic scene before him again. This didn't look like something that only 1 or 2 mutants could have caused. Maybe they all wandered off. Thinking this, Shao Ming still cautiously raised the baseball bat in his hand. Carefully approaching the consulate's entrance, he saw an old man squatting on the floor in the hall, eating pieces of corpses on the ground. It didn't notice Shao Ming behind it and was still enjoying its spoils. Shao Ming put down the baseball bat and pulled out a fruit knife from his backpack. He looked around, making sure there were no other mutants in the hall, then quietly crept up behind this mutant. Shao Ming felt his heart race. He had rehearsed 10,000 possibilities in his mind. What if the knife didn't pierce? What if one stab wasn't enough? What if it alerted the other mutants? There was no time to worry about that now. He stabbed the knife into the back of the mutant's neck. The mutant grunted and fell to the ground. Shao Ming let out a long breath and pulled out a fruit knife. It seemed that quietly dealing with the mutants like this was still feasible. Although the consulate had several more floors, judging by the hellish scene on this floor, there were probably no survivors inside the building. However, Shao Ming's purpose this time was not to find survivors. The fall of the consulate was expected. More importantly, he hoped to find evacuation-related documents and, even better, to be able to contact the organization. After all, compared to pondering at home, the consulate can access more resources. Shao Ming found the consul general's office on the sign and headed upstairs. The consulate had a wall against other buildings with no windows, and since the power was out, the stairwell was pitch black. Shao Ming took out a flashlight and turned it on. The stairwell wasn't just eerie, it could be called terrifying. He raised the flashlight and shone it upward through the gap, but it seemed there were no mutants in the stairwell. Following the stairwell all the way up to the floor where the consul general's office was located, Shao Ming poked his head out to look down the corridor. It was deathly silent here as well, except for a pool of blood dragged at the doorway of one room with its door wide open. Shao Ming put away the flashlight, raised the baseball bat, and walked toward that doorway. About 2 rooms away, Shao Ming heard noises coming from inside. Shao Ming held his breath and raised the baseball bat. A mutant staggered out from inside the door. It had been full and in a dormant state, but Shao Ming's footsteps upstairs woke it up. Seeing the mutant come out, Shao Ming struck it directly with a heavy swing of the bat. The mutant was knocked to the ground. Before it could open its mouth to roar, Shao Ming swung the bat again. After a few moments, the mutant collapsed to the ground, motionless. Inside the consulate office, a corpse lay on the floor, more precisely, only a skeleton and a pile of incomplete flesh remained, the rest had been eaten by the mutant. Shao Ming picked up a name tag from the pile of blood and flesh, which boldly read, Consul Wang Wenhua. It seems this is the Consul Wang who was responsible for liaising with Shao Ming and the others some time ago. Although Consul Wang did not have time to reply to them with an email. Arriving at Consul Wang's desk, Shao Ming rummaged through the documents on the desk, and on the most prominent spot on the right side of the desk lay a register. Shao Ming opened the register, which recorded the phone numbers of Chinese nationals living in Manchester City. A large portion of them had been crossed out, leaving it unclear whether they had evacuated or met with misfortune. Shao Ming flipped through 2 pages and saw the phone numbers of himself and Li Long. Thinking that Li Long had now become a corpse lying on the rooftop, Shao Ming seemed to see the look in his eyes before he died. Shao Ming quickly shook his head. He would rather face the pool of blood and flesh on the ground. Sitting in the office, Shao Ming called each person listed in the register one by one. The power outage last night has not even lasted 24 hours yet. If lucky, most of the base stations should still be functioning normally. Several consecutive calls were either turned off or went unanswered, and he began to suspect that he might be wasting the precious battery life of his phone. But he still held on to a bit of hope. The registry had dozens of pages with thousands of phone numbers, and he couldn't believe that all these people were dead. He only wished to find a fellow countryman in this foreign land amidst the apocalypse. Shao Ming dialed the next number. Unexpectedly, the phone ringtone came from the mutated creature that had just been knocked down. All right. Shao Ming dialed the next number. After making nearly dozens of calls in a row, all went unanswered. Shao Ming decided to make a few more calls. If he couldn't find any survivors, then so be it. After all, although he now had plenty of time, the phone wouldn't last that long. If the phone ran out of battery, contact with home would be completely cut off. 1, 2, 3. Shao Ming kept making calls one after another, and just as he was about to give up, this one call actually went through. Chapter 30 Siblings. Hello. A faint female voice came from the other end of the phone. Shao Ming had never felt excited over a simple hello since he was born. Hello. Shao Ming composed himself, glanced at the list on the table. The owner of the phone's surname was Feng, given name Yusheng. Is this Feng Yusheng? The voice on the other end of the phone grew even more agitated, the girl's voice trembling uncontrollably. Yes, I am Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming then asked, are you currently living at 28B, Everett Road, Manchester? Yes, no, I'm not at home, I'm in the compartment on the rooftop terrace. From the phone, it was clear that Feng Yusheng was trying hard to control her emotions. Are you here to save us? Are you from the consulate? Shao Ming glanced at Consul Wang, who had already become a pool of blood and flesh, and could only say, you could say that. The consulate is hopeless now, we can only figure out a way to get out of the city ourselves. The person on the other end of the phone was silent for a moment, then slowly asked, so we can't go back? Not exactly. Shao Ming said, there's always a way to get back by plane or ship, but it's up to us alone. The person on the other end of the phone was silent again for a moment, then said, I want to go back, my family is still waiting for me at home, do you have any way? To be honest, Shao Ming didn't have any clear plan yet. He only knew he wanted to go home, his family was still living well back in the country. He didn't want to die here, nor did he want to merely survive in the UK. Shao Ming thought for a moment and replied, first go to the airport. If there are no evacuation flights, then change course to Birmingham, find a ship, and drift back. Oh, okay, can you take me with you? Asked the voice on the other end of the phone. Do you have a car? Shao Ming suddenly remembered and asked. No, I didn't. Shao Ming quickly thought it over, whether to bring this person along, and how to do it. Bringing someone along doesn't necessarily increase the chances of survival, but he couldn't just leave them here to die. If he were to bring her, she had no means of transportation and would have to figure out a way to get there to meet him. I'll find a way to come and get you. Shao Ming glanced at the time, it was 12 o'clock. If he walked there on foot, he wouldn't arrive until tomorrow. I need to find a means of transportation first. You stay at home and don't move. Pack your things, I will contact you again. Okay, alright. Are you alone? Shao Ming asked, are you injured or infected? Yes, I am alone, Feng Yusheng replied, I am not injured, nor have I been infected. After hanging up the phone, Shao Ming wanted to make a few more calls along the list, but the phone's battery was already less than half. Moreover, after this call ended, more questions lay before Shao Ming. He still took things one step at a time, neither figuring out how to return to his distant homeland thousands of miles away nor how to meet with his compatriots after contacting them. Shao Ming sorted out his thoughts. The urgent task was to find a means of transportation, whether to the airport, Birmingham, or to search for other survivors. Without transportation, nothing was possible. Going home also posed many problems. He had no professional skills, certainly couldn't fly a plane, and was completely clueless about sailing. The only option was to drive back. Well, it seems the round-the-world trip in my dream is coming much sooner than I imagined. Shao Ming was thinking about where he could find a means of transportation when he turned his head and saw the bus parked downstairs. Before coming up, he had seen the bus with its doors wide open parked next to the consulate. Why not go down and take a look? Shao Ming folded the phone directory and put it into his bag, then picked up the baseball bat and headed downstairs. Back on the street, Shao Ming looked around, and on the left side of the street, 2 or 3 mutants had appeared and were wandering about. Shao Ming quickly crouched down and reached for the bus door. Boarding the bus, Shao Ming felt that he was really lucky today. The bus key was quietly inserted in the lock, and with a gentle turn, the engine could be started. Shao Ming put his backpack and rifle aside, sat in the driver's seat, and glanced at the fuel gauge, which was still half full, quite sufficient. On the left console, there was a switch with a car door icon painted on it. Shao Ming tried pressing it, and the car door made a zzz sound as it slowly closed. Turning the car key, the bus made a series of noises, but the engine did not start, and the key popped back out. The noise from the bus woke the mutants on the street, and they began moving toward the consulate. He tried turning the key and holding it a little longer, but the engine still wouldn't start. Just as Shao Ming was studying the bus, a mutant slowly crawled up from behind a seat inside the vehicle. This mutant had its leg broken by someone, and the bones in its hand were exposed as it limped toward the front of the bus. Shao Ming heard the noise behind him and quickly turned around. The mutant stretched out its hands, emitting a hiss. The mutant was already injured and moved very sluggishly. Shao Ming stood up, pulled out a fruit knife, and stabbed it once under its chin. The mutant's head was pierced through completely, and it collapsed to the ground. Shao Ming pulled out a fruit knife and checked the carriage, confirming that no other mutants were still inside the vehicle. The small incident caused Shao Ming no harm, but several mutants rushed toward the outside of the car. With a bang, a mutant crashed directly into the windshield. Roar! Just at the front of the car, 6 mutants surrounded it, angrily pounding on the windows, trying to break in and tear Shao Ming to pieces. Shao Ming cursed under his breath and quickly returned to the driver's seat. This time, he pressed the brake and turned the key, finally starting the bus. He pressed the clutch and shifted into first gear, just about to set off, but the engine stalled. He was too anxious and released the clutch too quickly and harshly, causing the engine to stall. Shao Ming was about to curse out loud. The mutant was right in front of him, separated from him by only a pane of glass. Chapter 31 The Joy of Driving. Shao Ming finally shifted into first gear, pressed the accelerator, and the 2 mutants in front of the car were immediately swept under the vehicle. Although Shao Ming had never driven such a large vehicle before, the current situation didn't require him to worry about traffic rules or minor collisions. As long as he could drive away, that was all that mattered. The bus made a right turn and got onto the main road. Shao Ming held the steering wheel with one hand while pulling out his phone to search for Unit B, number 28 Everett Road. Taking the main road would take at most 10 minutes, especially since there was no traffic jam or traffic lights, the road conditions could only be described as very good. Opening the call log, Shao Ming called Feng Yusheng. I found a car, it will be here in 10 to 15 minutes. Okay, Feng Yusheng kept agreeing, I'll pack up my things right away, Shao Ming put his phone aside and took a quick glance at the central console. There was a USB port, but no compatible charger. At first, he only thought that finding a means of transportation would allow him to charge his phone, but he forgot to bring a charger. At this moment, Shao Ming just wanted to slap himself. At least for these 2 days, while the base stations were still working, the phone was more than just a brick. Moreover, I hadn't even had the chance to let my family know I was safe today. Coincidentally, not far ahead, a mobile phone accessories store appeared by the roadside. Unfortunately, 2 mutants heard the noise of the bus and rushed out from the store. Shao Ming didn't even think twice, he swung the steering wheel and drove onto the sidewalk, heading straight for the 2 mutants. As the 2 mutants were crushed under the vehicle, the bus shuddered and came to a stop. Pulling the handbrake tight, Shao Ming opened the bus door. The parts store was right next door. Although there were no signs of mutants on the street, the roars of mutants came from upstairs. Judging by the sounds, it seems like everyone in this building has mutated. Shao Ming quickly jumped off the bus, rushed into the store, grabbed 2 boxes of chargers from the shelves, and ran back to the bus. The whole process went smoothly and effortlessly. In less than a minute, he was back in the driver's seat. Just as he was about to start the bus, a muffled bang came from the roof. Immediately, a mutant fell right in front of my eyes. Then came the second, the third. Only then did Shao Ming realize how foolish it was to stop the car and rush into the nearby store. All the mutants locked inside the rooms were disturbed by the roar of the bus engine, those with open windows jumped right out, while those without were frantically banging on the glass, unwilling to miss this rare party. Just a couple of days ago, I was telling myself not to act impulsively, yet now I'm still behaving like a reckless fool. Shao Ming slammed on the accelerator, knocking over a trash bin by the roadside, and sped back onto the street. In the rearview mirror, more than a dozen mutants were flying down from the building. Just when Shao Ming thought he was safe, there was a noise coming from the roof of the car again. At this moment, on the roof of the bus, a mutant was clinging tightly and crawling forward. Although the bus was still moving, it was not enough to throw the mutant off. The mutant climbed up to the sunroof at the front of the car and squeezed its head through the slightly open sunroof. Shao Ming looked back and just caught sight of the mutant desperately trying to squeeze into the car. He quickly pulled out his pistol, steadied the steering wheel with one hand, and fired backward. Turning around to shoot backward was already difficult, this posture made it impossible for Shao Ming to control the pistol's recoil, not to mention he also had to navigate the narrow street outside the white car. After emptying several shots in a row, Shao Ming simply slammed on the brakes, stopping the bus in the middle of an intersection. The momentum actually helped the mutant, allowing it to squeeze through the skylight. The mutant crashed heavily to the ground, and before it could get up, Shao Ming had already shot it with a bullet. After dealing with the threat on the roof, Shao Ming quickly restarted the car, now very close to Feng Yusheng's location. The navigation finally showed arrival at the destination. Shao Ming stopped the car and took out his phone. Before he could dial the number, a girl ran out from the building beside him. This must be Feng Yusheng. The girl looked to be in her 20s. She had a high ponytail and appeared very capable and sharp, not the delicate type. Opening the car door, Feng Yusheng ran in, panting. Before she could catch her breath, she saw 2 corpses on the floor. "If you feel like vomiting," Shao Ming said. It's okay, Feng Yusheng patted his chest, took off his backpack, and placed it on the seat beside him. "I've taken down a few myself." Shao Ming closed the car door, set the navigation destination to Manchester Airport, and started the car again. "Thank you," Feng Yusheng said, "I still don't know your name." "My name is Shao Ming," Shao Ming replied. "Oh, thank you, Feng Yusheng sat down and said, "Are there no other survivors?" Shao Ming moved his backpack aside and said to Feng Yusheng, "Speaking of which, there is a contact list I got from the consulate inside the bag. You can try calling others while there is still a signal." "Okay, I'll try." Feng Yusheng took the backpack and found the list inside. She saw the vest Shao Ming was wearing and asked, "Are you a police officer? Can police officers speak Chinese so fluently?" Shao Ming found the question a bit amusing. "I'm an international student at the University of Manchester." Feng Yusheng probably also felt that his question was a bit silly and chuckled, "Sorry, I haven't talked to anyone for a while." Pushing past 2 small cars squeezed in the middle of the road, Shao Ming pressed the accelerator again. A mutant was knocked flying, leaving only a pool of blood on the windshield. Shao Ming turned on the wipers and cleaned the glass. For a while. Shao Ming asked. The mutation started about a week ago, right? I was sick before, lying at home for almost half a month. Just as I recovered, the world turned into this. Upon hearing about the illness, Shao Ming immediately furrowed his brows, becoming alert. Seeing Shao Ming's expression change, Feng Yuxian quickly explained, it's not a sequela, just a bit of arthritis. Chapter 32, The Corpse Tide. Arthritis. Shao Ming thought, how severe must it be to lie at home for nearly half a month? Rheumatism. The first thing Shao Ming thought of was this. Ha ha ha, Feng Yuxian laughed, it's traumatic, I fell down, the doctor said it was a dislocation, caused by joint wear. That must hurt a lot. Shao Ming glanced at the rearview mirror and said. It's okay. The bus drove out of the neighborhood and back onto the main road. The two chatted casually in the car. Feng Yuxian was different from how she had been on the phone. Shao Ming had expected her to be more panicked, but now the atmosphere in the car felt more like two fellow townspeople going on a spring outing. On the right side of the road was a fairly large hospital, but the entire first floor of this hospital was completely sealed off, making it impossible to see inside. But there was no need to see, as soon as the bus passed, the deafening howls from inside said it all. Shao Ming slammed on the accelerator, quickly trying to get away from this place. The bus turned onto the urban expressway. There were scattered cars parked on the main road, but the closer they got to the airport, the more cars there were on the road. About 2 kilometers outside the airport, near the overpass, Shao Ming saw thousands of cars jammed in the direction of the airport. He stopped the bus on the overpass and looked ahead. The road from the city to the airport was clogged with cars, some mutants standing dormant among the vehicles, while more people abandoned their cars and disappeared without a trace. Further away at the airport, only a few planes were parked on the tarmac, and the terminal building was still billowing thick smoke. Feng Yuxian also saw the scene before her and stood up from her seat to walk to the front. Shao Ming said, it looks like there's no going back to the airport. What should we do next? Feng Yuxian said, I've called about 10 people already, but no one else is answering. Shao Ming took out his phone and looked for other roads on the map. Let's go to Liverpool, Shao Ming said, it's the nearest port city, maybe we can find a ship there. A ship? Feng Yuxian murmured, how long would it take to sail back? The premise is that you can drive back. Shao Ming said, if you think it's unlikely to work, I can take you to a less crowded place outside the city, like a village or the mountains, which is safer. Feng Yuxian thought for a moment and said, let's still give it a try. The bus stopped on the overpass, and there were no mutants nearby. Shao Ming decided to stop and rest for a while, and took the opportunity to send a message home. It was now 3 in the afternoon, and Shao Ming hadn't eaten a bite since leaving. Shao Ming took out 2 bags of cookies from his bag and handed one to Feng Yuxian. The latter took the cookies and pulled out a piece of beef jerky from his own bag to give to Shao Ming. Thank you, Feng Yuxian said, I like eating this, I still have plenty more. Thanks. Shao Ming took the beef jerky and went outside the car to call home. The family situation is still quite good. Although there are quite a few mutants around, the basic social order is still functioning. Except for 1 or 2 cities that have been completely taken over by mutants, other areas are still relatively safe. Halfway through the call with his parents, the network signal suddenly started to lag, and Shao Ming watched helplessly as the signal disappeared. Why now of all times? Shao Ming raised his phone and turned around once, this place really had no signal. He quickly switched back to the map, fortunately, the planned route was still displayed on the map. After a simple lunch, Shao Ming restarted the car and drove off the overpass. The bus was weaving through the city, and if nothing unexpected happened, it wouldn't be long before they could leave the city and head towards Birmingham. However, the car hadn't gone far when the two saw a scene even more despairing than the abandoned airport. The streets were densely packed with mutants, conservatively estimated to be in the tens of thousands. Well, at least now they know where all the people in those empty cars on the airport expressway went. Oh my god. Feng Yuxian, who had been standing nearby, was so frightened that he plopped down onto his seat. Tens of thousands of mutants heard the noise of the bus and all looked up. Shao Ming slammed the steering wheel, but it was already too late. The bus nearly tilted over, and Shao Ming quickly turned the wheel back, finally stabilizing the vehicle. The mutants surged like a tide from the end of the street, forcing Shao Ming to drive off the navigation route. What was even worse was that the roars of tens of thousands of mutants were extremely loud, their cries like calling out to friends, alerting even more mutants. Mutants on both sides of the road also rushed out from the buildings. Shao Ming crashed through several mutants in succession and noticed that the bus's bumper had been knocked off. More than a dozen mutants came rushing down from the building on the left. Shao Ming hurriedly steered to the right and drove onto the sidewalk to avoid the mutants. The bus sped along the sidewalk, knocking over many scattered items piled up on the road. The side of the vehicle scraped against the walls of the buildings beside the road, sparking a shower of flames. Looking back through the only remaining rearview mirror, a dense crowd of mutants was still closely pursuing the vehicle. They even pushed some parked cars by the roadside. The distance was already farther from the bus. Shao Ming accelerated again, taking several sharp turns in a row, and it seemed the mutant had been shaken off. After all, no matter how fast the mutant runs, it can't be faster than the wheels of the vehicle. The two of them let out a sigh of relief. Fortunately, they had the vehicle to quickly shake off the tide of corpses. Shao Ming looked at the map and realized he had to drive back to the main road ahead. The bus turned another corner, and unexpectedly, there was a small car right in the middle of the road. The bus crashed heavily beside the abandoned small car. Shao Ming reacted quickly and slammed on the steering wheel, but the vehicle lost control and rushed toward a nearby square. Shao Ming stepped on the brake, and the bus came to a stop in the middle of the square. Unexpectedly, the engine stalled as soon as the bus stopped, and white smoke began to billow out from the rear engine. Shao Ming turned the key, and the bus let out a groan before falling silent. "The bus is broken," Shao Ming said. Feng Yuxing ignored him and just patted Shao Ming on the shoulder, because she seemed to see quite a few mutants rushing over. Chapter 33 Airport. Shao Ming turned his head and was about to ask Feng Yuxing what was wrong when he saw several mutants rushing over not far away. "Don't just stand there, let's go." Shao Ming quickly stood up and slung his backpack over his shoulder. Seeing that Feng Yuxing seemed unarmed, he handed the pistol at his waist to her. "I have this." Feng Yuxing pulled a kitchen knife out of her bag. "Besides, I don't know how to use a gun." "Just shoot when a zombie rushes up to you," Shao Ming said, opening the car door and jumping out. Watching the 5 or 6 mutants rushing over and the even more mutants bursting out from the houses farther away, Shao Ming continued, "A kitchen knife alone won't do." Due to the pursuit of the zombie horde, the bus kept weaving through the urban area near the airport, circling several times, and actually ended up back near the airport. The mutants charging at the very front were less than 100 meters away. Shao Ming raised his rifle and pulled the trigger. Shooting the mutants charging straight at us was not difficult. These few mutants were quickly taken down. Seeing Shao Ming trying to turn his gun to shoot at mutants farther away, Feng Yuxing hurriedly patted him and said anxiously, "Let's go quickly, more are coming soon." Shao Ming put down his rifle and glanced back. It seemed the sound of the zombie horde was still coming from afar. He nodded and ran backward together with Feng Yuxing. Behind us, across the road, was the T3 terminal of Manchester Airport. It seemed all the mutants were concentrated in the zombie horde outside. There weren't many mutants inside the airport. The two ran to the vicinity of the terminal building, where many vehicles were parked outside in the parking lot, and numerous pieces of luggage were scattered nearby. It seemed that many people had flocked to the airport a few days ago. At the airport entrance, there were temporary police checkpoints and roadblocks set up. Some of the checkpoints even bore mottled bloodstains. The two crossed over layer upon layer of obstacles and quickly arrived at the entrance. The airport was empty and desolate. Before the two could catch their breath, the mutants behind them had already caught up. "Hurry up," Shao Ming said as he lifted his backpack and pulled Feng Yuxing, who was about to stop, and ran. The mutants were clearly not very skilled at the obstacle crossing ability. Many of them were tripped up by the pile of debris at the entrance. Taking advantage of the mutants being held back, the two quickly ran toward the terminal building. Inside the terminal, there was still a lot of luggage and bloodstains, and many shell casings were scattered on the ground. However, unlike the situation Shao Ming saw a couple of days ago, here there were no bodies to be seen except for bloodstains, not even any bones left. But the scattered pieces of clothing and the dried bloodstains on the ground already told the whole story. A few days ago, Manchester Airport was packed with people trying to escape by plane, many of whom were on the verge of mutation. The mutants bit those carrying the virus inside them, and these people mutated in a very short time, going on to bite even more people. In just half an hour, Manchester Airport fell, and no one escaped. Those who were still alive were directly torn to pieces by the mutants and swallowed whole. The two did not witness this tragic scene, they only saw bloodstains all over the ground. Walking further inside the terminal, compared to the outside full of mutants, the interior was eerily quiet. Seeing that the mutants behind them were not catching up, the two gradually slowed their pace. It was really difficult to sprint while carrying a backpack full of stuff. Shao Ming cautiously held his rifle, surveying the surroundings, the cluttered souvenir shops, shattered glass windows, scattered luggage, and blood dragged across the ground, all unmistakable signs that many terrible things had happened here. The sound of the undead horde came from the nearby urban area. The two quickly left the huge floor-to-ceiling windows of the terminal and hid behind rows of shops. Through the floor-to-ceiling windows near the tarmac side, the two saw the source of the black smoke rising from the airport. Two planes had collided on the airport runway, and further away at the oil depot, there was only a large crater left. What do we do now? Feng Yusheng asked. Staying at the airport is definitely not an option. We have to find a way to get to Liverpool. As long as we find a ship, there's a chance to go home. Do you really think we can go home? Feng Yusheng looked at the crashed passenger plane at the airport, the pattern on it faintly recognizable as China Southern Airlines. Of course, Shao Ming said, our family is still waiting for us. The two continued walking along the terminal, with the side door of the terminal not far ahead. So, where is your hometown? Shao Ming asked. Sichuan, how about you? I'm from Shaanxi, Shao Ming said. Sichuan, well, I originally planned to go there for a visit after returning from studying abroad. Come on, Feng Yusheng said, come over, I'll treat you to a meal, we'll have skewers, and rabbit heads. I really like eating rabbit heads, they're so delicious to gnaw on. Sure, Shao Ming said, you come to Shaanxi too, I'll treat you to knife-cut noodles. We also have knife-cut noodles, Feng Yusheng said. Not the same, Shao Ming quickly shook his head. Then let me treat you to a bowl of tuo, you definitely haven't tried this. The two were chatting when suddenly the sounds of mutants came from behind. The mutant at the door finally caught up. Shao Ming looked back and saw at least 20 mutants rushing towards them. Run! Shao Ming shouted as he turned around and raised his rifle. Feng Yusheng hurriedly ran toward the side door, but to his surprise, he found the door locked when he arrived. Shao Ming fired at the mutants behind him, taking down several of them in succession. How is it? Shao Ming asked as he retreated. It's locked, it won't open. Feng Yusheng anxiously pulled the door handle, but the side door was secured with an iron chain in the middle, definitely not something an ordinary girl could pull open. Shao Ming glanced back, fortunately, the side door was made of glass. Break the door. Shao Ming said to Feng Yusheng, use the pistol. Feng Yusheng quickly raised the pistol, closed her eyes, aimed at the glass door, and pulled the trigger. As the bullets passed through, many cracks appeared on the glass door. Shao Ming took down 2 more mutants, but over a dozen were rapidly approaching. Feng Yusheng kicked up, and the glass door shattered instantly. Hurry up! Feng Yusheng shouted to Shao Ming. Chapter 34 Airport Station. The two of them slipped through the glass door and ran toward the tarmac. Since Feng Yusheng only shattered the lower half of the glass door, the mutants chasing after them all crashed headfirst into the upper half of the glass door. To the right side of the tarmac was the T2 terminal, and the two had just run out from the T1 terminal connected to T3. Just as the two were about to run toward the T2 terminal, several mutants dressed in ground crew uniforms charged at them from the garage beneath the T2 building. The two hurriedly changed direction and ran towards the space between the 2 terminal buildings, but directly ahead, besides 2 oil tanks and a small standalone building with locked doors, there was only the airport's high wall. Shao Ming turned around and fired at several mutants rushing out from inside the T2 building. After missing several shots in a row, Shao Ming finally took down 1 mutant, and at that moment, more than a dozen mutants that had been chasing them also emerged from the T1 terminal, rushing towards the 2 of them. Run quickly! Feng Yusheng shouted anxiously at Shao Ming when he saw he still wasn't moving. Shao Ming put away his rifle. If he had known it would come to this, he might as well have spent more money practicing at the shooting range earlier. The airport fence was about 2 stories high, but except for the 2 meters at the bottom, the rest was made up of wire mesh with gaps. The two ran to the edge of the fence, and Shao Ming noticed that the concrete base of the fence was quite wide, enough for a person's foot to fit on. Can you climb the wall? Shao Ming asked. You can't not know how to do it now, right? Feng Yusheng put away his pistol and replied. Shao Ming squatted down, allowing Feng Yusheng to step on his shoulder to reach the barbed wire fence. With his height of 1.85 meters, he should be able to grab the barbed wire with a jump, but Feng Yusheng, at 1.6 meters, couldn't. The mutants were still some distance away, but the two only had about 30 seconds left. Feng Yusheng stepped on Shao Ming's shoulder and grabbed the barbed wire, and Shao Ming stood up with force, pushing her against the wall. You go first. Seeing Feng Yusheng trying to turn back and pull him, Shao Ming hurriedly said to her. Feng Yusheng didn't say much and began climbing up the barbed wire. The recent mutants had almost reached the edge of the wall, but Shao Ming was still confident about this distance. He pulled the trigger, taking down several mutants in succession, clearing a patch of ground for himself. Shao Ming took 2 steps forward, turned around to get a running start, kicked up the wall, and reached out to grab the barbed wire. A mutant rushed up and reached out, missing Shao Ming's foot by a hair's breadth. The two climbed over the wall, leaving more than a dozen mutants behind, roaring angrily from the other side. After much difficulty, they finally arrived outside the wall, but an even bigger problem soon appeared. Although the two were forced into the airport by a small group of mutants, this did not mean that the massive corpse tide had receded. Not far away, beyond the highway in the urban area, tens of thousands of mutants were surging toward the two. Originally, the corpse tide had been confused by the bus, but the continuous gunfire was really too disrespectful to them. There. Feng Yuxian pointed to a building not far ahead, which seemed to be the only place nearby where they could hide. The two of them helped each other as they ran toward that building, which was the train station connected to the airport. The train station's entrance hall was much like the airport terminal, with the floor cluttered with debris and luggage. But the train station was quite spacious, and the nearby shops almost all lacked doors, so hiding here could hardly be called hiding at all. The two of them ran deeper into the train station and soon saw the platform and two trains parked beside it. One train was completely empty, but the other train closer to the two had quite a few mutants locked inside. Seeing two living people run onto the platform, all the mutants inside the train became agitated, several climbed out through the broken windows and charged toward the two. "We're doomed, this is really a dead end now." Shao Ming thought to himself, put down the rifle hanging on his chest, and pulled out the baseball bat from behind him. He swung the bat, knocking down the nearest mutant, while quickly thinking about where to go next. The few roadblocks in front were easy to deal with, but there were even more mutants trying to squeeze out of the train windows, and the horde was already closing in on the train station. Although Feng Yuxian was a girl, she fought fiercely. After all, the mutants didn't care if you were male or female, old or young, in their eyes, you were just food. The two of them fought their way forward toward the empty train, Shao Ming's baseball bat proving very useful, a single sweep stopping several mutants from advancing. Feng Yuxian swung his knife at the mutant coming straight at him, the latter's scalp split down the middle, revealing the skull beneath. But this did not stop the mutant from advancing, it pounced onto Feng Yuxian, ready to bite. She suppressed the urge to scream and curse, quickly grabbing the mutant's neck with her right hand to keep it from biting her, while raising her left hand to fire several shots at the mutant's body with her pistol. "Take the lead." Shao Ming shouted hurriedly to Feng Yuxian. Shao Ming's reminder calmed her down. She raised her pistol, aimed at the mutant's temple, and pulled the trigger. The mutant's brain matter splattered everywhere. Although the gunshot saved Feng Yuxian's life, the sharp sound provided the zombie horde with an accurate location, and they quickly surged toward the train station. Shao Ming turned his head and saw quite a few mutants rushing along the train tracks. The two finally arrived beside the empty train. Shao Ming swung the baseball bat and smashed the window, grabbing the still-stunned Feng Yuxian and pushing her into the train. She was almost thrown into the train. Seeing the mutants rushing over, Shao Ming raised his rifle and, without time to aim, fired at the nearest mutant. Fortunately, he was lucky enough to take down two mutants that were already close to him, giving him time to climb into the carriage. The two ran forward along the train carriage, moving away from the shattered window at the rear of the train. The intercity train was not long, and the two quickly rushed into the driver's cabin and locked the door. Shao Ming took out a magazine and stuffed it into his vest, then pulled out another magazine and loaded it into the gun. Hundreds of mutants belonging to the zombie horde rushed into the train station, violently banging against the train. The two could only hide under the control console, too afraid to move, praying the horde hadn't discovered them. Chapter 35, Drone. More and more mutants surged forward, blindly searching around the train and near the station. A few even climbed into the carriages, but they did not find the two people hiding inside the driver's cabin. The train was already tall, and only from the platform side could one see inside the driver's cabin, but the control console just happened to block the view of the two figures. The mutants who couldn't find anyone grew even angrier. They had just seen signs of people, but now the delicious food had vanished without a trace, and they had come all this way for nothing. The mutants were frantically pounding on the carriage, and the two hid under the control console, not daring to breathe. Feng Yuxian finally lost control, and tears suddenly welled up in her eyes. If there were only a dozen or 20, it would still be bearable. At most, seeing the corpses would be disgusting. But now, there might be tens of thousands of mutants piled up nearby, and the only things protecting the two were the train's thin iron skin and a layer of glass. The threat of death was right at their doorstep, anyone would be afraid in their place. Shao Ming carefully shifted his body and held Feng Yuxian in his arms. Although they had only met that morning, Shao Ming realized that she was quite a strong girl. Besides, he didn't just want to comfort Feng Yuxian, mainly, he himself was also feeling scared. If the two of them were discovered, this tide of corpses could tear the train to pieces. Feng Yuxing did not refuse Shao Ming's embrace, she buried her head in his arms and sobbed softly. She didn't blame Shao Ming for taking her away with him, after all, there was nothing in this world that could be predicted anymore. She didn't know how much time had passed, the two of them nestled under the control console, maintaining a stiff posture as they fell asleep. Shao Ming suddenly woke up with a start. He glanced at his watch, it was already 3 in the morning. Before falling asleep, it was still 1 o'clock. Whether it was from running around most of the day yesterday or from sleeping under the control console all night, Shao Ming felt soreness all over his body. It had started drizzling outside again. It seemed the mutants really didn't like the rain, as many of them near the front of the vehicle had already dispersed. Shao Ming gently pulled his arm out from behind the soundly sleeping Feng Yuxing and shook it was numb. He slowly straightened up and glanced outside. In the faint moonlight, he could still see a few mutants standing on the platform. They looked no different from late-night passengers waiting for a train home. Shao Ming withdrew his body and gently took the pistol from Feng Yuxing's hand. Last night, she actually fell asleep holding a loaded pistol, and Shao Ming felt scared just thinking about it. He replaced the pistol's magazine with a new one, disengaged the safety, and placed the pistol in his backpack. In the latter half of the night, Shao Ming didn't sleep well anymore, he dozed off drowsily for a while but kept waking up startled from his dreams. It wasn't until the next morning that Feng Yuxing woke up and saw Shao Ming sitting on the floor with dark circles under his eyes. Feng Yuxing whispered, "Aren't you asleep?" Shao Ming shook his head, "I slept for a while. There are a lot fewer zombies outside now." Feng Yuxing recalled what happened last night and said embarrassedly to Shao Ming, "Sorry, I lost control a bit yesterday." No, Shao Ming quickly said, "It was already pretty intense. I was scared too." Neither of them spoke again. Shao Ming took a bag of biscuits out of his backpack and handed it to Feng Yuxing. To be precise, only biscuit crumbs were left. It was unclear when the biscuits inside had been crushed into powder. Feng Yuxing took the biscuits and said thank you. "You're welcome," Shao Ming said. "When you get back, just treat me to an extra bowl of spicy hot pot." Feng Yuxing laughed. Although she couldn't be considered a modern popular internet beauty with an oval face and big eyes, she had more of the charm of a Hong Kong star from the 80s and 90s. Her smile was especially infectious and very beautiful. She took a can out of her backpack and placed it between the two of them, saying, "I'll treat you when we get back, but for now, I have this." Shao Ming tore open the can, and a scent of pineapple filled the cabin. Actually, it was more sour than sweet. Shao Ming originally did not like eating fruit, but now, the sweet and sour taste of pineapple stimulates Shao Ming's taste buds, which compared to the bland and tasteless compressed biscuits, is simply the taste of heaven. The rain outside the window grew heavier, washing the city and carrying away the bloodstains on the streets, but it could not cleanse the evil within the city. With the cover of the sound of rain, the two finally dared to speak a little louder. "How old are you?" Feng Yuxing asked. "Me? I'm 21. Shao Ming replied, "How about you? Don't you know a woman's age is a secret?" Feng Yuxing answered with a smile, "But you have to call me sister now." 24. Shao Ming guessed tentatively. A look of surprise flashed across Feng Yuxing's face, but she quickly said, "I'm not telling you." "All right, sister," Shao Ming called out as if teasing Feng Yuxing, "Sister, sister." Feng Yuxing burst out laughing, replying, Hey. What are you doing in the UK?" Shao Ming asked. "I was sent by the company for an exchange study," Feng Yuxing answered, "but shortly after arriving here, I took a fall and even wore down my meniscus." "Oh, sorry." Shao Ming quickly said, "Truly talented at a young age." "You're not bad either," Feng Yuxing said, "a top student from the University of Manchester." The two suddenly switched to a mode of mutual business praise. The two talked from their hometown to the UK, from hobbies to life before the apocalypse, getting more and more in sync, with a strong feeling of having met too late. Until the afternoon, the rain finally stopped, the weather gradually cleared up, and the sunlight once again reclaimed the earth. A buzzing sound like that of a mosquito came from outside the car, and Shao Ming quickly signaled Feng Yuxing to be quiet. He poked his head out to take a look, and it turned out to be a drone. Shao Ming quickly looked around and found no trace of mutants. The drone obviously knew the two were hiding inside the train, circled around the front of the engine once, and finally stopped right in front of the engine. Feng Yuxing also peeked out from behind the control console, half his head visible, and saw the hovering drone. There are still people alive?" Feng Yuxing whispered. Chapter 36 Rescue Plan. The drone hovered for a moment, then flew away from the front of the car. Shao Ming quickly opened the car door, grabbed his rifle, and chased after it. Seeing Feng Yuxiang trying to follow, he hurriedly stopped her, signaling for her to wait inside the train. The drone seemed to be guiding Shao Ming forward. After flying a short distance ahead, it stopped again. When Shao Ming caught up, the drone continued flying forward. The drone flew forward along the railway tracks, heading in the direction from which the zombie horde surged yesterday, but today it was unclear where the horde had wandered off to. Shao Ming followed the drone up onto the grassy area beside the train tracks, where a standalone office building appeared before his eyes. The first floor of the office building seemed crowded with many mutants in hibernation, and outside the building, several mutants were looking up at the drone. Shao Ming quickly crouched down and hid behind a patch of grass. The drone ascended to the rooftop and stopped, and a person leaned out from behind the rooftop railing. Shao Ming didn't expect there to be any living people nearby, and so close too, only about 400 or 500 meters from the train station. In fact, Feng Yuxiang could vaguely see Shao Ming from inside the car. The man excitedly waved his hand in Shao Ming's direction, and Shao Ming also raised a hand from behind the grass to greet him. It seemed that the man was trapped upstairs, and downstairs there were conservatively estimated to be at least 100 mutants. Between the train tracks and the office building was a lawn, very open and spacious, with no cover at all. As soon as one stepped out of this greenery, they would inevitably be seen by the mutants. The man on the roof shrank back, falling silent. After a while, Shao Ming was observing as the drone flew out again. It was unclear whether the drone failed to attract the mutants' interest or if they were just too lazy to move. After the drone flew these 2 rounds, the mutants only watched and did not follow it. This seemed to be a very strange phenomenon. The mutants were very sensitive to the sounds of cars and gunfire, but it was as if they knew there was no one on the drone. The drone flew over Shao Ming's head and dropped a crumpled piece of paper hanging beneath its body onto the railway tracks. Shao Ming left the grass and returned to the railway tracks, picking up the crumpled paper and unfolding it. There was a line of writing on the paper. "Please save me, I've been trapped here for days, and the food and water are almost gone. I need to get out of here." There was another line behind. "Last night, a large group of zombies headed towards the city. Shao Ming did want to save this person, but there were just too many mutants downstairs. Even if it were 100 locked-up pigs, it would take half a day to kill them with the firepower he had, let alone 100 fast-moving mutants." Shao Ming looked up, and the drone was hovering overhead, its camera pointed at him. After much thought, he realized the only thing he could do was to replicate yesterday's corpse-luring tactic and use the car to draw the mutants downstairs away. Shao Ming decided to return to the train first and discuss the matter with Feng Yuxiang. Seeing Shao Ming leave, the drone hurriedly followed, clinging tightly above his head like a little follower. Feng Yuxiang saw Shao Ming running back and hurriedly opened the door for him. "What's the situation over there?" Feng Yuxiang asked as he handed Shao Ming a bottle of water. "Someone is trapped on the rooftop." Shao Ming twisted off the bottle cap and took a sip. "Their water was running low. He sent the drone. He hopes I can rescue him." Feng Yuxiang glanced at the drone outside the window and asked, "Is that feasible?" "Not really." Shao Ming shook his head. "There are zombies all downstairs in his building." "What do you want to do?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "Do you need my help?" Shao Ming thought for a moment and felt it was better to handle this kind of thing on his own. Maybe sensing Shao Ming's hesitation, Feng Yuxiang quickly added, "I won't be a burden. I know how to deal with zombies." "No, I won't let you go," Shao Ming said, recalling how yesterday he had also put both of them in an extremely dangerous situation. "Besides, even if we manage to save him, someone will need to stay on the train to open the door for him." "So what do you plan to do?" Feng Yuxiang asked. "Like yesterday afternoon, use the car to lure the mutants away." "Do you have a car?" "What about the zombie horde? What if you attract the horde?" Shao Ming tapped his head. He really had no better solution. It wouldn't be wrong to say that this building was similar to the others on the street, but this office building happened to be a standalone, and there was no way to get onto the roof. A car was indeed a good idea, but he didn't know where the massive zombie horde was now. Driving into the city might let him in but not out, while heading toward the airport would attract the mutants. Shao Ming thought about giving up. The zombie horde wasn't around, the airport was far from the suburbs, so why risk his own life and even Feng Yuxiang's for a stranger? He slapped his forehead. Attracting the mutants is not wrong, but why must he drive around everywhere? Find a parking lot across the street, kick a car once and run away. Would a different car alarm attract the mutants? The streets are so quiet now, the car alarm sounding a few hundred meters away can be heard here. As long as the person on the roof can safely come down from the opposite direction of the mutants, wouldn't that work? Alright, I might have an idea. Shao Ming said as he took out his tablet. Fortunately, he had downloaded the map, and there were indeed quite a few car rental centers along the railway ahead. I'll go to these rental centers. We don't need to drive around honking to attract zombies. Car alarms will do just fine, and that way the zombie horde won't chase us like it did yesterday. Feng Yusheng listened and said worriedly, what about you? Once the alarm goes off, the zombies will definitely swarm over there. I'll circle back from the airport direction. There are more obstacles and cover over there. He opened the tablet's graffiti function and wrote down the words, alarm sounding, run this way. The drone lowered its altitude for a glance, then turned and flew away. Chapter 37 Railway Engineer. Shao Ming picked up the pistol beside him, disengaged the safety, handed it to Feng Yusheng, then pulled out a pistol magazine from the ammo pouch and placed it on the control panel. Are you sure? Feng Yusheng asked one last time. If we can save them, then let's. Shao Ming opened the door and said to Feng Yusheng, wait for me to come back. Feng Yusheng didn't say much, since Shao Ming had already made up his mind, she didn't try to stop him. To get to the parking lot next to the car rental company, the most direct way was to follow the railway tracks all the way forward, using the embankments on both sides of the railway as cover to reach the road near the airport side. Shao Ming stepped on the sleepers, avoiding making too much noise when passing over the railway tracks. The drone was already out of sight, probably flying back to the rooftop. Unlike the railway leading to the office building, the car rental company was located beside another railway, forming more of a triangle with the station and the office building in terms of distance. Taking advantage of the bushes on the railway embankment, Shao Ming safely made his way to the side of the car rental company. He climbed up the slope and saw the rental car company's parking lot filled with vehicles. On the side of the parking lot near the railway, there was a wire fence blocking the way, but the gate on the side near the road was wide open. No mutants were seen inside the parking lot, probably wandering off with the corpse tide. Although there was an overpass, the railway, and trees beside the railway blocking the view, standing next to the parking lot still allowed a glimpse of the office building's rooftop. The person was not on the rooftop, and the mutants downstairs were not clearly visible. Shao Ming did not enter the parking lot directly but first walked around nearby, planning the evacuation route. From the entrance and exit of the car rental company's parking lot, you can go directly to the opposite side of the road, where there are 2, 3, or 4-story duplex parking garages that just happen to block the line of sight of the mutants coming from the office building direction. Shao Ming casually picked a car and walked to the side, then kicked it hard. Just as expected, the car immediately sounded a loud alarm. To be safe, Shao Ming quickly went to another car and smashed the window hard with the butt of his gun. The first strike didn't shatter it, so Shao Ming hit it again, and the car window finally broke into a pile of glass shards. After doing all this, Shao Ming quickly left the parking lot and ran towards the parking garage. He didn't run towards the station but instead first slipped into the parking garage. The parking garage wasn't fully enclosed. Through the half-human height wall, one could directly see the outside situation. The mutants indeed took the bait, and upon hearing the car, they immediately swarmed toward the parking lot. Now Shao Ming could only pray that there weren't 2 people with poor hearing still left in the office building. Seeing that the distraction worked well, Shao Ming then headed off in the direction of the station. Jogging along the railway embankment, Shao Ming only felt at ease to run toward the train station after rounding a bend and no longer seeing the large group of mutants near the parking lot. Standing beside the train was a typical British man ravenously eating something. He was wearing a work uniform with the Arriva Trains Wales logo, carrying a huge black backpack, and had a set of tools tied around his waist stained with blood, probably some wrenches, crowbars, flashlights, and the like. Feng Yusheng was standing nearby. Seeing Shao Ming return safely, the tense expression on his face finally relaxed. Seeing Shao Ming running over, the man hurriedly put down the water and biscuits in his hands, stepped forward, shook Shao Ming's hand, and repeatedly expressed his thanks. Thank you so much. I've been trapped on the rooftop for almost a week, surviving only on 2 packs of chips and rainwater. A simple favor, Shao Ming said. But we have to leave here. The zombies will definitely start wandering around once they're disturbed from their dormancy. Seeing Shao Ming say they needed to leave, the man quickly said, we can leave by train. Train. Shao Ming glanced at Feng Yusheng beside him, who was looking around with her big eyes, seemingly at nothing in particular, sometimes checking the end of the tracks for mutants, sometimes looking at the things hanging on the person they had just rescued. The train was indeed a good option, fast and safer than a car when facing mutant attacks. Do you know how to drive a train? Shao Ming asked. Of course, I certainly do. The man seemed to be boasting about his strength, patting the badge on his chest as he said, I am a railway engineer. Do railway engineers know how to drive trains? Feng Yuxiang turned back and asked. Actually, Shao Ming also wanted to ask. Although he didn't really know what a railway engineer did, there must be a difference from a train driver. The man seemed to have been asked a question, and he said shyly, although I haven't really driven one, I have touched the real thing and played quite a few train simulation games. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxiang exchanged a glance, both with a big question mark in their hearts. Let's hurry and go. The man stuffed the last bit of biscuit into his mouth, took a big gulp of water, and said to the two, there's a Type 43 train on the platform over there that hasn't left yet. If nothing goes wrong, the key should be inside. After speaking, the man walked off toward the back of the platform on his own. It seems he has been plotting for a long time. This person is a bit strange, Feng Yuxiang whispered in Chinese to Shao Ming. What? The man turned his head and asked. Ah, Shao Ming quickly said, I don't even know your name yet. Sorry, the man stopped walking and replied, my name is Lambert. Following Lambert to the platform on the other side, they saw the Type 43 train. Truly a classic old train, Shao Ming also felt like he had seen it somewhere before. Lambert climbed onto the platform, pulled open the door, and slipped inside. Good. Lambert said excitedly to the two of them, I knew it, I saw the train driver run out from inside that day, aha, the key really is here. Can you keep your voice down? Shao Ming said. Has this guy not been scared yet by over 100 mutants surrounding him? Shao Ming was observing the distance, but unexpectedly locked eyes with a mutant. The mutant howled at the sky, and immediately, more and more mutants charged over from afar. You better hurry and get this big thing moving, Shao Ming said, raising the rifle in his hand. Chapter 38, The Long Blast of the Whistle. The mutants charged toward the direction of the train station. Shao Ming didn't understand why some of these mutants could attract their companions, while others could not. But obviously, this was not the problem he should be thinking about right now. Shao Ming crouched down, firmly pressed the butt of his gun against his shoulder, held his breath, and aimed the sight at the head of the mutant running at the very front. Several mutant heads were pierced by bullets and fell to the ground. Feng Yuxiang behind him was not just a decoration, although she couldn't use a gun, she was already ready with the knife in her hand to watch Shao Ming's back. Regarding the railway engineer, beside him, Shao Ming had a question mark in his heart, maybe he was a railway enthusiast fulfilling his dream of driving a rail train in the apocalypse. Seeing more and more mutants, Shao Ming hurriedly shouted, can you fucking handle this or not? The train was powered on and lit up. Lambert shouted excitedly, all right, it's ready. Hurry inside. Shao Ming shouted to Feng Yuxiang. The two jumped into the carriage and pulled the door shut. Lambert turned one control lever, then released the brake, and pushed another control lever forward. The train really started moving, beginning to slowly move forward. The mutants rushed to the front of the train, but before they could even steady themselves, they were crushed into a pulp. The Type 43 train had a wedge-shaped front, almost like a platform designed specifically to sweep the mutants in. Lambert did not rush to accelerate but instead let the train slowly roll over the mutants. Thanks to the design of the locomotive, not much plasma splattered onto the windshield. Shao Ming turned his head and saw Feng Yuxiang sitting in the co-pilot seat. He asked her in Chinese, what's wrong with you? Nothing, Feng Yuxiang replied, what's wrong with me? Why aren't you saying anything? Shao Ming said. You mean this, Feng Yuxiang smiled, glanced at Lambert standing beside him, there's just nothing much to say right now. Alright, then. As the number of mutants in front of the car gradually decreased, Lambert began to slowly accelerate. I have a question, Shao Ming asked, where does this railway go? Lambert thought for a moment and said, logically, this route goes from Manchester to Birmingham. Birmingham? Shao Ming said, but we want to go to Liverpool. Why are you going to Liverpool? Lambert asked, from what I understand, Liverpool fell even earlier than Manchester. Feng Yuxiang took over the conversation and said, we want to find a boat. You don't mean to. Lambert looked at the two of them and said, oh, God, you don't want to drift back to China? Or Japan? China, we are Chinese, Shao Ming replied. Oh, sorry, Lambert continued, do you have any sailing experience? Shao Ming and Feng Yuxiang both shook their heads. My goodness, Lambert said, you Chinese are so adventurous. Do you know how to navigate at sea? Can you find the route? What if you encounter a storm? Seeing their expressions, Lambert knew that neither of them knew. They were completely clueless. The train turned a bend along the tracks, and there were no houses visible outside the window anymore. So, do you have any suggestions? Shao Ming asked. Lambert thought for a moment and said, if you want to return to China, I have a suggestion, the China-Europe freight train. The China-Europe freight train. Shao Ming seemed to be enlightened, wondering why he hadn't thought of it himself. Trains are safer and faster than cars. But there are still many, issues here, Lambert continued. For example, you need to know where to switch tracks to avoid going down the wrong path, and also the track gauge in Russia is different from that in Europe, so the train needs some adjustments. Of course, you also need a train driver. Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yuxiang, who had no objections. He looked back at Lambert again and asked. Are you willing to go to China with us? I have no problem. What Shao Ming didn't expect was that Lambert answered very straightforwardly, I don't have much family, and besides, being able to drive all the way from the UK to China, crossing the entire Eurasian continent, that's so cool. Shao Ming said, may I be so bold as to ask, your family? I am an orphan, Lambert said, so I don't have much family, but the orphanage I was in was next to a railway, and since I was a child, I have dreamed of owning my own train. As Lambert said these words, Shao Ming felt there was a light in his eyes. He never expected that someone could realize their dreams and their life's value even in such an apocalypse. The train roared past, passing a small platform. All right, Shao Ming said, so how can we know which places need to switch tracks? I'm very familiar with the railways around here, Lambert said. My job is the daily inspection and maintenance of this railway, the one beneath our feet. But once we leave here, we'll need to find track diagrams at some stations. Is that it? Shao Ming asked. Of course, there is no electricity now, so we can't directly override control from the console. We need to manually go down to switch tracks, but there aren't many places on the railway that require track switching. What do you think? Shao Ming turned back and asked Feng Yuxiang. I don't have any objections. Feng Yuxiang said. The railway is relatively fast, and there won't be too many obstacles on the way. Then let's do it this way. The train passed through a stretch of greenery, and ahead appeared another cluster of buildings. The mutants among the buildings had long heard the train's movement and rushed toward its direction. But unfortunately, their flesh and blood bodies were simply too fragile. After about 10 minutes, the train had already passed 2 stations and was heading toward the suburbs. Lambert carefully stared at the tracks ahead, while Feng Yuxiang and Shao Ming counted the remaining supplies beside him. This 8-car intercity train carried 3 people, speeding all the way towards Birmingham. Chapter 39, Station Stop. Thanks to the government's ban issued at the start of the mutation outbreak, most trains that should have been running on the tracks were parked at the main station, not blocking Shao Ming and his group on the running tracks. Even so, Lambert kept the train's speed at 50 km per hour, so that he could brake immediately if any problem arose, without letting the mutants catch up. I have to say, although he had only driven trains in games, he was still a real railway engineer who had handled the genuine article, so he was quite adept at driving the train. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxiang counted all the remaining items the 3 of them had. Their food supplies consisted of only 10 packs of biscuits that had crumbled into crumbs, a few packs of small compressed biscuits, and dozens of packs of beef jerky. What surprised Shao Ming was that Feng Yuxiang's not-so-large backpack actually contained 6 different flavors of canned fruit and 2 bags of soft candy. Their water situation was even more pitiful, with only 2 bottles of mineral water left and half of Feng Yuxiang's water bottle. They couldn't count on Lambert's backpack. If he hadn't been starving and thirsty, he wouldn't have come to Shao Ming and Feng Yuxiang for help. The bullets have also decreased quite a bit now, especially the rifle bullets, with only a little more than half a magazine left. Shao Ming looked at the tablet. Traveling from Manchester to Birmingham, they would pass through a city called Stoke-on-Trent, but there would definitely be more mutants in the big cities, so searching for supplies would probably be very difficult. What do you think? Shao Ming handed the tablet to Feng Yuxiang and asked. I think, Feng Yuxiang swiped the screen and stopped at a small town, we should go here. The station is a bit far from the town, and although the town isn't big, it should have enough food for the 3 of us. Shao Ming looked at the map, nodded, and explained their plan to Lambert. I know the town of Gustry, it's not far ahead. I can stop the train about 1 or 2 kilometers outside the station. Shao Ming checked the time, there were still 2 or 3 hours before sunset. He wasn't sure if that would be enough time. How much longer until we arrive? Shao Ming asked. Lambert did not rush to answer. After confirming a roadside sign, he said to Shao Ming, about 15 minutes. Shao Ming nodded and said, all right, then let's go search for supplies in this town and return to the train before sunset. I'll stay and watch the train. Before Shao Ming could continue, Lambert took the initiative and said, someone has to guard the train. No. Shao Ming said immediately without hesitation, 3 people can carry more things, and it's safer to look out for each other. Lambert looked very troubled. It wasn't that he was afraid of the mutants, he just didn't trust the train he had just gotten. Maybe because he thought his own idea was a bit ridiculous. After all, it was basically impossible for anyone to drive off with his train in this environment. Lambert thought for a moment and then agreed. Shao Ming and Feng Yuxing nearby could never have known Lambert's true thoughts, they could only understand that this person was afraid of the mutants outside the train. But since he still agreed, the 2 of them didn't say much more. The train gradually slowed down and finally stopped in a patch of woods. Wait a moment. Shao Ming did not rush to open the door and get off the train. Instead, he waited a few minutes, confirming that no mutants were approaching before opening the door. He was the first to jump off the train, then immediately turned around to help Feng Yuxing down. Thank you, Feng Yuxing said. Let me take this, Lambert said as he jumped off the train and took down his drone. This little guy can still fly for half an hour. The 3 of them walked along the railway towards the town. Shao Ming held a pistol and a baseball bat at the front, Feng Yuxing still gripped a kitchen knife closely behind Shao Ming, and Lambert followed at the back carrying a wrench and the drone bag. Do you really think we can go back following the route of the China-Europe freight train? Shao Ming asked Feng Yuxing, seeing that the surroundings were relatively safe. I think it's at least a bit more realistic than trying to find a boat or a plane on our own, Feng Yuxing replied, but it still feels very difficult. That's true. Shao Ming sighed, now it really feels difficult to go home. If I had known, I wouldn't have gone abroad. Feng Yuxing pouted, but I also believe we can go back. It feels like you suddenly didn't want to talk just now. Shao Ming said to Feng Yuxing. Maybe because there's a stranger here, not very familiar. Feng Yuxing replied. Huh. Shao Ming said, I thought you were the type to be naturally outgoing. Not really, Feng Yuxing said, I think no one is as naturally outgoing as the person behind us. Can you guys speak English? Lambert, who was walking last, asked. They hadn't gone far when the 3 of them saw the train platform in the distance, and it seemed there were a few mutants on the platform. You can turn right from here. Lambert pointed to the wheat field on the right, crossing this field will take you to the town. The wheat field was very quiet, with only a combined harvester parked in the center. Reaching the edge of the field, Lambert crouched down and started his drone. The drone quickly ascended and flew toward the town's sky. Through the drone's camera, the 3 saw the town streets completely empty. Apart from a pile of disorderly parked vehicles, there was no sign of the mutants. Lambert tried to control the drone to descend, and sure enough, he saw quite a few mutants inside the houses. Lambert kept rotating the camera as he flew forward, the town's residents all seemed to be staying at home, having mutated without leaving their houses. The drone flew across several streets and arrived at a commercial street. Just like the devastation in the city, the town's commercial street was also in ruins, with the shelves long since looted empty. Rotating the drone's camera, the 3 of them saw nothing useful. At the end of the commercial street were the town's police station and a bakery. The police station's main door was tightly locked, and without any lights, the inside was unclear, only a mutant wearing a police uniform could be seen at the entrance. Chapter 40, A Quiet Place. Raise the drone a little higher, Shao Ming said. Lambert maneuvered the drone upward, taking in a full view of the town. It was a neatly arranged town. The residential buildings and commercial street the drone had just flown over were situated along the main road that ran through the town, with small houses lining the side roads on both sides of the main road. The number of mutants visible on the streets was very low, most of them were hiding inside houses. It was not easy to pass through the residential areas on both sides to reach the shops on the main road. Here. Shao Ming pointed to the alley behind the 2 rows of houses. We can sneak through this back alley to get to the main road. Looks like there's nothing left. Lambert said, do we still want to go in? Shao Ming said, let's check out the police station. Maybe there are still some things left in the other shops. After Lambert put away the drone, the 3 of them continued walking forward. Passing through a small grove, the houses at the edge of the town appeared before the 3 of them. Shao Ming raised his rifle and looked inside the house through the scope. Perhaps they were lucky, as no signs of mutants were seen inside the house. Shao Ming was the first to climb into this family's yard. He turned back, opened the door, and let Feng Yuxing and Lambert in. Shao Ming hung the rifle at his waist, took out a baseball bat, and walked toward the half-open door of the house. He gently pushed open the door, and there were no mutants to be seen in the living room. It seemed that this family had left in a great hurry when the mutation first started. The house was very messy, with various items scattered on the floor. Shao Ming came to the window near the street side and looked outside. The street was eerily quiet, not even a single bird call could be heard. In the house across the street, there seemed to be 3 mutants, apparently a family. Lambert also came to the window and looked outside. Over there, he pointed to a gap across the street, from there you can get to the alley you mentioned. Unlike the 2 men, Feng Yuxian walked into the kitchen to check the cabinets and found 2 unfinished boxes of cereal, which he stuffed into his bag. So how do we get into that alley without the family across the street noticing us? Shao Ming whispered. Lambert shrugged, indicating that he was helpless as well. Shao Ming carefully examined the street. Although there were some abandoned vehicles, there was still a large open space from the main gate to the edge of the street. If he wanted to use the same trick again and throw something out, it would only serve to attract the mutants onto the street, it wouldn't have any other effect. It seems this way won't work. Shao Ming stepped away from the window and went to the kitchen to grab a fruit knife. Let's look for another route. The 3 of them left this household and came to the backyard of the neighboring house. This house should be directly facing the alley across the street, and to some extent, it can avoid the gaze of the mutant on the other side of the road. It was still Shao Ming who first felt the back of the door, and a mutant was standing inside, dazed. Shao Ming took a deep breath and gently pushed open the door, praying that it wouldn't make any noise. The door opened, and the mutant slowly turned its head. Shao Ming leapt up, the fruit knife in his hand precisely stabbed into the mutant's chin, piercing straight into its head. The mutant hadn't even managed to make a sound before its body suddenly went limp. Shao Ming quickly supported its body and gently placed it on the sofa. Shao Ming wiped the fruit knife on the sofa, holding the knife in one hand and a gun in the other as he scanned the room. After confirming it was safe, he made a gesture to the 2 people outside the house, signaling that they could come in. The 3 of them crouched and came to the window. The front door of this house did indeed face the small alley across the street. We can use that garbage truck to get across, Lambert said, pointing to the garbage truck parked at the door, its massive body blocking the view to the right. I'll go first. Shao Ming came to the door and pushed it open just a crack. The afterglow of the setting sun slipped in through the crack of the door, and Shao Ming tried to push the door open a little more. There seemed to be no sound coming from across the street. Shao Ming observed the situation on the opposite side while jogging to the back of the garbage truck. Lambert inside the room gave Shao Ming a thumbs up, indicating that everything was safe. Shao Ming poked his head out from behind the garbage truck, surveying the situation on the street to the right. This side looked a bit better and unlike the room on the left, where 3 mutants could be seen at a glance. With mental preparation done, Lambert also jogged all the way to the garbage truck. Just as Feng Yuxian ran out, the door opposite was suddenly kicked open, and 2 mutants wandered out from inside. Feng Yuxian was now on the lawn in front of the door, with nowhere to hide. The 2 mutants spotted Feng Yuxian on the lawn at a glance, let out 2 roars, and charged towards her. Feng Yuxian was startled by the sudden turn of events. Although she had prepared a kitchen knife, she had not yet assumed a ready stance. Seeing the situation was unfavorable, Shao Ming drew his pistol and aimed at a mutant. At this moment, Lambert also leapt forward and kicked over a mutant. Shao Ming saw that the roars of the 2 mutants had not alerted more mutants, so he quickly holstered his pistol, grabbed a baseball bat, and charged forward. Suddenly, Chen Yaojin appeared halfway through, and the 2 mutants angrily changed their target towards Lambert. Meanwhile, another mutant inside the room also rushed out, and only then did the 3 realize it was actually a child. It was now 3 against 3. Lambert swung his wrench at the mutant in front of him. The first mutant staggered from the blow, but the second one lunged forward. Seeing that Lambert couldn't pull back in time, Shao Ming hurriedly swung his baseball bat, striking the head of the mutant behind. Feng Yuxian also rushed forward at this moment. She slashed at the mutant's neck, which had been struck by Lambert. The kitchen knife had been used several times and was no longer very sharp, getting stuck in the mutant's throat. Fresh blood immediately gushed out, splattering all over Lambert's face. Ugh! Lambert and Feng Yuxian both took 2 steps back. The mutant actually tried to reach out to cover its neck but collapsed weakly. Shao Ming had not yet dealt with his side. Although the mutant did not continue to lunge at Lambert, it did not fall either, staggering forward 2 steps. Lambert kicked it again, knocking it to the ground. Chapter 41, Trapped in a Siege. Seeing Lambert had controlled the fallen mutant, Shao Ming raised his baseball bat and swung a beautiful arc, directly knocking the small mutant running over away. The 3 hadn't even caught their breath when more mutants emerged from the surrounding rooms, and upon seeing the 3 in the middle of the road, they frantically charged toward them. Run! Although Shao Ming blurted out in Chinese, Lambert immediately took off running. Shao Ming pulled out his pistol and shot down the nearest mutant, covering the 2 as they retreated into the room. He fired multiple shots in succession, shooting at the charging mutants. "Hurry up!" Feng Yusheng shouted to Shao Ming, leaning against the door. Shao Ming turned and ran into the room, and Feng Yusheng quickly pushed the door closed. A mutant slammed against the door, startling her into taking a few steps back. Without time to hesitate, the group ran toward the back door again. Shao Ming ran last, knocking over some cabinets against the wall, praying they could block the mutants' advance. Just as the three ran out the back door, the front door and windows were smashed open simultaneously, and an endless stream of mutants poured in from outside. Shao Ming turned back and fired 2 more shots. The bullets hit the chest of a mutant, but it had no effect. The 3 of them jumped into the field, with the mutants closely pursuing from behind. Normal people cannot sprint at full speed continuously without any assistance, but mutants can. Before the 3 had even crossed the wheat field, their speed began to slow down. Shao Ming turned his head to shoot again, but found that the mutants in the field were too spread out and moving too fast. Even if he stopped, he might not be able to hit them. "Over there!" Lambert shouted, "There's a warehouse by the train station." Shao Ming glanced over, and indeed, behind the trees at the edge of the field, a corner of a white warehouse was visible. Compared to sprinting 2 kilometers cross-country back to the train, temporarily hiding in the warehouse was obviously the better choice. "Are you sure we can get in?" Feng Yusheng asked, panting as he spoke. "Usually," Lambert said while running, "that warehouse is always open." Shao Ming glanced back. The mutants were already much closer. The 3 climbed onto the ridge, with the mutants right behind them. Shao Ming stopped and turned around, firing consecutively to take down several mutants that had reached the foot of the ridge. The distance between the mutant and the muzzle was basically only 1 or 2 meters, so there was no need to aim much to shoot. Just as he continued to pull the trigger, the pistol went into an empty chamber hang-up state. He quickly replaced with a new magazine, chambered around, and took down another mutant rushing at him. There was a road beside the ridge, and across the road was the warehouse Lambert mentioned. Almost all the nearby mutants had been cleared out, and Shao Ming hurriedly quickened his pace to catch up with his companions, running towards the warehouse. As Lambert had said, the warehouse door was indeed not closed, but at this moment Shao Ming also understood why this door was generally never shut. These were 2 iron doors, 5 centimeters thick and over 3 meters tall. Closing them under normal circumstances would be far too troublesome. Lambert was the first to reach the iron door. He pushed hard against it, trying to close the heavy iron door. There were wheels under the instant iron door, and the door closed at a pitifully slow speed, while the other iron door could only be closed by pulling from the inside. Otherwise, the 3 of them would lock themselves outside. Feng Yusheng also sensibly ran to the other side of the door to pull the iron door, while Shao Ming did not join them because the mutants had already climbed onto the ridge. The distance of a road was still manageable. Shao Ming tried his best to recover from the sprint and steady his breathing. They took down 3 mutants that had climbed up, but 6 more climbed up again. These mutants kept coming endlessly as if they could never be killed, and soon another magazine was emptied. Shao Ming switched to the last magazine, but then heard Feng Yusheng's voice coming from the side. "Shao Ming, watch your back." He turned around, and a mutant rushed out from behind the warehouse, charging straight at him. Without a second thought, he turned around and fired a shot, but the bullet missed. The bullet grazed the mutant's scalp, and as a direct result, Shao Ming was knocked to the ground by it. The book in his hand saved his life once again, but the pistol slipped out of his grasp. Without time to think, Shao Ming drew the knife at his waist and stabbed it into the mutant's temple. He quickly rolled over to grab his pistol, but it was already too late to stand up. Shao Ming lay on the ground, firing several shots in succession, taking down a few more mutants. The door on Lambert's side finally closed. He hurriedly ran to the other side to help Feng Yusheng pull the door shut. Shao Ming cursed inwardly, clearly his side needed help more. He got up from the ground and continued shooting at the mutants. The bullets quickly ran out, and Shao Ming raised his rifle again to continue shooting. Just as he threw down the empty rifle and pulled out a baseball bat, the warehouse door was finally about to close. Without needing the other 2 to remind him, Shao Ming had already run into the warehouse. Just as the door was about to shut, a mutant rushed in and got stuck at the doorway. "Get out of here," Shao Ming said, raising the baseball bat and striking, knocking the mutant's head away. The main door was finally shut, and the warehouse instantly fell into darkness. Sounds of banging and the mutant snarls came from outside the iron gate, but they were already powerless against the 3 inside. Shao Ming pulled out a flashlight and turned it on, the beam sweeping between the massive shelves before finally resting on a room on the 2nd floor. "Go there," Shao Ming said. The warehouse was filled with mechanical building materials and the like. Shao Ming pulled out a 1-meter-long iron rod from a large box and handed it to Feng Yusheng. Feng Yusheng took the iron rod and used it as a cane, leaning it on the ground. Shao Ming was about to say it was meant to be a weapon for her, but after thinking it over, he decided against it. It wasn't like it couldn't be used as a cane. The three of them climbed the stairs to the second floor. Rather than calling it the second floor, it was more like a small room along one side of the warehouse wall. This room was the office inside the warehouse, with several windows facing the center of the warehouse, allowing a view of the interior. Upon entering the room, Shao Ming took off his backpack and threw it onto the table. The three each found a chair to sit on, and no one spoke. Earlier, the situation was critical and adrenaline was surging, so they didn't feel anything, but now all of them felt soreness throughout their bodies. If their physical fitness had been a bit worse, they might have lost their lives. Shao Ming shone his flashlight around, and surprisingly, there was a water dispenser filled with water in this small office. The three of them each drank some water and rested for a while. They hadn't brought much food with them on this trip, and now that they were trapped in the warehouse, there was even less food. Feng Yusheng stayed in the office searching for useful things, while Shao Ming and Lambert went downstairs to search. Chapter 42 Parkour Master, Human. Shao Ming and Lambert came downstairs together. In this warehouse, there were at least dozens of shelves stacked with different items. Since the flashlight Shao Ming brought was left with Feng Yusheng in the room on the second floor, only Lambert could hold his flashlight to provide illumination. You might have to travel with us across Europe and Asia. Are you really okay with that? Shao Ming couldn't help but ask Lambert again. Of course, a railway journey across the Eurasian continent. Lambert regained his excitement at the mention of trains. We can even modify my train to make it more suitable for this post-apocalyptic survival. Wait, Shao Ming interrupted Lambert, it's our train. Lambert looked a bit reluctant, and Shao Ming reminded him, without us, you wouldn't get your train, so strictly speaking, it's our train. Alright, anyway, I'm the train driver now. Lambert shone his flashlight on the boxes on the shelves, most of which were labeled as hardware parts or something like that. Shao Ming asked, what is this warehouse used for? Lambert scanned the shelves with his flashlight and replied, I don't know, but there's a canteen next to it where we occasionally have lunch. Why didn't you say earlier that there was a canteen here? Shao Ming felt speechless. If there was food here, why did they bother going to town to deal with so many mutants? This canteen gets fresh ingredients every day, Lambert explained. The power has been out for 3 or 4 days now, so I think everything must have spoiled. At room temperature, food still won't spoil for 3 or 4 days, right? Shao Ming really wanted to punch Lambert in the face. Forget it, Shao Ming sighed, once the zombies outside have dispersed, we'll go check out that cafeteria you mentioned. The two searched between the shelves. Most of the goods piled in the boxes weren't even suitable to be used as weapons. Gears, PVC plastic pipes, floor tiles. Shao Ming checked the labels on the cargo boxes, quite a lot of building materials, huh? The two continued walking forward. Apart from the box of steel pipes that Shao Ming pulled out at the entrance, the other items really weren't suitable for use as weapons. After finishing 2 rows of large shelves, the two walked to another row of shelves. So, are you two a couple? You seem to have been on bad terms recently, Lambert asked. No, Shao Ming glanced at the second floor, where Feng Yusheng was moving about inside. I've only known her a day longer than you have. Oh sorry, Lambert said, I thought you two were a couple, both Chinese. You could put your thoughts to better use elsewhere, Shao Ming said, rather than on human reproduction. Perhaps it was because of Lambert's reaction when leaving the train, or maybe he was just a bit too familiar too quickly. In any case, it made Shao Ming feel somewhat uncomfortable. Alright. Lambert curled his lips and continued looking at the goods on the shelf. Take a look at this. Shao Ming fixed his gaze on the second row of the shelf. The box had only one label, iron pipe. The two of them worked together to lift the box down. The weight was truly intimidating, and Shao Ming felt his hands cramping after moving it. Lambert took a pair of scissors from his waist and cut open the packaging. Inside the box, dozens of half-meter-long iron pipes were neatly arranged, each about 5 centimeters in diameter, with one end bent upwards. Shao Ming took out a water pipe and weighed it in his hands. It felt quite handy for two-handed use, and a heavy strike could crush the head of a mutant. Lambert tried it as well. He looked very satisfied and tucked the stick back at his waist. After all, a half-meter-long iron pipe is much more useful than a 20-centimeter-long wrench. Just as the two continued searching, an unusual noise came from the vent on the wall. The two quickly turned around, and Shao Ming only saw a shadow dart into the warehouse. Immediately after, there was another loud bang, echoing through the quiet warehouse. It sounded like something fell onto the shelf. What was that? Lambert turned the flashlight, but the beam revealed nothing. Yusheng. Shao Ming shouted, can you see if anything came into the warehouse? A beam of light came from a room on the second floor, searching the top of the shelves. Shao Ming pulled Lambert back a few steps away from the shelves so they could get a clearer view of the top of the shelves. There. Feng Yusheng's voice came from the second floor, and her flashlight beam also landed on the top of a shelf. Through the gap between the shelves, Shao Ming vaguely saw the silhouette of a person. The ventilation duct is at least 7 or 8 meters high, taller than 2 floors. How did this mutant get in? Close the door properly. Before Shao Ming finished speaking, the mutant lunged directly at the second floor window. Feng Yusheng's scream came from the second floor, but fortunately, the mutant's intelligence wasn't enough to understand the meaning of window glass, and it fell heavily. Are you okay? Shao Ming shouted. I'm fine, I'm fine. Feng Yusheng answered from the second floor. Shao Ming raised the baseball bat and, together with Lambert, walked toward the place where the mutant had fallen. The flashlight beam shone on the ground, but there was no trace of the mutant. The pitch-black warehouse became the mutant's best cover. Using the topmost ventilation opening, Shao Ming could barely see the mutant leaping and jumping on the shelves. Is this normal? Lambert asked. This isn't very normal. Shao Ming readied the baseball bat. Lambert's flashlight beam could never catch up with the mutant. Using the goods on the shelves as cover, they lost sight of the mutant several times. By the time they found the mutant again, it had already landed right in front of them. The baseball bat struck hard, but the mutant dodged with a swift move. The bat hit the metal shelf beside it and cracked open, the huge impact also tearing open the webbing of Shao Ming's right hand. This mutant's reaction speed surpassed all the mutants Shao Ming had seen in the past week or so, at least none had been able to nimbly dodge an incoming baseball bat. Not to mention mutants, even if it were a living person, it wouldn't work. The mutant flashed into the shelves and then disappeared again. Lambert was about to chase after it, but Shao Ming grabbed him firmly. The space between the shelves was so narrow that the sticks in their hands couldn't be wielded properly. Shao Ming endured the pain in his tiger's mouth and raised the baseball bat again. Various noises came from the dark warehouse, and the mutant seemed to be running around inside, refusing to let the few people find its exact location. The sound of the mutant came from the shelves, getting closer and closer. It's coming, Shao Ming warned Lambert beside him while preparing to fight back. Sure enough, within seconds, a shadow flew down from the shelves. Chapter 43, The Night at the Warehouse. Shao Ming and Lambert instinctively swung their weapons at the same time, but once again the mutant dodged with a swift movement. This time, their weapons collided awkwardly with each other. The already torn web between Shao Ming's thumb and index finger now throbbed painfully, and he almost lost his grip on the bat in his hand. The mutant didn't run far this time, instead, it retreated and stood not far from the two. Rather than standing, it actually took a starting stance, its body seeming ready to move in any direction at any moment. But it didn't rush to pounce again, instead, it began constantly shifting its position in front of the two. Feng Yusheng was on the second floor holding a flashlight shining downward, the light source in her hand reached farther and illuminated a larger area. Lambert asked, what does he want to do? No clue. Shao Ming shifted the weight of the stick to his left hand, so the torn webbing between his thumb and index finger didn't hurt as much. The mutant suddenly sprang into action, but unlike what the two expected, it jumped directly onto the neighboring shelf, then quickly turned and pounced on Lambert from above. Lambert instinctively raised the iron rod in his hand to block it. The mutant bit down on the rod, although it didn't injure Lambert, it firmly knocked him to the ground. Using the flashlight that had fallen to the ground, Shao Ming swung the bat and delivered a heavy blow to the mutant's head. The mutant immediately released Lambert and leapt to the side. Shao Ming stepped forward, stepped over Lambert who was still lying on the ground, and swung the baseball bat. The mutant took a step back and retreated, dodging Shao Ming's attack once again. Shao Ming did not relax, he immediately followed up with another strike. The mutant retreated once again, but this only brought him one step closer to the corner of the wall. Lambert also got up from the ground at this moment, grabbing an iron rod to block the mutant from the other side. The two of them, one on the left and one on the right, gradually forced the mutant into the corner. It kept snarling at the two of them, like a trapped beast. Shao Ming tested the mutant with a baseball bat, its movements were indeed very agile, almost starting to move the moment he made his move. If it weren't for running out of pistol bullets, the two wouldn't be in such a sorry state now. Predicting, huh? Shao Ming thought, signaling Lambert to stand a little farther away. Once Lambert was in position, Shao Ming stepped forward and swung the bat in one stroke, charging straight at the mutant from the left side. At this distance, the mutant couldn't dodge backward, it could only choose to jump to the right. This jump brought it right into Lambert's attack range, and he immediately struck it with a heavy club. The mutant flipped its entire body and fell to the ground. Lambert didn't hesitate either, he finished it off, landing several consecutive blows on the mutant's head. He only stopped when the mutant's head was completely flattened. Troublesome. Shao Ming shook his head and said, if he were a bit smarter, we would have left him here. It's a pity he's not that smart. Lambert walked over to pick up the flashlight on the ground and said to Shao Ming. The two of them returned together to the office on the second floor. As soon as Feng Yusheng opened the door, she saw Shao Ming hanging by one hand. What happened to your hand? She pulled Shao Ming's hand over and saw his torn wound. It's nothing. Shao Ming quickly withdrew his hand, pinching the wound with his thumb and forefinger. You call this nothing? Feng Yusheng shone a flashlight on Shao Ming's right hand, where there was still blood between his fingers. Shao Ming opened his hand, and the skin at the base of his thumb had already split open, seemingly revealing the flesh inside. Feng Yusheng hurriedly pulled Shao Ming to sit down, took out a roll of bandage from his bag, and carefully began to dress the wound. Lambert took a glass of water and drank it all in one go, then poured another glass and handed it to Shao Ming. Shao Ming took a sip of water and looked at the table. Feng Yusheng had already sorted out all the usable items in the office. In fact, there weren't many useful things, the most useful were a paper cutter, a pack of candy, and a water dispenser placed in the corner. Feng Yusheng lowered her head and carefully tended to Shao Ming's wound. Perhaps it was the faint fragrance from her hair that made Shao Ming feel much calmer inside. All right, Feng Yusheng released Shao Ming's hand and said, later, disinfect it again with alcohol on the train. I didn't bring any out just now. After Shao Ming was bandaged, the three each found a place where they could lie down. A pack of candy was divided among the three of them, each was both tired and hungry, so they could only make do with drinking some water before sleeping. The sun outside the window had already set, and the warehouse was plunged into complete darkness. Shao Ming lay by the door, recalling the recent battle. Is it a new variant? Or some kind of special infected? At least in the past few days of traveling, I haven't encountered such a nimble mutant with a certain level of intelligence. Could it be that the virus mutated in less than half a month? Or was the virus originally capable of enhancing human physical abilities? Lost in wild thoughts, Shao Ming drifted off to sleep. He didn't know how much time had passed when he woke up from his sleep. Sunlight shone in through the vent. Most of the warehouse was still shrouded in darkness. Shao Ming groped his way up, his muscles aching in protest. Not to mention the torn webbing between his thumb and index finger. After drinking a glass of water, Feng Yusheng's groaning came from beside him. Shao Ming thought he had woken her up, but the girl just turned over and fell asleep again. Using the glow on his watch to check the time, it was already past 8 o'clock. Shao Ming picked up a flashlight and quietly went downstairs, arriving at the main door near the cafeteria side. There seemed to be no trace of the mutants outside the door, so he opened a small window on the iron gate and looked out. The canteen Lambert mentioned is located behind the train station, forming a 45-degree angle with the station platform. Actually, rather than calling it a train station, this intercity train platform is more like a subway station, and it doesn't cover a large area. Shao Ming looked around, there were about 4 or 5 mutants near the canteen, and he had no idea where the others had wandered off to. If they had returned to the town, taking out these few mutants wouldn't attract their attention, after all, there's still some distance from here to the town. Sounds came from the stairs behind, and Shao Ming immediately turned around and shone the flashlight over. The person coming was Lambert, who raised his hand to block the flashlight's beam. Shao Ming moved the flashlight aside a bit, waiting for Lambert to come down. So tired. Lambert said to Shao Ming as he stretched his hands. Exercising less, I couldn't handle even a little activity yesterday. Lambert sighed, thanks to you holding off the zombies yesterday, otherwise we wouldn't have been able to get inside. That wasn't necessary, I was saving myself too. Shao Ming waved his hand, making some room by the small window. Come take a look, is that the canteen you mentioned across the street? Chapter 44, The Canteen. We have to take out those roadblock ghosts at the entrance, Lambert said. Shao Ming nodded, hopefully they won't attract more zombies. Lambert took the flashlight from Shao Ming and checked the shelves they hadn't finished searching yesterday. Actually, they could leave the warehouse now and go to the cafeteria across the street to look for food, but everyone's legs were weak and hands sore, so no one brought up the idea of going out. Being hungry for another 2 hours won't kill me, but if I cramp up while fighting mutants, that would be deadly. Shao Ming originally wanted to go back to the second floor and lie down for a while, but thinking he probably wouldn't be able to sleep, he decided it was better to go with Lambert and see if there was anything useful left. Look at this. Lambert shone his flashlight on the topmost row of shelves, where the packaging had pictures of nail guns printed on it. This. Shao Ming put his left hand on his hip and asked, "Is it any good?" "Shooting through the skull at close range is definitely no problem," Lambert said. "Using this is always better than dragging your injured hand around with a stick." The two of them worked together to bring over a ladder, and Lambert climbed up to take out a fully packaged nail gun from the box. "How is it?" Shao Ming asked, holding up a flashlight. Not bad," Lambert said as he came down the ladder carrying the box, unwrapped the packaging, and handed the nail gun to Shao Ming. "The blank cartridge fires, the advantage being it doesn't require electricity or gas, but the package only contained." Lambert counted, 15 rounds. Shao Ming took the nail gun and weighed it in his hand. This thing still felt quite different from a pistol. "It loses its lethality at a distance," Lambert warned. "This thing can only hit the top of the head, so it counts as a melee weapon." "Forget melee weapons, and it's slow to reload," Shao Ming said, the pain in his thumb seeming to remind him, "but it's usable, better than nothing." When Feng Yushin woke up, the three of them prepared their equipment and came to the door together. Shao Ming looked at his watch. It was just past 9, not too late. Outside the door, there were still only those few mutants, which were easier to deal with. The noise of pushing the iron door would definitely alert the mutants not far across the street. After some discussion, the three decided that Shao Ming and Feng Yushin would push the door together. After the door was pushed open a crack, Lambert rushed out first to block the mutants. "All right." Lambert took a deep breath and weighed the bat in his hand. The door was pushed open a crack, and Lambert rushed out, knocking down a mutant charging at him. The other two quickly ran out of the warehouse, providing cover for Lambert. Shao Ming swung the bat with his left hand, hitting a mutant coming straight at him, and raised the nail gun with his right hand, shooting a mutant charging from the right. The long nail was firmly driven into the mutant's forehead. Shao Ming threw down the nail gun and gripped the iron rod tightly again. There were only 5 mutants at the door, and the three of them quickly dealt with all of them. The cafeteria wasn't very large. It looked like it was meant for the warehouse near the railway and a small factory. Upon reaching the kitchen, it was no surprise that the freezer had lost power. Shao Ming opened the freezer, and a rotten smell pierced his nose. He quickly closed the freezer. These meats had been in there for at least more than a week and were truly inedible. "Take a look at this," Feng Yushin said, pulling out a whole box of potatoes from under the cabinet, nearly 100 in number. These potatoes were in good condition, showing no signs of greening or sprouting. This was fantastic news, and the group hurriedly opened their backpacks to pack all the potatoes inside. Shao Ming slapped his forehead and asked, "Is there a dining car on the train?" Lambert said, "Ours should be a short-distance intercity train, 5 carriages without a dining car." "Then we'll just have to make a fire and roast it to eat," Shao Ming said. After packing the potatoes, the three of them continued rummaging through the boxes, gradually finding quite a few seasonings and several cans of luncheon meat. Originally, there were still some vegetables like lettuce in the canteen, but perhaps because they had been stored for too long, they had all rotted. Apart from that, everything else was good stuff. The few of them stuffed all the supplies they found into their backpacks, packed them up, and slipped out of the canteen. It was now 10 in the morning, and Shao Ming was almost tempted to roast a potato on the spot and dip it in some seasoning to eat. But to be safe, the three of them still made their way to the side of the train before considering having a meal. Lambert was the first to throw his backpack onto the train and climb up, while the other two took out some food from their bags. "Do you have a lighter?" Shao Ming asked. Lambert threw one down from the train and also brought down 2 bottles of water. Feng Yushin gathered some twigs and leaves from the side, and the three of them started a fire on the train tracks. The flickering flames quickly devoured the leaves spread on the top layer. "How do you roast this?" Lambert asked. The three looked at each other, and finally Shao Ming picked up a potato and threw it directly into the fire. While the potatoes were roasting, Feng Yushin took Shao Ming to the car door, leaving Lambert squatting alone by the fire, poking the potatoes inside with an iron rod. "Show me your hand." Feng Yushin pulled Shao Ming's hand without asking and untied the bandage for him. The wound showed no signs of infection, and the bleeding had stopped. "Luckily, I'm smart and brought a roll of bandage in my bag." Feng Yushin climbed onto the train and found a bottle of alcohol inside. After treating the wound again, the two of them came to the side of the campfire. Lambert was using an iron rod to push out a potato, which rolled on the ground and landed between 2 sleepers. The potato's skin was roasted black, but whether the inside was cooked was still a question. Lambert picked up the potato and peeled off the skin cleanly with a small knife. "I'll try it first," Lambert said, stuffing the peeled part into his mouth and taking a bite. The remaining two watched him expectantly until a satisfied expression appeared on his face. Lambert and Shao Ming each ate 3 potatoes and a pack of biscuits, while Feng Yusheng only ate 1 potato. The 3 of them stomped out the fire and returned to the train. Lambert inserted the key and started the train. The scenery outside the window quickly receded as the train soon passed the town they had just left behind. Finally back on the road, all 3 of them breathed a sigh of relief. Shao Ming sat on the ground reloading his pistol, while Feng Yusheng sat in the front passenger seat staring out the window in a daze. After the train had been running for a while, with a shout from Feng Yusheng, Lambert suddenly pressed the emergency brake switch, causing sparks to fly as the train wheels rubbed against the rails, producing a harsh screeching sound. Shao Ming almost crashed into the control console on the ground. He got up from the ground and looked out the window, unexpectedly seeing another train had actually overturned on the tracks. Chapter 45, The Derailed Train. Ahead was a curve, and a train seemed to have run off the tracks, overturning beside the rails. Fortunately, it hadn't yet blocked the opposite track, so there was still a way for a few people to go. But a train is not a car, shifting from one track to another isn't that simple. Now it's getting interesting. Shao Ming habitually reached for his rifle, only to find it had been left outside the warehouse. In the panic at the time, he had just thrown the gun away. He could only squint and observe the overturned train. It was a passenger train, but the mutant seemed to have disappeared. "We need to back up," Lambert said, "then find an on-ramp to get onto another track. I'll go down and take a look." Shao Ming grabbed his pistol, tucked it into his waist, and opened the car door. "I'll go with you." Feng Yusheng also picked up an iron rod and walked to the door. Shao Ming looked at Lambert, who gave a meaningful glance and said, "Go ahead, I can handle it alone." The two jumped off the car, and Lambert maneuvered the train to reverse. Shao Ming held a pistol and, together with Feng Yusheng, walked toward the carriage. Various pieces of luggage were scattered beside the tracks. Upon closer inspection, it seemed that several rotten corpses were still trapped under the carriage, with flies and gnats buzzing around the mutilated bodies. Ugh! Feng Yusheng turned her head away, afraid she might vomit the only potato she had in her stomach. Shao Ming looked at one of the corpses. Its face was a bloody mess, yet it still seemed to have a pair of eyes full of unwillingness. The two of them went around to the other side and entered a overturned carriage. There shouldn't be any mutants in this place. If there were, the noise from the train just now would have been enough to alert them. Inside the carriage, suitcases were also scattered all over the floor, which was stained with quite a bit of blood. For Shao Ming, seeing bloodstains like this was nothing unusual anymore. He seemed to have already gotten used to the bloody smell in his nasal cavity, mixed with some stench that might have been rotting flesh. Shao Ming inspected the seats on both sides, not knowing what exactly had happened to this train. All the passengers had disappeared, and not even a corpse was left behind. This place is a bit creepy. Feng Yusheng involuntarily hid behind Shao Ming. The world has become like this, Shao Ming said, holding his pistol on guard. Even if there are ghosts, they're no longer scary. After confirming that the adjacent train carriages were all safe, Shao Ming lifted a suitcase from the ground. "Sorry about that," Shao Ming said as he opened the suitcase. Feng Yusheng also imitated Shao Ming and began checking the luggage inside the carriage. Shao Ming opened a suitcase, which was filled with a bunch of clothes and toiletries. He thought for a moment, then took out the shower gel and shampoo and put them into his bag. You never know, maybe one day they'll be useful again. Most of the luggage on this train contained valuable items, like gold and silver jewelry. They even found a whole box of cash. Obviously, these people misjudged the state of human society when fleeing the city. Now these things are worth less than a potato. Fortunately, there were enough suitcases, so we could always find some snacks or treats. Both of them were tucked into the bag, and these little snacks could occasionally be used to improve the taste. Opening these suitcases was like opening blind boxes. You never knew what exactly was inside the next one. After searching through a carriage, we didn't find anything useful, but the two of us ended up with sore backs from constantly hunching over. The two of them walked forward along the carriage. The front carriage had already crashed into the field, while the locomotive seemed to be even farther away. "Forget it," Shao Ming waved his hand, "let's see if there's anything useful." Shao Ming pulled a photo out of a box. It was a family portrait. He felt that the man's face in the portrait looked somewhat familiar, as if he had seen it somewhere before. Feng Yusheng saw that Shao Ming had stopped moving and leaned over to take a look. Unexpectedly, she recognized the man in the photo at a glance. "Isn't this the person who was crushed under the train?" Shao Ming put the photo back in its place and closed the box. The two were continuing to search the carriage when suddenly the roar of a mutant came from nearby. The two immediately stopped what they were doing and crouched down. Shoo! Shao Ming raised his pistol. You step back, I'll go take a look. Be careful, Feng Yusheng said softly, I'll wait for you right here. Shao Ming walked to the door and peeked out. The wheat field was empty, except for some scattered luggage and train debris. There was no sign of any mutants. Shao Ming pressed close to the train wreckage, moving forward little by little. He kept an eye on the situation at the edge of the field while observing the inside of the train through the window. Near the front of the train, Shao Ming finally heard something knocking on the door. The front of this train was similar to the Type 43 train where Shao Ming and the others were. The driver's cabin and passenger cabin were not connected, with a huge engine occupying the entire front section. However, Lambert was not there, and Shao Ming did not recognize what model of train it was. He raised his pistol and slowly approached the driver's cabin. The tapping sound seemed to be coming from there. Bang! Suddenly, a face appeared on the driver's cabin in front of him. Shao Ming was so frightened that he took 2 steps back. Fortunately, he did not instinctively pull the trigger. That was exactly a mutant. The entire front of the train had been severely deformed from the collision. The train driver had already turned into a mutant, but half of his body was stuck under the control panel, only able to weakly pound on the window. Shao Ming let out a sigh of relief, tapped the window with the butt of his gun, and turned to leave. Feng Yusheng was leaning on the door frame, peering out. Shao Ming put the gun on safety and returned it to his waist. The train driver, Shao Ming said to Feng Yusheng, is locked in the locomotive. The sound of the train came again from afar. The two looked up and saw their train approaching on another track. The train slowly came to a stop, and Lambert stood by the door, waving to the two. Got anything good? Lambert asked the two as they approached. Toiletries, Shao Ming said, and some snacks and the like. There are too many boxes, but not many useful ones, Feng Yusheng also replied. The two boarded the train, and Lambert restarted the train. The overturned train gradually disappeared from the three sight, and the distant railway once again stretched out in full view. At this speed, we should be near Birmingham around noon today, Lambert said. Shao Ming checked the map on the tablet and asked, we're not missing anything now, can we try to bypass the city? Chapter 46, Choosing the Path. Lambert shrugged and said, most of the railways around here pass through the city. The train roared through an urban area, leaving a group of mutants howling behind. This railway has no branches before we reach Crewe, but at Crewe main station, it can switch tracks. Heading west to Shrewsbury Line, you can bypass Birmingham. After Lambert finished speaking, seeing Shao Ming looking confused, he took the tablet from his hand. Simply put, it goes along the west side of Birmingham, where there are many small towns but basically no big cities. Shao Ming looked at the map and said, there is a supply point, and not too many zombies, not bad. There is just a small problem. Feng Yusheng also leaned over to look at the map and said, if we go this way, won't there be too many track switches? Yes, Lambert said, and Crewe's track switching has to be done inside the central train station, but we don't know which direction the tracks inside the Crewe station actually face. The city center. Shao Ming said, the train will definitely attract a lot of zombies, and we'll have to jump down to move the ramps. The three fell silent. This was indeed a problem. We need some powerful firepower, Shao Ming looked up and said, at least enough to buy us a few minutes in the zombie horde. Since the train definitely needs to switch tracks, and switching tracks will certainly encounter the zombie horde, the only solution is to block the horde outside the train tracks. Feng Yusheng thought for a moment and said, is it possible to switch to another train? This might not be very realistic, Lambert said, a train can't just start up on a whim, like a car, most of the time it needs a key. The group fell silent again. Where are we going to get such powerful firepower? Lambert asked, it's only a few hours at most to Crewe. Before they could come to a decision, a town appeared at the end of the tracks. The train passed under an elevated bridge, rushing towards the town. Lambert said awkwardly upon seeing the urban area, I might have miscalculated. This small town is just before we reach Crewe City, we might still have half an hour. Is it still possible to stop now? Shao Ming asked. Of course. Lambert pulled the control lever, and the train's speed quickly slowed down until it came to a complete stop. The train stopped in a patch of woods, still some distance from the two towns ahead and behind. Shao Ming searched for gun shops on the map with a try-it-out attitude, but surprisingly there were no results nearby. However, there was a gun shop on the road from Crewe to Birmingham, and it was right next to the railway. The order is wrong, Shao Ming said with a bitter smile. What? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming handed the tablet to the other two and said, "We should first have powerful firepower, then go through crew, rather than going through crew first and then having powerful firepower." "Wait, Lambert said, "then what are we afraid of? If the track heads towards Birmingham, we can harvest a large batch of weapons. If the track heads towards the suburbs, we can avoid the zombie horde." The train started up again and headed towards crew. "Let me see your hand," Feng Yusheng said to Shao Ming. "It can't heal that fast." Shao Ming unconsciously hid his right hand behind his back and said. "Even if it's not healed, you should change the dressing," Feng Yusheng said. "Looking at your hand won't get you pregnant." This remark left Shao Ming completely speechless. The train passed through the town, leaving behind a group of mutants. The tall buildings of Crew City appeared on the horizon, and the train was speeding rapidly towards Crew. In fact, the train would only pass through the outskirts of Crew City, still quite a distance from the crowded city center. But the suburbs were also bustling with people, and by now, they had all become mutants. Lambert slightly slowed the train's speed, and several people had already seen the mutants pouring out from the city. Shao Ming recalled the tide of corpses he saw near the airport a few days ago. The situation now was not much different from then. A dark mass of mutants was surging out from every gap within the city. Streets, alleys, as far as the eye could see, were filled with mutants. Fortunately, the few of them were inside a 100-ton steel giant full of power. Unless too many mutants blocked the tracks, they would only end up as a puddle of flesh. The train crushed through the wall formed by mutants and slowly moved toward the station. Oh no! The train rounded a bend, and all three saw at the same time that every track in the Crew station was filled with trains. Lambert quickly reduced the speed again. "Hold steady, baby, hold steady." He gripped the control lever, nervously watching the railway. "We're going to crash," Shao Ming said, as mutant blood kept splattering against the window outside. The train pushed aside the mutants blocking the way in the middle and slowly reached the tail of the train ahead. Several mutants got stuck in the middle and were crushed into a bloody pulp. Fortunately, the cockpit was high enough that the three inside couldn't actually see the mutants being crushed to death, or else they wouldn't have been able to sleep for 3 days. With a click, the two trains connected together. The train was pushing the tail of the train in front, slowly pushing the train ahead as well. Or perhaps it is more appropriate to call it a single train now. Lambert pushed the control lever, and the locomotive exerted greater force to push the train ahead forward. Mutants kept pouring in continuously, and as the train entered the platform, the three could already see mutants at eye level. Because there was still a certain gap between the train and the platform, many mutants fell directly into it and were crushed and twisted, deformed by the combined action of the train and the platform. Lambert accelerated again. Shao Ming saw a mutant rush beside the train and then suddenly fall into the gap and disappear. What the three did not know was that many mutants had their bones and flesh caught in the wheels, which were then directly shredded by the wheels. This several hundred-meter-long station now seemed as long as several kilometers. Because the station was semi-open, the three could still see mutants continuously rushing from the nearby town. Along this route alone, at least 1,000 mutants were crushed. Besides the train, Shao Ming would hardly find any vehicle with such power. What strong firepower is needed? Once this vehicle starts moving, its firepower is already strong enough. The train ran over 2 mutants and got onto the tracks heading to Birmingham. Lambert looked at the carriages beginning to turn and said, "It seems we've got an opportunity to make a trip to the gun shop." The train began to gradually accelerate, although it was pulling 5 carriages and still hauling 7 or 8 more, its speed did not decrease in the slightest. Chapter 47, The Big Arms Purchase. The train headed straight towards Birmingham. After confirming that they were already some distance away from Crew, Lambert stopped the train. "I'm going to get off and detach the front carriages," Lambert said. "We can also drop a few carriages at the back," Shao Ming said, "leaving just 1 or 2 carriages will be enough." The 3 of them jumped off the train, and the scene outside made them gasp in shock. The originally blue train was half stained red, the front of the train had several dents, and some of the wheels were even stuck with what appeared to be human tissue. The air was filled with a bloody stench that couldn't be smelled inside the carriage, so strong it sent chills down their spines. Feng Yusheng covered his face and turned away, unwilling to look any further. Lambert held back the urge to vomit and walked to the front of the car to start loosening the coupler. "Let's take a look further ahead," Shao Ming said. Inside the coupler was a bloody mess, making it difficult to even tell which parts belonged to which body. Lambert's face was almost scrunched up, but he nodded with difficulty and unfastened the coupler. Shao Ming hurriedly pulled Feng Yusheng away from the vicinity of the train. The situation on the previous train was equally nauseating, and the two could only turn their heads and walk forward. They had walked nearly 500 meters before the bloody smell in their nostrils gradually faded. "Feeling any better?" Shao Ming asked. "Maybe," Feng Yusheng replied with a bitter smile. If it weren't for having to see these bloody scenes every day recently, just the smell alone might have made them vomit for half a day. "I wonder how things are back home," Feng Yusheng said. "They should be fine, I guess." Shao Ming couldn't say for sure either. He hadn't been able to contact his family for several days, and his phone had no signal, so he had no idea what was going on back in the country. "We'll be able to go back soon." Shao Ming didn't know if he was comforting himself or Feng Yusheng. "At this rate, we should definitely be home within half a year." "Half a year?" Feng Yusheng murmured. "As long as we keep moving forward, we can always get back home," Shao Ming said. "Let's go check ahead, the gun shop we saw on the map should be nearby." The two continued walking forward, and before long, a row of small houses appeared on the right side of the railway. Shao Ming pulled Feng Yusheng away from the railway and hid in a nearby thicket. Using the cover of the bushes, the two gradually approached the housing area. The housing area was not safe, a few mutants were scattered around in various places. Fortunately, this housing area was relatively isolated, seemingly just a small rest area by the roadside, quite far from the town. Overall, even if they alerted the mutants, the number they would have to face wouldn't be too many. Besides the gun shop, the residential area also had a convenience store, a gas station, and a motel. Except for the motel, the interiors of the other shops were easy to observe. "Stay here and keep watch for me, I'll sneak over and take a look." Shao Ming pulled out his pistol and, using the railway embankment as cover, moved down to the area beneath the shops. He glanced at Feng Yusheng, who shook his head, signaling that there were no mutants nearby. Shao Ming cautiously poked his head out to take a look. The gun shop was still on the left side, and he could walk a little further forward from the embankment. On the embankment, Shao Ming was almost using both hands and feet to move forward, the soil on the embankment constantly being kicked onto the railway tracks. Shao Ming steadied himself and climbed up the embankment. On the embankment was a parking lot, and a mutant was standing behind a jeep, unaware of Shao Ming. He quietly came to the back of the jeep and pulled out a small knife. Shao Ming tapped on the jeep's door, and sure enough, the mutant was awakened and started moving toward the back of the jeep. As soon as he saw the mutant's figure, Shao Ming almost jumped up directly and stabbed the mutant's chin with a knife. Shao Ming had basically mastered the technique of killing with one stab, especially against such an unguarded mutant. He could completely take it down in an instant. Shao Ming supported the mutant's corpse and gently laid it down on the ground. Seeing no other mutants around, Shao Ming waved to Feng Yusheng below the embankment. After Feng Yusheng ran up, the two of them came to the back door of the gun shop together. The gun shop's door was ajar, making it impossible to see inside. Shao Ming held a flashlight in one hand and slowly pushed the door with a pistol in the other. The two cautiously entered the gun shop. Shao Ming heard a noise coming from a door on one side, so he quickly let Feng Yusheng go inside first while he raised his pistol, aiming at the rear of the room. Just as Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming were switching positions, the door to the room suddenly burst open, and a mutant who seemed to be the gun shop owner lunged out. Shao Ming was startled, and the pistol in his hand fell to the side due to the impact. Due to an injury in his right hand, Shao Ming could only use his left hand to tightly choke the mutant's neck, while his right hand kept searching for a usable weapon. Roar! The gun shop owner let out a hoarse roar, and Shao Ming felt a bad premonition in his heart. Feng Yusheng also turned around at this moment, raising an iron rod above her head with both hands and striking down hard. The gun shop owner angrily turned his head toward Feng Yusheng, and Shao Ming took the opportunity to break free from his restraints and picked up a pistol from the ground. Seeing that the gun shop owner was about to pounce on Feng Yusheng, she no longer had time to use the iron rod to block him in the narrow aisle. "Shao Ming!" Feng Yusheng shouted. "Duck down!" Shao Ming shouted. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, and a bullet burst out of the barrel, hitting the back of the gun shop owner's head. The two had not yet had time to enjoy the joy of surviving the disaster when the sounds of numerous mutants came from outside the house. The shop's main entrance faced the road, and the walls on both sides of the door were hung with a dazzling array of firearms. Although the shop was not large, there were at least nearly 100 guns here. Shao Ming came to the counter and raised his pistol to shoot down a mutant rushing through the main door. What followed was less like a battle and more like target practice. Since the mutants could only rush in through the single entrance at the main door, they all became souls lost under Shao Ming's gunfire. Only after emptying all the pistol magazines on his body did Shao Ming stop. At least a dozen mutant corpses lay on the ground inside and outside the shop. Seeing that no more mutants were coming nearby, Shao Ming put down his gun. Continuous shooting caused the wound on his tiger mouth to reopen, blood staining the gauze red. However, this did not affect the joy in his heart. The guns on both walls were simply gifts sent by God. The guns hanging on the wall were mostly hunting rifles, not only many common small-caliber hunting rifles using .22 caliber, but also quite a few semi-automatic shotguns. Shao Ming was not picky, he took all the guns on the wall and the bullets in the cabinet into his possession. However, it seemed that there were no bullets for his own 9mm P320 here. It appeared that the handgun he had been using for so long was an unregistered black gun obtained from an unknown source. Chapter 48 Shooting Training. The two of them stuffed both backpacks full, and still carried several guns on their shoulders before finally leaving the gun shop. So heavy, Feng Yusheng said, I wonder how long all these guns will last. If we run into a zombie horde, this still won't be enough, Shao Ming said, recalling the zombie horde they had encountered just a few hours ago. That number of mutants was simply not something a few semi-automatic hunting shotguns could handle. The two slid down the protective slope, slowly walking back along the railway tracks. Not far ahead, a train appeared before them, slowly approaching. Lambert jumped off the just-stopped train and took the weapons from the two. However, he did not throw the backpack full of weapons into the driver's cabin, but instead walked to a nearby carriage. Shao Ming saw that the train, which originally had 5 carriages, now only had 1 passenger car left trailing behind the locomotive. Luckily, the ramp isn't far, Lambert said. I removed the extra carriages, but I was afraid there wouldn't be a place to store things, so I left 1 carriage. That's pretty good, Shao Ming said, but 3 people crammed into 1 locomotive is still too cramped. We can still renovate the back, Lambert nodded. If we have the materials, we can even divide it into several rooms. At first, Shao Ming thought it was a pretty good idea, but then he realized that having material didn't sound so easy. The 3 of them threw their weapons into the carriage and then went back to the front of the train to get some food. Taking advantage of the break, Shao Ming changed the bandage on his wound. After making a fire and having lunch, although it was already afternoon by then, the group prepared to return to the train and continue their journey. Just as he was about to step into the cockpit, Feng Yusheng suddenly said to Shao Ming, "Hey, teach me how to use a gun." Using a gun. Shao Ming thought for a moment. The bullets were still relatively plentiful, and the surrounding mutants had been cleared out. It was indeed a good time to teach the two how to use guns. Right here, Shao Ming said. There are still quite a few bullets left in the gun shop that haven't been taken. It's perfect for you to practice. Oh, Lambert looked a bit reluctant, I'm a gun control advocate, but I should still learn. The 3 of them took out 3 hunting rifles, 3 shotguns, and quite a few bullets from the gun shop, then returned to the side of the train. Shao Ming took the paper target he had slipped out from the gun shop and walked about 100 meters toward the fields, placing the target against the wall. He came back, picked up a hunting rifle and examined it for a while, then said to the other 2, although I can't tell the exact model, this is definitely a .22 caliber hunting rifle. Its advantage is low recoil, making it easy to control. The downside is that this gun is generally used for hunting small animals and has limited stopping power against people. Seeing that the 2 looked a bit slow, Shao Ming added. Simply put, it's easy to hit, but it won't kill unless it hits a vital spot. The 2 nodded, and Shao Ming picked up a magazine and loaded it into the gun. This is a magazine. This gun should hold 10 bullets, so try to aim carefully. Shao Ming pressed the release button again and took out the magazine. If you run out of bullets, press here to remove the magazine, then you can replace it with a new one and insert it back. Feng Yusheng beside him nodded and tried reloading the bullets himself. Shao Ming disengaged the safety and said to the 2. This small mechanism behind the bolt is the safety, Shao Ming explained. If you don't toggle it, you can't chamber or fire. Similarly, when you're not using it, turn off the safety to prevent accidental discharge. Shao Ming pulled the bolt, pushing a bullet into the chamber. Now it can be fired. He raised the rifle and aimed at the distant target. Bang! With a crisp gunshot, the bullet hit the target. Shao Ming pulled the bolt again, ejecting the cartridge case. See? After firing 1 shot, you need to eject the cartridge case, then repeat the loading action, and you can continue shooting. The 2 nodded, holding their guns and mimicking the movements. Shao Ming raised the hunting rifle and said, this gun has a built-in scope. Usually, within 100 meters, you just need to align the crosshair inside with the target, and it will be fine. Feng Yusheng nodded, like a child in class eager to answer a question, and said, I know this, I've seen it in a TV drama. Shao Ming looked a bit puzzled and asked, you actually watched that kind of drama? Feng Yusheng said, in XXX, idle drama advertising slot for rent, this is how they acted out. That's not wrong, Shao Ming nodded, you guys give it a try. Lambert and Feng Yusheng followed Shao Mingjiao's method to unlock the safety, load the gun, and aim at the target. Both pulled the trigger simultaneously, but unexpectedly, Feng Yusheng hit the target first. My goodness, Lambert put down the hunting rifle, it feels like my bullet is about to fly into the sky. You just need to use your arm to control the recoil, Shao Ming said, this small caliber has little recoil, with other guns, you might need more than just arm strength. The two then tried a few more shots, and fortunately, Lambert was finally able to get the bullets to hit the target. Not bad, Shao Ming said, you guys are picking it up quickly. After a few rounds with the hunting rifle, Shao Ming taught the two how to use the shotgun. It wasn't until the sun set that the gunfire beside the train gradually ceased. The three returned to the train. This time, they did not sleep in the locomotive but in the passenger car. In any case, lying on a few chairs was much more comfortable than lying on the floor. Shao Ming recalled what Feng Yusheng said today. They had lost contact with their family for several days and had to think of another way to get in touch with them. He didn't know if his parents and family were still okay. Drifting into a drowsy sleep, Shao Ming seemed to return home in his dream. Just as he excitedly ran toward his parents, they turned around and stared at him with bloodshot eyes. He woke up startled from his dream, it was already morning. Shao Ming rubbed his head. Since the mutation occurred, he hadn't dreamed at all, but last night he actually had a nightmare. Checking the time, it was only around 7 o'clock. Shao Ming got up, ate something, and then went back to the residential area to search for supplies. By the time the other two woke up, he had almost emptied the gun shop. Besides that, he also brought back quite a bit of water and food from the convenience store at the gas station. Lambert looked at the map inside the locomotive, started the train, while Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng organized the collected supplies and practiced shooting in the rear carriage. The train sped forward with the sound of gunfire, leaving the mutants far behind, and on the distant horizon, a city billowing thick smoke slowly appeared. Chapter 49 The Greenhouse. The train passed through several urban areas in succession and entered the center of a large town. The scenery outside the window gradually changed from trees and wheat fields to an endless stretch of houses, of course, with quite a few mutants among them. The road conditions within the urban area were worse than outside the city. Since the railway passed through the city center, many highways intertwined with the railway, and numerous vehicles trying to escape the city were jammed at the railway junctions. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng were not in the locomotive, so Lambert had no choice but to grit his teeth and charge forward without slowing down, crashing into the vehicles blocking the way ahead. He gripped the control panel firmly and drove the train forward with force. With a loud bang and a sharp metallic scraping sound, all the abandoned cars blocking the front of the train were pushed aside by the train. Although this did not significantly affect the train's performance, it had almost completely flattened the already uneven front of the train. At this moment, Shao Ming, who had casually found a spot to sit and rest in the carriage, was startled. What's going on? Feng Yusheng quickly stood up from the side and asked. The train did not slow down, and soon outside the window appeared the wreckage of cars smashed to both sides. Shao Ming roughly understood what was going on. He felt it was necessary to find a walkie-talkie to stay in contact with Lambert in the locomotive at all times. There's probably something blocking the road, Shao Ming said to Feng Yusheng, look at those cars that were smashed and thrown over there. The two had thought the road ahead would be safe, but unexpectedly, not long after, another loud crash came from the front of the train. After driving a distance out of the town, Lambert slowly brought the train to a stop. After confirming there were no mutants nearby, Shao Ming jumped off the train carrying a hunting rifle. Lambert happened to open the door and get off the train as well, and Shao Ming hurriedly asked him what had happened. The tire is broken. Lambert pointed to the train beside them, and Shao Ming followed his finger to look, only to see that the bearing between the two wheels had come apart, and something that looked like a water tank nearby had also cracked open a large hole. Well. Shao Ming looked around and asked, what should we do? Lambert said somewhat awkwardly, normally, we should go to a specialized workshop for replacement, but even if we can find one, we don't have the capability to handle it. Shao Ming never expected that his journey home by train would end so soon after it had just begun. The simplest way is to just replace it with a new one, Lambert said. Didn't you say before that changing to another one was unrealistic? Shao Ming recalled what Lambert said yesterday, just yesterday, you said there was no key. Lambert explained, I looked at the map, and from the map, there should be a repair workshop nearby. Usually, the keys for repairing trains are also kept there. Shao Ming took the tablet but didn't expect that the train repair workshop was actually inside the city. This place, Shao Ming said, if we stop here, we will be attacked by thousands of zombies, and you're not even sure if there's a usable train inside. Our vehicle can't get there either, Lambert said helplessly. The junctions inside the city have taken us in another direction, and we can't move the ramp within the city. Feng Yusheng also got off the train at this moment. Hearing their question, she asked puzzledly, does this mean the train can't run? The road conditions in the city are too bad. I don't know if these two wheels might suddenly fly off. Then I'll go find a vehicle to bring back. Shao Ming said, looking at the map, where exactly are we now? We should be on the east side of Stoke-on-Trent by the River Trent. If we had taken the southern line, we should have passed through a town by now, Lambert explained, as he was the only one constantly looking at the map and had the clearest understanding of the situation outside the train. After leaving Stoke-on-Trent, the city they had just passed through via the urban railway, there are two railway lines, one heads south towards Birmingham, and the other goes east all the way to Nottingham. They are currently stopped on the east line, while the repair shop Lambert mentioned is in the city along the southern line, about 7 kilometers apart. Shao Ming now felt that the train was not such a good option. Although it was indeed faster than a car, being restricted to fixed tracks made it somewhat inconvenient. Seeing Shao Ming hesitate a little, Lambert hurriedly said, we only need to switch tracks on the suburban rails, these problems only occur in the urban area. It better be, Shao Ming rubbed his head, let's find a car first. Whether or not we go to the repair shop next, we need a car. The three of them slung their backpacks over their shoulders, took some necessary weapons and food, and left the train, heading back along the way. None of the three were thieves, nor could they start a car by simply connecting two wires inside like in movies or TV shows. Getting a usable car was actually quite troublesome, they had to find the car keys first. Shao Ming walked while thinking in his mind. Whether it was a train or a car, in such an environment, it was inevitable to endure impacts, unless the vehicle could be reinforced like in some movies into a mobile fortress wrapped with thick steel plates. After walking forward for about 10 minutes, a building resembling a vegetable greenhouse appeared on one side of the railway. I'll go take a look first. As usual, Shao Ming signaled the two to hide while he went ahead to scout the way. Holding a shotgun, he bent down all the way and reached behind the wall. Inside the wall, there was a very large vegetable greenhouse, and behind the greenhouse stood a two-story small building. This place was different from the other buildings, firstly, because there was only a solitary greenhouse here, which didn't look like a farmer's home at all, and secondly, all the windows of the building were boarded up with wooden planks. Could there still be survivors here? Shao Ming thought as he climbed over the wall. Taking advantage of the greenhouse's cover, Shao Ming could see the situation inside the building more clearly. Although the windows of the building were all boarded up with wooden planks, he could still see some shadows of people inside through the gaps. Just by looking, it was hard to tell whether they were living people or mutants. Shao Ming waited a little longer and found that the shadows inside didn't move at all, exactly like mutants in a dormant state. It seemed he was just overthinking it. Shao Ming crawled into the greenhouse, and what came into view was rows of neatly planted plants. He reached out and plucked a tomato from a plant, took a bite, and surprisingly, it was quite sweet. Shao Ming walked out of the greenhouse through another door holding the tomato. Due to the wooden boards blocking the way, the mutants inside showed no signs of movement. He circled from the side of the building to the front, where a small pickup truck was parked steadily right in front of the small building. Chapter 50 Pickup Truck. Shao Ming came to the side of the pickup and looked inside. The interior of the vehicle was very tidy and clean, with no dust on it, making it seem like it hadn't been parked here for a long time. Could it be that the person inside the house is really alive? Shao Ming walked around the house once more, and after confirming that all the doors and windows were sealed shut, he mustered up the courage to shout. Is anyone there? Only the snarls of the mutants answered him. The wooden boards on the first floor were almost knocked as soon as he shouted, and the mutants inside were roaring, trying to break out. Were these mutants locked inside by someone, or did they lock themselves in and eventually mutate? Seeing that the mutants couldn't get out, Shao Ming didn't bother with them and started searching around for the pickup truck keys. He searched all around but didn't find any keys. There was only one possibility, the keys were inside the building. Shao Ming walked around the building again, and through the gaps in some wooden boards, he could roughly count 5 or 6 mutants inside. He was about to climb over the fence back onto the tracks when he saw Feng Yusheng and Lambert climbing in. Seeing Shao Ming standing safely in the yard, a look of relief finally appeared on Feng Yusheng's face. You scared us to death, Feng Yusheng said. We heard the zombies, and since we didn't hear you shooting, we thought something had happened to you. No big deal, Shao Ming said, pointing to the house behind him. They're all locked inside. Who? Lambert asked curiously. Who would bother locking them inside for no reason? Probably themselves, Shao Ming shrugged. Looks like they sealed the doors and windows shut to defend against the zombies. Feng Yusheng peeked out from behind the greenhouse and immediately spotted the problem: the wooden boards were nailed from the inside. Shao Ming slapped his forehead, realizing he hadn't thought of that. So, did you find a car? Lambert asked. There is a car, but the keys should be inside the house. The three of them looked into the room together. The mutants were still roaring inside. I don't want to go in, Lambert said. Feng Yusheng didn't say much but asked Shao Ming, what do you want to do? According to the map, this is the only place nearby where people live, Shao Ming said. There are more zombies in the city, so it's better to clear out this room and try our luck inside. Lambert said, oh, alright. The three of them arrived together at the door, and the mutants inside the room gathered behind them at the front door. Remember to aim for the head, Shao Ming reminded, stepping forward first to the door. Shao Ming listened to the sounds of the mutants on the other side of the door panel, took 2 steps back, and raised his shotgun at the door. He roughly aimed the muzzle at the height of a person's head and pulled the trigger. The pellets from the shotgun penetrated the wooden door and shot into the mutant's head inside the room. He pulled back the forearm, ejecting a spent shell, and a new bullet slid in smoothly. A miserable roar came from the mutant inside the room. Shao Ming didn't hesitate and fired the second shot. He emptied the 5 shells in the shotgun, reloaded, and fired again. Lambert and Feng Yusheng stood to the side holding their shotguns. The 2 guns in their hands seemed useless at the moment. Only after there was no movement from the mutants inside did Shao Ming lower his gun and walk to the battered door. The door was now riddled with bullet holes, and sunlight streamed through them into the room. He observed for a while and seemed to see no mutated creatures still alive. Shao Ming kicked open the dilapidated door. Unexpectedly, a mutated creature leapt out from the pile of corpses on the ground and directly knocked Shao Ming to the floor. Holding a shotgun, Shao Ming could only wedge the barrel across the mutated creature's mouth. At this moment, he was unable to reach for the knife or pistol at his waist with one hand. Feng Yusheng quickly raised her gun, but Shao Ming was struggling with the mutated creature, so she couldn't find the right moment to fire and dared not pull the trigger. Lambert reacted, turned the gun around, and slammed the butt hard onto the mutant's head. Thanks to Lambert's strike, Shao Ming took the opportunity to kick the mutant away and break free. Feng Yusheng raised the shotgun and fired a shot at the head of the mutant lying nearby. Bang! The muzzle was almost pressed against the mutant's head when the shot was fired, the bullet piercing through the skull and turning its brain into a pulp. This zombie. Shao Ming got up from the ground with lingering fear and said, how could it still be ambushing people like the 6th man? Are you okay? Feng Yusheng put down her gun, feeling her hands trembling. I'm fine. Shao Ming picked up the shotgun again and said, thank you all. The wooden forearm of the shotgun had a row of bite marks from mutants, and Shao Ming felt uncomfortable holding it. The 3 entered the room, the floor covered in mutant blood and brain matter and such. Due to the wooden boards blocking the light, the room was dim, so Lambert, who was walking last, took out a flashlight and illuminated the room. This room seemed to be a bar, but the decor style was more like a clinic. The pickup key was not hard to find, it was just quietly lying on the bar counter by the entrance. Shao Ming picked up the key and then took down 2 bottles of wine from the shelf, packing them into his bag. What are you taking this for? Feng Yusheng asked when he saw Shao Ming putting the wine into his bag. To drink, Lambert answered for Shao Ming. Shao Ming smiled apologetically and adjusted his bag on his back. The 3 of them got into the pickup truck, and Shao Ming glanced at the vehicle, letting out a long sigh. Sigh, it's a manual transmission again. He started the engine and turned the truck toward the railway. The pickup truck rushed down the embankment, and the 3 of them almost hit their heads on the car roof. Such a reckless driving style, Lambert complained. Feng Yusheng recalled how Shao Ming had wildly driven the bus around Manchester City and nodded in strong agreement. Shao Ming sneered, there are no traffic cops anyway. However, he still tried to ride the vehicle between the 2 rails, so at least it wouldn't be so bumpy. The 3 of them transferred all the supplies from the train onto the vehicle and headed towards the highway. Which way should we go? Shao Ming asked Lambert, who was sitting in the front passenger seat. Lambert looked at the map and said, it's best to go through the land in the middle, it's the shortest distance. You could also head south and take a big detour, or go straight north into the city, which is the fastest. Shao Ming took the map and looked at it, saying, let's head south. Although it's a bit farther, the road conditions are better and there are fewer towns. Lambert took back the tablet and said, you decide, the steering wheel is in your hands. The pickup truck turned its head and drove all the way in the opposite direction of the city. Chapter 51, Train Repair Shop. Although it was a detour, the total distance was only about 10 kilometers, and since it was all country roads with few vehicles, the pickup truck soon circled around to the other side of the city. The houses on both sides of the street became more numerous, and through the gaps between the houses, the railway tracks on one side could be seen. "We're almost there," Lambert said. "The repair shop is next to a large stadium, it should be quite obvious." "Okay," Shao Ming said as he drove the pickup truck to dodge a mutant. Several people were thrown to one side by inertia and then thrown back. Feng Yusheng and Lambert both wore expressions of already used to it. Shao Ming saw their expressions in the rearview mirror and asked puzzled, "What's wrong? Is my driving bad?" The further the pickup truck drove forward, the more mutants appeared on the road. Besides the group of mutants following the car's tailpipe in the rearview mirror, there were also more and more mutants blocking the road ahead. But fortunately, this is a small suburban city, so it won't attract endless mutants like the previous 2 times. He seized the opportunity, turned direction, and slipped onto the railway between 2 buildings' parking lots. The train repair factory was just a few hundred meters away, with 6 workshops standing side by side at the end of the tracks. A mutant suddenly darted out from the roadside, and due to the obstruction of the wall, Shao Ming did not see the mutant at first. Now there was no way to avoid it, so Shao Ming had to slow down and brace himself to crash into it head-on. "Hold on tight." With a bang, a mutant charging straight at them was sent flying, denting the hood of the pickup truck. Even worse, the airbags deployed, hitting Shao Ming and Lambert right in the faces. Startled by the airbag, Shao Ming instinctively stepped on the brake, and the pickup truck came to a stop on the empty railway tracks. "Go, go." Feng Yusheng, the only one not blocked by the airbag, held the backpack in her arms in the back seat, seeing many mutants rushing toward the pickup truck from all around. The airbag in front of Shao Ming hadn't deflated yet, but he could roughly guess the situation around him and quickly pressed the accelerator again. Bang! Another impact sound, and Shao Ming felt the vehicle shake. Fortunately, the now deflated airbag would no longer deploy again. Shao Ming drove the pickup truck off the tracks and into a workshop with an open door inside the repair shop. Several people quickly got out of the vehicle and took weapons from the truck bed. "Go close the door," Shao Ming shouted as he ran toward the door. Lambert and Feng Yusheng each ran toward a door. Compared to the heavy warehouse doors from a few days ago, the workshop doors were not only thinner but also had more wheels underneath to assist. Shao Ming raised his shotgun and aimed at the forehead of a mutant. Several running mutants were knocked down one by one. It must be admitted that the battles of the past few days had taken Shao Ming's shooting skills to a new level. Just as the gun in his hand fired another bullet, this .22 caliber bullet did not kill a mutant after hitting it. After falling, it actually got back up. Shao Ming was busy shooting at the next mutant and did not notice anything unusual at first. It wasn't until he put the scope back on the mutant's head that he actually noticed a bloody bullet hole on its forehead. Shao Ming thought briefly. Although the 5.56 caliber's lethality isn't high, at this distance of just 100 meters, how could it possibly fail to kill a mutant with no protection on its head? But it doesn't matter, at worst, I'll just fire another shot. The bullets in the gun were all used up. Just as Shao Ming was about to switch directly to the shotgun on his back, the 2 people behind finally tried to close the door. "Come in quickly." The 2 shouted almost simultaneously at Shao Ming, though one spoke in Chinese and the other in English. Shao Ming ran towards the workshop, and the main door finally closed behind him. He put the hunting rifle back into the pickup truck before finally examining the workshop. In the center of the workshop stood a train undergoing maintenance. The right side was divided into 2 floors, the first floor held many tools, while the second floor had a locked room. The sun was about to set, and since the workshop only had skylights, the light inside was very dim at this moment. Type 68 locomotive. Lambert walked over to the train and stroked the carriage. "It was only delivered domestically after 2016, I didn't expect I'd have the chance to operate this kind of train." Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng exchanged a glance, wondering why Lambert seemed a bit perverted. "I'll go find something to start a fire." Feng Yusheng volunteered and began unloading food from the pickup truck. Shao Ming carried the shotgun in his hand and went upstairs to the second floor. It started raining outside the workshop, the raindrops hitting the steel exterior walls of the workshop making a pitter-patter sound. Outside the door, the mutants who had barely made it through were once again locked out, they were roaring at the workshop's main door in the rain. The door to the room on the second floor was tightly locked. Shao Ming tried turning the handle, but it had no effect. Lambert seemed to be searching for something on the first floor, while Feng Yusheng had already started a fire. Shao Ming knocked on the door panel, the door was wooden and not very thick. He took 2 steps back and raised the shotgun in his hand beside the door lock. Be careful when firing. Shao Ming reminded the 2 people downstairs and pulled the trigger. A large hole was shot through the wooden door, but the door lock was still attached to the door panel. He reloaded and pulled the trigger again. This time, the door lock completely separated from the door panel. Shao Ming pushed open the wooden door and raised his flashlight to illuminate the small room. Inside the room were 2 locked cabinets, and by the window side was a small desk with a computer on it. On the wall to the right of the desk was a key rack, from which Shao Ming took down 2 keys and stuffed them into his bag. Although he didn't know what these 2 keys were for, it was better to have them than not. He pulled open the drawer of the small table. Inside were some documents and a box of cigarettes. Shao Ming tucked the cigarettes into his bag. Although he didn't smoke himself, cigarettes carried a bit of social value. As the saying goes, it's better to have them than not. Using the light from outside the window, Shao Ming began to look through the documents. Some were registration manuals, while others appeared to be maintenance manuals. There were quite a few technical terms that Shao Ming didn't recognize. He picked up a maintenance manual, about to show it to Lambert downstairs, when he heard the latter calling him from below. Shao Ming, have you seen the train key? Shao Ming poked his head out from the stairs, took the key out of his bag, and asked, are you looking for this? Handing the key and the maintenance manual to Lambert, Shao Ming saw Feng Yusheng obediently squatting by the fire, fiddling with the potatoes in the fire with an iron rod in his hand. The girl's hair hung down beside her cheek, and her face, illuminated by the firelight, looked especially three-dimensional and charming. Chapter 52, A Rare Moment of Leisure. Dinner is ready. Feng Yusheng looked up and happened to make eye contact with Shao Ming. Both of them awkwardly turned their heads away. Shao Ming wished he could find a hole to crawl into. Time to eat, finally time to eat. Lambert jumped off the train and eagerly picked up a potato from the ground to start peeling it. I haven't had a proper meal on time these past few days. The 2 people beside him could hardly hide their embarrassment. Shao Ming used the butt of his gun to push out a potato, tried to grab it, but got burned and quickly pulled his hand back. He went to get a bottle of mineral water from the pickup truck, but ended up knocking down the food piled on the truck instead. Shao Ming cursed himself silently, wondering what was going on. He had dated before, so why did he now act like a young boy who had never seen a woman? Pfft. Feng Yusheng looked at Shao Ming's foolish expression and covered his mouth to laugh. Let me help you, Feng Yusheng said to Shao Ming, who was picking up potatoes from the ground. No, no, Shao Ming quickly said, I can handle it by myself, it's no big deal. Feng Yusheng still stood up and came to Shao Ming's side, squatting down again to help him pick up the things. Shao Ming said embarrassedly, thank you, I'm just too clumsy. No, you're amazing, Feng Yusheng said, at least you kept us alive. Lambert was munching on a potato while flipping through the technical manual. Most of the terms were still quite familiar to him. We're really lucky, truly lucky, Lambert said as he looked at the maintenance sheet. This train just finished maintenance and is ready to depart, no repairs needed, we can just drive it off. Shao Ming stood up from the pickup and said, do you think our train needs a bit of armor installed? Lambert thought for a moment and asked, you mean, add some iron plates on the outside? Shao Ming nodded. He recalled a very classic movie, Land of the Dead. Although it featured armored vehicles running on highways, why couldn't they also convert trains on the railway into armored trains? It might be feasible, but the key is the materials, right? Lambert asked. Shao Ming and Feng Yusheng sat down by the fire. Shao Ming said to Lambert, the workshop next door and the one we're in are connected by iron plates, right? They don't seem too thick, we could give it a try. Then we need a high-power cutting machine, Lambert said, but it can't be too big. Even if we find a CNC machine, it won't be able to cut through the wall. Ideally, it should be handheld. Shao Ming slapped his forehead, recalling a type of equipment. That kind, the cutting machines used by the fire brigade should work. He took out a tablet and typed in, fire department, to search. We also need to check how thick this wall is. Lambert glanced at the iron wall behind the train and said, but it doesn't look too thick. Shao Ming found the fire station on the map and said, there is a fire station about 3 kilometers from here, but it's in the city. Now Shao Ming felt that the best decision he had made was to bring the tablet and even download the global map on it. We can try, Lambert said, block the wheels on the side. Here, Feng Yusheng handed Shao Ming a peeled potato, it's not hot anymore. Ah, thank you. Shao Ming took the potato and stuffed it into his mouth. Lambert muttered quietly beside them, why do I have to peel it myself? The 3 of them finished eating and sat idly by the stove. Shao Ming took out a tablet, placed it on the back of the pickup truck, connected a power bank, and started playing a TV drama. No, wait until the electricity runs out. Lambert said in confusion, what time is it to still be watching TV dramas? There is a charging port in the car, Shao Ming said. The three sat down to watch TV, while the mutants outside had long since quieted down, and at this moment, no one knew where they had gone. Watching the images flickering on the tablet, I thought of when Li Long went to download TV dramas a month ago. Now the two were not only separated by life and death but also by thousands of miles. He couldn't help but touch the wool inside his tactical vest. Fortunately, it was still safely lying in the bag. Feng Yushin walked to the back of the car, took out a can of fruit, and shared it with everyone, naturally sitting down next to Shao Ming. Let me see your hand. Feng Yushin pulled Shao Ming's hand over and carefully unwrapped the bandage for him. The wound on the tiger's mouth was already showing signs of healing, but perhaps because Shao Ming kept fighting and shooting with his right hand after being injured, the wound was not healing very well. We still need to wrap it again, Feng Yushin said, getting up to fetch a new bandage. Lambert glanced over and then gave Shao Ming that meaningful look again. After watching 2 episodes of the TV drama, each of them went off to find a place to sleep. Feng Yushin slept in the back seat of the pickup, Shao Ming sat in the driver's seat, and Lambert actually went to lie down on the floor of the train's driver's cabin. Until midnight, Shao Ming still hadn't fallen asleep. Outside the room, there was nothing but the sound of rain, the entire workshop was quiet. His mind was filled with wild thoughts, sometimes thinking of Li Long who died in bed, and other times recalling the couple he had seen on the rooftop. Feng Yushin behind him turned over, a soft murmur escaping from his lips. Shao Ming rubbed his eyes and got out of the car, draping his coat over Feng Yushin. The next day, Shao Ming was awakened by the sun. He hurriedly sat up and looked at his watch. It was already 11 o'clock. It was all because he couldn't fall asleep for half the night. He got out of the car. Lambert was studying the train, while Feng Yushin had already organized the supplies behind the car and placed them into another cabin at the rear of the vehicle. Why didn't you call me? Shao Ming yawned and asked. You were sleeping so soundly. Feng Yushin smiled and said, I didn't want to wake you up. She got off the train and quietly said to Shao Ming, thank you for the clothes. I was going to call you. Lambert poked his head out from the driver's cabin with a look of grievance. You were snoring, don't sleep sitting up next time. Shao Ming gave an awkward smile and took a sip from a bottle of water. Let's go to the fire station after lunch, he said, and see if we can find a cutter. For lunch today, I had cookies with potatoes, Feng Yushin said. It's either potatoes with cookies or cookies with potatoes, Lambert said, his face filled with even more grievance. It's already good to have something to eat, and you're still picky. Feng Yushin said to Lambert, our biscuits are almost finished too. Today we can take a detour to see if there's anything else to eat. Okay. Shao Ming nodded. It was already amazing that the biscuits he brought could last 3 people for several days. After making a fire again and having lunch, Shao Ming loaded bullets into all the guns. Bullets are limited, so use iron rods if you can. Shao Ming handed the shotgun to the other 2 and said. Chapter 53 Dog Gordon. Shao Ming pushed open the workshop gate, Lambert stepped on the gas, and drove along the railway tracks. The surrounding mutants heard the sound of the vehicle again and all became restless, gathering towards the train repair shop. Shao Ming jumped onto the back of the pickup truck, patted the truck bed, signaling that they could set off. Lambert made a turn and drove onto the road leading into the city. Shao Ming sat in the rear bed, and the guardrail, only a few dozen centimeters high, always made him feel like he might fall off. Perhaps because this road leads to another, larger city, Birmingham, there weren't many people choosing to leave the city via this route, so the road conditions were relatively good. Unlike when Shao Ming left Manchester City, where there were cars everywhere. The pickup truck quickly drove from the suburbs into the city, and the 3 of them had already shaken off the 3rd wave of small zombie hordes numbering over 100 on the vehicle. Fortunately, Lambert's driving skills were still much better than Shao Ming's. The pickup truck hit quite a few mutants along the way, but the vehicle itself wasn't seriously damaged. They drove into the city center without any major incidents, and the fire station stood quietly at a crossroads. As soon as Lambert stopped the pickup truck, hundreds of mutants rushed over from all directions. Shao Ming immediately set up a shotgun in the truck bed and took out the 2 closest mutants. The 2 people inside the car hurriedly opened the car door and ran towards the fire station. Get inside quickly. Shao Ming jumped out of the car, rested his gun on the hood, and fired at the approaching mutants using the car's front as support. After both of them entered the fire station, Shao Ming put away the shotgun in his hand, went inside, and closed the main door of the fire station. Lambert and Feng Yusheng immediately pushed over a table to block the main door. The mutants were battering the main door, and Shao Ming took down the baseball bat from his back, wedging it between the door handles. There were no mutants on the first floor of the fire station, and no fire trucks in the garage. It seemed that all the firefighters had been dispatched at the very start of the mutation outbreak. Seeing that it was temporarily safe for the moment, Shao Ming came over to the floor plan and took a look, saying, "Behind the first floor is the cafeteria, and on the second floor is the equipment room." "Let's check out the cafeteria first," Feng Yusheng said. Shao Ming led the way, and the three of them entered the canteen together. Since the canteen's windows faced away from the street, there were no mutants outside, but the lighting inside the room was not very good. A shadow flashed inside the room and hid behind a cabinet. Shao Ming immediately raised the shotgun in his hand, but the shadow didn't look like a mutant, it resembled a large dog instead. A shadow poked its head out from behind the cabinet, and the three of them saw its true face. It was a very thin German shepherd. Perhaps because they had only seen mutants recently, this dog was quite cautious. The three of them and the dog just looked at each other warily. "I think this is a normal dog," Feng Yusheng said. "I think so too." Shao Ming squatted down, stretched out his hand, puckered his lips, and called to the German shepherd, "Soa soa soa soa." The German shepherd not only didn't come over, but instead tucked its tail and took 2 steps back. Feng Yusheng whispered, "Foreign dogs might not understand this." Shao Ming called out again in English, "Come here, come here." The German shepherd seemed to hesitate for a moment, but slowly walked over. "Good boy, good boy." Shao Ming reached out his hand to try to pet the German shepherd's head. It did not resist but slowly let down its guard. Shao Ming picked up the pendant on the German shepherd's collar, on which several lines of small characters were written. Honleni Fire Brigade. Loyal comrades. Search and rescue dog Gordon. Shao Ming patted the dog's head and said, "Your name is Gordon, right?" Hearing his own name, Gordon wagged his tail and circled around the three of them. "It looks so thin." Feng Yusheng also crouched down and stroked Gordon's body. "You don't mean to keep it, do you?" Lambert said, "We're almost out of food ourselves." Shao Ming stood up. He wanted to take the dog with him, but Lambert was right, a big dog like this would need a lot of food, and it was already hard enough to feed the three of them. "Let's look for something to eat first," Shao Ming said. The three of them rummaged through the kitchen, and none of them could ignore Gordon who was circling at their feet. "Look here," Lambert said, opening the upper cabinet, where about 10 cans were neatly stacked. He stuffed all the cans into his backpack at once. Hearing the sound of the cans, Gordon ran over and sat at Lambert's feet. "No, no, no, little guy," Lambert shook his head and said, "this is not for you to eat." Feng Yusheng glanced at Shao Ming, who could only lower his head. There was nothing else in the kitchen either, it seemed that Gordon had eaten all the food he could reach in the kitchen. Shao Ming carried the shotgun and carefully walked up to the second floor. The corridor on the second floor was pitch black, not even the emergency lights were on. Lambert fumbled behind and turned on a flashlight, allowing the three of them to finally see where the equipment room door was. Upon entering the equipment room, most of the firefighting tools had already been taken by the firefighters, with only some equipment left in a wire mesh compartment at the very back. Given the size of the cutting machine, it was not hard to find, the three immediately spotted the cutting machine placed in the center. Now this barbed wire fence has become the only obstacle. Shao Ming tried to push the door, and as expected, it didn't budge an inch. "There must be a key," Feng Yusheng said, "I'll go look for it." The three were discussing how to open the door when Gordon, standing nearby, seemed to understand their intention and bit Shao Ming's trouser leg, tugging at it. "Do you have anything to say?" Shao Ming squatted down, patted Gordon's head, and asked. Gordon turned and ran forward a couple of steps, then looked back at the three of them, as if guiding them to walk with him. Shao Ming was the first to follow, Gordon ran forward a couple more steps, then stopped and looked back. In this way, led by Gordon all the way, the three of them arrived at the office opposite the equipment room. Gordon ran to a table and scratched at the drawer with his paws. Shao Ming stepped forward and pulled open the drawer, inside which lay a set of keys quietly. "This dog is really smart." Shao Ming took out the keys and said casually, glancing in Lambert's direction. The latter curled his lips and said nothing. "Good Gordon." Feng Yusheng squatted down and patted Gordon's head. Using the key provided by Gordon, the three of them successfully opened the equipment room door. Shao Ming took out a cutting machine and handed it to Lambert, then took a fire axe from inside. The baseball bat just happened to be left downstairs, and I was still short of a melee weapon. Lambert asked, "All right, now that we have everything, how do we get back?" Feng Yusheng looked down from the window, although the mutants were not frenzied, they were still gathered downstairs. As usual, they will disperse by nightfall. Shao Ming looked at the sky and said, "We'll go back tomorrow morning." Chapter 54, A Night of Terror at the Fire Department. The three returned to the office. On the entire second floor, this was the only room with 2 exits, and the doorway could be blocked with miscellaneous items. Even so, the fire department didn't have the huge iron doors for protection like the workshop did last night. "We'll take turns keeping watch." Shao Ming began assigning tasks, starting at 10 o'clock, 1 person for 3 hours each. "I'll take the first watch." Feng Yusheng said, "I'm good at staying up late." "Then I'll take the last one." Lambert quickly said, thinking that the person in the middle would have the hardest time. The ones at the front and back could still sleep for 6 hours, but the one in the middle could only sleep intermittently. "All right." Shao Ming nodded. He didn't really mind, since he couldn't sleep well here anyway. He walked to the window and looked down. The mutants had all entered a dormant state again, standing motionless downstairs. During dinner, Lambert took out 3 cans of peas from his bag and shared them with everyone. Feng Yusheng took 1 can, found a small bowl, poured some peas in, and pushed it in front of Gordon. Gordon wagged his tail happily and began eating with his head down. Shao Ming patted Gordon's head. This dog was truly delightfully well behaved. But on second thought, bringing a dog along and having to keep it on the train was undoubtedly a burden. After all, a train is not a car, it can't just stop whenever it wants. They also no longer have passenger cars, so there's no place to keep dogs. At midnight, Feng Yusheng had already gone to bed, while Shao Ming, taking over the shift, was yawning and staring absent-mindedly out the window. The mutants downstairs had not yet dispersed, and Shao Ming really wanted to see why these mutants all vanished without a trace by the next morning as if they had been refreshed. Logically speaking, even if they quickly entered a dormant state, shouldn't they all be standing still in their original spots? Why would they disperse on their own? Suddenly, Gordon, lying nearby, raised its head alertly. It sensed that something had entered the fire station. Shao Ming had not yet noticed Gordon's unusual behavior and was still watching the mutant downstairs. Gordon suddenly stood up and jogged all the way toward the door. Its claws made a pat-pat sound on the ground. Shao Ming turned his head, and Gordon had already reached the door, lifting its head to sniff. "What do you smell?" Shao Ming asked Gordon softly, while picking up the shotgun beside him. Suddenly, through the small window on the door, Shao Ming seemed to see a shadow flicker outside. A threatening sound came from Gordon's throat as he crouched low, entering an attack stance. Could it be a mutant that got in? Shao Ming thought, but no, he clearly didn't hear any movement downstairs. It definitely wasn't a trick of the eyes, otherwise how could Gordon's reaction be explained? Shao Ming patted Lambert several times to wake him up, and when the latter opened his eyes, he saw Shao Ming making a silent gesture with a nervous expression, signaling him not to make a sound. Lambert immediately became alert. He grabbed an iron rod nearby and whispered into Shao Ming's ear, "What's going on?" "There might be something in the corridor." Shao Ming looked at the window on the door. The corridor outside was pitch black. Gordon paced back and forth behind the door, its nose constantly sniffing around. "I want to go out and take a look," Shao Ming said quietly. "Are you crazy?" Lambert said, "Why not wait until dawn to go out?" "I don't want to go to sleep with my heart in my throat," Shao Ming replied. "Besides, what if there really is a place that wasn't properly sealed, and more zombies come rushing in?" He moved the cabinet blocking the door slightly and turned to Lambert, asking, "Do you want to come along?" All right. Lambert shook his head and picked up the flashlight. Lambert woke Feng Yusheng and told her to close the doors and windows tightly after they left and to keep an eye on the things in the room. "Then you all be careful," Feng Yusheng said softly. Shao Ming took the flashlight Lambert handed over, opened the door just a crack, and shone the light left and right. The corridor was empty, and Gordon slipped out from between Shao Ming's legs. It continued to discern the various scents in the air, finally looking toward the end of the left corridor. "All right, it seems to be this way." Shao Ming stepped out of the room and handed the flashlight back to Lambert. Shao Ming picked up the fire axe, hung the shotgun at his waist, and cautiously walked toward the end of the corridor. Gordon crouched down and stopped a few meters from the corner, emitting a low growl from his throat. Shao Ming slowed his pace and raised the fire axe in his hand. Suddenly, a mutant jumped out from around the corner, charging straight at Shao Ming. Shao Ming was about to block, but he saw Gordon leap up and bite down on the mutant's neck. Although Gordon was a hungry search and rescue dog, the sharp teeth in his mouth were not just for show. He bit the mutant's neck and shook it fiercely. The mutant struggled wildly for a moment, then stopped moving. Just as Shao Ming was about to pull Gordon away, the sound of running footsteps came from behind. Lambert hurriedly turned around, only to see a mutant rapidly attacking the two of them using both its hands and feet. Behind him, there was another mutant in the same posture. It was the same kind of mutant they had encountered earlier in the warehouse. Shao Ming had thought it was an isolated case, but he never expected that some mutants would develop such agile movement abilities after mutating. But today was different from before. That day in the warehouse, Shao Ming did not have a shotgun in his hand. "Fall back!" Shao Ming shouted. A mutant flew at him, and Shao Ming raised his shotgun and fired directly. The mutant bent its body halfway through the flight and flew backward. The other mutant saw this and immediately ran backward, disappearing around a corner. Lambert also recognized it and said to Shao Ming, "It's the kind of zombie we saw in the warehouse that day." Outside the window, the dormant mutants were awakened by the gunfire and began to launch an attack on the fire station. Fierce banging and the mutants' roars came from downstairs, and the two exchanged a glance, feeling something was seriously wrong. The roadblock at the main entrance didn't know how much longer it could hold, and there was still a mutant inside the room that hadn't been completely dealt with. "Quick, pack up your things," Shao Ming said, "we can't stay here." Returning to the office, the three immediately slung on their backpacks and ran with Gordon to the other side of the building. Crack, the baseball bat Shao Ming used as a door lock broke, and the tables and chairs blocking the doorway were slowly pushed aside. The first mutant charged into the fire station with his blood-red eyes wide open, followed immediately by the second and third. "Which way?" Feng Yusheng asked. "There." Shao Ming led the two people and a dog into a large room. This was the deployment room on top of the fire station garage, where firefighters could slide directly into the garage. Yesterday, when Shao Ming looked at the floor plan, he had noted this place, precisely for situations like today. Suddenly, a mutant appeared from behind several people and rushed towards them at a very high speed. Chapter 55, Modified Train. That was exactly the mutant that had escaped. Shao Ming was watching the situation downstairs when he heard the sound of a mutant rushing over. Anyway, the gun has already been used, and the mutants downstairs have been awakened, so there's no fear in using it again. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, but unexpectedly, the mutant quickly dodged to the side. If he switched to another gun, it might have run out of ammo. Unfortunately, the gun in Shao Ming's hand was a shotgun. Although the mutant quickly dodged, it still took a solid shot in the leg. Its body lost balance, rolled twice on the ground, and then came to a stop. Shao Ming didn't hesitate and quickly fired a second shot. This shot would not miss again. The mutant's head exploded directly, turning into a corpse. "Hurry up." Shao Ming heard the mutant snarls, already very close to the upstairs. "How do we get through here?" Lambert asked anxiously. "Haven't you watched TV?" Shao Ming's adrenaline surged again as the crisis approached. He grabbed Gordon, who was pacing nearby, with one hand, hold on to this iron rod and slide down. Shao Ming was the first to slip into the garage. Although the garage door was wide open, there weren't many mutants inside, because most of them had rushed upstairs toward the source of the gunfire. Shao Ming put down the Gordon, grabbed the shotgun, and charged toward the door. By the moonlight, he saw the pickup truck still safely parked at the gate. Fortunately, there were only about 100 mutants gathered downstairs, and now only a few with impaired mobility hadn't yet entered the fire station. Shao Ming shot down the two mutants closest to the pickup truck, then threw his backpack into the truck bed. Feng Yusheng had already slid into the garage when the mutants rushed into the room just as Lambert grabbed the iron bar. A mutant reached out from the slide entrance and grabbed Lambert's backpack. Lambert was left hanging in midair like that. "Take the backpack off." Seeing this, Feng Yusheng hurriedly shouted to Lambert. "I won't give up my canned beef." Lambert freed one hand to grab the hunting rifle behind him, groping to press it against the mutant's head. He pulled the trigger with his thumb, and the bullet instantly pierced the mutant's forehead. Shao Ming shot another mutant away and got into the pickup truck to start the engine. Fortunately, Lambert had some sense and didn't pull out the car keys yesterday. The remaining two quickly followed and got into the pickup truck. Shao Ming glanced at the rearview mirror, the two people and the dog were all accounted for. He stepped on the gas, knocking down a mutant rushing out from the fire station entrance, and drove toward the outskirts of the city. After driving a few blocks, the mutants were finally left far behind, disappearing without a trace. It was still late at night, and the car lights shone especially brightly in the darkness. The three of them returned to the workshop without a word. Shao Ming jumped out of the car and took the cutter out of his backpack. Lambert yawned and said, "Let's sleep first, we'll see tomorrow." Early the next morning, Shao Ming was awakened by the sound of metal cutting. He groggily opened his eyes, as if what had happened last night was just a dream. Lambert was wearing sunglasses he had no idea where he found, cutting the wall panels, while Feng Yusheng had also found a few iron rods from somewhere and was using them to prop up 2 cans over the fire. As for Gordon, it was lying by the gate, lost in thought. Shao Ming got up from his seat and walked towards Lambert. Seeing Shao Ming awake, Gordon wagged his tail and came over for a pat. "Good morning." Feng Yusheng stirred the canned food with a spoon. "Today we get to have hot food." "Morning." Shao Ming patted Gordon's head and greeted Feng Yusheng. Clang! A metal plate crashed down with a loud bang. "The next workshop over has welding torches." Seeing Shao Ming approaching, Lambert said, "This firefighting cutting machine is indeed powerful." "Did you measure it?" Shao Ming asked. "This is the first piece," Lambert said. "It can be placed on the side of the locomotive to protect the wheels." "Excellent," Shao Ming said, squatting down to examine the iron plate. "This iron plate is at least 5 centimeters thick, quite solid." "Not bad." Shao Ming nodded. "Do you need my help?" "No." Lambert gestured on the wall with the cutting machine. "Not now, I'll need it later." Shao Ming slipped through the gap into another workshop, which was empty and had no trains parked inside. He walked over to a basket piled with equipment and brought back the welding torch from inside. Shao Ming chatted with Feng Yusheng for a while, and Lambert finished cutting 4 iron plates and called Shao Ming over to take a look. "These 2, Lambert pointed to the 2 longer ones and said, "are for the front, and the other 2 are for the back." Shao Ming tried to lift it, but even the 2 shorter pieces weighed at least 400 or 500 kilograms, which was simply beyond what the 2 of them could handle. As a college student who had been out of practice for a long time, I had no concept of weight at all. This iron plate was surprisingly thick and heavy. "How can we stand up these 2 heavy plates?" Shao Ming asked. "The next workshop has a small crane, so it shouldn't be a big problem," Lambert said, leading Shao Ming into the adjacent workshop. A 2-person high device with hooks and a stand was placed beside the railway track. Judging by its appearance, this was a gantry crane capable of omnidirectional movement. "This must be the small crane Lambert mentioned." Shao Ming tried to drag it. Although the stand had 2 small wheels underneath, it was still very difficult to move once set down. But dragging this thing was definitely easier than carrying a half-ton iron plate. Besides, they also had a pickup truck. The 2 of them exerted great effort and finally moved the gantry crane to a suitable position. This crane was originally used for train maintenance. When fully extended, it could just ride over the top of the locomotive for lifting operations. However, there was no electricity now, so the 2 could only operate the crane manually using a hand crank. "I say," Feng Yusheng stood aside and asked, "why don't you 2 have some hot food first before continuing?" After eating, the 2 continued with the modification work. Since there was no place on the iron plate for the hook to latch onto, Lambert had to cut another hole so that the hook could catch the iron plate. A new problem arose. The 3 of them simply couldn't lift the iron plate that had fallen to the ground. "Are you kidding? That weighs half a ton and is stuck firmly to the ground." Shao Ming found a crowbar, and the 3 of them used all their strength together but could only pry up one corner of the iron plate a little. He only regretted not working out with Li Long back then, but even if he exercised regularly, he didn't know how much use it would be at this moment. Shao Ming shook his hand and said, "Check inside the car to see if there's a jack." Feng Yusheng, who was closest to the car, immediately climbed into the back of the pickup truck and actually found a jack inside a box. The 3 of them pried up the iron plate again, then slipped the jack under it, finally managing to hook the iron plate. "Not bad," Lambert said, clapping his hands. "Next, we should be able to weld it on." Chapter 56, The Track Problem. After a whole day of hard work, the 3 finally installed the 4 iron plates on the side of the train. Now, all the wheels basically had a thick layer of armor on them. But in terms of design, it just doesn't look as aesthetically pleasing. Because the iron plate was cut again, some excess scrap was added by Lambert at a spot on the front of the train just about a person's height. For various reasons, they did not completely cover the front of the train with iron plates. First, because that would block the connection at the front of the train, making it harder to push away if another train was blocking the way. Second, because the front of the Type 68 train has a de-icing plow that can be used to clear mutants. Third, Lambert had already installed iron plates in front of the cockpit, so adding more would be redundant. Moreover, the workload was still too much for just 3 people. Shao Ming threw his body into the back of the pickup truck. Although there was a crane to assist, it was almost entirely manual operation, which was really exhausting. Fortunately, the windows of the Type 68 train were not large, otherwise, we would have had to find a way to reinforce them. Right now, Gordon might be the only one in the workshop who still has any strength left. The dog paced back and forth in the workshop, finally sitting down beside the leftover canned food. Shao Ming rubbed his stomach. He was hungry too, but he was too lazy to move and just wanted to lie down in the pickup truck and take a nap. It started raining again outside, the raindrops blurring the view on the skylight. Feng Yusheng picked up 3 cans and placed them on the fire, then added a few potatoes as well. Dinner. Feng Yusheng called out. Early the next morning, the group began packing up to set off again. Shao Ming really wanted to take the pickup truck with them, but now they only had one locomotive car, with no place to put the pickup truck. When they needed the vehicle later, they would have to go searching for it everywhere again. The 3 of them prepared some ammunition and food in the front cabin, while all the other items were placed in the rear cabin. The door, which was more than half a person tall, was still no problem for Gordon. He leapt up and entered the train. Although no one mentioned whether Gordon would stay or leave, it was clear that they had already accepted this new member. Who will open the door? Lambert asked, seeing that everyone had boarded the train. Why open the door? Shao Ming said, just ram the door open directly. The train started up and charged toward the exit. The workshop's main door was pushed open by the train, and after a brief pause of a few days, the journey was able to continue. All right, Lambert said, stick to the original plan and head for Birmingham. Accompanied by the sounds of wheels rubbing and striking against the rails, the train sped all the way toward Birmingham. With the iron plate at the front of the locomotive, Lambert increased the train's speed a bit, but even so, he still needed to be constantly on the lookout for any other trains on the track. If we take the undersea tunnel, Shao Ming put down the tablet and asked, do we have to go through London? We can bypass it from the outskirts of London, Lambert said. He took the tablet, looked at the map, and then added, the urgent matter is that we need to switch tracks near Rugby. Rugeley is the bridgehead of Birmingham, where the railway splits into 2 lines. One continues south directly into Birmingham city centre, while the other heads west through a cluster of small towns towards the northern side of London. It can be said that this track switch is crucial. Heading south into Birmingham city is like a death-defying gamble, whereas going west leads straight towards London, exiting the island of England through the Channel Tunnel. In fact, the fastest train from Manchester to London takes only 2.5 hours, yet Shao Ming and his group have been travelling for almost a week and have covered less than half the distance. So this time there's no way to avoid it, huh? Shao Ming looked at the map. The track switch was right in the center of the small town. You'll know soon enough. Lambert pointed ahead, where rows of neat houses had already appeared in front of the train. As the train entered the small town, the mutants unsurprisingly swarmed around. Unfortunately, they were even more unlucky than their predecessors. The raised iron plates on both sides of the train became the best weapons for knocking down the mutants. Dozens of mutants rushing to eat the hot tofu were themselves torn apart like blocks of tofu. Not far ahead were 2 tracks going in different directions. Due to the blockage by the mutants, the 3 people inside the cab couldn't see the exact condition of the rails and could only let the train roar forward. Hundreds and thousands of mutants surged from all directions around the train, but they posed no threat whatsoever to the 3 inside. The train went straight at the switch, entering the track leading west. Oh! Lambert sighed in relief. They had taken the more ideal route. Shao Ming also breathed a sigh of relief, but a question immediately popped into his mind. He said, we were lucky this time, but if we're not so lucky next time, how are we supposed to move that lever surrounded by thousands of zombies? Lambert answered awkwardly, we can't. Larger stations like this are generally remotely controlled, and the manual track switching devices have been removed. Shao Ming almost pressed the muzzle of his gun against Lambert's head. Don't worry, Lambert said. Many suburban track switching systems still use the traditional manual method, otherwise, I wouldn't have been able to change the train's track the last 2 times. Besides, we can also sabotage the automatic control system to make the track switch in the direction we want. Well said, Shao Ming said. But what if there isn't any? Lambert replied, if there isn't, then we need to restart the central control computer at some key locations to change the route. But don't worry, Lambert continued, at least in the UK, most of the tracks will eventually lead you to London. Besides, important places like stations have their own emergency power supplies that can be activated. Shao Ming looked out the window at the dense crowd of mutants and once again questioned the wisdom of going home by train. Troubles are far more than he had imagined. Indeed, trains are solid and the tracks are smooth, so the speed can be fast, but in most cases, they cannot control which track the train enters. Next time, if luck runs out and they go the wrong way, and if luck is even worse, they might end up derailing. No wonder Lambert always slows down a lot at every switch, seriously affecting the progress of the 3. Maybe it would be more convenient to drive through the suburbs by car. Perhaps sensing Shao Ming's worry, Lambert said, cars can't pass through the underwater tunnel. If a train is stuck inside the tunnel, you'll have to rely on trains to clear it. Shao Ming looked at Feng Yuxiang with concern, and the latter's expression was also subtle. I hope you're right, Shao Ming said. I still prefer the feeling of being in control of the direction myself. The train toppled two small cars parked in the middle of the road, dragging the bodies of the mutants as it sped toward the outskirts of the city. Chapter 57, Pilot Wellington. Shao Ming looked at Lambert beside him. Although they had been through life and death together, he felt that this railway engineer was still hiding many things from them. Fortunately, there were no forks in the road ahead. The train sped through the countryside, and in less than an hour, it was approaching the urban area of London. Moreover, the group noticed that the closer the villages and towns were to London, the fewer mutants there were. The group decided to stop for a while and plan how to get through London. I say, why don't we find a car or just walk around London? Shao Ming jumped off the train and said, the railway system in London is so complicated. Even if we can manually switch tracks, changing every 100 meters, are we still going to fight millions of zombies? Yeah, Feng Yuxiang agreed, going through London City doesn't seem very realistic. Seeing that the two were no longer taking the train, Lambert hurriedly said, we just need to find the London Railway terminus. Do you know where the terminus is? Shao Ming retorted, have you thought about how to safely get in and out among the hundreds of millions of corpses? Lambert was left speechless by the question, perhaps he had never considered these issues. You two stop arguing. Feng Yuxiang looked toward the railway tracks not far away and patted Shao Ming on the shoulder, look, what is that? Several fields outside, a helicopter was quietly parked among them. A helicopter? Although there were trees blocking the view, Shao Ming immediately recognized it as a Jaguar HC-2 model helicopter. Shao Ming pulled out his hunting rifle, found a spot with less visual obstruction to crouch down, and raised the scope. Through the scope, Shao Ming saw that the helicopter's cockpit door was open, and inside there were some pots, pans, and the like. Shao Ming put down his hunting rifle and said, let's go take a look. The three crossed the field, and a military green helicopter came fully into view before them. On the helicopter's door, 15 small skulls were painted with oil paint. Shao Ming boarded the helicopter, and on the floor inside was a portable alcohol stove, with several open cans stacked beside it. There still seemed to be signs of people living here. Who would live inside a helicopter? Shao Ming touched the alcohol stove, it was still a bit warm. There are still living people, Shao Ming said, turning to the two outside the plane. Suddenly, Gordon cautiously stared at the nearby grass, and immediately, a man in military uniform jumped out holding a gun. To be precise, he was only wearing military underwear. The soldier tightly gripped an assault rifle, aiming the muzzle at several people. Feng Yuxiang held back the restless Gordon, who felt like he was about to pounce. Put down the gun. Put down the gun. Lambert shouted urgently. Hulixi. The soldier slowly lowered his gun, his eyes filled with shock. Are you really alive? The soldier asked. Have you ever seen a zombie that can talk? Shao Ming jumped down from the helicopter and replied. I thought everyone was dead. The soldier put down his rifle, his face full of joy. I am 2nd Lieutenant Wellington of the 16th Air Assault Brigade, an Army aviation helicopter pilot. Shao Ming introduced their group to Wellington and asked, how did you end up here? Wellington climbed onto the helicopter, feeling no embarrassment, and began putting on his uniform. About 2 weeks ago, after the outbreak of the mutation, I was ordered to join the team to maintain order in London, but later, the situation gradually got out of control. Wellington handed the three a can, want some? Seeing the three shake their heads, Wellington continued, within a few days, we just set up a temporary base, and 85% of the city's population has mutated. The same goes for the military, many comrades have turned into monsters. After 2 days, a few remaining comrades and I received orders to gather at the base, saying there was a new mission. I flew them to the base, where there were still a few thousand survivors. Our superiors gave us a new mission, all of us were to enter the city of London to rescue the king and prime minister trapped beneath Buckingham Palace. Wait, so, Shao Ming interrupted Wellington, there are also troops entering the city of London. Not long before you arrived. Wellington tapped the emblem painted on the hatch door, we launched 15 sorties to scout for the rescue forces. Did you succeed? Do you know what's the funniest thing? Wellington sighed and said, those idiots set up artillery in the base and bombarded for a whole day and night, until they attracted all the mutants from the surrounding small towns. Yes, we succeeded. That group of stupid high-ranking officials and royal family members were rescued, but when I flew back to the base, I found it was full of zombies. And no one told us where to gather. Someone said to go to Brighton, where the French Navy would pick us up. But when I flew there, all that was left was a beach littered with abandoned heavy equipment. So here I am, the helicopter ran out of fuel. The three listened and exchanged glances, not knowing what to say. The entire army was thrown in just to save those few royal family members. Shao Ming didn't know if the king had 2 extra eyes compared to ordinary people. What about you? Wellington asked. We escaped all the way from Manchester by train, Shao Ming said. We plan to make our way back to China. Hearing Shao Ming's words, Wellington hurriedly asked, are you going to Austria? Or passing through Germany would also be fine. Lambert nodded and said, we will be passing through Germany. Can you take me with you? Wellington quickly said, as soon as the mutation started, I sent my wife and children to Austria. I want to go find them. Of course. Shao Ming was practically begging, a pilot is a highly skilled professional. Can you fly big planes? Like passenger planes? Fixed-wing ones? Wellington answered awkwardly, I only know how to fly a few types of helicopters. I haven't learned fixed-wing aircraft, so I can't find a plane to take you all home. If I could, I would have already flown to Austria. All right. Shao Ming said, pack up your things, let's go back to the train. You flew over London, Lambert asked, what's the situation inside the city now? Depends on how you go, Wellington said, most of the zombies are concentrated in the eastern urban area and the military base to the northeast. Haven't you noticed that there aren't many zombies on the west side where we are? The three thought about it, and indeed, the closer they got to London, the fewer mutants there were along the way. Hearing Wellington's words, Lambert quickly asked, where is the map? On the train. Chapter 58 Luton Airport. Lambert returned to the train, took out his tablet, and checked the map on it. His gaze finally settled on a station. I once visited Paddington Station in London and toured the control room there, where you can control all the railway crossings throughout London. It's computer controlled, right? Feng Yusheng asked, but there's no electricity now, Major stations have emergency diesel generators, Lambert said, these are to deal with sudden power outages. Usually, 2 sets of backup power sources are in place. Otherwise, if a train comes and you can't switch the tracks in time, it would cause a major accident, Because a certain genius who gave a 1-star rating after reading only a few chapters of a book thought he alone knew that trains need refueling, Lambert continued, generally speaking, large stations have dedicated refueling facilities, and since many trains usually stop at these stations, there's no need to worry about running out of fuel. Besides, changing the locomotive can also solve the problem of insufficient fuel. A locomotive can be fully refueled in half an hour and can run nearly 1,000 kilometers, Same as I said. Shao Ming said, I hope you're right. Wait, Wellington said from the side, are you planning to go into central London? Lambert nodded, we need to switch all the tracks to the correct positions so we can smoothly reach the underwater tunnel. Wellington suddenly seemed to remember something and said, go to Luton, there should be a usable helicopter inside Luton Airport. Helicopter? Shao Ming asked. Wellington quickly explained, many places in the city have already been bombed. Although the west side is not the main direction of the attack, it is the advanced direction of another rescue team, so the road conditions in the city might not be very friendly. So you want us to go in by helicopter? Feng Yusheng said from the side. Won't the zombies in the city be attracted? No. Wellington said decisively, there are hardly any zombies left on the west side of the city. Even if there are, we can quickly evacuate by helicopter. The remaining 3 thought for a moment and decided to agree to Wellington's plan. Driving would also attract quite a few mutants, and it wasn't the first time they had been locked in a room. The helicopter flying overhead was much safer along the way. Besides, Luton was only about 15 kilometers away from where they were, so it wouldn't hurt to go take a look. All right, the plan is settled, Shao Ming said as he stood up. Let's set off after lunch. After lunch, a few people began packing up their equipment. Wellington was standing at the back of the train, looking at the photo in his hand. Seeing Shao Ming approaching, he quickly tucked the photo into his pocket. Your family? Shao Ming asked. Yes, Wellington nodded. The resolute soldier's face showed a happy smile. I suppose I have served my country until the very last moment. Now it's time to find my family. We will be in Germany very soon, Shao Ming said. Deep down, he did not want this pilot to leave the team. If possible, he even wanted to drag a helicopter along. The four prepared their weapons and ammunition, took some food, and left the track. From this track to Luton city center, you only need to head straight northeast, passing through a small hill. A few of them were initially more cautious, but it didn't take long for them to realize that the path they were taking was far too remote, with no mutants nearby at all. Plus, according to Wellington, there weren't many mutants in the city around them either. The group began to chat, and the three seemed to have many questions for the newcomer who had just joined them. Walking along the country path, it seemed as if the words, apocalypse, no longer had anything to do with them. They looked more like they were out on a spring outing. So you had no doubts after receiving the order? Shao Ming asked, to go rescue a group of leaders who no longer have a country. Watch your words. Wellington suddenly said sternly, this is the responsibility of the military, the duty of soldiers. At that time, the army had not completely collapsed, we needed to obey orders. Oh, all right. Shao Ming was startled by Wellington's serious tone, sorry, I shouldn't have said that. It's okay, Wellington said, if I had known it would turn out like this, I would have just found a plane and run away from the start. You said you sent your whole family out from the beginning, Feng Yusheng asked curiously, how did you get them out? I couldn't even get a ticket. Wellington smiled faintly and pointed to his military rank. At least I'm a junior officer, Wellington paused and said, although I don't amount to much in London City, I still know a few friends in the airlines. Wellington took out a photo of his wife and children from his bag, handed it to the three of them, and said, look, my wife and kids, aren't they good looking? After saying that, he felt his gaze grow somewhat dim. They will be fine, Feng Yusheng comforted him. The country road after the rain was not too difficult to walk on. After about 4 hours, the group saw clusters of houses appearing not far ahead. That's Luton, Wellington said in a low voice. The airport is in the suburbs, quite large, and it definitely has what we're looking for. Shao Ming could probably guess as well, since although Luton is quite far from central London, it is still considered part of London. The three climbed a hill, and the airport appeared not far away. Wellington took out binoculars and looked, frowning slightly before handing them to Shao Ming beside him. Shao Ming took the binoculars, and through the lenses, he could clearly see the airport terminal building. The terminal was packed with mutants, truly a mountain and sea of corpses. Look at the hangar opposite the terminal. Shao Ming followed Wellington's voice and looked over. In front of a hangar was a Bell 206 helicopter. Ah, I see it, Shao Ming said, a helicopter. Classic model, Bell 206, Wellington said, I was able to fly this right after graduating from flight school. We have to go around from the other side, Shao Ming said, there are too many zombies on the terminal side. He turned the binoculars to the other side again, a C-130 transport plane was parked there. It seems your people have been to this airport before, Shao Ming said. Chapter 59, Infiltrating the Airport. Wellington took the binoculars and looked at the paint on the transport plane. To be precise, those are Air Force personnel. But it looks like your Air Force friends are blocking our only route, Shao Ming replied. Lambert patted Wellington on the shoulder, indicating that he also wanted to see. Wellington handed the binoculars to Lambert and said, we can go into the hangar first, use the hangar as cover to clear the mutants beside the transport plane, and then board the helicopter. Wellington thought for a moment and continued, the helicopter has been there for who knows how long. I still need to bring over the refueling truck next to it, which will take about half an hour at the very least. Half an hour? Feng Yusheng, crouching behind the three of them, said, that long. The fuel tank doesn't need to be filled to the top, speeding up the pre-takeoff check still requires at least 10 minutes. 10 minutes should be manageable. Shao Ming thought for a moment and said, there is an off-road vehicle with a heavy machine gun next to the transport plane, it will also take time for the zombies to rush out of the terminal, cross the runway, and reach the hangar, risk and reward coexist, Lambert said as he put down the binoculars. It looks like crossing the runway is only a matter of 2 or 3 minutes, you can help me get to the plane and adjust the tracks before dark today, Wellington said. Alternatively, you can choose to head into London City and see which houses still have zombies hiding inside, Shao Ming didn't want to choose either of them. Although it was proven along the way that Wellington's words were true, most of the mutants were drawn away. What if there were still mutants inside the city like those in the airport who hadn't left? There was a helicopter, so they could hover above and observe before taking action. On the other hand, there were indeed quite a few mutants dormant inside the terminal. If any part of the plan went wrong, the 4 of them might end up being torn to pieces, and it wouldn't be that simple. Shao Ming recalled the at Manchester Airport train station, and could only say that not a trace was left. Seeing Shao Ming hesitate a bit, Wellington said, "We can observe a little longer. I can do the refueling and inspection together, it will take 5 minutes." Shao Ming took back the binoculars and looked, asking, "Is the refueling truck you mentioned connected to that small plane on the left?" Through the binoculars, a Cessna 172 was towing a refueling truck parked on the other side of the helicopter. The two aircraft were not far apart. "Can we fly directly to the underwater tunnel?" Shao Ming asked. "From the perspective of the range, it's definitely possible," Wellington replied, "but we will need more time to refuel." Shao Ming glanced back at Feng Yusheng, who, as always, said nothing. Although he knew that no matter what he chose, she would agree, sometimes he was genuinely seeking her opinion. "Let's give it a try," Shao Ming finally decided. "Even if we don't get the helicopter, there are several off-road vehicles equipped with heavy machine guns." Several people left the small hill and headed towards the airport. "Let's observe the situation around the transport plane first," Wellington said. "If the number of zombies isn't too many, we'll try to use this to deal with them." As he spoke, he drew the dagger from his vest. The three behind nodded, 2 took out half-meter-long iron rods, and 1 pulled out a fire axe from behind. Wellington put the dagger back and said, "If my Air Force friends are a bit too many, then let's finish this quickly and grab the heavy machine gun." The three behind nodded. "Who among you has the best marksmanship?" Wellington asked. Feng Yusheng and Lambert both pointed to Shao Ming simultaneously. Shao Ming explained, "I've just spent more time at the shooting range." "Alright," Wellington said, "I'm pretty much the same." On the road, Feng Yusheng somehow found a rope and looped it around Gordon's neck. The 4 men and a dog arrived beside a highway that led straight to the main gate of Luton Airport. Just in the direction towards the airport, several people saw hundreds of vehicles piled up over there. Shao Ming and Wellington observed for a while, and seeing no sign of mutants on the road, they were the first to cross the street. After all 4 had crossed the street, they then proceeded towards the direction of the hangar. The fence of Luton Airport was different from that of Manchester Airport, it was only surrounded by a 2 or 3 meter high wire mesh. The group easily climbed into the airport, and the huge hangar blocked the mutants inside the terminal from seeing them. "Alright, it should be the hangar nearby," Wellington whispered. Wellington led the way to the back door of the hangar. He raised his pistol and pushed the door open just a crack. After confirming it was safe, Wellington slowly stepped into the hangar. Shao Ming followed closely behind Wellington. Near the back door inside the hangar, there were many machines that Shao Ming couldn't name, probably used for aircraft maintenance. These machines blocked the mutants' line of sight outside the hangar, and the 2 of them crouched behind the cover, carefully observing. Shao Ming poked out half his head. Right at the hangar door was that C-130 transport plane, with 2 Land Rover Defenders parked behind the open cargo door. One of the Defenders was a convertible model, each equipped with a 7.62mm M240 machine gun on the front and roof, and a 12.7mm M2 machine gun. The other was a standard model without any mounted weapons. Because of the transport plane itself blocking the view, Shao Ming hadn't seen the mutants near the plane earlier. Now that he was behind the transport, he could finally see clearly. There were 3 mutants standing near the transport plane, 2 of them fully armed with weapons, and 1 appeared to be an officer. Besides that, there were quite a few dried bloodstains inside the cabin and on the off-road vehicle. "Looks like your Air Force friends ate some of your Air Force friends," Shao Ming said, pulling back. Wellington said, 3, not many, can be dealt with quickly." Shao Ming looked at the nearly 50-meter-long hangar. From where they were hiding to the back of the transport plane was an extremely long stretch of open ground. "How do we get across?" Shao Ming asked. "Let them come over," Wellington said. The 2 called the other 2 to enter the hangar, and when Gordon's claws stepped on the ground, everyone's hearts jumped into their throats. Then, Wellington tapped the nearby scaffolding with his dagger. The noise from the scaffolding indeed awakened the mutants, and the 3 of them walked toward the place where the 4 were hiding, puzzled. Just as the first mutant approached, Shao Ming, who was closest, leapt up and swung the fire axe in his hand to strike down. Immediately after, Wellington also shouted loudly and drew his dagger, stabbing toward another mutant. As for the one farthest away, Feng Yusheng loosened the rope holding Gordon. Chapter 60 Facing the Tide of Corpses. 1 minute later, only 3 corpses remained on the ground. Shao Ming's tiger mouth still ached faintly, but it was much better compared to a few days ago. It was also thanks to Feng Yusheng's thick bandaging. "I'll go look for the helicopter keys." Wellington patted Shao Ming on the shoulder and said, "You played well. Let's go check the car." Shao Ming took an L-85A1 assault rifle from the corpse and said to Feng Yusheng and Lambert. L-85A1, Shao Ming thought as he looked at the assault rifle in his hand, known as the world's best bolt-action rifle due to its extremely high failure rate. But at least it's a military product, its power is definitely greater than the .22 shotgun I keep on the train. Approaching the two guardians, Shao Ming finally noticed that the M2 heavy machine gun mounted on the convertible model did not use magazines for feeding but was directly linked to the receiver with a belt of ammunition. The ammunition belt was dragged all the way to the floor of the vehicle, piled up together, looking like there were about 600 or 700 rounds. The M240 at the front of the vehicle, however, was still fed with ammo pouches, holding roughly 100 rounds. Although Shao Ming had never handled the real thing, he had watched plenty of games and movies, so he had a rough idea of how to operate the two machine guns. Haven't eaten pork before, and never seen a pig run? Both defenders had bloodstains on them, and a bulletproof vest with chunks of flesh was lying nearby. The corpse was already decomposing, with quite a few flies buzzing around. It seems the mutants can't undo the bulletproof vest, nor can they bite through the plates inside. But this thing is disgusting enough. Go look for the car keys, Shao Ming said to Lambert. If something happens later, they will need these two cars to escape. Lambert nodded and began searching inside the car. Shao Ming, accompanied by Feng Yusheng, bypassed the corpse and entered the cargo hold of the transport plane. After searching for a while, the two found no supplies in the cargo hold, and the pilot was nowhere to be found. Now it's Wellington's turn. In the hangar, Wellington pried open the window of the small storage room and climbed in. Several keys hung in the storage room, but fortunately, each key was numbered, and he easily found the key for the Bell 206. Wellington came out of the storage room, but two keys were missing from the key rack. Shao Ming saw Wellington running out of the hangar, holding a key in his hand and waving it at the two of them. Wellington walked all the way to the side of the Cessna 172, and Shao Ming saw him open the cockpit door and climb inside. Do you need to get inside the plane to get the fuel hose? Feng Yusheng asked from the side. Shao Ming frowned and shook his head, I don't know. That old guy isn't planning to fly away by himself, is he? Fortunately, the two saw Wellington climb out of the Cessna's cockpit again and start removing the refueling hose. Shao Ming took Feng Yusheng back to the car, but Lambert still hadn't found the keys. Stop looking, Shao Ming said, grabbing Lambert just as he was about to climb into another car. Do you know how to use a machine gun? How could I possibly? Lambert said in confusion. Shao Ming turned around and said to Feng Yusheng, go check if any of those corpses inside have car keys. He turned back to Lambert and said, come here, I'll teach you how to use the machine gun. Once Wellington starts the fuel truck, it is very likely to alert the thousands of mutants inside the terminal, and then they will have to start suppressive fire. Shao Ming chambered the M240 for Lambert and said to him, watch carefully, pulling this here can open the feed tray, then you just pull the bullets in and lock them in place, and close the feed tray. Oh, alright, Lambert said. Remember to pull the bolt on the side to chamber, Shao Ming reminded him, then climbed onto the roof and set up the M2. Wellington did not start the fuel truck but ran all the way dragging the fuel hose to the helicopter. Because of the helicopter blocking the view, Shao Ming couldn't see clearly what Wellington was doing, he could only see him take something off the refueling truck and run over. Shao Ming aimed the machine gun at the terminal building. Although he appeared relatively calm, he was very nervous inside. After all, there were still two people relying on him, and he had already unconsciously taken on the role of a leader. But facing a whole floor full of mutants, it would be a lie to say he wasn't panicking. He felt both his thumbs trembling on the trigger. At this moment, the terminal was like a huge cage, firmly containing the mutants inside. As long as they made too much noise, this fragile cage would be broken. Fortunately, Feng Yusheng ran back with the car keys, giving Shao Ming a bit more confidence. At least they could run away now. Wellington leaned out from the helicopter and gave Shao Ming a thumbs up. Shao Ming nodded, signaling that they were ready. Wellington opened the helicopter door and climbed inside. About half a minute later, the helicopter's rotors began to slowly spin. In the hangar across the runway, a mutant slowly lifted its head. It saw the helicopter already starting up and let out an angry howl towards the sky. The surrounding mutants were all awakened, and they let out terrifying cries together. Shao Ming tightly gripped the machine gun, unsure which direction of the terminal building's glass would break first. The mutants smashed the glass of the terminal and rushed out from it. But they seemed to have forgotten that the area where passengers wait in the terminal is generally one floor above the ground. Most of the mutants that rushed out first broke their legs, which bought Shao Ming and the others more time. The mutants poured down from the second floor like a waterfall, so densely packed it was suffocating. However, at least a few of them had seen quite a few zombie hordes along the way, so they weren't scared stiff. This was the first time the group faced a zombie horde head-on. Lambert shouted and pulled the trigger. Rat-a-tat-tat-tat. The machine gun spat flames, bullets raining down like a storm on the mutants. Damn, Shao Ming thought, he forgot to tell Lambert that shooting like this would damage the barrel. But now there was no time to worry about that. The firepower of a single machine gun was simply not enough to stop the tide of the undead. Many scenes from movies and TV shows he had seen before flashed through Shao Ming's mind, and he adopted a longer burst shooting method. There was no need to aim now, just firing could take down a whole group of mutants. The 12.7mm caliber is no joke. 2 machine guns firing simultaneously gave several people ringing in their ears, but Feng Yusheng still used the hunting rifle in his hand to shoot at those stragglers under the machine gun fire. Gordon had never seen such a scene. He curled up, tucked his tail, folded his ears, and hid behind Feng Yusheng, the whole dog trembling. The bullet casings hit the car floor, making a clinking sound. Fortunately, the mutants are relatively concentrated, and so far none have crossed the runway. But what Shao Ming didn't expect was that after shooting for a while, the M2 in his hand suddenly jammed. Chapter 61, Betrayal. Damn it, I've long known that old godmother likes to jam and malfunction, but I didn't expect to be this unlucky now. Lambert had also emptied a bullet pouch and was reloading. Lambert's hands kept trembling, and the bullets wouldn't go in for a long time. Shao Ming looked at the charging mutants, thinking that he had never learned how to clear obstacles, and now it was doomed. Now both machine guns had stopped firing, and the mutants were rushing across the runway at a very high speed. If you pass the runway, there is only a taxiway in the middle, at most just a few dozen meters away. Shao Ming punched the old godmother's receiver. Unexpectedly, this gun could still function normally. He quickly pressed the trigger, and the machine gun continued to pour out ammunition. The helicopter had already started, and the rotor blades were spinning rapidly. What safety rules? They don't work anymore. If the mutants are sensitive to sound, then this small position held by the 4 of them is like someone shouting through 200 tweeters, "Dinner's ready. Dinner's ready." The sound of helicopter rotors, machine gun fire, and mutant roars was deafening. To be precise, the 3 people in the vehicle were almost deaf. However, at that moment, the Cessna beside the helicopter actually started to turn. None of the 3 noticed that Wellington had long since left the helicopter and climbed into the Cessna. Wellington started the engine and taxied toward the runway. "Sorry, guys," Wellington said from inside the cabin, "taking you on this little plane might not get us to Austria, taking the train is just too slow." He said this, then took out the photo from his pocket and glanced at it again. "Thank you so much." Wellington glanced at the 3 still fighting. "Without your cover, I wouldn't have been able to get the plane. I will always keep you in my heart." Shao Ming was firing continuously at the mutants, and out of the corner of his eye, he noticed the Cessna 172 accelerating down the runway. He opened his eyes wide in disbelief. Clearly, Wellington was sitting in the cockpit of that plane. That old bastard really ran away. Due to the helicopter blocking the line of sight, Shao Ming didn't notice Wellington starting the plane, and with the sounds of gunfire and the helicopter's rotors, he also didn't hear any other plane starting. Shao Ming released the trigger and kicked the already berserk Lambert. "Stop shooting, damn it, stop shooting." Shao Ming shouted hoarsely, "We've been played, that son of a bitch ran away." Lambert also stopped shooting and turned his head just in time to see the small plane accelerating toward the end of the runway. Aha! Lambert could hardly believe his eyes. Feng Yusheng reacted the fastest. She threw the shotgun onto the back seat and hurriedly ran into the pilot's seat. Fortunately, the Cessna 172 is just a 4-seat single-wing propeller plane and doesn't require a very long runway to take off. Just as the run was about to end, Wellington pulled the control stick and soared into the blue sky. Shao Ming was about to turn the machine gun to fire a burst at the Wellington flying into the blue sky, but he found that a mutant had already rushed onto the taxiway, only 50 meters away from them. In his heart, he cursed all the Chinese and English swear words he could think of, directing all his anger at the mutant. Feng Yusheng inserted the key after several attempts, immediately started the engine, and turned to drive out of the airport. Because of the hangar's obstruction, the vehicle must first move forward along the taxiway before it can exit the hangar. She was almost pressing the accelerator all the way to the floor. Shao Ming turned the machine gun to aim at the mutant, only to find Gordon running right behind the vehicle. Gordon hadn't gotten into the vehicle yet. The poor little dog was forgotten by the 3 people who were fleeing for their lives. "Dog! Dog!" Shao Ming hurriedly patted the roof of the car and shouted. Feng Yusheng quickly slowed down. Fortunately, Gordon was a search and rescue dog and had undergone a lot of training. It leapt up and jumped into the car. Within seconds, the mutants had already rushed to the side of the helicopter. Shao Ming turned the machine gun and fired fiercely at the oil tanker. Several bullets pierced the oil tank, sparking flames as they scraped against it, igniting the oil vapor filling the tank. Immediately, a raging fire burst out from the breach on the oil tank. The mutants had already overwhelmed the oil tanker, and at that moment, the tanker exploded violently. Boom! The explosion took out at least 100 mutants, and those farther away were also blown apart, losing limbs. Since the fuel truck was still connected to the helicopter by a fuel hose, the explosion of the fuel truck triggered the helicopter's explosion. The helicopter's main rotor, spinning at high speed, was blasted off directly. A broken rotor blade flew right over Shao Ming's head and embedded itself into the iron wall of the nearby hangar. Feng Yusheng stepped on the accelerator and shouted, "Everyone, sit tight." Immediately after, she drove the car through a section of barbed wire and rushed onto the land outside the airport. If the pickup truck they rode in the past 2 days still had decent shock absorption for comfort, then this pure military vehicle, the Defender, didn't know what shock absorption was at all. Shao Ming was jolted so much that he couldn't even hold his gun steadily and had to return to his seat. The guard took another turn heading back in the direction of the train. Shao Ming recalled what Wellington had said, and only then did he feel that something was off. How did he know for sure that there would be a helicopter at Luton Airport, and that right next to the helicopter there would coincidentally be a fixed-wing plane refueling? Maybe the number of mutants Wellington mentioned was true. After all, they had hardly encountered any mutants along the way. But how come there were quite a few mutants inside the airport terminal, and he just happened to need a group of people to cover for him? Wellington had already scouted the place long ago, but he couldn't take off the plane alone without alerting the zombie horde, nor could he fight off the horde while trying to take off. His plan was perfect, except he just needed a few greenhorns to come over and provide cover fire to attract attention. Unfortunately, Shao Ming and his group were the first batch of greenhorns Wellington encountered. Shao Ming punched the back of the seat, startling Lambert in the front seat. Lambert didn't say anything either. No one expected Wellington to run off on his own. Shao Ming looked back and saw that the mutants inside the airport had already been left behind. Bumping along the country road they had come from back to the train, none of the three said a word. At least everyone is still safe and sound. After a moment of silence, Feng Yusheng said, holding Gordon beside him, "Besides, we even brought back such strong firepower." Sigh. Shao Ming sighed. Now there was nothing left but to think positively. Chapter 62 Entering London. Wellington's action surprised the three of them. Shao Ming kept a sullen face during the meal. "What a bastard," Lambert bit into a potato and said viciously, "a thankless traitor. I just took stock of the things we brought back." Feng Yusheng said softly, "There's a shovel in the car, a spare tire, and a few hand grenades." Seeing Feng Yusheng looking so timid, Shao Ming couldn't help but laugh. "Why are you so scared?" "I'm not mad at you. Looks like you're in a bad mood." Feng Yusheng handed Shao Ming a candy. "Here, eat this candy and you'll feel better." Lambert asked, "Isn't anyone listening to me?" After lunch, Shao Ming was moving Wellington's MREs from the helicopter into the train when he suddenly noticed that several of the potatoes they had brought last time had sprouted. They definitely couldn't eat them anymore, but could they plant them on the train? Shao Ming pondered the possibility of farming on the train, jumped off the locomotive, and just happened to run into Lambert walking towards him. "Now that the pilot has run off, how do you plan to get into town?" Lambert asked. "I think Wellington's words still have some credibility." Shao Ming knew what Lambert meant. They were now driving a convertible, and the protection was really too weak. "Like the parts with not many zombies," Lambert said. "Yes, on that point he can't fool us either." Lambert nodded, "But the situation inside London City is acceptable." "Yes," Shao Ming sighed, "we didn't really think carefully about what he said at the time. London is such a huge city, relying on artillery to bombard it for a whole day and night would hardly reduce it to nothing but ruins, let alone, according to him, the west side wasn't even the main direction of the attack." Lambert nodded. It wasn't that Wellington's deception was particularly clever, but they were just too trusting of others. "Is your drone still usable?" Shao Ming suddenly asked. "It's been out of power for a long time," Lambert said. "Who brings charging cables in a doomsday survival situation?" The sky had already darkened, and the three decided not to travel at night, choosing to set off the next day instead. The next day, Shao Ming had just woken up when he noticed heavy rain outside the window, which was really unfriendly for those riding in the convertible. Lambert was outside the train braving the rain to tie the rain cover on the car's hood to the roof, while Feng Yusheng was still sound asleep nearby. Shao Ming gently woke Feng Yusheng beside him and went outside to help Lambert secure the rain cover. After a few people were ready, they set off towards the city of London in this convertible car that leaked both wind and rain. Bumping along the railway for 20 minutes, the convertible finally drove onto the highway. Shao Ming was sitting in the front passenger seat checking the machine gun, while Feng Yusheng, feeling cold, tightly hugged the Gordon in his arms. Gordon looked around with his big round eyes, not knowing what was different about the scenery along the way. Before long, a truck that had flipped on its side completely blocked a small bridge. Beneath the bridge was a river ditch, its depth unknown. "I'll go check how deep this river is," Shao Ming said, putting on the helmet from the car before getting out. "Hey, slow down," Feng Yusheng hurriedly jumped out of the car as well. "Why did you follow me up here?" Shao Ming took off his helmet and placed it on Feng Yusheng's head. "It's raining so heavily." Feng Yusheng said, "The depth of the river is unknown, it's very dangerous for you to go in like this." "I'm not that stupid." Shao Ming looked at the small river, where the water appeared very turbulent under the heavy rain. Shao Ming used a fire axe to chop off a long branch from a nearby big tree, held it in his hand, and walked toward the riverbank. He poked the riverbed with a branch. Although the branch could only reach about 1/3 of the river's area, it was enough. The water didn't seem very deep, but there were quite a few stones in it. Shao Ming threw down the branch and clapped his hands, saying, "It's just a small stream, not very deep. Let's go back." Lambert drove the car across the small river, splashing water all over the three people. The overturned truck blocked the road, and the line of vehicles behind it stretched for several kilometers. The three could only drive along, brushing against the railing. Not far ahead, the houses of London had already come into view. Wellington had not lied to them, the mutants in the west of the city had all been drawn away. Amid the curtain of heavy rain, London in their eyes had clearly become a dead city, with no humans, no mutants, and not even birds or beasts. It stood there silently, this vast city seeming like a relic from ancient times. The three of them drove into the city. Because the roads were crowded with vehicles fleeing outward, Lambert could only drive the car slowly along the narrow sidewalk. Shao Ming watched the nearby houses warily, afraid that two mutants might suddenly jump out from them. As they passed a clothing store, Feng Yusheng called out to Lambert to stop the car. Lambert turned his head and asked, "Miss, do you still want to go shopping for clothes?" Feng Yusheng replied, "Think about how long it's been since we changed our clothes, and today it's raining so heavily. If you have nothing to change into, then just wait to catch a cold. Things aren't like before, there's no clinic to give you an 4 drip now." Lambert wiggled his soggy toes inside his shoes and said, "It would be best to find 2 more pairs of shoes." "Alright," Feng Yusheng lifted his chin and pointed ahead, a sports shoe store was not far away. "Let's go shopping." Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming jumped out of the convertible and slipped into a nearby clothing store. Alright, I'll go pick out the shoes myself." Lambert pulled out his keys and walked toward the shoe store, hiding under the awning of a street-side shop. Shao Ming shone his flashlight around the clothing store. Although the shop was small, it was fairly well stocked. Moreover, during the outbreak, no one would loot clothing stores, so the shop remained relatively intact. Feng Yusheng took several pieces of clothing off the shelves and hugged them to her chest. Shao Ming also picked a few at random, not to mention the apocalypse, even before this, he would wear whatever he could get. Shao Ming noticed that Feng Yusheng basically didn't pick and choose when taking clothes, and she mostly took outerwear like jackets and windbreakers. Suddenly, Feng Yusheng saw a piece of clothing, put the clothes she was holding aside, and took down that piece to try it on herself. She turned around and asked Shao Ming, "Does it look good?" "It looks good," Shao Ming answered without hesitation, which reminded him of shopping with his ex-girlfriend back home. Fortunately, the mutants were all drawn away, otherwise, they wouldn't dare to come into such a big city to leisurely think about clothes. The two of them threw a pile of clothes and pants onto the back seat of the car, while Lambert was coming back carrying several boxes of shoes. At the exchange site, several people picked out clothes suitable for changing and washing. "Alright, young masters and young ladies." Lambert restarted the engine, "Let's continue to get down to business." Chapter 63 Control Room. No mutants appeared along the way to block the three, but the abandoned vehicles on the road did pose quite an obstacle for them. Following the map's guidance, the convertible stopped steadily at the entrance of Paddington Station. "Do you remember where the control room is?" Shao Ming asked. "Of course, on the second floor of a detached cottage," Lambert said. "This is London's second emergency dispatch room, capable of controlling all the switches within the city and within 25 kilometers nearby if the main station fails." What about the backup generator, Shao Ming asked next. Lambert said, probably near the small building, Shao Ming shook his head and got out of the car carrying a shotgun. Because of the direction Lambert pointed to, the three did not enter the train station but instead walked towards the direction of the railway tracks. Shao Ming looked towards the platform. In fact, every time he stood on the platform waiting for the train, he had an impulse to jump down. The three crossed several train tracks and finally arrived in front of the control room. Shao Ming stepped forward and tried turning the door, but it wouldn't open. This door is a stainless steel security door and cannot be blasted open with a gun. Shao Ming had to smash the nearby glass window with the butt of his gun. I really wish that before we go to every city, there would be an army to help us attract the zombies, Lambert sighed. If every city had an army, Shao Ming glanced back at Lambert, then there wouldn't be any zombies left by now. Shao Ming reached in to unlock the window. The three of them could have crawled in directly through the window, but there was still a lot of broken glass that hadn't been cleaned up. They opened the window, and the three of them climbed into the room one after another, while Gordon jumped in. The first floor seemed to be the staff dormitory, with beds and daily necessities. Feng Yusheng, who was walking last, took 2 towels and stuffed them into his bag. Lambert followed the route in his memory to the second floor, and sure enough, a room with an extra-large screen appeared before their eyes. This is the control room, Lambert said, shining his flashlight to illuminate the room, where a lot of dust seemed to be floating. Alright, I'll go see where the generator is, Shao Ming said. A little tip, Lambert said without looking up as he had already started inspecting the equipment, this thing should be pretty big. Since Lambert said that, it shouldn't be hard to find. Or rather, you can actually see it at a glance. Because Shao Ming went down to the first floor, he saw the nameplate of the adjacent small building through the corridor window. Emergency Power Supply Room. Shao Ming found a key ring in the small building and after trying for a while, he finally opened the door to the power supply room. Inside the power supply room, there was a large and complex-looking power generation device. Shao Ming observed it carefully and realized it wasn't actually that complicated. The identity of the backup motor dictates that it must be able to start quickly to replace the normal power supply. Therefore, there is a large oil tank and power generation equipment in this room. He stepped forward and turned the valve, and the fuel in the oil tank made a flowing sound. Immediately after, Shao Ming pulled down a red lever that you simply couldn't miss, and the entire generator roared to life. Immediately after, the lights in the room turned on. Shao Ming let out a breath, not expecting that it could still generate electricity now. He was thinking to himself, if this thing could be put on a train and dragged away, wouldn't it be able to provide a huge amount of energy? Unfortunately, now they only have the locomotive left. Back in the control room, the lights had already turned on, but the screen was still pitch black. Shao Ming asked. Wait, Lambert signaled Shao Ming not to speak, this kind of device works like this. After waiting a little while, the big screen finally started up. Aha, it worked. Lambert looked at the lit-up screen, his face full of excitement. I thought in this lifetime I could only control the tracks and drive the train in the game, never expected. Lambert happily started the central control system, and in an instant, all the signal lights on the railway lit up. Not far away, the warning bell at the intersection of a road and the railway suddenly rang, and the barrier slowly lifted. In the empty, lifeless city, this scene looked particularly eerie. The screen displayed all the railway nodes within the city of London, densely packed and almost dazzling to the eyes. However, Shao Ming noticed that almost all the nodes on the east and northeast sides of the city showed no signal. It was unclear whether the military had bombed them. Alright, let's take a look, Lambert said as he took the tablet from Feng Yusheng and began comparing the routes. While Lambert adjusted the route, Feng Yusheng took out a towel and started wiping Shao Ming's head. Shao Ming instinctively dodged, and Feng Yusheng quickly said, I just washed it with rainwater, look at you, you're like a drenched chicken. Shao Ming scratched his head and said, what's the big deal? Anyway, we'll get wet again when we go out later. Feng Yusheng frowned and said, I'm lousy from Shudao Mountain. What does it mean to have authority without anger? Shao Ming had no choice but to obediently take the towel and wipe his head. Feng Yusheng chuckled softly and handed another towel to Lambert. Oh, thanks. Lambert took the towel and tucked it into his pocket. All done. Lambert clapped his hands and said, now we can just drive the train straight ahead all the way to the undersea tunnel. Perfect. Shao Ming sighed, finally, today he could leave the UK. The rain outside had lessened considerably, and the sun seemed likely to come out soon. The three returned to the convertible and headed toward the train. By the time they got back to the train, it was almost noon. Fortunately, there were no mutants in the city, Otherwise, driving on these roads clogged with cars would have been a nightmare, and who knows what kind of fate they would have met. It seems Wellington didn't lie either. Shao Ming originally wanted to take away the convertible, he wanted to take everything, but a car hood can't take anything away. Since he couldn't take away a complete car, he decided to dismantle it into parts and take them away. Shao Ming and Lambert together cut off the M2 heavy machine gun along with its mount and welded it onto the roof of the train. They also made a hole in the train roof, and raised the floor with the convertible's mount and hood to create a platform that allowed someone to lean out halfway to operate the machine gun. Since there was a hole on the roof, to prevent rain from leaking in, they removed several supports and the canopy of the convertible and made a new canopy on the train roof. That M240 couldn't be left out either, but it was mounted on the window of the right side driver's cabin door. All the large visible iron sheets left on the vehicle were cut off and welded onto the sides to reinforce the body. It can be said that the Land Rover Defender, originally a convertible version, was now left with only 4 tires and the engine. In the end, the two didn't even spare the tires, they were all fixed to the front of the car to serve as impact buffers. After finishing all this, the cutting machine was already overwhelmed and needed a blade replacement, while the welding torch had run out of fuel. Chapter 64, Bon Voyage. The afternoon was almost over when the three finally finished checking and organizing, ready to set off. The current food supply is still quite abundant. Although more and more potatoes are sprouting, there are still plenty of canned and bagged foods as well as water. 3 people and a dog can definitely eat for a week without any problem. Although Wellington ran off, he still left quite a bit of military rations and an alcohol stove for the group. Besides that, there are also cups and a small pot, so now they have cooking utensils as well. For long-range firepower, besides each having about 200 rounds of backup ammo for the machine guns, there are also 4 hunting rifles, 2 shotguns, 1 assault rifle, and 3 pistols of different calibers, with a total ammo count close to 600 rounds. In addition, there are 2 grenades. For melee weapons, there are iron rods, knives, fire axes. Shao Ming just regrets that Li Long's baseball bat was left behind at the fire station. Overall, the firepower is abundant, and even when facing a small horde of about 1,000 zombies, it can still hold its ground in battle. Other daily necessities, toiletries, and change of clothes were all packed, and all these items basically filled the driver's cabin at the rear of the vehicle. After 2 rounds of reinforcement, the locomotive's protective capability was also improved. While it can't be said to be able to clear a path through the zombie hordes in big cities, the wheels will no longer be damaged. The weather gradually cleared up, and the 3 of them all changed into new clothes. "Let's go," Lambert said, boarding the train. The train slowly accelerated, leaving the Land Rover, now just a pile of wreckage, behind. Compared to the roads clogged with vehicles, the railway could hardly be described as unobstructed. Shao Ming noticed some weeds sprouting from the gravel beneath the tracks, dotting the grey ground. Since the route had already been prepared in advance, Lambert boldly increased the speed of the train. The train was finally no longer crawling at 40 or 50 km per hour, the speed displayed on the control panel screen was slowly approaching 100. "Do you want to slow down a bit?" Shao Ming reminded. Because there was a hole cut in the ceiling, the sound of the wind when the train sped up was terrifyingly loud. Lambert's face couldn't help but break into a smile. There were no detours, no mutants, and no trains blocking the way this whole trip. "Of course, I want to enjoy it. Although London is large, for a high-speed train, it's only a matter of half an hour." The train quickly crossed the Thames River and sped toward the southern side of the city. It wasn't that Lambert deliberately avoided the eastern district where mutants gathered when planning the route, rather, most of the roads on the east side had indeed been blown up by the military. Nevertheless, a few people still saw layers of ruins in the distance on the Thames River. The once skyscraper-filled city center had become a ruin made up of rubble, and the few remaining sturdy buildings were already riddled with holes. Shao Ming always felt that something was missing by the Thames River, and after thinking for a long time, he realized the London Eye was gone. Even worse, Big Ben was gone too. Lambert slowed down the speed, and the train weaved through London City. Fortunately, although there were many platforms in the city, most trains stopped at the major stations. Before long, the buildings alongside the tracks began to thin out. It was unexpected that London, which was supposed to be the most difficult to pass through, was actually the quickest to get through. The train ran onto a high-speed railway, which was a straight line from the south side of London all the way to Ashford, without any turns. This made Lambert extremely happy. He completely forgot that the train window had also been shattered and a machine gun was mounted. His happiness didn't last long before the other two, shivering from the cold, stopped him. Now it finally started to feel a bit like railway travel. The train sped through Ashford, with the entrance to the Channel Tunnel just ahead. Lambert controlled the train as it began to slow down, while Shao Ming looked around at the scenery beside the tracks, nothing but trees everywhere. The sea? Shao Ming asked, where is the sea? The entrance to the undersea tunnel isn't actually in the sea, Lambert explained. In fact, it's still some distance from the shore, so you might not be able to see the sea. Shao Ming nodded a little regretfully. He really wanted to see the English Channel. I've been studying abroad for 2 years, and it's not like I haven't gone out to have fun, but there was the pandemic before, and I stayed in the country for more than a year. The train slowly turned along the tracks and passed through a tunnel, revealing a vast, train parking lot before the eyes of the few people. Trains of different series were parked inside, some pulling cargo containers, others specially transporting vehicles. At the end of the railway was a pitch-black tunnel entrance, as if a deep, unfathomable mouth had grown beneath the hill, ready to swallow the train. Lambert said slowly, all right, I hope none of you have claustrophobia. After several dozen seconds, the train plunged headfirst into the darkness. Shao Ming had been quite worried about the illegal construction on top of the train's head, but fortunately, the tunnel was tall enough, allowing a perfect passage. How long does it take to get through the underwater tunnel? Shao Ming shouted. The train was already noisy enough, especially inside the tunnel. We can only hope that after these 2 days, at least one of the 3 still has a pair of healthy ears. If we're fast, 35 minutes, Lambert said loudly. I just hope we don't run into any traffic jams. Feng Yusheng silently stuffed 2 balls of cotton into her ears. She had just pulled them out from her clothes, and handed 2 more to the 2 men. Lambert's mouth seemed to light up. 10 minutes later, the shadow of a train suddenly appeared ahead in the empty tunnel. The headlights of the train illuminated the tunnel, and it turned out to be a passenger bus. The roars of the mutants even drowned out the sound of the train moving. As the train had approached, the 3 saw the passenger bus carriage filled with mutants. Shao Ming said nothing, slung the shotgun on his back, and climbed onto the roof. He exposed half of his body and set up the heavy machine gun. Lambert did not slow down. Because the front of the vehicle was reinforced with iron plates and tires, the extra distance was no longer enough for the hitch to catch the vehicle ahead. It would be better to just crash into it and push. The front of the vehicle crashed solidly into the rear of the vehicle ahead. Shao Ming's head jerked forward from the inertia and hit the machine gun. Dizzy and dazed, Shao Ming remembered that a few days ago he was thinking about getting Lambert a walkie-talkie. Now it really seemed necessary. Although this collision pushed the train in front, it also shattered several panes of glass in the leading carriage. Due to the obstruction of the front train, the acceleration of the train slowed noticeably, giving the mutants an opportunity to take advantage. The mutants began to smash the windows and climb out from inside the train. Since both trains were not moving fast, the mutants started to grab onto the front of Shao Ming's train and climb up. Shao Ming rubbed his head and, enduring the pain, raised the shotgun. Chapter 65, Underwater Tunnel. Shao Ming pulled the trigger, blasting a mutant off the front of the vehicle. Due to the obstruction of the vehicle ahead, the headlights could only illuminate a small area, while most of the rest fell back into darkness. As the train rapidly delved deeper into the cave, the surrounding air grew increasingly thick and foul. Shao Ming shot down another mutant climbing up, and as the ladder fell, it dragged 2 companions beneath it into the darkness. Fortunately, as the train's speed increased, the mutants could no longer climb onto the roof from either side. The threat was not yet over. With the 2 cars connected front to back, the mutants began climbing toward Shao Ming through the front windshield. Inside the car, Lambert and Feng Yusheng looked through the windshield and saw the twisted faces of the mutants pressed tightly against the glass, distorted by the pressure of the wind. Shao Ming dared not shoot with the shotgun anymore, fearing he might accidentally shatter the windshield. He drew the pistol at his waist and shot through the heads of the 2 mutants crawling at the very front. Shao Ming didn't know how fast the train was going at this moment, but he knew his eyes were stinging painfully from the wind. However, soon, he no longer felt this sensation. As the train drove deeper into the underwater tunnel, the ventilation system, which had been without maintenance for a month and had lost power, had long since stopped working, and the air in the tunnel grew increasingly thin. The 2 inside the car began to feel drowsy, and Lambert increased the train's speed again. Outside the car, Shao Ming also felt chest tightness and weakness. His breathing was labored, and he could no longer hold his gun steadily. His body was desperately trying to speed up his breathing, but there was hardly any oxygen left in the surrounding environment. On top of that, his head had been hit, and his ears had not recovered from the noise. Shao Ming was feeling extremely uncomfortable at this moment. But he was still holding on, shooting at the mutants climbing onto the train. He silently counted the time in his mind, 10 minutes, as long as he held on for 10 minutes, there should be oxygen again. The train had been traveling inside the tunnel for 10 minutes before encountering the mutants, and after a while of fighting, the oxygen began to run low. This should be the deepest part of the tunnel. Shao Ming noticed that the mutants' movements were also starting to slow down. It seemed that although they had become monsters, they still couldn't escape the limitations of the human body. However, the mutants at least have the virus paralysis, while Shao Ming can only rely on his own willpower to fight against them. If he were to lose consciousness at this moment, then he, along with the 2 people and the dog inside the car, would all be buried in the mouths of the dead. Oxygen deprivation is far more deadly than the mutants. Shao Ming was no longer able to think about how the mutants survived in such a low oxygen environment. Perhaps it was due to a hibernation mechanism, or maybe the virus paralysis. At this moment, he only felt that he was about to pass out. Even the foul, turbid smell that had just reached his nose dissipated in his nasal cavity, not because the air had improved, but because his brain had gone numb. Fortunately, the tunnel was not completely devoid of oxygen, it was just that the various other polluted gases were so abundant, and the hundreds of mutants in the train ahead were also competing for oxygen, leaving only a very low concentration in the lungs of the few people left. The 2 inside the car had already lost consciousness, showing no signs of movement. Images began flashing through Shao Ming's mind like a revolving lantern. He saw his family thousands of miles away, saw Li Long dying miserably on the bed, saw the blood-red eyes of the mutants. Then, scenes of happiness appeared before his eyes again, the smiles of his family, and the mutual help between himself and 2 companions on the road to survival. His heartbeat gradually slowed, and his fingers no longer had the strength to pull the trigger, his eyes only seeing the mutants slowly crawling onto the car roof. Is it over here? Suddenly, Shao Ming felt that he could breathe again. Although the air was still just as murky, the oxygen content had clearly increased. Shao Ming's breathing began to quicken again, oxygen flowing through his mouth into his lungs, and his brain started to come back to consciousness. Without much thought, Shao Ming raised his pistol and pressed it against the head of the mutant that had already climbed in front of him. The underwater tunnel, which takes 35 minutes to traverse in full length, was almost at the exit after just 20 minutes. When Lambert was unconscious, his hand was still on the speed control lever. Because he fell forward while unconscious, he inadvertently pushed the train to full speed. Shao Ming once again smelled the stale scent in the air, and his face once again felt the whistling wind rushing past. He probably never thought in his life that he would find this smell pleasant. Shao Ming set up the machine gun, aimed at the compartment of the vehicle ahead, and pulled the trigger. The bullet pierced through the iron sheet on the roof of the compartment and shot inside the vehicle. Shao Ming didn't even know how many mutants he could kill this way, his mind hadn't fully come to yet. At that moment, there was a slight bend ahead on the railway track. The train, running at full speed, directly pushed the car in front off the track and crashed into the tunnel wall. Since the engine behind hadn't slowed down yet, the front car circled along the tunnel wall and then overturned. Even so, Lambert had not yet woken up, and the locomotive they were on was still pushing the carriages forward with all its might. The carriages ahead were twisted into a Z shape by the overturned locomotive, with the roof and the locomotive scraping sparks against the tunnel walls. Fortunately, the combustible gas content inside the tunnel was not high at this moment, otherwise, these train cars would most likely have been forever engulfed in the tunnel. It was also thanks to Shao Ming and Lambert extending the locomotive and the coupler not being connected to the front car, otherwise, their train would have been doomed as well. The dark tunnel was illuminated by sparks, and Shao Ming saw the vehicle in front almost lying sideways, stuck in the tunnel and being pushed forward. Shao Ming left the roof of the car and crouched down, suddenly falling off the raised platform. He covered his aching and dizzy head, got up, and reached out his hand to try to wake the already unconscious Lambert. The tunnel began to curve again, the front of the vehicle was almost being pushed up, scraping against the top of the tunnel and smashing the emergency lights above one by one. Shao Ming shook Lambert desperately, reaching out to check Lambert's nasal cavity, the latter's breathing had begun to slowly recover. Light came from the end of the tunnel, the exit was not far away. Shao Ming, unable to wake Lambert after a long time, could only pull Lambert's hand away and pull the handle all the way down. But even this deceleration was too slow, the curve continued, and once they lost the blocking of the car in front, they were very likely to speed up again and rush off the tracks. Shao Ming saw the red button next to the control panel and slammed it hard. The emergency brake was activated, and the train wheels screeched harshly on the rails as the braking system finally began to slow down. The front of the leading car had already left the tunnel and slammed heavily onto the tracks. Because there was still a curve at the end of the tunnel, the front car was completely pushed off the rails. Chapter 66, Landing at Calais. The train in front was rolling across the vast parking lot, only coming to a stop after toppling two other trains. And the train where Shao Ming and the others were finally braked, no longer moving forward. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief, opened the door of the driver's cabin, allowing the air to circulate. They couldn't stay here too long, not to mention whether there were any surviving mutants in the front train. The noise of this derailment was probably no different from the sound of gunfire. What Shao Ming didn't know was that the exit of the underwater tunnel in France was a large train station. Not only trains were parked here, but also many cars waiting to be transported to the UK. Of course, besides that, there were also a large number of people. The train doors had just opened when the two who had fainted began to wake up, but a large group of mutants appeared in front of the train's head. Without thinking much, Shao Ming slapped Lambert directly across the face. The painful stimulus really worked. Lambert groggily opened his eyes. Drive. As soon as Lambert opened his eyes, he saw Shao Ming slapping his face. He groggily reached out to cover his face and asked, "What happened?" "Get up and drive, we're in France." Shao Ming climbed onto the roof and started firing the machine gun at the charging mutants. The 12.7mm caliber bullets could pierce through several mutants piled together at once, but unfortunately, these guys could still keep moving even with their intestines hanging out. Hiss. Lambert covered his head and got up, only to witness a hellish scene. The train that was knocked down in a heap, the mutants rushing over the train. What is going on? Lambert hadn't come to his senses yet, his memory was still stuck in the tunnel. A bullet casing fell from the roof of the car, landing on Lambert's head and burning him slightly. Now he was completely awake. Lambert shook Feng Yushen, who had just opened his eyes, and the latter covered his head as he got up from the floor. Fortunately, the train was running very fast when it was in the middle of the tunnel, so the few of them only experienced a brief moment of complete oxygen deprivation and inhaled only a small amount of toxic gas. Shao Ming was still firing at the surging tide of corpses, but soon the machine gun clicked, the ammo belt was empty. Lambert realized they couldn't stay on the train any longer. He grabbed the shotgun lying on the ground and pulled Shao Ming down. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert, then staggered as he grabbed the machine gun on the right door and began firing. Lambert realized that Shao Ming had completely misunderstood his meaning. He was telling him to run, not informing him that there was a heavy machine gun below. The horde of corpses was approaching the front of the vehicle. The crashing and vehicle noises not only alerted the mutants inside the train yard but also attracted mutants from the surrounding towns. Suddenly, a rocket flew out from the small hill behind the vehicle and exploded amidst the horde of corpses. The sudden explosion startled Shao Ming. Before he could react, a girl's voice came from outside the car. "Still fighting here? Don't you value your life?" Shao Ming turned his head and saw a girl with an Asian face standing beside the car. However, she was speaking French with a Japanese accent, and Shao Ming couldn't understand what she was saying at all. Watching the mutants surge forward, the girl was clearly a bit anxious. She spoke again in English, "Play, play, hurry and play." Although it was Japanese-style English, Shao Ming could understand a little this time. Feng Yushen had also come to his senses at this moment. The two inside the car were obviously very surprised by the sudden appearance of the girl outside. "Let's go." Shao Ming continued to cover the two inside the car with a machine gun. "Hurry up and go." Feng Yushen lifted the still unconscious Gordon and carried the dog on his back. Lambert hurriedly went up to help hold Gordon's hips, and the two of them, along with the suddenly appearing girl, ran towards the back of the vehicle. Shao Ming looked back and wondered why he was the only one shooting among the four of them. He pulled the pin on a grenade and threw it towards the horde of corpses, then turned and followed the others. The grenade did not explode like in movies and TV shows. Instead, it emitted almost no visible flash, scattering a bunch of shrapnel that directly knocked down a group of nearby mutants. An off-road vehicle rushed down the hillside, and the unfamiliar girl was the first to jump into the car. A burly man in military uniform climbed out from the driver's seat of the off-road vehicle, with a low-recognition French flag patch on his armband. The burly man raised an 416 Hong Kong dollars and opened fire behind Shao Ming. Carrying the 60-pound Gordon, even with Lambert's help, Feng Yushen's steps gradually slowed down. Shao Ming turned around and crouched down, raising the L-85A1 in his hand to shoot at the mutant chasing after him. As expected, after firing just a couple of shots, the gun jammed. The gun taken from this mutant was even less maintained, not to mention any kind of upkeep. Shao Ming pulled back the bolt to eject a bullet, finally able to shoot again. The Japanese girl seemed to also feel that sitting in the car was a bit inappropriate, so she hurriedly jumped out to help the two lift Gordon into the car. "Kid, it's time to go," the burly man shouted. Shao Ming put away his rifle and turned to run up to the front passenger seat of the car. The burly man pulled back, floored the accelerator, and left the parking lot. "You guys are really something. The burly man said, holding on to the steering wheel, "You are the first group I've seen leave England Island alive in the past few days." "Are we the only ones after all these days?" Shao Ming asked. "Most people would probably suffocate inside the underwater tunnel." The burly man said to Shao Ming, "My name is Asjir Kosman, warrant officer of the 13th Dragoon Parachute Regiment of the French Army." Asjir continued, "The person in the back seat is Ryo Yamada, a Japanese student from the National Calais Music Academy. Her English isn't very good." "Yamada Ryo?" Lambert asked, "The one from Lonely Rock?" Finding a fellow enthusiast, Yamada Ryo was very excited. "Yes, yes, yes, just like that." "All right then." Shao Ming thought, Chinese, French, British, Japanese. The SUV shook off the corpse tide and drove forward along a country road. "You guys are lucky today," Ashi said. "We went out to look for supplies and heard such a commotion downstairs, so we came to check it out. Otherwise, you might have been doomed." Shao Ming nodded and said, "Thank you." He turned his head to look at Feng Yushen, who was staring blankly while holding the unconscious Gordon. "Doggy will be fine," Shao Ming comforted him. "He's so tough, and besides, the tunnel actually passes by very quickly." Feng Yushen nodded, patted Gordon's dog head, and said, "I believe in it. It still has breath and heartbeat, it's just tired." The off-road vehicle turned into a forest and stopped in front of a small cabin. "We're here." Asj opened the car door. "Don't be polite, just treat it like your own home." Shao Ming nodded and looked around. This cabin in the woods is far from towns and main roads, and through the gaps in the forest, the coastline can still be seen. He greedily breathed in this hard-won fresh air. Chapter 67, A Deal. Several people worked together to carry Gordon into the house and laid him on the dining table. Gordon's belly was still rising and falling, but he remained unconscious. Feng Yushen stayed by Gordon's side, observing his condition. This forest cabin had 2 floors in total. The first floor featured a fairly spacious living room, with various animal head trophies hanging above the fireplace. The kitchen was separated from the living room by a bar counter, which, besides a pile of canned food, surprisingly also held plenty of fresh fruits and meats. As for the second floor, Shao Ming couldn't see it, but usually the second floor is where the bedrooms are. "How's my place?" Asiji took off his assault rifle and placed it on a nearby table, saying, "There's some food in the kitchen, and there are quite a few small animals in this forest." Shao Ming followed Asiji closer and then saw clearly that the meat on the table was a skinned rabbit and another similarly clean squirrel. "Aren't these animals infected?" Shao Ming asked. "Your dogs haven't been infected either," Ashi said. "As far as we know, this virus is the same strain as the one from the pandemic 6 months ago, and it only infects humans." "This sounds like some kind of biological weapon," Shao Ming said. "That's what they said when I was still in the team," Ashi said, tossing the rabbit onto the cutting board and starting to process the corpse. "But it's just a rumor. Right now, no one has time to study the virus." Shao Ming asked, "What about your team?" "We were scattered," Asji said. "When the mutation first happened, we were sent to Fabi to assist with the lockdown, but later the troops enforcing the lockdown themselves became monsters." Asji slit open the rabbit's belly and cleaned out the innards. "I met her on the way retreating to Amiens," Asji said, raising his chin to point at Ryo Yamada in the living room, who was chatting animatedly with Lambert. At first, the team had over 200 people, both civilians and soldiers. Later, the number dwindled, some mutated, and others were captured by the mutated. Ashi scooped a ladle of water from the bucket and washed the rabbit's body. Later we learned that Amiens had also fallen, and the troops there mutated even before the civilians. Hearing this, Shao Ming sighed. It seemed that the situation in France and Britain was not much better. "About a week ago, I completely lost contact with the troops, but before that, I received news that Paris was still resisting. Some units had already cleared out nearly half a district to shelter survivors." Asj placed the rabbit aside and began cleaning the squirrel again. "Squirrel meat doesn't taste good," Asj said, glancing at Yamada Ryo in the living room. "Sometimes she reminds me of my daughter." "What about your daughter?" Shao Ming asked. "After her mother and I divorced, she has been living in Paris. We used to live in Calais, so that's why I have a small house here." When talking about his daughter, Asji's movements slowed down. "I don't even know how she's doing in Paris." Shao Ming asked in confusion, "Why don't you go find her?" "The outskirts of Paris are filled with zombies," Asjir said. "Although it's not far from here to Paris, there are countless villages and towns. Even if I could get through all these layers of blockade, there's no way to enter Paris." Saying that, Asjir stopped what he was doing and turned to Shao Ming, asking, "Your train looks very sturdy. Can it take me to Paris? We're going to Germany, then all the way back home, Shao Ming said. We probably won't pass through Paris. Naiman is going back to China. Yamada Ryo in the living room asked, can I bring Wu along? Of course, of course. Lambert agreed immediately before Shao Ming could speak. Asji pulled Lambert aside and whispered, this is a request, or rather a deal. I believe under the current circumstances, you definitely can't get back on the train. Asji glanced at their outfits, if I'm not mistaken, all your belongings are on the train, right? Shao Ming asked bluntly, so your bargaining chip is our train. I can help you get the train back. Shao Ming walked into the living room and called Feng Yusheng and Lambert over. Shao Ming said, this soldier hopes we can take him to Paris to find his daughter, on the condition that he can help us get the train back. Lambert said, he looks like he can really fight. Feng Yusheng said, have you forgotten a few days ago? It was also a soldier who looked very resolute. Yes, he looks very capable in a fight, Shao Ming said. We could have taken back the train without him, but what I was thinking is that we could keep him with us all along. Actually, what Shao Ming was thinking was that if they didn't find another capable fighter to join the team, he would be exhausted to death. Especially if Yamada Ryo was going to join the team. How do you want to talk to him? Feng Yusheng asked, will he come with us? Shao Mingsi thought for a moment and said, if he can cover us to get to the train, the initiative will be in our hands. We can run, or we can take them with us. He paused for a moment, then continued, Paris doesn't have city walls, I don't think his daughter has much chance of surviving inside. I just overheard your conversation, Feng Yusheng said. He said the outskirts of Paris are full of zombies, otherwise why wouldn't he go himself? And this will slow down our progress, Lambert said. The best way is for us to break the contract, take the train, and leave. We can't do that, Shao Ming shook his head and said, just because we were abandoned doesn't mean we should abandon others. Either agree with him and work together, Shao Ming said, or don't agree, stay overnight, and then figure out a way on our own. The three discussed for a while longer and still decided to agree to Asjir's proposal. If you can help us get the train back, we'll take you to Paris, Shao Ming said, but there are two additional conditions. First, if the number of zombies outside Paris is too high, we won't take you into the city. Asj nodded, no problem. Second, if you enter Paris, whether or not you find your daughter, after leaving Paris you must come with us. Asj was silent for a moment, then asked, if I find my daughter, can I take her with me? Then you need to add another carriage to the train, Shao Ming said, 2 driver cabins can't hold so many people. You can add them at the freight yard just now, Asiji said, I can get you at least 2 hours. Shao Ming reached out his hand and said, pleasure doing business with you. Chapter 68, Recuperation and Rest. Let's eat first, Ashi said. You all need to rest a bit. After dinner, we'll set off again tomorrow. Although Shao Ming could tell that Ashi was eager to set off right away, he still decided not to go out in the pitch-black night. Shao Ming knew that even if there were troops inside Paris, every extra day meant an additional day of danger. Thinking this way, he quite admired Ashi, at least much more than Wellington, who didn't even know where he had flown off to. Where are you heading out to? Yamada Ryo asked. To take back our stuff from the mouths of the zombies, Shao Ming replied. Asjir returned to the kitchen to start preparing dinner. After a while, he took all the ingredients outside. Why did he take them outside? Lambert asked in confusion. Sweet ranchi is all used up, Yamada Ryo continued speaking in her heavily Japanese accented English, he only has fun twisting faces and making fires to annoy. Shao Ming shook his head, he was really trying his best to catch every word Yamada Ryo said. Gordon finally woke up too, and everyone breathed a sigh of relief, Feng Yusheng was especially overjoyed. It's just that this dog was unconscious from lack of oxygen for a long time, and its intelligence seems to have declined. It was biting an old pillow and shaking its head wildly, no matter how much I tried to persuade it, it wouldn't stop. Such a fine German shepherd, almost turning into a husky. Feng Yusheng finally pulled the pillow out of its mouth, but unexpectedly, it bit down on the nearby sofa. After finally calming Gordon down, Feng Yusheng went over to Shao Ming, who was checking the assault rifle nearby. Are you okay? Feng Yusheng asked. Shao Ming thought to himself, I almost suffocated in the underwater tunnel, was caught by zombies, hit my head on the machine gun, and my tiger's mouth still hasn't healed. He spoke, what could be wrong with me? You're not dizzy or anything like that anymore, right? Feng Yusheng asked with concern. It's gone, Shao Ming said, how about you? Much better, that was really close just now. Yeah. Shao Ming recalled the time in the tunnel, I had a carousel of lights spinning before my eyes. Feng Yusheng took Shao Ming's hand, unwrapping the bandage as she said, I just want to say, thank you. Shao Ming couldn't help but reach out and pat Feng Yusheng's head, saying, what are you thanking me for? I'm waiting for you to come back to the country and treat me to spicy hot pot and rabbit head. Asiji's cooking was indeed very good, the three of them couldn't stop praising it. Even if it wasn't anything special, it was still the first decent meal the three of them had had in several weeks. That was truly delicious. You were a cook in the army, right? Lambert joked. The cooks in the unit aren't as good as me, Asj laughed in reply. Your English is very good, Feng Yusheng said to Asj. You two aren't bad either, Asj said, pointing to his armband. See this? Special Forces. Shao Ming cut off a rabbit leg and placed it on Feng Yusheng's plate. Yo, cutting rabbit legs, Lambert said, I drove the train all the way here, why don't I get any? Shao Ming said softly, get lost. Everyone laughed, it had been a long time since there was such a relaxed atmosphere. Shao Ming interrupted everyone and said, alright, let's get to the point. What's your plan? Shao Ming broke off a squirrel leg and stuffed it into his mouth, this thing really didn't taste good. I'll activate the air raid siren in Calais, Asjir said, that sound is enough to attract all the zombies within dozens of kilometers. Isn't there a power outage? Feng Yusheng asked. That's the secret. Asjir put his index finger to his lips, I always have to keep a trump card. You only need to know that the time I fought for you is enough for you to adjust the track and then connect another carriage. Very well, Shao Ming said, then we'll act according to your air raid warning. I know what you're thinking, Asjir said, crossing all of Europe, the journey is long and dangerous, you need me and my gun. Shao Ming nodded and said, as far as we know, the situation in our country is better, so you won't lose out by coming with us. Gordon poked his head out from beside the dining table, drooling over the roasted rabbit on the table. I know, Asjir said, so I agreed, didn't I? After dinner, the sun outside gradually set. Asjir lit the candles inside the house and drew all the curtains. If you want to wash up, there's a bucket of water behind the house, Asjir said. The bedrooms are on the second floor, 2 girls per room, and the 3 of us share one room. Gordon was circling at Asjir's feet with a pillow in his mouth, as if asking, what about me? What about me? Asjir patted Gordon's head and said, you, little guy, you can sleep on the living room sofa. After everyone had tidied up, Asjir locked the door. Yamada Ryo sat cross-legged on the sofa, holding a bass in his arms, and began to sing. The deep sound of the bass, combined with the girl's melodious singing, relaxed everyone. Nightfall descended amidst the singing. Early the next morning, Shao Ming and Asiji began packing up their gear. Asiji glanced at Shao Ming's L85A1 and said, trash gun. It really is a trash gun. Do you have a better one? Shao Ming asked. Asiji went upstairs, and after a while, came down with a sniper rifle. This unique design, Shao Ming immediately recognized it as an FR-F2 sniper rifle, using 10 rounds of 7.62 NATO standard ammunition, with an effective range of up to 800 meters. Do you know how to use it? Asked Asjir. Shao Ming took the sniper rifle and admired it in his hands. As a light weapons enthusiast, he realized there would be plenty of guns to play with on this journey. He unfolded the bipod and set the sniper rifle on the table, beginning to calibrate the scope. Very professional, Asjir said. Have you been a soldier? Shao Ming shook his head and replied, just a VIP at the Manchester shooting range. Then I suggest you start shooting at distances within 200 meters, Asjir said. This gun is very accurate, but don't waste your bullets. Given to me? Shao Ming asked in surprise. I'll lend it to you, Ashi said, until you find a better long-range weapon than the shotgun and that assault rifle. Half an hour later, Shao Ming, Ashi, and Lambert arrived outside the door. You two stay here with Gordon, Shao Ming turned to the 2 girls and said, we'll come back to get you after we move the train to a safe position. Ashi walked over to Yamada Ryo and handed her a note. If I can't return safely from Calais, be sure to find a way to give it to my daughter together with them. I believe you. Yamada Ryo said firmly, I want to believe you. Chapter 69, Reclaiming the Train. I will drive you to near the parking lot. Asji said as he threw a backpack into the off-road vehicle. How long do you need? Shao Ming asked. Maybe 3 or 4 hours, Asiji said, it will definitely be resolved before 12. No problem. The off-road vehicle turned around and drove toward the edge of the forest. Let's go. Feng Yusheng patted Yamada Ryo on the shoulder, they will be fine. Above the parking lot, you remember the small hill right at the top of the cave exit, right? Shao Ming nodded, of course I remember, after all, it was just yesterday. You can just wait for my signal directly on that hill. Lambert asked, so after we drive the train away, where will you find us? Do you have a map? Asj asked. There is one in the train, Lambert replied. That makes it easier, Asj said. Not far from the tunnel, there is a station called Pion. You can wait for me there. It's a small station, and there shouldn't be many zombies. If you don't want to go inside, just wait outside, and I will come to find you. Shao Ming looked at the burly man beside him and asked, Gao isn't a small town, right? Can you handle it on your own? That's my hometown. I know every street in the city like the back of my hand, Ashi said. Besides, when I was stationed in Afghanistan, Taliban bullets were much faster than zombies. The off-road vehicle quickly arrived at the hillside near the parking lot, and Shao Ming got out of the car carrying a sniper rifle. Take good care of my gun, kid. Ashi stepped on the accelerator and drove off into the distance. Lambert looked at the hunting rifle in his hand and sighed deeply. Don't worry, Shao Ming said, this satisfies your gun prohibitionist idea. The two of them walked toward the hillside, and the spacious parking lot soon appeared before them. The parking lot was still the same one from yesterday, crowded with overturned trains and countless mutants. These mutants didn't seem to have left, and Shao Ming wondered if it was because the national conditions of Britain and France were different. He found a place to lie down and set up his sniper rifle to observe. At a glance, there didn't seem to be any problems here, but Shao Ming seemed to have discovered some things that shouldn't be here. Some train carriages actually had insulation layers, made from clothes, quilts, leaves, and branches. Shao Ming patted Lambert and let him look through the hunting rifle's scope as well. The latter also lay down, propping the hunting rifle with his elbow as he looked toward the train yard. Was this built by zombies? Lambert asked. Shao Ming shook his head, I don't know, I don't think I saw this thing yesterday. You were all fools yesterday. Lambert also shook his head, could it have appeared overnight? Shao Ming looked back through the scope, the mutants were all standing there dumbly, motionless. But besides the mutants, who else could build a warming layer within the corpse horde? Hibernation, Shao Ming recalled what a group of biology students in England had told him, it seemed this hibernation was different from animal hibernation. Lambert turned the gun body and aimed the scope at the front of their vehicle. The front gate of the vehicle was wide open, parked among dozens of mutants, and it was unclear whether there were any mutants inside the cabin. Get off later, Lambert said, I will reverse the train, and after backing out of the first switch, you move the lever to change the track. Shao Ming nodded and saw the switch Lambert pointed to through the scope. Wait until I drive the train onto the right track, then switch the track back, and I'll reverse the train. Shao Ming seemed to understand and asked, are you going to connect to the carriage behind? The carriage behind Shao Ming mentioned was a carriage parked on the parallel track next to their locomotive. It appeared to be a carriage specifically designed to transport cars through the Channel Tunnel. Unlike most fully enclosed car transport carriages in the country, the carriages used to transport cars through the Channel Tunnel between England and France are semi-enclosed, with only steel frames on the left and right sides for support and barriers. Simply put, it does not have the conditions to be converted into a passenger carriage. Lambert nodded, this way we can bring along one or even several vehicles. Shao Ming then asked, so where do the people sit? Lambert shook his head and said, the passenger carriages in this parking lot all have cabs, so it's not easy to get off. Shao Ming continued searching with the scope. He pointed to a train parked at the end of the track and said, there, that train with the engine facing inward and no engine at the rear, we can reverse it in and connect it. You're a genius, Lambert said. The two of them lay on the mountain like that for 2 hours, Lambert was almost falling asleep. Shao Ming was still observing the horde of corpses. It seemed that no mutants had left the group to gather materials to build an insulation layer. They either sat on the ground or leaned against the cars, all with their heads down and motionless. I hope Asjir is okay. Shao Ming said quietly. Although they had known each other for less than a day, this muscular special forces man left a very good impression on him. Good physique, strong combat ability, cooks well, and has a good personality. Having missed the chance today, it's hard to say if he'll find such a perfect person again on this journey. I think he's fine. Lambert turned over and sat up, saying, he's been on the battlefield before, and this is home turf, no problem. Why? Shao Ming asked, aren't you afraid he'll run away again today? Suddenly, a sharp air raid siren sounded from the north, startling a flock of birds in the dense forest into flight. Of course, there were also the mutants at the train yard. The mutants all woke up and ran northward. He succeeded. Lambert said, great, let's go down quickly. Wait a moment. Shao Ming set his watch to a 1.5-hour countdown and started the timer. After confirming that all the mutants had disappeared without a trace, the two of them followed the slope down to the parking lot. Lambert was the first to board the train, and the inside of the carriage was no different from when they left yesterday. Shao Ming kicked all the shell casings out of the carriage, and Lambert took the key from his pocket and started the train. This kid is becoming more and more reliable, Shao Ming thought, remembering that in yesterday's situation he still managed to stop the train and pull out the key. Following Lambert's instructions, they quickly hooked up the passenger carriages first. Shao Ming looked at the time, half an hour had already passed. By the time the second carriage, specially for transporting vehicles, was hooked up, an hour and a half had already passed. Next, the direction of the track needed to be adjusted to let the train leave the parking yard. Lambert opened the tablet. Alright, let me see the route. Chapter 70 Setting off again. This track is electrically controlled. Lambert hurriedly ran from outside the train yard tracks toward Shao Ming and said. No lever. Shao Ming asked, aren't there levers inside the yard? Lambert shook his head. Shao Ming looked around. In the vast train parking yard, there was only a solitary warehouse standing by the car entrance. No matter how you looked at it, it didn't resemble a rail dispatch center at all. Alright, Shao Ming asked, if there's no electricity, how can we switch the train tracks? Just then, the timer on Shao Ming's watch went off. 1.5 hours have passed. We need to speed up. Lambert led Shao Ming forward along the track, arriving beside a junction. He pointed to a small box on the ground next to the rails and said to Shao Ming, this small box contains the system that controls the tracks. If I'm not mistaken, inside it, just like the British Railway, there are 2 hydraulic rods that control the rails. So, you mean if we can manually push the iron rod? Theoretically, yes. Lambert nodded, it's just that without a hydraulic system for positioning, I'm afraid the rails might loosen when the train passes. Let's open this first, Shao Ming said, if it really doesn't work, find a stone to wedge it. Lambert hesitated to speak, he was worried that the hardness of the stone wouldn't withstand the vibrations when the train passed. But now that it has come to this, we can only make do and give it a try. Although Lambert had changed his clothes, his tool belt was still around his waist. He pulled out a crowbar from it and began prying open the box containing the hydraulic device. Click. The box lid popped open, revealing a mechanism that was not too complicated to the two of them. Shao Ming squatted down and tried pulling the hydraulic lever. Not a trace of movement. We need to disable the hydraulic system first, Lambert explained from the side. It's the one pulling the rails. After speaking, Lambert signaled Shao Ming to step aside, then raised the crowbar and struck down. After several consecutive strikes, Shao Ming saw the hydraulic rod move slightly. Shao Ming crouched down again and tried to pull the hydraulic lever. This time, the track really moved a bit. Lambert quickly put the crowbar aside and pushed the hydraulic pipe together with Shao Ming. The air raid siren was still screaming, it seemed the two still had some time. A total of 4 such operations are needed, Lambert said as he turned the map, moving forward along the railway until a small station, then we can stop. Is the road behind all clear? Shao Ming asked. Lambert checked the map in his hand again, nodded, and said, yes, and then it's a single road all the way to the city of Le Touquet Paris Plage. Shao Ming shook his hand and said, then let's get started quickly. Lambert looked at the map once more and sighed, this is much simpler compared to the railway system in England. The two of them adjusted all the tracks and returned to the front of the train. Lambert started the train and headed towards the first switch. Although Shao Ming had stuffed a lot of stones under the rails to jam the hydraulic lever, Lambert's heart was in his throat. 50 meters, 30 meters, 10 meters, 5 meters. The train slowly slid past the first switch, without any trouble. Shao Ming looked at his watch and saw the time, it had been more than 4 hours since Ashi left. The air raid sirens were still sounding in the city, and no one knew how Ashi was doing at this moment. Charging into a city alone, although Ashi looked confident, Shao Ming still had his doubts. Both of them breathed a sigh of relief as the train safely passed the second crossing. Immediately after came the third, then the fourth. The train safely passed all the junctions and headed towards the road to Paris. We did it, Lambert's face showed uncontrollable joy, we moved the train out. I hope Asgier is alright. Shao Ming said. The train rounded a big bend and began to slowly climb upward. The fields of France appeared even more flat, the sunlight shining on the lush green grass, revealing a scene full of vitality. Lambert stopped the train in a field, and Shao Ming could see a small town not far away basking in the sunlight. It seems this is the convergence point Ash mentioned. This place is quite suitable for retirement, Lambert said as he opened the car door. The wind blew from the direction of the sea, passing over the treetops and mountain peaks. When humans reclaim the world, you can live wherever you want, Shao Ming said. After all, there probably won't be many people left by then. Shao Ming climbed onto the roof of the vehicle, holding onto the machine gun and looking toward the rear of the vehicle. That was the north, and the air raid siren was still sounding from that direction. Shao Ming prayed silently for a Siji, hoping nothing would happen to this kind-hearted soldier. Perhaps the prayer was effective, for before long, an off-road vehicle, already repainted with fresh blood, burst out from the forest. He's coming, he's coming. Shao Ming shouted to Lambert inside the car. The SUV screeched to a halt beside the train, and the two jumped off the train, seeing Ashy inside the car. Ashy pushed open the car door, he almost rolled out of the car. The two hurried forward, but unexpectedly, Ashy waved his hand, steadied himself on the car hood, and began to vomit. Shao Ming found that Ashy's military uniform was covered in muddy dirt, and his whole body emitted a foul stench. In some of the gaps, there were even quite a few indescribable objects. Damn it! Ashy cursed, straightening up. These things are tougher to deal with than I thought. Shao Ming wanted to step forward to check if Ashy was injured, but the stench emanating from him made it hard to get close. The smell was even more nauseating than that of a rotting corpse. I need to go back and take a shower. Ashy opened the trunk and pulled out a towel to wipe the dirt off himself. Those zombies have been following me all the way into the sewer, relentlessly chasing me. Ashy spoke to himself as he took the sniper rifle back from Shao Ming. You got it back, kid, Asjir said. Sorry about that, I originally wanted to let you play with it a few more days, but my gun ran out of bullets. It's fine. Shao Ming said, let's go, we'll go back to pick them up. Lambert pinched his nose and blurted out two words, Macho Man. The three of them drove back to the cabin, and Shao Ming really wished his nose had stopped working back in the underwater tunnel. Watching the three return safely, the two girls who had been waiting at the door for a long time finally breathed a sigh of relief. Feng Yusheng ran up to Shao Ming and hugged him tightly. Why did you take so long to come back? Shao Ming was completely stunned by the sudden hug. He quickly said, I'm fine, there was no danger where we were. Yamada Ryo saw Asuji return safely and quickly took him to wash up behind the house. Wajio says you'll be fine, Yamada Ryo said, you're so tough. Lambert stood alone by the car, he glanced at Gordon, and the dog turned its head and walked away. Chapter 71, The Coastal Railway. After Ashy finished rinsing, Shao Ming couldn't help but ask him, did you really go in there all by yourself? I'm not that amazing, and I wasn't driving an armored vehicle, Ashy said. I parked the car outside the city, entered the air raid shelter through the sewer, and started the generator. The generator is the emergency power supply connected to all the air raid sirens in the city, so I didn't need to activate each siren one by one. I was about to head back the way I came once I figured you guys were almost done, but unexpectedly, zombies rushed in. Shao Ming said, I thought you just charged straight in. Ashy said with a bitter smile, you think I'm Superman? If I had that ability, I would have already gone to Paris myself. That's still impressive, Shao Ming said, I don't have that kind of courage. The sewer, Shao Ming thought, how did he come up with this before? This is also a way to avoid the tide of corpses. With the intelligence of those mutants, they definitely wouldn't figure out how to open the manhole cover. In any case, Shao Ming felt like he had found a treasure. But he still kept a wary eye, with their level, if they really wanted to hijack the train, it would be a matter of minutes. Although one should not harbor ill intentions towards others, one must not be without the heart to guard against them. What Ash didn't say was that even in the very second before boarding the off-road vehicle, he was already pondering whether he could survive to find his daughter. Even when entering and exiting through the sewers, he faced many dangers, relying solely on years of special operations experience to turn peril into safety. Even if he had stayed just 2 minutes longer back then, he wouldn't be able to stand here and talk to Shao Ming now. Ash wiped his hands and said, all right kid, now it's your turn to finish your part. Pack up, Shao Ming said, if we're quick, we can reach near Paris before dark. The group stuffed all the useful items they could carry from Ash's room into the off-road vehicle and headed toward the train. It must be said, the supplies in Ash's home once again replenished the food reserves and daily necessities on the train. For example, several people can now sleep on the train covered with blankets. On the train, Lambert couldn't help but ask, what do you think are the chances of you finding your daughter in Paris? Asjir was silent for a moment, then said, the hope is slim, but I still want to go and see. The carriage fell silent, with only the sound of tires rubbing against gravel audible. I won't drag you all down with me, Asjir said. If there are too many zombies, I'll leave with you. Shao Ming looked at Asjir. He didn't know what the man was thinking at that moment. Maybe if there are too many mutants inside Paris, not going in could leave him with some hope, perhaps his daughter and other survivors are still alive somewhere. The group boarded the train and headed toward Paris. The driver's cabin was too cramped for 5 people and a dog, except for Lambert. Everyone else returned to the passenger compartment at the back of the car. Obviously, Lambert was very satisfied with the French railway, and Shao Ming felt that he had clearly increased the speed of the train. Liang Yamada was sitting next to Asjir, comforting him, while Feng Yusheng and Shao Ming were still packing up. Actually, I'm really fine, Asjir said. I just want to go and see if there is still hope. The army is really formidable, Yamada Ryo said. She had witnessed the combat power of a full human army, and it was at that time that Asugi rescued her. I know better than you. Asugi smiled bitterly again. Perhaps before Shao Ming and the others arrived, he had already given up hope. Paris is indefensible. With just our army's firepower, we might have to fight against millions of zombies. But you haven't given up hope, haven't you? Yamada Ryo said, otherwise, we would probably be on our way to Germany now. The train hadn't been running long before it followed the winding railway toward the seaside. The waves of the English Channel violently battered the cliffs, which had witnessed countless wars of all sizes and had never collapsed. Now it was their turn to witness humanity's final battle. Shao Ming looked out the window. The weather was nice today, and he could even see the island of England on the opposite shore. It's beautiful, isn't it, the sea? Feng Yusheng found a seat and sat down, gazing out the window. I used to really want to see the sea. That's how we inland kids are, Shao Ming said, sitting down opposite Feng Yusheng. Asked. Feng Yusheng lowered his voice, do you trust him? What aspect are you referring to? Shao Ming asked. I don't know if he will join us, or if he will betray us. So far, I think he is trustworthy, Shao Ming said. He doesn't seem to have any reason to betray us. If he wanted to, he would have acted when we were sleeping at his place. Shao Ming continued, he could actually enter Calais alone to activate the air raid alarm, then drive our train away. I don't think Lambert has that much determination, to swear loyalty to us under Asjir's gun. Gordon jumped onto the seat, squeezing in next to Feng Yusheng. Shao Ming glanced at the time. They could have lunch at the next track switch. The train didn't travel along the coast for long. After passing through a small town, a larger city appeared ahead of the train. Lambert slowed down the car. He saw the mutants pouring out of the city. The urban structure in northern France is centered around large cities, with various villages and towns of different sizes scattered in between, all just a few kilometers apart. This was the reason Asjir had not set out for Paris. Every town was filled with mutants, connected to form a tight blockade. Lambert slowed the car and drove straight toward the mutants. The modification of the vehicle's front once again played its role, turning the blocking mutants into pools of mangled flesh and blood. Ast stood up and picked up the gun placed on the table. Don't worry, Shao Ming waved his hand, they can't climb up at this speed, they can only be swept under the vehicle. Shao Ming found that the streets of France were vastly different from those in the UK. Setting aside architectural styles, the French streets were piled with barricades made of various trash and sandbags and barbed wire set up by the military. It seems that the French resisted longer than the British. No matter how well these obstacles are set up, once people have turned into mutants, they are nothing more than decorations. The train passed a platform and gradually headed deeper into the city. The mutants relentlessly pursued the train, but unfortunately, although Lambert slowed down, he was still not something they could catch on 2 legs. After crossing a large bridge, the group clearly felt that the number of mutants around them had decreased. It seems they have reached the outskirts of the city. This should be Braun, Asjir explained from the side, the first city along the railway departing from Calais. Chapter 72, Plange. The train pulled out of Braun, turned a big corner and then stopped under a viaduct. Lambert ran from the front of the car and met up with Shao Ming, who had just gotten out. Walkie-talkies, it occurred to Shao Ming, they really need these things. That's Le Touquet Paris plage up ahead. Lambert handed the tablet to Shao Ming, and, the tablet is dead, take it to the back seat and charge it. You're the local, you speak. Shao Ming said to Asj. Plange, Asj said thoughtfully, not a big city, not many people, but there is an airport that needs some attention. By the way, there is a different kind of beauty in the beach there. Ashi added. Lambert pointed to the map and said, I think I'll stop the train near the swamp at the inlet and then we'll get off and check the switch. No problem. Shao Ming nodded, let's go to the wagon and get some gear. Shao Ming and Asj pulled some weapons and ammo out of the trunk and returned to the cab with Lambert. The train restarted and went through 2 towns. This would undoubtedly alert a number of mutants, some chasing them for a while and then giving up, while others kept chasing the train to the outskirts of the city. These mutants, as if they had developed a sense of awareness, did not pursue the fast-moving train, and it seemed as if a group of mutants had their own territory to take care of. The train had no mirrors, and the three men in the front of the car didn't notice the situation. Lambert was opening the door to get out of the car when he saw from a distance dozens of mutants chasing out of the city behind the car. "There's a walker following us," Lambert said to the other two in the car as he hastily retracted. "Drive a little further?" Shao Ming asked. "No." Ast replied, "If I remember correctly, driving any further is close to plunge again, and then it's even more of a belly flop." The two towns before and after were about 3,000 meters apart, and the train was parked right in the middle of the two towns. Ast also opened the car door and observed the mutants, who were still a bit away. "It's hard to get rid of them without a gun." Ast said, "There's about 40 or 50 of these." Shao Ming pushed open the car door and said, "Then just use the gun to solve the problem. We've been parked here for a while, and the movement of the train isn't small. If there were any zombies in the vicinity they should have appeared a long time ago." He ran to the trunk and tapped it, and 3 heads stuck out of the windows. "Stay in the car," Sean said, "we have some paparazzi to deal with." Ast sets up his own sniper rifle and fires quickly, putting down a mutant. Through the scope, Shao Ming estimated that it was more than 200 meters away. Raising a gun and hitting a shot is easier than hitting a target. It seems like a real find, Shao Ming thought. With Asji, a sharpshooter from the Special Forces, the 4 dozen mutants all fell to the ground as corpses without even touching the train's butt. Phew. Shao Ming withdrew the last shell casing inside the shotgun and climbed up from the ground. "The shooting skills are really good, kid." Asj patted Shao Ming's shoulder and said, "Practice more, you have the potential to be a sniper." Hearing that Asj had such a high opinion of himself, the corners of Shao Ming's mouth couldn't help but rise. "Okay, time to get down to business," Asj said. "Let's go with you guys." Feng Yusheng stood by the car door and said, "Watch the train." Shao Ming replied, "We'll be back soon." The switchbacks were inside the city, and bringing a few more people might not be able to fight off a large number of mutants, and fewer people would make it easier to move stealthily. Furthermore, inside the train could be much safer than outside. The trio left the train to the north. The train station, though on the edge of the city, was on the east side of the city, and the train was now on the west side of the city. So the trio would have to move north first, making a loop from the woods outside the city to the train station on the east side. "It looks like you guys have been resisting for some days," Shao Ming said as he looked at the obstacles made up of various debris piled up on the road. "A little better than England, I guess." Asj, who was walking in front of him, nodded and said, "Our people mutated a little later, but they still didn't escape." Shao Ming sighed and said, "There's no way around it, even the best defense disintegrates from within." The distance was still a kilometer or 2 away, but the woods weren't too difficult to walk through, and a few people made their way through a graveyard to see the city in front of them. It's a standard European town, consisting of one neighborhood with sparse houses and quite a bit of green space spread throughout. Shao Ming lifted his scope and looked. Some silhouettes could still be seen in the windows of the houses on both sides of the street. "Walk forward again," Shao Ming said, "see where there are the fewest zombies." The trio continued to move east through the cover of the woods, and a sports complex appeared before the eyes of several people. Through a gap in the gymnasium, several people saw a school being built behind a street not far from the sports center, and behind the school was the train station with turnouts. Just to confirm, Shao Ming asked Asj at his side, "Your government also conducted a ceiling control, right?" "Of course." Asj nodded. Shao Ming then asked, "That means this gym and school are closed?" "Exactly." Asj said, "No one who was in that condition a week or 2 ago still goes to school or plays sports, right?" The trio followed the woods to the side of the sports center, which consisted of a large stadium, a swimming pool, and an indoor gymnasium. Shao Ming ducked behind the gymnasium and peeked out to see that the swimming pool was just ahead, and there was an open space in 2 buildings, that was the badminton court. "What's the situation?" Lambert asked. "It's no problem to go here," Shao Ming said, "it's just that the center court is rather empty and there's not much cover. So be light and fast," Asj said. Shao Ming nodded. The trio quickly slipped past the tennis courts and made their way safely to the street side under the cover of the swimming pool. The school was at the end of the street, but there were quite a few apartments spread out on both sides of the street. Going down the street would surely alert the mutants in the apartment. "There." Lambert pointed to an apartment across the street from the swimming pool, where a row of scaffolding was sitting next to the apartment. The scaffolding allows you to climb right up to the roof of the apartment, which is not a bad idea. The trio climbed to the roof, only to find a new problem. Unlike the rows of apartments in the UK, here there is a certain distance between the apartment buildings. Asj took 2 steps back, and with an assist jumped first onto the roof of the next apartment building. Shao Ming held onto the wall and looked down. The height of 6 or 7 stories was still frightening. Well, Shao Ming took a deep breath and leapt to the next roof. Oh shit. Seeing the other 2 jump over, Lambert's legs started shaking. I should have known to sign up for the long jump in college. Chapter 73, Penthouse Crisis. Lambert ran forward 2 steps, stomped up the half-human high fence, and jumped toward the other apartment. He flew up and reached out to grab the roof of the apartment next door. But he jumped slightly lower. Oh no! Lambert exclaimed involuntarily. Seeing that Lambert was about to fall, Shao Ming hastily made a flying leap to reach out and grab him. Lambert slid downward with Shao Ming, almost falling downstairs. Asj rushed to help as well, grabbing Shao Ming's body in a death grip and dragging him backward. Lambert's leg kicked the downstairs window, and a mutant voice came from inside. No, no, no. Lambert was already crying out, his whole body hanging 6 stories high and 2 other mutants charging towards his lower body. Shao Ming and Asji pushed together and finally dragged Lambert, who was about to pee his pants, up. Luckily Lambert's body is more proportionate, a fat man might have been the only way to die. The surrounding mutants were all startled, and Shao Ming turned his head to see the mutants across the street roaring at them from their rooms. We'd better get a move on. Shao Ming said as he dragged the paralyzed Lambert to his feet. Good. Good. Lambert shakily rose to his feet and kept pace with the duo. He had just taken 2 steps when his legs went weak again, and Shao Ming had to help Lambert along. Not much farther forward on the roof, the school had come into view for the trio. Already a number of mutants had rushed out of the apartment they were in and were running towards the trio downstairs. Shao Ming looked down. Dozens of mutants had rushed down to the apartment building, slamming against the apartment door. Shao Ming asked, what's going to happen now? The downstairs is full of zombies. I have rope on my back. Asj turned the back of his tactical undershirt to Shao Ming. It was a standard JPC 2.0 tactical undershirt with MAL system, and unlike Shao Ming's FCPC tactical undershirt that he had stripped from the SWAT team, the MAL system allowed for quite a few external attachments. And there was a bundle of speed ropes hanging from Asj's back. Shao Ming removed the speed rope and handed it over to Asj. Asj quickly opened the rope and tied it to a vent pipe off to the side. Immediately afterward, he tied the other end of the rope around Lambert. Listen lads, said Asj, you don't have hooks on you so I'm going to have to lower you down like this, and when you hit the ground alert quickly, the walkers won't be able to see the back of the room. Is this firm? Lambert asked, trembling. Of course. Asj said as he led Lambert to the edge of the roof. We'll catch you. Shao Ming squeezed Lambert's shoulder and said. With the help of a speed rope, Lambert was successfully put on the ground. Immediately after that, Shao Ming also landed safely. Lastly, there was Asj, who slid quickly down the ropes. It was the back street of the apartment complex, and the mutants were stacked up at the front entrance of the apartment. Let's go. The trio managed to sneak by the school by taking advantage of the parked cars on the street. The mutants were still piled under the apartment building, and all they heard was movement coming from that upper floor. Lambert had eased up quite a bit, his legs finally feeling less weak. The 3 tumbled into the school and made their way to the train station. There were no mutants in the train station, and the entrance to the station had been cordoned off by the police. Shao Ming stared at a police car with the door open and said to the remaining 2, you guys go change tracks, I'll see if there's a walkie-talkie inside the police car. Stay safe, boy. Asj said. Shao Ming patted the shotgun on his back, it will protect me if there is danger. The 3 of them split up, Shao Ming running towards the police car with his body pressed down. Unsurprisingly, the police car was out of guns and ammo, and fortunately, he still managed to find 2 spare radios from the passenger compartment. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave, he saw 2 mutants staggering out of the intersection. He lowered himself in a hurry. The 2 mutants looked a little familiar, one of the very same ones that had just surrounded the downstairs. The 2 mutants seemed to be wandering around and hadn't yet noticed Shao Ming inside the car. Shao Ming slowly removed the shotgun from his back and cradled it in his arms. He moved slowly out to the car and put his finger on the trigger. Just then, Asj and Lambert emerged from behind the train station. The 2 mutants suddenly had a target and ran wildly towards the duo. Asj raises his gun, only to see Shao Ming, hidden in the police car, waving his hand at him. Ash looked at the two charging mutants and, with a knowing glance, drew his dagger from his shoulder. The mutants rushed past the police car, and Shao Ming quickly slid out of the driver's seat, swinging the butt of his gun at the back of a mutant's head. Ash also quickly rushed out behind the wall, dagger pointed straight at the head of the other mutant. The mutant charged towards Ash, who bent down to directly avoid the lunging mutant and slashed across the mutant's abdomen. Immediately after that, Ash spun around and the dagger was firmly planted in the back of the mutant's head. On Shao Ming's side, he knocked over the mutant with the butt of his gun, hitting the mutant hard on the head one after another. The mutant covered its head with its hands and crawled forward. It angrily tried to turn around, but it was deadlocked against the ground by Shao Ming. Shao Ming didn't stop until the mutant that smashed into the ground no longer moved. The wooden stock was even cracked. "We're done." Ash drew his dagger and wiped the blood on the mutant's shirt. "Get back to the train." Wait, Lambert stepped out from behind the wall. "We're going back the way we came." Sean replied, "Unless you want to follow the railroad through the middle of town." The trio returned the same way. The mutants that had gathered under the apartment building had dispersed and were roaming the streets. Since there was no gathering, it was much easier. The three of them split up and silently took out all the mutants on the two roads they had to pass through. Actually, there were only 5 in total. Returning all the way back the way they came, the trio saw an unexpected scene. The train was surrounded by mutants. Chapter 74 Bites. What's going on here? The three hastily spread out and hid behind the trees so that they wouldn't be spotted by the mutants by the train. Shao Ming sweated in his mind, but it didn't look like the carriage had been breached. He raised his shotgun and looked into the car. There was no sign of the 2 girls in the car, nor did he see any mutants enter the car. It wasn't as if the gunfire by the train just now hadn't spooked more mutants, except that they didn't reach the vicinity of the train until after the trio had left. It looked like the mutants hadn't completely gone dormant, and they were still turning their bodies intentionally or unintentionally even though they were now motionless in place. "What do you think, boy?" Ash asked as he slowly moved over to Shao Ming's side. "Haven't seen them," said Shao Ming. "It doesn't look like they're in the car." Ash said, "We'll have to take care of the train first. The number is quite large." Shao Ming resumed observing the situation beside the train. "There are probably more than 100, and a direct fight will definitely not work." Ash agreed. There was no way the three could engage the mutants head-on in this terrain even if they had guns. Once the mutant enters the woods, the hit rate will drop directly and exponentially. Even Ash, who had been trained in special warfare, had no guarantee that he would be able to take out the 100 or so mutants. It's not so sick to have a high-quality single soldier. What about using grenades? Off to the side, Lambert stared at the 2 grenades at Ash's waist. "It's too inefficient to use directly." Ash said with a shake of his head. "Besides, they're too close to the train. I don't know if the fragments would harm the train if I used a grenade directly." "What do you think?" Shao Ming asked. "Definitely need to draw them away," Ash replied. "I'll go, you guys go find out where the 2 girls are." "You're going alone?" Shao Ming asked incredulously. "There are no sewers for you to drill here. It's easier to dodge alone." Ash said, "I still say that running is not as fast as a bullet." There was nothing else to do at the moment, so Shao Ming could only say to Ash, "Come back in one piece." When Ash left, Lambert moved to Shao Ming's side. He's not going to look at the sheer number of walkers and run off on his own. Shao Ming glanced at Lambert and said, "You're getting PTSD from that pilot, aren't you? Don't worry, he still needs us right now. Besides, would you be willing to go distract the walkers?" Lambert shook his head. After saying that, the 2 of them touched the other side together. It wasn't long before a shot rang out from the woods and a mutant by the train fell to the ground in response. The mutants were immediately startled and rushed towards the forest. Once most of the mutants were gone, Shao Ming and Lambert ran toward the train. "Go get ready to start the train." Shao Ming tossed out a walkie-talkie to Lambert, pushed the biggest button. "I've got the channel dialed in on the way." Lambert nodded and climbed into the cab. Shao Ming hurried to the passenger compartment and pulled open the door. It was really empty, even Gordon was gone. Just as Shao Ming was about to leave the train, the 2 girls ran out of a swamp with Gordon in tow. Seeing Feng Yuxing safe and sound, Shao Ming was finally relieved. Feng Yuxing jumped headfirst into Shao Ming's arms and said with a sobbing voice, "As soon as you guys left, there were zombies running from the city, and we only had to hide in the swamp over there." Shao Ming gently patted Feng Yuxing's back and said, "It's fine, it's fine." The 2 men and the dog were dripping wet, so they must have been hiding in the swamp. "You guys are really lucky." Shao Ming cleaned the stains on Feng Yuxing's body. "Why don't you run towards the woods? What if you get stuck in the swamp?" No, no, Feng Yusheng hurriedly explained, the swamp over there is not continuous, we went around the edge to the sea, but there were quite a few zombies trapped in it. Shao Ming looked at the swamp, which was actually more like a small lake here and there, and it was easy for a person to tell the real swamp. And if you're standing on the other side of the swamp, the mutants that will just charge along in a straight line can't tell where it's safe and where it's dangerous. So smart, Shao Ming hugged Feng Yusheng tightly, it's good that it's okay. Rai Yamada looked around and asked, where's Ash? How come the nest hasn't seen him? Another gunshot from the woods answered that question for Shao Ming. Several people ran to the window and saw a figure in the woods. Ash was limping towards the train, while a number of other mutants were running through the woods behind him. Cover him! Shao Ming shouted as he set his shotgun on the window. Shao Ming had no way to shoot, the tree trunks blocked his vision and the bullets. Ash finally ran out of the woods and Shao Ming grabbed his shotgun and jumped off the train towards Ash. Yamada Ryu and Feng Yusheng also rushed over and supported Ash. Shao Ming aimed at the first mutant that rushed out of the forest and pulled the trigger, directly blasting it into two. The three men cover SG as he boards the train, and Shao Ming rushes over the intercom to inform Lambert to drive. The train gradually accelerated, leaving the mutants behind. Shao Ming came to Ashji's side, but saw a bloody wound on his leg. Those are bite marks. Seeing Shao Ming walking towards him, Feng Yusheng raised her head to look at him with complicated eyes. How? Shao Ming asked. I need to admit something. Said Ash, some guys do run pretty fast. Shao Ming already had a firm grip on the gun handle, ready to put his finger on the trigger. I can understand, said Ash, seeing his nervousness, kid, if I mutate, put a bullet in my head. As Yamada Ryu sobbed aside, Shao Ming took a deep breath and crouched down. The wound on Ash's leg wasn't too deep, but it had turned out the flesh. Shao Ming recalled in his mind all the zombie movies and TV shows he had watched, and almost all of them were clean bites with no chance of survival. Didn't I tell you to come back in one piece, said Shao Ming. Ash smiled, looks like the mission failed a bit. Lambert, Sean pressed the intercom, pull over. I'm not giving up on you. Shao Ming said, we don't know if this virus will mutate after being bitten. But to be on the safe side, I'm going to lock you up. I can understand that, boy. Ash nodded. Several people bandaged Ash's wounds and shut him into the empty cab at the front of the car. Lambert closed the car door and said to Shao Ming, we should have gone with him to distract the walkers in the first place. Shao Ming shook his head, at that time, if two people went there, it was possible that two people would be locked up inside. Chapter 75 Paris Cemetery. The door to the cab was heaved shut, and there was enough food and water and medicine for 7 days for Ash inside. Are we still headed for Paris? Lambert asked. Shao Ming replied firmly, go, of course. But he's in this state. Lambert lowered his voice to Shao Ming's ear and said, not to mention whether he can hold out until Paris, even if he goes, what are the chances that his daughter will be alive? He saved us. Shao Ming replied instantly, and just for 2 days, more than once, he saved us. I know, Lambert hastened to explain, I mean, he's okay for now, but if he changes. Someone always needs to make a sacrifice. Shao Ming shouted, one day this will happen again, you will die, I will die, we all might die. It's not the same world as it used to be, he went on, and now that Ashy's been bitten, it's my turn to go next, and if he's really changed, then I'll put a bullet in his head. Shao Ming paused for a moment and then said, this is not the first time I have done this kind of thing. If it happens to me, I likewise hope that you can put a bullet in my head. But right now, he hasn't mutated, he's still a human. Lambert looked at the college student in front of him, who was still a few years younger than himself. I'll drive. Lambert said. The train started up again and headed for Amiens. Inside the wagon the trio had built a makeshift stove out of various miscellaneous items and alcohol stoves, there was a packet of alcohol blocks left over, so at least there would be a hot meal for a while these days. It's just a shame I didn't find a dining car or sleeping car in the parking lot that day, or I would have saved myself the trouble of remodeling. It was business as usual as the train sped by, the mutants in hot pursuit, and again, the train threw them off. But slowly, several people in the car realized that something was wrong. The train passed through several towns, with fewer and fewer mutants chasing them. It wasn't so much that the mutants had become more intelligent, but that there were fewer of them in the town. The intercom lit up and Lambert's voice came out of it, Amiens is arriving. Do we need to change tracks? Shao Ming asked as he picked up the intercom. Lambert hesitated a bit, needed is needed, just doesn't look like cover is needed. What do you mean? Shao Ming asked. There aren't any walkers here at all. The train reduced its speed and pulled into the city of Amiens. Outside the windows of the car appeared houses of all shapes and sizes, barricades made of debris, abandoned vehicles. A scene of doom. The only thing that wasn't there were any mutants. Shao Ming picked up the intercom and said, "Stop the car." The train stopped and Shao Ming opened the door and jumped off. Gordon followed suit and dug out, scattering through the empty streets. Yamada Ryu and Feng Yuxian got out of the car, and the streets here were just terribly quiet. Aside from the bird on the pole, Shao Ming didn't see anything alive besides them. But he always found it a bit strange, the doors and windows of the homes were all in good condition, it was hard for a mutant to leave a home through a wall. Or is it that people actually mutate after they leave home? As Shao Ming walked past the front of the car, he heard the door being knocked on by Asch, who was shut inside. Where to? Asch asked. Amiens. Shao Ming replied. Amiens. Asch thought, is close enough to Paris, more than 100 kilometers away. The lower the number of mutants outside of Paris means the higher the number of mutants inside of Paris. What's more, there wasn't a single mutant in the huge Amiens, so you could imagine how bad things were in the city of Paris. No need to go any further. Asch said suddenly. Shao Ming stepped on the pedal, and Asch's face in the cab looked relatively normal. It was a bit of a struggle to communicate through the door, and Shao Ming pulled it open. You're not going. Asch was slowly sitting against the wall on the floor of the cab, looking at his injured leg. It's okay. Asch's eyes dimmed, I wasn't holding out much hope. Shao Ming put his hand on Asch's shoulder and didn't know what to say. Thank you for being able to take the long way around to show me. Asch said, this is enough to get here, any farther and you might run into a wave of corpses. Then your daughter. Maybe she and the troops evacuated, Asch said, besides, I can only be shot if I go back to the line in this condition. As he spoke, several others gathered around. Shao Ming said, think carefully, if you leave this time, we will never come back. Asch closed his eyes, perhaps a few days before he had accepted the fact that he would never see his daughter again. We can go further on, said Feng Yuxian, who had stepped aside, and see what Paris is all about. At this moment the man's heart is incomparably entangled, that is their own flesh and blood, do not want to go looking for sure is false. But now there are injuries on the legs, they do not know if they can live, the hope of finding their daughter is even more remote. If he would really turn into a mutant himself, there was no need to bring the few remaining people along to die. Besides, if there were really 1 million zombies in Paris, it would be hard for a train to rush into the city. Not going. Asch shook his head, even the zombies from Amiens are pouring over to Paris. I had thought the situation would be a little better, even if it was only the zombies in the city of Paris the remaining army could handle it, but this is just too much. Shao Ming patted Asch on the shoulder and said, then we really need to head back. Well, Asch nodded, tears streaming from the hardened man's eyes. Shao Ming jumped off the train and several people looked at him. Come on, let's go find out if there's anything we can use. Several of the men dispersed towards the stores along the street, only Rai Yamada boarded the train and made his way to Asch's side. Are we really leaving like this? Feng Yuxian asked as she walked into a convenience store with Shao Ming. He made his decision and we honored our commitment. Shao Ming shrugged and said, to put it mildly, isn't it good for us that he's coming with us without going to Paris? Feng Yuxian asked, then the injury on his leg. At least nothing has gone wrong yet. Shao Ming turned back to Rai Yamada, who was sitting next to Asch comfortingly, observe and watch, just so we can figure out if the bite will cause a mutation or not. Okay. Feng Yuxian nodded. The convenience store was ransacked long ago, and even the warehouse wasn't spared. But the good thing was that there was an entire city of Amiens available for a few people to search for supplies. Chapter 76, Anti-Aircraft Guns. After having dinner, several people decided to stay within the city of Amiens for a little while longer, until tomorrow. But to be on the safe side, they took the train and retreated to the outskirts of the city. After all, one never knows if the mutants flocking to Paris will come home in the middle of the night. Although the seats in the passenger compartment were cramped, there was always a place that was more comfortable than the floor to lie on, and with the fact that Asch had also brought a couple of quilts out from home, Shao Ming had a really good night's sleep. Early the next morning, the four of them drove toward the city center. A number of barricades had been erected in the city, and several times the buggy had to squeeze through alleys before it could proceed. It's a good thing the mutants are still gathered in Paris, the city is as quiet as it was yesterday. Food, water, most of all water, Shao Ming said, and some tools, ammunition, anything you think would be useful anyway, all of it back on the truck. As he said it, he felt like laughing out loud. This was a once-in-a-lifetime opportunity, a whole city empty and waiting for a few people to scavenge. The French troops fighting inside the city were afraid they didn't expect their hold to have this kind of effect. The SUV stopped at a fork in the road and several people got out and split up. "Remember, come back to the car here at noon, we don't know when the tide of corpses will return, so be careful, as soon as possible." Shao Ming said to the crowd, "We'll leave France this afternoon." Shao Ming didn't want to stay on this unplanned route for too long, they were heading in the opposite direction of home. Lambert searched the town for a tool store, the cutter tines brought out of the fire station were worn out and the welding torch was out of fuel. Tools of all kinds were essential to continue their train journey. Feng Yusheng and Yamada Rai went together to search for food and water, as well as some books in the bookstore about agriculture and machinery. The knowledge in their heads was clearly not enough to cope with the increasingly harsh environment, and the maintenance and repair of the trains and automobiles also required specialized knowledge and books. There were a number of auto repair and appliance repair stores just on either side of the fork in the road where the SUV was parked, and there was also a large bookstore and garden center just down the road, which is why several people decided to park at this intersection. As for Shao Ming, he focused on going to search for weapons. Citizens are allowed to own shotguns within France, so .22 caliber bullets should still be relatively easy to find. What's more, along the way in the past few days one can find that the French government has set up barricades in major cities, and it's not impossible to find some of the army's weaponry. Shao Ming wandered around a few blocks centered around the SUV when a zoo came into view. It was obviously not the time to be strolling through the zoo, but he could still see through the fence into the park. Shao Ming raised the shotgun in his hand so that he wouldn't have a mutated animal suddenly come out of nowhere. He looked in through the fence, and all that was left in one of the parks closest to the fence was a field of bones. It looks like the animals have become a meal for the mutants. Shao Ming looked further into the zoo, the whole zoo was also dead, even if there were any animals separated by cages, they had already starved to death inside. Leaving the zoo, Shao Ming continued to walk towards the city center. There were just so many auto repair stores in the area that you could see another one every few steps, except that now that he had Lambert, Shao Ming didn't have to go in and search for anything. It's such a different experience to walk down an empty street alone. Shao Ming rolled over a line of blocked cars and a green field appeared on the other side of the road. Or more appropriately, redlands. The streets on both sides of the green were covered in splotches of blood, and even after all these days, the rain hadn't completely washed away the blood from the ground. Shell casings and firearms littered the ground near a defensive wall of sandbags, and 4 or 5 trucks and armored vehicles were surrounded by a tent set up in the middle with an army green tarp. A corner of the tent had collapsed and it looked like 2 or 3 vehicles had been driven away. Obviously, this is an outpost belonging to the military. Shao Ming felt his heart beating faster, this was like hitting the jackpot. For insurance purposes, he went ahead and raised the gun in his hand. The tent was empty underneath, except for some empty ammo boxes and some portable tables, chairs and benches that had fallen to the ground. The rear doors of the armored car stood open, and they were equally empty inside. Shao Ming put down his shotgun, it seems that the city of Amiens is indeed empty of corpses. He picked up a farmer's rifle on the ground, the magazine was empty and there were no bullets in it. Several guns were picked up from the ground in succession, all of which were already in a state of being empty. Shao Ming's mood at the moment was like winning the lottery but telling you that you won a pile of air. He threw the 416 Hong Kong dollars rifle he had just picked up to the ground and started searching for the ammo box again. Bullet boxes, grenade boxes, shell boxes, all the boxes were empty. It looks like the French took all the available weapons and ammunition with them when they retreated. It can't be that clean, Shao Ming said, getting into the crew compartment of a VBIC armored vehicle. Again, there were no useful weapons to be seen in the car, but Shao Ming picked up a map from one of the seats. The map is labeled and drawn in French with several red circles that look like several survivor gatherings, one of which is Amiens. It looks like this map is a bit outdated, Shao Ming thought as he continued to look down the list of remaining gathering places, including Paris, Lyon and Bordeaux. Paris was not to be counted on, perhaps further south in Lyon and Bordeaux there might be survivors. Shao Ming put down the map, France wasn't his end point, but there was a good chance that Asht's daughter was in one of these gatherings of survivors. If she's lucky enough. Shao Ming wasn't going to tell Asji the news, perhaps no hope was the best hope for the man at the moment. Not to mention that he had a personal agenda, would Asht still feel comfortable going across Asia and Europe with them if he knew his daughter might survive? The keys to the armored car aren't here either, and now this is a pile of scrap metal. Shao Ming drilled his way out of the VBIC, bypassing the line of vehicles that formed the defense line, and made his way to the center of the green space. Here was a surprise he hadn't expected at all, a surprise he hadn't noticed first due to the obstruction of the vehicle. That's an anti-aircraft gun. A Swedish-made Olicon GDF 35mm anti-aircraft gun, to be precise. Apparently the fixed weapon was not in time to be towed away by the French. Similarly, the 35mm shells, which could only be used by this anti-aircraft gun, were all left intact. Shao Ming was on the verge of jumping up and down with excitement. It seemed that this was indeed a grand prize. At noon, Shao Ming waited by the SUV with 2 boxes of 35mm shells. Lambert came toward the SUV with a backpack full of stuff and carrying 2 gas canisters. "Look what I found." Lambert held up the gas canister in his hand and said, "It's gas welding." When he saw that Shao Ming was sitting beside the SUV with a smile on his face and 2 hands, he asked, "Did you find nothing?" Shao Ming laughed, "Big discovery, you'll find out later." Chapter 77 Returned to Calais. Food and water were replenished, but there was no place to put the anti-aircraft guns that the buggy had hauled back. The carriage of the delivery vehicle is capped by a bracket, which prevents the anti-aircraft guns from being placed directly on the rear of the vehicle, which would directly block access to and from the buggy. There was now no way for the buggy to get back on the wagon, let alone with the anti-aircraft guns in the way. "We can attach another flat car to the front of the train." Lambert crossed his arms as he looked at the train and said, "One way we can put the anti-aircraft guns on it, and the other way we can protect the front end." Shao Ming looked at the front of the car. The flatbed truck body is low, but there is no need to consider the protruding iron plate blocking the connection. "Let's go look for it then," said Shao Ming. "There's always a freight train in such a big Amiens while there are no zombies." The 2 men retook the SUV and headed for the train station within the city of Amiens, guided by the map. "After passing 2 stations in succession, I finally found a train with a flat car." A few people worked half a day to pull a flatbed wagon, but a new problem arose. The flatbed wagons were simply not high enough for the anti-aircraft guns to be transported directly, and again, several people had to move the train and the anti-aircraft guns together to a freight depot. Borrowing the platform, which was about as high as the flatbed, they finally hauled the anti-aircraft guns onto the flatbed wagon with the help of the buggy. Problem after problem, the anti-aircraft gun fully deployed across the carriage would result in severe overwidth on the left and right sides. Shao Ming circled around the anti-aircraft gun and said, "I think we need to put Ash out." "Put him out?" Lambert asked. "He's in this state." Shao Ming pointed at the anti-aircraft gun and said, "So you can figure this thing out. His sister's fine." Raya Yamada hastily chimed in, "Ash will be fine." Lambert looked at the 2 men and said nothing more. "What the hell, kid?" Ash stepped out of the cab, assisted by Raya Yamada and Shao Ming. "Woohoo," he said, catching a glimpse of the anti-aircraft gun sitting on the flatbed truck. "That's some good stuff. Where did you find it?" "Your outpost," Shao Ming replied. "They took all the weapons but this. This won't be easy to take away, 6 or 7 tons of heavy artillery," Ash said as he limped toward the anti-aircraft gun, which can be unloaded from the large crates on either side. He pointed to the 2 boxes again and said, "This contains the automatic ammunition feeder and fire control system. There's no need to bring either, just remove them all. After all, for us right now, having a scope is all we need." "Don't you want the automatic ammunition feeder?" Shao Ming asked in a hurry. Ash looked at the ammo stacked aside and shook his head. "With just this much ammo, there's no use for an automatic ammo supply system. Besides, all that was removed was the additional secondary ammo box for quick switching of ammo." Ash asked again, "Is this the state you were in when you hauled the gun all the way back?" "Yeah," Shao Ming nodded. "I can see 2 wheels going down anyway." "Awesome!" Ash exclaimed, turning back to continue working on the anti-aircraft guns. "I've never used this model either though. It's not our unit's responsibility." Shao Ming saw Lambert standing behind Ash, the gun in his hand already slightly raised. "Relax." Shao Ming rushed to Lambert's side, pressed the gun down in his hand, and whispered, "Do you see that his spirit now looks like it's going to mutate?" Ashy turned back to the table and asked, "Screwdriver, do you have a screwdriver?" Shao Ming hurriedly let go of Lambert's gun, slapped him on the shoulder, and said, "Screwdriver, go get the screwdriver." Lambert glanced at Shao Ming and nodded. Ash took the tool belt Lambert handed him, and after a bit of tinkering, finally got all the extra wide sections off. The anti-aircraft gun was now down to the main body of the gun, which was wide enough to fit perfectly on the flatbed truck. With the help of Lambert's new welding gun, the anti-aircraft gun was secured to the very front of the flatbed truck. Shao Ming patted the 35mm caliber gun barrel, and another happy smile unconsciously appeared on his face. It would be nice if it could be changed to be remotely controllable. Shao Ming said, it's still a bit of a pain in the ass right now. It would be best to secure the braces again. Ashe said, I don't know if the train is strong enough to carry the vibrations from firing the gun. A few more men found a few pieces of iron and weights in the construction site across from the warehouse and secured the anti-aircraft guns under Lambert's welding. Good. Lambert removed his protective mask and asked, anything else you want to add? We still have time before the walkers go home. I have a suggestion. Feng Yusheng suddenly spoke up, since the flatbed truck is still half empty, and I saw that there are still some extra pieces of iron in the construction site across the street, why don't we make a nursery? A nursery, Shao Ming thought of the sprouting potatoes, and farming on the train didn't seem impossible. Is it feasible? Shao Ming asked, train this environment. Feng Yusheng replied, I think it is almost the same as planting on the ground. The nests brought back a lot of seeds. Rai Yamada said, we can try. I agree. Lambert raised his hand. When all was said and done, a couple of the men made another run and built a nursery out of pieces of iron on a flatbed truck askew. After dinner, the modifications to the flatbed were finally completed. Now, in addition to the original front end, the passenger compartment and a carriage for transporting the vehicles, additional flatbed wagons with an anti-aircraft gun and a small field were added in front of the front end. Ashe finished helping and went back into the cab of his own accord to shut it down, but in his mind Shao Ming thought the likelihood that he was going to mutate was slim to none. After all, it had been a day and a night, and Ashe's spirits were still much better, and the wound showed no signs of infection, not to mention fever, delirium, and other symptoms. And he still had a good appetite, so the crowd just had to take him quite a few more canned goods. But just to be on the safe side, he barricaded himself in the cab. Gordon seemed to be interested in the newly constructed nursery as he ran over to the seeds Feng Yusheng and Yamada Raya had just planted and crossed his legs. Hey! Feng Yusheng hurriedly stopped Gordon, this is not your restroom. Several people laughed, and Shao Ming said with a smile, what's the point, just consider it organic fertilizer. After a night's sleep, in addition to Lambert and Ashe, Shao Ming took the two girls into town to gather another wave of supplies. Inside the Amiens terminus, Lambert turned the train around with the aid of the tracks and headed back the way he came. The dense buildings outside the window gradually disappeared and were replaced by a small area of houses that were not connected. Having already traveled once on the way here, Lambert increased the speed on the return trip, and before noon the train was back near the entrance to the undersea tunnel. A little farther on was Calais. The train finally started up again toward home. Chapter 78, Revisit to the Parking Lot. The train was rushing down the track, and the duo of Shao Ming and Lambert were standing in the cab. We can't go back the way we came. Lambert said, Ashe had the air raid siren on just 2 days ago, and there must be a lot of walkers in Calais. Then how should we go? Shao Ming asked. Looking at the map, Lambert said as he picked up his tablet, we should divert at the parking lot, bypass Calais and Dunkirk and head straight for Lille. Where Lille was Shao Ming wasn't too sure, but Calais and Dunkirk he knew. There was no way to change tracks within Calais, so the only way to get around was to go inland at the parking lot, away from these two seaside cities. That's Belgium up ahead. Lambert put down his tablet and said, from Lille you can go straight into Brussels. Wait, Shao Ming remembered something and reached for his tablet, shrinking the map a bit, Lille, Brussels. He zoomed in on the map and confirmed the route. From the Lille line to Brussels, there are few forested meadows visible on the map, all covered by neighborhoods of houses. Shao Ming said, I don't think it's a good idea to go this way is basically a densely populated urban area, and the road network is also more complicated. Afraid that it is difficult to pass. That's a problem. Lambert took his tablet back and continued to study the map, but if we don't cross the border at Lille, we'll have to head south another 100 kilometers to get out of France. Just go around. Shao Ming said, it's better than diving headfirst into a sea of zombies. At your service, Commander. Lambert nodded, but we need to see what's going on inside the staging yard before we take the train in. I'll just walk straight there. Shao Ming sighed and said, it's too troublesome to go down to the buggy and then up to the carriage. Besides, there's not much gas left. The train stopped at the Payan station, the very place where they'd picked up Ashe the other day. Shao Ming returned to the passenger compartment, he wanted to take his shotgun, but after looking at Ashe's FR-F2, he decided to take the sniper rifle with him. Ashe, Shao Ming knocked on the driver's door, can I use your sniper rifle? Be nice to it, boy. Ashe shouted. Shao Ming carried his sniper rifle toward the front of the car, and Lambert peeled himself against the driver's door and asked, do you need me to come with you? I'll take a look at the situation and come back. Shao Ming raised his walkie-talkie and waved it around, saying, "Keep in touch. Stay safe." Feng Yusheng shouted behind him. "Got it," Shao Ming said as he walked towards the woods between the trees. Gordon, who had not been able to come out to have fun, obediently sat next to Feng Yusheng and watched Shao Ming leave with her. It wasn't a very nice day, and even though it was 10 a.m., it still looked dim among the trees. Shao Ming gripped the sniper rifle in his hand tightly, and the air in the forest seemed to be mixed with the scent of blood. If it weren't for the sound of birds chirping, he'd think he'd come to some empty parallel world. Except that the world is not far from empty. Deep into the dense forest, the sniper rifle is no longer of much use. Shao Ming put the F2 behind his back and touched the pistol on his waist. The P320 didn't have many rounds of ammunition left, most of which had been consumed in the underwater tunnels. But considering that the other guns in their hands were either shotguns or shotguns, all of which were still loaded with an unimpressive amount of ammo, Shao Ming decided to keep the illegal pistol that he had borrowed from his neighbor with him. There's also 1.5 mags left in a full count. Shao Ming was walking forward when he heard a commotion from not far away. He hastily leaned over to a tree, put his arm against the trunk and aimed his pistol in the direction from which the sound had come. It sounded as if something was running through the forest, trampling a number of dead branches and leaves scattered on the ground along the way. Shao Ming took 2 deep breaths and looked nervously into the woods. Since the woods were now quiet, the sound, though not loud, reached his ears. Suddenly, a dark shadow flashed through the forest. It was a deer. Shao Ming breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily it wasn't one of those agile zombies that would jump all over the place. The deer seemed to have noticed Shao Ming, and it raised its head to stare at him warily. Although Shao Ming had the urge to put a bullet in the deer's head, he controlled his fingers. After all, the trip was only for scouting, and to hunt you could take the buggy to a more suitable place. A patch of woods between several cities. Obviously not a good fit. The deer looked at Shao Ming for a while, and when he saw that the man didn't move, he ignored him and kept his head down and ate the grass. Shao Ming was about to move on when a running sound came again from further down the deer. This time Shao Ming could be sure it wasn't some critter, for he heard the hissing of the mutant. It sounded like the movement of the deer running through the woods had spooked the mutant and sent it after it. Immediately afterward, the deer was startled and immediately raised its head and ran away. Shao Ming saw a mutant darting after him. It was extremely fast, its figure constantly weaving through the forest. It is frightening to think that a man with a human physique could be on par with a deer in the woods. However, Shao Ming sensed that this mutant was different from the agile mutants that he had encountered twice before. This mutant did not use too many means such as flying pounce and sneak attack. Instead, it looked like it was relying purely on its endurance and speed to hunt. There were several times that the mutant had rushed to not far behind the deer, although there were trees blocking the view, but Shao Ming could be sure that the mutant also just continued to chase, not a pounce forward to press the deer to death. We can't say that the mutant was showing kindness to the deer. Is it possible that a new variant has been encountered? Luckily, the deer had completely attracted the attention of the mutants, and when they ran out some distance, Shao Ming seized the opportunity to continue towards the parking lot. The two ran off in the exact same direction that led to the back slopes of the parking lot, which forced Shao Ming to continue on down the hill. He walked through the woods and a small station came into view. Shao Ming remembers this station, the first one outside the parking lot. Using the cover of the station, he set up his sniper rifle and looked in the direction of the parking lot. It was not possible to see inside the parking lot from here due to the obstruction of the warehouse, so he had to continue along the highway to a location closer to the parking lot. But before he could take a few steps, just coming to the turntable near the parking lot, Shao Ming saw an extremely horrifying scene. About a couple hundred mutants were hibernating at the parking lot, and there were mutants everywhere, between the tracks, in the carriages, in the houses. Luckily, they hadn't discovered Shao Ming yet, and he hurriedly lowered his footsteps and slowly backed away. It looked like the mutants who had been drawn away from Ashe in the first place had returned. Chapter 79, Developing a Plan. Shao Ming returned to the train along the same path, and fortunately this time there was no noise coming from the woods. He still preferred the quiet of the woods. Seeing Shao Ming drilling out of the woods, the few people beside the train were relieved. "How is the situation?" Feng Yusheng asked. "Not good, not good." Shao Ming shook his head. "The walkers have all gone back, the parking lot is full of them." He paused, then continued, "And I found a mutant in the woods that runs fast and seems to have good endurance." "You had your walkie-talkie with you," Lambert reminded, pointing to the walkie-talkie on Shao Ming's tactical undershirt. "You could have told us sooner next time." Shao Ming slapped his head. "Sorry. Just now, he was so preoccupied in his own mind that he went to see what was going on in the parking lot, that he didn't warn the others about something as important as the presence of a mutant in the woods. Then what do we do? Feng Yusheng asked, is this parking lot mandatory? Lambert nodded and looked aside to Shao Ming. We need to have a little meeting. Shao Ming said, opening the driver's door. Shao Ming briefly recounted the situation to Ash, and an anxious expression appeared on the latter's face. Ashi shook his head and said, with the ammo we currently have on hand, it's not enough to support the consumption of the anti-aircraft guns for 30 seconds. Besides, we removed the sub-boxes for the fire control system and the automatic ammunition feeder, and it would take manual loading to reload into the box. On the sidelines, Lambert raised his hand and asked, so why were we tearing it down then? You can't get on the train without disassembling and loading. Shao Ming glanced at him, you loaded it yourself, you don't know. Lambert asked again, so can we reactivate the air defense sirens again to draw them away? Just like last time. No way, Ash immediately vetoed Lambert's idea, that was supposed to be a diesel generator for emergencies, think of how many times it could be used for air raid sirens for the whole city. What about using an off-road vehicle? Feng Yusheng asked, buggies can attract quite a few zombies, right? It shouldn't be too wide, said Raya Yamada, the parking lot drop is bordered by the ocean to the west, the city seems to be to the east and north, and this is to the south. Shao Ming realized that he could still understand quite a bit of Yamada Ryu's Japanese English after 2 days of listening to it. So there's only one thing we can do now? Shao Ming asked. Several people fell into silence, and this one way naturally referred to breaking in the hard way. It's actually not impossible. Lambert was the first to break the silence. Last time, Shao Ming and I had already broken the hydraulic control system of the railroad tracks, so we should be able to complete the track change very quickly this time. Grinding back and forth with a train? Feng Yusheng asked. That would be too slow. Shao Ming said, we need to finish before the zombies in the city are attracted by the sound of cars and gunfire. It's the sound of artillery. Asji spoke up from the sidelines, help me out of the car, I need to check what kind of shells you all brought back. Several people helped SG out as he limped towards the anti-aircraft gun at the front of the vehicle. A few more people helped SG climb onto the flatbed truck and he smiled, I didn't realize I could enjoy being 80 at 40. 40 years old. Shao Ming looked at Asj's body and face, they say that Europeans and Americans show their age, he looked how he was at most in his early 30s. The twin-mounted anti-aircraft gun also had a good deal of ammunition in the magazines on either side of the barrels, and SG visually estimated that it could add up to about 100 rounds. He looked again at the 2 ammo boxes sitting off to the side, in fact, one ammo box was only 50 rounds for a 35mm caliber anti-aircraft gun. Nothing else? Asj asked. You're already struggling to haul this guy back in your SUV, Shao Ming said as he stood under the flatbed truck and looked up, plus you have to bring other supplies. You could have done with an extra run, kid. Asj said, but it should be enough. He took his place as the main gunner of the anti-aircraft gun and stretched his head towards the ammo box. Hybrid chains said Asj, I don't know if this stuff hurts when it hits people, most rounds aren't designed to deal with flesh and blood designed. Isn't that better? Shao Ming asked. Not really, Asj explained, as far as I know, the armor-piercing rounds from these anti-aircraft guns may go right through the body without exploding, and the proximity fuses may not work. He continued, besides, there's another problem, the chains of bullets in these anti-aircraft guns have specialized ballasts, right? I swear to God, Shao Ming said in a huff, I definitely didn't see any bomb depressors. You probably just don't recognize it, kid. Asj said, I'm not sure exactly, there are specialties in the arts and even more so in the military. Wait. Lambert said in a huff, so you know how to use this cannon? Asj began to turn the cannon, answering Lambert in kind. I'm still trained. Alright, so we've decided to go in hard. Shao Ming said to the crowd, we'll take the train outside the staging yard first, then Asji and Yusheng will work together to maneuver the anti-aircraft guns to clear the surrounding railroad tracks of walkers. Me? Feng Yusheng asked, pointing at himself. Shao Ming continued, Ryo Yamada and Lambert drove together, and Lambert went down to change tracks. Good arrangement. Lambert said hastily, but he immediately put away his smile again and asked, and you? I'll take the buggy to clear the walkers directly in front of the car, Shao Ming said, the anti-aircraft guns can't directly bombard the track we're going over. Asj rubbed his chin, sounds barely feasible. Then I need to go up the hill again. Lambert said, I can't tell from the map exactly which tracks we need. I'll go with you. Shao Ming said, just in time to observe the terrain of the field again. Come on miss, Ash said to Feng Yusheng as he put his injured leg into the seat, your husband has given us a mission. When Feng Yusheng heard this, her face immediately went red to the root of her neck, he is not my husband. Right, Shao Ming also hastened to explain, don't misunderstand. What about the nest? Rai Yamada asked. You and I will come, Lambert padded over to Rai Yamada, and I'll teach you to drive the train so we can keep it moving when it changes tracks. Gordon. Feng Yusheng suddenly shouted, told you no peeing in my field. Gordon's ears narrowed and he scowled as he jumped off the flatbed. Well, let's start getting ready then. Chapter 80, The Eve of Battle. Shao Ming was loading all the guns in the carriage when Feng Yusheng climbed up through the door. What's wrong? Shao Ming asked. She walked over to the seat across from Shao Ming and sat down, saying, I'm going with you. To what? Shao Ming asked. Going to go ride in a buggy and fight zombies, huh? No. Shao Ming rejected her instantly, you stay in the car and help Asji maneuver the artillery to protect the carriage. Seeing Feng Yusheng's somewhat reluctant look, Shao Ming continued, it's too dangerous to drive around, it's much safer to stay on the train. Feng Yusheng wanted to say something else, but was stopped by Shao Ming. Just do as you're told and stay in the car and cover me. Asj watched Feng Yusheng climb back onto the flatbed carriage and said to her, it's fine, in fact, you won't be able to help much if you follow. Thank you, said Feng Yusheng, you do know how to comfort people. Okay, let me show you how to reload. Well, he said as he removed a row of magazines on which 7 shells were lying silently. Huh. Asj looked a little surprised, this wasn't quite what he'd expected, this thing isn't actually chain-fed. How do I know? Feng Yusheng said, I haven't used this stuff either. Asj continued to himself, I received all my anti-aircraft gun training 20 years ago when I was in muster, and I haven't touched any large anti-aircraft equipment since then. So? Feng Yusheng asked. So it's no wonder the kid said he'd never seen a suppressor, Asj said, this clip loads the ammo directly by hand. Feng Yusheng made a look of realization, Ashi said as he slipped the clip back into the ammo box, so it wasn't the auto feeder I removed either, it should have just been the fire control system and its power supply. Feng Yusheng nodded thoughtfully, well I guess so, you're right about everything. On the grass, Shao Ming was walking with Lambert in the direction of the parking lot. Asj, said Lambert, seeing that he had got quite a distance from the train, have we let him out too long? I don't think he has much of a problem. Shao Ming glanced back at the position of the anti-aircraft guns and replied, didn't you notice that he recovered quite well? But we don't know. Well, said Shao Ming, interrupting Lambert, let's not argue about it anymore. Well. I'm just more worried about the safety of our team. Shao Ming said, do you think he wouldn't know if you pointed the gun at him like you did yesterday? Taking a step back, which would you rather deal with, a living, experienced special forces soldier or a mindless zombie? Lambert threw up his hands and said, I know. Shao Ming said, stop talking and watch out for the inside of the woods. Lambert whispered, I hope that walker you're talking about is gone. The two men picked up their weapons in their hands and headed for the woods. As it had been half an hour before, the woods remained as silent as ever. Shao Ming didn't think that the mutant would leave the woods at the moment, the only thing that could possibly make it leave would be if the deer ran out of the woods. The two men examined their surroundings with their guns alert, Shao Ming still choosing to take his pistol while Lambert brought a double-barreled shotgun. As the duo delved deeper into the woods, the environment around them had become more and more complicated. This direction. Shao Ming tapped Lambert on the shoulder. The two headed up the slope, but there was some sudden movement in front of them. They hurriedly hid behind a bush, and Shao Ming looked forward through the gaps between the trees. Just about near the top of the slope, the mutant from half an hour ago was gnawing on the deer carcass. Don't shoot. Shao Ming whispered to Lambert, it's too close to the cargo yard, and the gunfire will alert the other walkers. Lambert nodded and fumbled with the iron bar at his waist. The mutant was arguably in the way of the duo's path to the high point outside the parking lot, and had to be taken out or lured away if they wanted to observe the specifics of what was going on inside the parking lot. What do you want to do? Lambert asked in a small voice. Running was definitely not possible, Shao Ming had just seen the appalling stamina and speed of this mutant, even a deer couldn't run, let alone two modern people living in the city. The only advantage is that there are two of them. Remember when we dealt with those jumping walkers in the warehouse? Shao Ming said, there were two of us. Before he could finish his sentence, a hiss came from the direction of the mutant. Shao Ming poked his head out, only to see that the mutant was rushing towards the two of them with its hands outstretched. Damn! The mutant was extremely fast, and before the duo had time to react, they had already rushed to their heels. Shao Ming didn't even think about it, and almost subconsciously raised his pistol and directly pulled the trigger. Bang! What endurance dudes are rushing to the gun, it's only a matter of one bullet. The birds in the woods were startled and flew away in all directions. Of course, it wasn't just the birds that were startled, but also the hundreds of mutants in the parking lot. "I thought you said not to shoot," Lambert shouted. "Where did I come from?" Shao Ming said, "who knew it had found us? I was going to hit him with a surprise attack." "We're the ones getting hit now," Lambert pulled Shao Ming back, the hissing of mutants already coming from the distance. "Run." The two of them immediately drew their legs and ran back, and Shao Ming pressed the button on the intercom and shouted, "We've been discovered, prepare to fight, prepare to fight." On the other end of the intercom came Asht's voice, "Roger that." The two playfully ran towards the woods beyond, the voices of the mutants behind them already growing louder. Shao Ming did not dare to look back at the moment, but he knew that the situation behind him was bound to be not too good. It was a good thing that the mutants needed to rush up the ramp, it still bought the duo a lot of time. Bursting out of the woods, the Asht at the front of the car was already aiming its guns at the woodline. "You go drive." Shao Ming shouted to Lambert as he ran, "I'll get the buggy." "Which way?" Lambert asked. "Where else can we go?" "Straight in." Before the two could run near the train, mutants were already bursting out of the woods. Asht turned the anti-aircraft gun and aimed it to fire behind the two men. A deafening explosion came from behind him, and Shao Ming hastily ambled toward the rear of the car. Armor-piercing rounds swept through the trees, and the two 35mm caliber guns poured out more than 14 rounds in a second, tearing trees that were as thick as a man's waist in two. For a while, the edge of the woods was a mess, with leaves and branches flying everywhere. However, due to the ammo type, there probably aren't as many mutants killed by shelling as there are by trunk smashing. Chapter 81, All Firepower. The train started to start up. Ashi always maintains a few seconds of point-blank shooting state. Feng Yushin, on the other hand, set up his shotgun on the side, firing at the fish under the anti-aircraft guns. In the cab, Yamada Ryu very skillfully grabbed the M240 machine gun on the right side window, disengaged the safety and loaded and fired in one fluid motion. The maneuvering stunned Lambert, who was starting the train on the sidelines. The train had just started up, and it wasn't going too fast, so Shao Ming grabbed the support columns of the carriage and flipped up. He cut the rope tying the tires and got into the SUV. Releasing the handbrake and putting it in reverse gear, before Shao Ming could step on the gas, the buggy had already fallen off the train. Under the cover of anti-aircraft guns and machine guns, the train quickly picked up speed, leaving the mutants behind before they could rush the tracks. And, of course, left the SUV behind. "Ah, a manual gearbox," Shao Ming angrily pressed the clutch. "Why do all you people buy manual gearboxes?" A mutant lunged towards the SUV and slammed into the door glass. "Bye," Shao Ming said, slamming his foot on the gas and catching up with the train. The buggy overtook the train and drove onto the track in front of it. The cannon and gunfire had stopped, the train was far enough away from the tide of corpses that there was no need to waste the already valuable ammunition. Shao Ming drove his SUV down the railroad tracks and rushed into the parking lot, scraping down the two mutants that were in the way. The massive figure of the train appeared on the curve behind the buggy. It was also a blessing in disguise. The mutants in the parking lot had been attracted away by the sound of gunfire, and at the moment there weren't too many mutants still remaining in place. Shao Ming lowered the window and stuck the shotgun out the window. Accuracy. Shao Ming was completely unsure of when shooting a shotgun with one hand on a moving vehicle, but he was still sure of hitting an object within a meter. He adjusted his posture, holding the butt of the gun steady against his shoulder, and his left hand, which operated the steering wheel, could also act as a support. A mutant rushed towards the SUV. Shao Ming turned the steering wheel to the right and aimed his gun directly at the rushing mutant. Several rounds of projectiles rushed out of the gun, directly blowing the pouncing mutant away. Shao Ming's shoulder was shocked to the point of raw pain, and it was lucky that he didn't dislocate his shoulder while holding the gun in such a twisted manner. Asht turned his anti-aircraft gun and aimed it at the mutants at the parking lot station. Chugging. The muzzles of the anti-aircraft guns erupted with tongues of fire, and armor-piercing rounds broke through, sifting the trains parked alongside the platforms. A barrage of shells shot past, even breaking one of the station's columns right off. A group of mutants burst out of the housing area on the east side of the parking lot and charged towards the right side of the train, while Asht's anti-aircraft guns were still pointed at the left side at the moment. Shao Ming drove the SUV across the railroad tracks and drove towards the group of mutants that rushed out from the housing area. The mutants were significantly more interested in the suddenly rushing SUV than the train further down the road. Bang! As the projectile shot out, a mutant's arm flew straight out. Shao Ming tossed the hunting shotgun aside. 2 rounds had been emptied and fished the pistol from his belt again. It's really not very accurate to shoot while driving, but a buggy on the move can still lure away quite a few mutants. The mutants were now split into 2 groups, those that rushed out of the staging yard on the left side of the train and those that rushed out of the right side of the premises. The mutants on the left side were killed and wounded by the anti-aircraft gun fire, some guys were shot straight in 2, and many more were crushed to pulp by the debris on the platform and the collapsed columns. Lambert climbed onto the roof of the car and looked out, struggling to recognize the track in the tide of bodies. Seeing that it was safer around the train, he stopped the train and ran toward the track change. Luckily, most of the mutants had now been cleared, and Lambert soon had the train on the turnaround track. The next thing to do is to move the big guy out. Shao Ming circled the housing area next to the parking lot and drove back into the parking lot. Lambert saw that the SUV was back and hurriedly waved at him. Shao Ming directly killed the steering wheel and pulled up to Lambert with a flip. "Get in the car." Shao Ming helped Lambert open the car door and said to him, "What's the situation?" "Last one, off the field." Lambert hurriedly got into the buggy and drove with Shao Ming toward the next turnoff. Just after Shao Ming had just stopped the SUV at the last fork in the road, his expression turned grim all of a sudden. Whoops, no. What appeared before his eyes was a mountain of mutants. The parking lot was less than a kilometer in a straight line from downtown Calais, and the loud noise of the anti-aircraft gun startled the dormant mutants. Had it not been for the housing area and the hillside in the way, the wave of corpses would have reached the parking lot 10 minutes ago. Shao Ming looked over to the train, but saw Ashton Feng Yusheng loading ammunition. "It's a real house wreck, a bigger wave of corpses is coming and the weapons with the most firepower are out of ammo." Shao Ming hurriedly got out of the car and set his sniper rifle on the roof to fire at the mutants on the hillside, which can't be said to be a drop in the bucket, it can only be said to be better than nothing. Luckily, Lambert was also now playing fast and loose with the track adjustment, and the 2 were soon back in the buggy. 2 mutants flew down the hill and grabbed the rear of the SUV. The 2 people in the car were oblivious. Shao Ming slammed on the gas, and at the moment he was only thinking about how fast he could run as fast as he could. Both mutants were about to be dragged off their feet, one of them thrown down under the bumps in the tracks while the other still had a death grip on the rear of the car. "All done?" Shao Ming asked, gripping the steering wheel. Well. Lambert said, startled and trembling, "That was the last one." The buggy braked to a stop next to the train caboose and Lambert jumped out and ran toward the train. The mutant that had been dragged all the way up wobbled and got up, only to have a hole in its head the next second. Feng Yusheng lowered the shotgun in his hand and gasped. The train started up again and headed straight for the tide of corpses rushing down the hill. This was a pain for the 2 men with the front of the vehicle exposed, who relied on the anti-aircraft guns to knock down one by one the mutants that tried to climb onto the flatbed truck. Shao Ming also got out of the top of the car and opened fire on the mutants that approached the train. "See." Feng Yusheng smashed down a mutant with the butt of his rifle and said to Ash, "I'm not just dragging my feet." The train passed the bottom of the hill with the most mutants within a few minutes and turned a corner toward the parking lot beyond. Since there wasn't enough time to secure the tracks this time, and since the train was quite a bit heavier than it had been 2 days before, the tracks shifted as the train passed by. The train flipped slightly sideways throughout and landed heavily back on the tracks. A few people were dying of fear, and it felt like they were that close to flipping the car. Chapter 82, Heading South. The train rushed out of the parking lot and made its way to the German-French border. After about 5 kilometers out of the staging yard, the train came to a stop next to a grove of trees. Shao Ming also drove the SUV and slid next to the front of the car, and Ash climbed down from the front of the car with Feng Yusheng's help. "Well played, boy," Ash said to Shao Ming. Lambert jumped out of the cab, mumbling, Eat. Shao Ming looked at the time. It was indeed time to eat, plus it was time to rest and relax after being in a highly tense environment all morning. The place where the train stopped was next to a forest, and on the other side were open fields, and it would be a kilometer or 2 away before there was a town. "It's safer to stop here and rest for a while." "Finally dinner," Ash said, limping towards the front of his car. "Hey," Lambert snapped, calling out to Ash, "Stay and eat with us." Ash shook his head, "Never mind, I have quite a few cans there." A few people looked at Ash limping back, and Lambert turned his head to look at Shao Ming as if to say, "This is none of my business." The makeshift stove in the passenger compartment was once again on fire, with beef and luncheon meat simmering in a small pot. "We still have several populated areas to get through." Lambert looked at the tablet and plotted his route on it. Lille, Charlevoix, Liège, Cologne. Are all big cities. It's fine after this stretch, Shao Ming said, this area is so overpopulated and the cities are connected. Stirring the food in the pot, Feng Yusheng asked, isn't there any other way to not go through this area? There is, Lambert showed the screen of the tablet to a few people. After passing through Charleroi head southeast, into Luxembourg, and then north to reach the east side of Cologne, which would maximize avoidance of populated areas. But it's very circuitous, and there are a lot of curves in the Luxembourg section of the mountains, which would slow down the train's progress considerably. With our current firepower, it's better to go around. Shao Ming said, just dealing with so many hundreds of zombies just now has depleted a lot of our ammunition, and I'm afraid that it will be hard to fight for a chance to change tracks if we go into the city again. Take inventory after dinner. Feng Yusheng reminded, let's see what we're close to. Buggy. Rai Yamada, who was stroking the dog's head from the sidelines, suddenly said, the buggy nests can't take it with them. Shao Ming looked out the window, there was no way to get the buggy on the train here. He nodded regretfully and said to Lambert, isn't there any way to bring a board on the trailer that you can get on and off of like a truck? It's a train, said Lambert, and loading cars is all about a specific steel-framed ramp, or else the only way to drive in is from the platform. Rai Yamada asked, so the nests can only use one and throw it away? No, Lambert hastened to explain, if we had enough tools and time, we could certainly modify an up and down ramp ourselves. Feng Yusheng brought out a bowl of broth from the pot and handed it to Yamada Ryu. Crabby. Rai Yamada took the broth and stood up to head out of the compartment. Where is she going? Lambert asked. Bring SG his food. Shao Ming replied with a shrug. Don't be jealous. Feng Yusheng said with a smile, people can save her life, you still have a long way to go. Lolita with an older man? Shao Ming asked. I don't think it's possible for the two of them. Feng Yusheng shook her head and said, it doesn't feel that way. You better be telling the truth. Lambert cried. Oops, Shao Ming handed Lambert a bowl of broth, eating is most important. After lunch, Lambert and Shao Ming began to count up the supplies in the car. I can't say that the trip to Paris was unproductive, and although I turned back halfway through, I was able to get quite a few supplies in Amiens. This included rations and water for a couple of people for a week, some small-sized gardening tools, because Rai Yamada and Feng Yusheng thought it was very unlikely that normal-sized ones would be used in the train, some fertilizer and seeds. Other than that, it's just basically what's left over from the journey ahead. To Shao Ming's surprise, there were still a few packs of cookies left from the ones he had first brought back with Li Long. It really doesn't seem too tasty. Thanks to the fact that the train was always on the move, Shao Ming and his group didn't need to worry about a certain place running out of supplies. Even if the canned goods or other necessities of life in one of the towns in the future were all scavenged, they would only need to go one town further. After all, most bottled water and canned food can have a shelf life of about 2 years or more, and Shao Ming didn't believe that after 2 years this train hadn't arrived home yet. Guns can basically do manpower too, in addition to ASH's 416 and F2 are civilian firearms. Good thing Shao Ming picked up the L85A1 Stanag magazine can be common with the 416, ASH still has 2 magazines available. There were only 100 rounds left in the anti-aircraft guns reserve, and the speed of fire of this thing required a lot of ammunition. If you didn't pay attention to press it for 2 seconds more, all the spare rounds in the box would say, bye-bye. Shao Ming said, the next time we go to gather food and water, we'll already be in Germany, right? If we go at the current pace, yes. Lambert nodded and said, 4 to 5 days would be enough to get us to Germany. In front of the car, Feng Yusheng and Yamada Ryu were crouching together studying the seeds in the nursery. Does the mud say the nests need loose soil? Rai Yamada asked as he flipped through a book on planting. No need for it. Feng Yusheng thought about it and said, then the bumpiness of the train would be considered as loosening the soil. Yamada Ryu flipped through the book in his hands and said, the book also sister said how to farm on the train. Gordon followed Lambert and Shao Ming along with him to the nursery, and in the last few days he had learned perfectly well to step on the ladder on the wagon to get in like a human being, and was very skillful at it. Only it was pushed down by Feng Yusheng just as it climbed onto the flatbed truck. Go, said you're not allowed to come up here and use it as a toilet. Gordon grayed out and ran to sit behind Shao Ming, who looked up and said to Feng Yusheng, how are the turnip potatoes you planted? The yams are quite good. Feng Yusheng said, those ones would have sprouted, and the radishes have only been planted for 2 days. Shao Ming pondered, it was still April, it seemed to be the season for potato planting, and in 2 or 3 months they would be able to harvest more potatoes. Of course, it's best to be already home in 2 to 3 months and not have to live with this. A rumbling sound seemed to come from the sky, and several people raised their heads in unison to look upwards. It was an airplane.